Duong. A bell toll from the depths of the cosmos pierced the boundless starry sky and exploded at the ears of every person on the blue star in an instant. It was as if it were reminding everyone to temporarily set aside what they were doing and respectfully listen to a voice from a higher dimension. Humans of the blue star, congratulations to you. For the first time, the Cosmic Lord Academy is opening its enrollment assessment to the wild civilizations of the Honghuang star domain. Any who possess adequate innate bones and talent and who voluntarily participate in a trial of life and death may enter the trial space to undergo the Academy's assessment. Those who pass the assessment may enter the Cosmic Lord Academy to study, receive a Lord's certificate issued by the Academy, and be granted a territory by the Cosmic Alliance, thereby becoming a mighty Lord of the starry sky. As soon as the voice fell, a colossal beam of light followed, projected from the cosmic void toward the blue star. After piercing the atmosphere, it split into countless finer rays of light that instantly sank into the brows of innumerable people on the blue star. Ding! Congratulations! After testing your innate bones and talent meet the standard, do you voluntarily choose to participate in the trial of life and death? Please make your choice before the countdown ends. Choosing to forego or failing to choose before the countdown expires will both be regarded as giving up. Countdown begins 10-9. As a needle-thin beam of light sank into Su Bei's brow, a prompt tone echoed within his mind. Su Bei, 27 years old and 181 centimeters tall, was handsome in appearance. He had once been a sunny, cheerful young man. Unfortunately, in order to own a home of his own, he had taken out a loan at the peak of the housing prices to buy an Evergrande apartment. From then on, he began a bitter life of repayment. 2 years passed, yet he had not even seen a foundation laid, only a stretch of wasteland overrun with weeds. The smile gradually faded from his face. What exactly is a Lord of the Starry Sky? How large is the territory? An entire planet, a whole stellar system, or something even greater? If one succeeds and becomes a Lord of the Starry Sky, then what of failure? The prompt voice had not mentioned the consequences of failure, but from the 4 words, trial of life and death, one could already guess a thing or two. Although there is a risk of death, to spend a lifetime as a beast of burden repaying loans for 30 years and dying in obscurity is worse than staking everything once. If I succeed, I will have a brilliant life unlike any other. The blood in Su Bei's heart, which had cooled long ago, was instantly ignited. This was his chance to defy the heavens and rewrite his fate. At worst, it was only death. He was an orphan, as long as he alone was fed, there was no family to burden. 2. Yes, I volunteer. Su Bei seized the final second before the countdown ended and decisively made his choice. In that instant, he felt a sense of release and exhilarating liberation from his vexing mortgage and from the grueling 996 life of a corporate drudge. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, under the influence of a mighty power, Su Bei left the ground. Together with other chosen people from all over the world, he hovered in the sky above the blue star as though waiting for something to come and receive them. At the same time, that solemn voice resounded once more. The 5 rules related to the trial will now be: first, the entire assessment is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the survival challenge, which tests a new Lord's ability to survive in a completely unfamiliar and extremely harsh environment. This is a basic quality of any Lord. Trial takers who successfully pass the first stage may enter a Level 1 Cosmic Lord Branch Academy to study. Upon graduation, they will become 1-star Lords of the Starry Sky, with a territory consisting of a complete stellar system possessing at least 1 habitable planet. At the very least, a whole stellar system. Su Bei's throat bobbed as he swallowed, and an intense, blazing light burst forth in his eyes. Such extravagance, truly extravagant. It was a light called ambition. With an entire stellar system as his territory, he could certainly open a brand new page in any ancestral record. No, he was an orphan, but he could create a new imperial lineage with himself as the progenitor on the very first page of the family record. Second, during the trial, a live broadcast system will be integrated. All intelligent beings across the Honghuang star domain, including the blue star, will be able to watch the broadcasts. Trial takers may decide according to their own needs whether to broadcast, when to broadcast, and how long to broadcast each day. There are no restrictions on these choices. There's even live streaming. Since taking on the burden of a mortgage and enormous pressure, Su Bei had become much steadier and more low-key. With his current temperament, he had no desire to expose his privacy before the masses. Fortunately, whether to stream is my own decision. Only then did Su Bei let out a sigh of relief. He was determined not to choose live broadcasting. However, in this world, there is no such thing as anything absolute. In the very next moment, Su Bei's expression turned peculiar. Good thing no one heard my inner thoughts, or that would be awkward. That solemn voice continued. During live broadcasts, you may receive rewards, wagers, and investments. You can also accept advertisements and engage in product promotion. For specific details, trial takers may explore on their own. All income earned during the broadcast will be settled after the assessment and will serve as seed capital for constructing your future new territories. Any viewer who offers rewards will automatically enter a fan ranking representing a willingness to join the corresponding trial taker's future new territory. After the assessment, trial takers may set their own standards for citizens of their territories and filter the fans on their lists. Fans who meet the trial taker's criteria will uniformly receive invitations to join the new territory, which they may accept or refuse. Fans may offer rewards to multiple trial takers. Setting aside those who fail, a single fan can in theory receive many invitations. In the end, they may choose the territory they deem best or choose none at all, simply spending money as they please for the sake of rewarding. Of course, to prevent criminals from slipping into the fan rankings, a lord can also set standards to filter such people out. This was Su Bei's rudimentary understanding of the fan list. In balancing between clearing the trial earning seed capital and attracting future citizens, trial takers must learn to find their own equilibrium, lest their future territories develop fatal weaknesses. That solemn voice spoke with a hint of deeper meaning. It seems that not streaming at all won't do. Otherwise, even if I pass the assessment, I'll be a commander with no troops and no seed capital. Once I reach my territory, I won't be able to take a single step, Su Bei thought with a frown. Su Bei frowned in contemplation. Third, within the trial space, there is Wanderer Island, where you can recruit civil officials and martial generals, Barracks Island, where you can recruit soldiers, Money Island with official shops and open stalls for trade, Leisure Island, where you may briefly relax, enjoy life, and seek entertainment, Wild Resource Islands, rich in various mineral resources, spiritual herbs, and ferocious beasts, Fog Island, shrouded in mist all year round, filled with opportunities, yet extremely dangerous, Pirate Island, inhabited by bloodthirsty marauders who delight in plundering trial takers, Shirang Island, whose soil can be fused to upgrade your own floating island, and many more. The trial space is vast and all-encompassing, awaiting your exploration. A reminder: your civil officials, martial generals, and soldiers will form the initial core of personnel for your future new territories. You must treat them with care. Your floating island will be the central capital of your future territory and must be built with great attention. With seed capital, the first batch of territory citizens, an initial cadre of officials and generals, and a core capital already prepared, once a trial was cleared, one could immediately take office. Su Bei could not help but feel secretly astonished. It truly was worthy of being called the Cosmic Lord Academy. Such magnificent generosity. Fourth, trial takers who possess divine-grade spiritual roots are designated as seed candidates, and upon entering the trial space, may conduct one unrestricted lottery draw. Those who possess a divine-grade innate gift and divine ability will have their talent ability automatically activated upon entering the trial space, and likewise receive one unrestricted lottery draw. Ordinary trial takers upon entering the trial space will obtain one novice lottery draw, with the reward tier capped at first rank high grade. I wonder what my spiritual roots and talent are like. Su Bei mused inwardly, unable to suppress a trace of anticipation toward divine-grade spiritual roots and a divine-grade innate gift. He understood all too well that such an existence was one in billions, and the likelihood of him possessing it was exceedingly small. Yet what if by some chance he did? Nothing in this world was truly absolute. Had he not once declared he would never stream, only to slap his own face in the end? He could only hope that he would once again slap his own face. Fifth, during the assessment, so long as a trial taker remains on their own floating island, they may withdraw from the assessment at any time. They may take with them the cultivation methods and techniques retained in their mind, but cannot bring out any physical objects from reality, nor any items on the floating island. All such possessions, as well as the entire revenue share from their live stream, will be transferred into the Academy's scholarship fund. The pursuit of longevity and cultivation was something etched into the very bones of the Huaxia people. At that moment, even Su Bei's DNA seemed to stir. I didn't expect the Academy to even provide a chance to withdraw. That's quite humane. If things truly become impossible, I can still return to Blue Star with cultivation methods and accumulated cultivation. My future would remain bright. Paying off the mortgage would be a trivial matter. No matter how I calculate it, this is to my advantage. Of course, all of this presupposes that I first obtain a cultivation method, and better yet raise my cultivation realm a bit. Only then can I advance and retreat with ease. Su Bei felt secretly grateful in his heart that he had made the right choice back then. On Blue Star at that very moment, countless people were pounding their chests in regret, especially those who had been frightened by the prospect of death and hesitated at the final moment, failing to be chosen. Now, upon hearing this news, they could hardly bear it. Their intestines were twisted with remorse. Lastly, all trial takers must keep one thing firmly in mind: within the trial space, strength reigns supreme, and almost nothing is forbidden. As the voice fell silent, the skies of Blue Star returned to their usual clear blue, while Su Bai and the other selected trial takers vanished in an instant. What is this place? Is this the floating island that voice mentioned? Su Bai pinched his own thigh, forcing himself to calm down as he quickly swept his gaze around the island, taking in his surroundings. With the help of faint starlight, Su Bai could just barely make out the island's condition. It was not large, perhaps between several thousand and 10,000 square meters. At its center stood a modest wooden hut, and aside from that the island was utterly bare, giving it an empty, desolate feel. Beyond the edge of the island stretched a vast void where distant stars flickered, occasionally emanating a terrifying, unsettling presence, as though they might swallow both him and the island beneath his feet at any moment. Once Su Bai had somewhat adapted to the surrounding environment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded by his ding. Congratulations, Blue Star trial taker number 10,010. You have successfully passed 3 preliminary selection criteria and entered the trial space, becoming the island master of a level 1 floating island, thereby qualifying to participate in the upcoming survival assessment. 3 criteria? Besides spiritual roots and innate talent, could there be something else? Before Su Bai could fully sort out this question, the system chime rang out once more. Ding, activating divine grade, innate ability, Eye of Insight. Ding, congratulations, Blue Star trial taker number 10,010. You possess divine grade spiritual roots and a divine grade innate ability, and are thus classified as an exceptionally rare dual seed candidate, earning 2 unrestricted lottery draws. Hiss! Su Bai's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. I'm actually divine graded. Previously, he had only dared to harbor a faint hope. If just one attribute reached the divine level, it would already be akin to ancestral blessings from beyond the grave. He had never even dared to imagine that he would be divine grade in both. Could I actually be the fated protagonist, heaven's own favored son? Su Bai swallowed hard, his thoughts surging wildly as his imagination ran rampant until the next notification pulled his attention back once more. Initiating the first unrestricted lottery draw. Please select one reward from the 10 random treasure chests displayed below. With a soft whoosh, 10 golden treasure chests appeared before Su Bai's eyes. How am I supposed to choose? Su Bai's smile faded as his brows knitted together. With nothing visible to distinguish them, picking any chest at random seemed no different from picking another. Although he had obtained 2 opportunities for unrestricted draws, they were still only chances. Only by drawing high-tier treasures that genuinely benefited him could he hope to pass the trial space's assessment smoothly, though otherwise it would all amount to nothing but empty joy. Just as he was thinking this, Su Bai suddenly felt an itch between his brows. Unable to resist, he rubbed the spot firmly, and then discovered that he could clearly see all the items within the chests before him, as well as identify detailed information about each one. Damn, so this is the Eye of Insight. How is this any different from cheating? Su Bai could not help but be shaken by the sheer power of this divine grade talent. However, this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He had no idea how long as a mere mortal he could maintain the use of this divine ability. Steel must be used on the blade's edge. At once his gaze shifted to the first treasure chest. Name Zhuge, repeating crossbow. Tier 1st rank, high grade. Pass. Su Bai did not waste time reading further details and immediately moved on to the second chest. A Zhuge repeating crossbow would unquestionably be an excellent item in the novice phase, but it was still merely a 1st rank weapon. He did not believe that an unrestricted draw would lack more formidable treasures, otherwise this so-called unrestricted draw would be nothing but a marketing gimmick. Water. Pass. Water was indeed a precious survival resource in the early stages, but Su Bai believed that so long as trial takers dared to explore, they would absolutely be able to obtain it, and otherwise what meaning would the challenge have? Name Liang Sword Cannon. Tier 10th. Description: an overwhelmingly powerful fire tribute cultivation method that can be cultivated directly to the demigod realm, and which also contains the formidable sword art Liang 9 forms, as well as the secret technique Liang Scorching Heaven. This is a true treasure. Su Bai's eyes almost refused to move away. He nearly blurted out his decision to choose this chest, and even his breathing unconsciously grew a shade more rapid. Fortunately, his reason still held. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai hurriedly suppressed his inner excitement and accelerated his scan through the remaining options. With such a cultivation method as a foundation, this draw could already be considered a tremendous harvest. Yet after roughly examining all 10 chests, Su Bai pointed without the slightest hesitation at the 9th one and said, "I choose this chest." Yes, he chose the 9th chest, not the 3rd one containing the Liang sword cannon, and he did so without even a trace of hesitation. For the sake of 3 words, Ultra Divine Grade. Name Jiuzhuan Shenma Ju Ninefold Divine Demon Art. Tier Ultra Divine Grade. Description none. Though there was not a single line of explanation, those 3 words, Ultra Divine Grade, were more than persuasive enough. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the Ultra Divine Grade Cultivation Method Jiuzhuan Shenma Ju. In the very next instant, a stream of light shot into Su Bai's brow. It was a black and white jade butterfly resembling a yin-yang fish, the transmission medium of Jiuzhuan Shenma Ju. Before Su Bai could inspect the details of the cultivation method, the notification sounded again. The second unrestricted draw begins. Please choose one of the 10 random treasure chests below as your reward. Having learned from the last experience, Su Bai remained composed and immediately activated his insight eye to inspect. Unexpectedly, the item inside the first chest stunned him profoundly. Name 1 Shota. Level Jiuxing Shinshi. Description: possesses 5 great functions. Imprison, command, devour, suppress, defend. It can trap foes, subdue beasts, devour myriad spirits, pacify countless beasts, hover above the owner's brow, and defend against attacks from a realm beyond the owner's by 1 major stage. By heavens, what a treasure! Both offensive and defensive, and with potent auxiliary functions. Without even glancing at the other items, Su Bai felt his choice taken. He did not know the exact grading system, but even if a Jiuxing Shinshi was not the absolute pinnacle, it must be nearly unrivaled. Still, having learned from before and unwilling to miss something superior, he quickly scanned the remaining 9. Alas, a single glance revealed most items were below the 5th tier. The best among them was merely the 9th tier Shuesha Dao. Without hesitation, Su Bai pointed at the first chest and said, "I choose this chest." Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a Jiuxing Shinshi 1 Shota. The next instant, a streak of light shot into Su Bai's brow and into his spiritual sea. Perhaps because he had activated the insight eye, though still a mortal, he had already opened a spiritual sea and could peer inward. Within his spiritual sea floated a mysterious black and white jade butterfly and a 9-storied blood jade tower engraved with myriad beast motifs. As the unrestricted draw concluded, the mechanical prompt sounded again. Ding. First stage survival challenge requirement. Survive 10 Yujo Ri within the trial space. No restrictions on means. Note 1 Yujo Ri is approximately equal to 16. 8 launching days. Note 2 the trial space's gravity is the cosmic standard, which is 1/32 times that of launching. Note 3 the first Yujo Ri is a novice protection period. During that day, gravity matches each contestant's civilization, and wild floating islands cannot attack a contestant's island. Normal conditions resume after 1 day. 168 days. He did not know what the survival environment inside the trial space would be like. Half a year was neither short nor long. It would be impossible to simply stay on the floating island and tough it out. He would have to venture out and seek food, water, and other resources. Su Bai considered in silence. He must raise his cultivation to a certain level within 8 days, at the very least enough to adapt to gravity 1/32 times his home. Otherwise, the later trials would be far more perilous. Under such oppressive gravity, even walking would be arduous, let alone coping with sudden dangers. Fortunately, he already possessed a cultivation method from the outset, and his root quality was divine grade. This should make the task far less daunting. At the thought, a faint smile tugged at Su Bai's lips. This was the advantage of taking the initiative, and he intended to preserve it. He was well aware of the truth: to move first is to gain the edge at every subsequent step. Ding! Activating floating island auxiliary intelligence. Ding! Beginning novice draw mode. Please select one of the 10 chests below as your novice reward. I actually have a novice reward. Su Bai blinked in surprise. There was no time to ponder. Staring at the 10 chests, Su Bai summoned his insight eye and began to inspect. Name Qingfeng Jian. Level 1st rank lower grade. Pass. The novice draw could yield at most a 1st rank upper grade item. But if such an item offered little help early on, Su Bai would rather take a pragmatic lower grade item. After all, he already possessed a transcendent cultivation method, a Jiuxing Shinshi, divine grade roots, and divine tier talent. Potential in abundance. What mattered now was utility for the early stages. Name Chunjing Shui. Level mortal rank lower grade. Description: 10 liters of water. Not to mention drinking. This is barely enough even for a bath. Bathing could wait. In a survival situation, cleanliness was expendable unless one had more than enough. Some delicate maidens might disagree, but practicality ruled. There are mortal rank items. Su Bai had assumed 1st rank was the minimum. During the unrestricted draw, he had also glimpsed water, but fearing the insight eye could not be maintained long, he had skipped a close look. Now, with a clearer idea of things, he slowed his pace and read each item's description, testing how long his insight eye could hold. Name Mantu. Level mortal rank lower grade. Description: sufficient in quantity to fill the stomach. 10 large Mantu. When hunger gnaws, one would swear they're the finest delicacy in the world. As he continued, the array consisted mostly of food, water, and weapons, along with a single cultivation, naming Hugong. Level 1st rank lower grade. Description: an elementary cultivation method that can develop the body to the threefold extreme of the body tempering realm, includes the martial technique Menghu Quan. The Gongfa was rubbish. Su Bai dismissed it at once. He sped through the list, and to test his divine senses limits began to examine each item anew. Suddenly a sharp pain flared at his brow. His perception hazed and snapped, a blackout. This was the duration limit of his divine sense. Su Bai immediately withdrew his divine sense, and made his choice. I choose this one. He pointed at the 6th chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a 1st rank upper grade weapon, Zhuge Lian Nu. Indeed, the Zhuge Lian Nu appeared here as well. He had glanced past it before. This time he examined it properly. For the early game, it would be a true killer. Name: Zhuge Lian Nu. Level 1st rank upper grade. Description: maximum range 300 meters, effective lethal range 600 meters, up to 10 consecutive shots. Comes with a quiver and 30 bolts, an excellent early treasure. A handheld crossbow capable of firing 3 kilometers. Could you believe it? It outstrips many. Yet in this world within the trial space, the impossible seemed plausible. Perhaps this was no ordinary repeating crossbow. A ranged weapon with repeat fire suited Su Bai perfectly at this stage. Ambushes, long-range sniping. His early survival odds rose dramatically. The draw is over. The trial officially begins. A trial countdown will be displayed above the Island Lord's manor. We wish you success. May you become a great starry sky lord. The final sentence resolved into that solemn voice again, clearly addressed to all contestants, and it snapped Su Bai's wandering thoughts back to the present. No sooner had the words fallen than a blood-red floating countdown appeared above the wooden cottage at the island's center. 9 Yujo Re 16 launching days 19 hours 11 minutes 59 seconds. At the same time, a pale light crept along the horizon, dispelling the trial space's darkness. Su Bai's floating island brightened, and within sight, he could make out 3 other floating islands, regular in shape, but differing in size. For now, Su Bai had no time to inspect the nearby isles. He strode straight for the Island Lord's manor, the small wooden house that occupied little ground. With a creak, the wooden door was gently pulled open, revealing the interior at a glance. The space was about 10 square meters, containing only a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden stool, with 2 flintstones placed on the table. Sitting on the wooden bed, which felt quite hard, Su Bai did not mind. He had experienced tougher environments before. His current concerns lay elsewhere. Auxiliary intelligence, are you there? He had heard that the auxiliary intelligence had been activated, which was crucial for him to understand this world and how to operate the floating island. Blue Star Island Spirit 10010 at your service. A small green sprite no bigger than a palm suddenly appeared in the air, performing a flip that made it look lively and adorable. Island Spirit, what functions do you have? How can you assist me? Su Bai asked directly. I can help my master check his attributes, view regional channels, operate the floating island, scan the outside world with radar, and issue timely warnings, answer questions within my authority, and even chat with my master on lonely nights to relieve boredom. In short, I am quite useful. The little sprite tilted its head while introducing itself, appearing very cute. This intelligence level is quite high, Su Bai thought in surprise. Then I would like to see my own attributes first. How do I do that? The attribute interface has been opened for the master. In the future, the master can view it simply by a thought. With a swift motion, a light blue transparent interface appeared before Su Bai's eyes. Tester ID Blue Star 10010. Name: Su Bai. Realm: Junior Apprentice. Strength 0. Standard horse stance, holding a heavy object overhead for 30 minutes under standard cosmic gravity. Cultivation technique 9 turns mystic demon art not yet cultivated. Martial skills none. Secret arts none. Root bone divine grade. Innate abilities divine level. Eye of insight can see through all obstructions within a 10-meter range, recognizing all things. Currently lasts for 2 minutes, can increase in duration and range with cultivation level. Other hidden abilities must be explored by oneself. Wallet 0. Starting funds for Lord 0. Tips 0. Bets 0. Investments 0. Advertisements 0. Sales 0. Personal space 1 cubic meter, can only store non-living items, can be upgraded. Juga Crossbow X1. Floating Island Level 1. Area 1000 square meters, 1 square kilometer. Radar range 100 meters, 1000 meters. Power 10 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. Attack none 1. Defense none 1. Islanders none 30. Resources none 2. Expand and elaborate. After viewing the attribute interface, a series of question marks appeared in Su Bai's mind. Firstly, a strength of 0 represents the dividing line between an apprentice and the first major realm of physical tempering. Breaking through zero strength means entering the initial stage of the first level of physical tempering. The apprentice stage is divided into junior apprentice, intermediate apprentice, and senior apprentice, corresponding to holding a horse stance for less than 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes, and 20 to 30 minutes. The standard horse stance is at a 90-degree angle, and standard cosmic gravity is 1.32 times that of blue star. Subai nodded slightly, comparing himself. He estimated he could only hold the stance for a maximum of 2 to 3 minutes, which indeed corresponded to a junior apprentice. This was under the gravity of blue star, under 1.32 times gravity. He wondered if he could last even a minute. Cultivation techniques. Martial skills. Secret arts. Root bones range from low to high, none, grade 1, grade 2. Grade 9 super grade, divine grade with 12 levels. Having no grade means lacking cultivation potential, forever stuck at the third limit of physical tempering. Those with grade 1 roots can cultivate to the 9th limit of physical tempering, and so forth. Theoretically, only those with divine grade roots have the chance to reach the divine realm. The minimum standard for this selection of testers is grade 4 roots, which can be improved postnatally, but the conditions are extremely strict and the difficulty is great. Innate abilities are divided into 5 levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine level. These are innate and cannot be changed postnatally. For this selection of testers, possessing at least a junior ability, even with a root bone of no grade, can qualify. The personal space can be upgraded using trial coins, which are exclusive currency for the trial space. After the assessment ends, they can be exchanged for cosmic currency and injected into the Lord's starting fund pool. The attributes of the floating island show that the initial data are the base values, while the latter represent the upper limits for a level 1 floating island. The island's area can be expanded by merging with essence soil. The radar scanning range can be upgraded by merging radar fragments, and speed, attack, and defense can be enhanced by merging power modules. The data following the resources represent types, and when all attribute fields reach their limits, the floating island can automatically upgrade. With the island spirit's explanation, Subai gained a deeper understanding of the trial space and himself. Now he faced 2 choices. First, charge directly towards the 3 floating islands with the Juga crossbow. Second, cultivate the 9 turns mystic demon art to enhance his strength before exploring and hunting. Whether dealing with the gravity increase after the beginner protection period or exploring to collect resources, strength is paramount. I have such good conditions, survival is key, and I must not stumble in the gutter. With this in mind, Subai had made a decision. First, he would cultivate and enhance his abilities. Even a slight improvement would increase his chances of survival during exploration. Subai was a man of action. Since he had made a choice, he would not hesitate. He closed his eyes slowly, immersing his mind into the sea of consciousness, communicating with the black and white yin-yang jade disc. Boom! The sea of consciousness rippled slightly as a stream of information flowed in. The 9 turns mystic demon art is divided into 4 volumes. The first volume is 9 turns primordial art. The second volume is 9 turns divine essence art. The third volume is 9 turns demon essence art. And the fourth volume is 9 turns mystic demon tribulation. The first volume, 9 turns primordial art, consists of 9 layers, a 10th tier technique on par with the Leon Sword Classic he had seen before. It can be cultivated to the demigod realm. However, Subai can currently only access the first layer, which is the first turn of primordial, allowing cultivation in the first 2 major realms, the physical tempering realm and the chi refining realm. When his cultivation reaches the limit of the chi refining realm, the jade disc will automatically unlock the subsequent techniques. The records state that the physical tempering realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 are beginner, the middle 3 are intermediate, and the last 3 are advanced. Breaking through zero strength means entering the first level. To reach the first level limit, strength must reach 200 kilograms. In the first 3 levels, each level increases by 200 kilograms, with the third limit of physical tempering requiring 600 kilograms of strength before entering a bottleneck phase. Without breaking through the bottleneck, strength will not progress further. Once the bottleneck is broken, the channel for strength increase will reopen. As long as strength breaks through 600 kilograms, it will be the 4th level of physical tempering. However, to reach the 4th level limit, strength needs to reach 3,600 kilograms. In the middle 3 levels, each level increases by 3,000 kilograms, with the 6th limit requiring 9,600 kilograms before once again entering a bottleneck. Breaking through the bottleneck to enter the 7th level will cause the upper limit to surge again, with the 7th limit of physical tempering requiring 49,600 kilograms of strength. In the last 3 levels, each level increases by 4,000 kilograms, with the 9th limit requiring 129,600 kilograms. Though the initial strength of the early 4th level of physical tempering is only 0. 1 kilograms more than the maximum of the third level in terms of combat power. It is overwhelmingly superior. Once one breaks through to the fourth level, they can emit blood energy, and their combat power will soar. Upon reaching the 7th level of physical tempering, one can even attack with blood energy, leaving the body with vitality, surging like an ocean, and the energy solidifying, enabling combat power to overwhelm the 6th level's limit. It is evident that the gap between each level of the body refinement realm is terrifying, akin to a chasm, with combat power increasing exponentially. Not to mention the gaps between every 3 levels. As one progresses, even the differences within each level are significant, indicating that the difficulty of fighting beyond one's level is immense. This is merely the first major realm, and the subsequent ones will surely be even more challenging. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Bai quickly adjusted his mood, calming himself down, and then began to practice the stance technique recorded in the first layer of the 9 turns primordial art. 1 toe on the ground, 4 toes flying, the heaven's gate opens while the earth's door closes, the red dragon descends and showers jade liquid empty and heart solid in belly, overturning the yin and yang. Uncertain if it was due to his divine grade root and godly talent, Su Bai found the sensation within just over 3 minutes, successfully entering a meditative state, focusing entirely on his cultivation, even forgetting his surroundings. In stark contrast to Su Bai's tranquility, Blue Star was in chaos at that moment. Whether in reality or online, discussions were booming. Why did I hesitate just now and not choose yes? Otherwise I could have entered the trial space and become a floating island lord. Heaven, you are so unfair. Because you were afraid of dying. The reply came swiftly and harshly, indicating how hot the topic was right now. That hit hard upstairs. Haha, you guys are killing me with laughter. He regretted, because he knew he could exit safely from the island master's residence at any time after entering the trial space, and he could choose the technique before exiting. So give him another chance to choose. As long as you don't tell him these things, he still wouldn't dare to go in. He is still considered lucky, at least his root is decent. With a live stream, there may still be cultivation opportunities in the future. The worst off are those with very poor roots who don't even have the right to choose. Damn, I was just making fun of others, and unexpectedly the boomerang came back so quickly and fiercely. I am that person with terribly poor roots, only at grade 1. I'm crying, that must be the lowest, right? Crying emoji. From the hints in that authoritative voice and the discussions in the live stream and online, it's clear that grade 1 is indeed the worst. The Universe Lord Academies by Xiaosheng replied. Why you changed the name so quickly? But you by Xiaosheng aren't doing well. Where are you putting me, a person with no grade? What the heck? There's even a no grade. This is the first time I've seen this. 10086. That hit hard. The upstairs must have already fainted in the bathroom. The higher the root grade, the rarer it is. It seems that those with no grade are also quite scarce. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Perhaps having no grade means there's no limit being honest and reliable. Currently, only a few trial takers have opened their live streams. Given the short time, many trial takers' interactions with the island spirits haven't been widely circulated, so it's normal for everyone not to understand the situation of no-grade roots. It's a typical wish fulfillment novel, definitely a waste material genre. In a base in the capital city. How many trial takers have entered the trial space, and how many of them are from our Huaxia? An elderly man in military uniform asked solemnly. Commander, although many trial takers haven't started live streaming, yet based on their current identification numbers, we can see that a total of 214,118 people have entered the trial space globally. Additionally, our research shows that the identification numbers of each country's trial takers are grouped together. The trial takers from Huaxia are numbered from 1 to 44607. Therefore, a total of 44607 of our people have entered the trial space, accounting for a staggering 2083, surpassing our population's proportion in the world. Zhang Yong, the base leader, immediately replied. After hearing this, the old man revealed a rare smile. This is good news. He then instructed, continue to monitor all live streams, especially those of our Huaxia people. We aim to produce a detailed investigation and assessment report for each trial taker in the shortest time possible, identifying the most promising group of trial takers to form a team for focused attention. Understood. Like Huaxia, countries around the world, apart from understanding the global situation of trial takers, primarily focus on their own trial takers. Not only the higher-ups, but ordinary citizens will also pay more attention to their country's trial takers. Since the number of trial takers is quite low in each country, and currently less than 1/10 have started live streaming, those who have already started have quickly become prominent figures in their countries. Among them, those who are handsome, beautiful, and perform well have gained fame, surpassing even popular stars, becoming the hottest topics akin to a grand talent show. Inside the residence of the floating island Lord No. 10010 on Blue Star. Subai slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, standing up straight, feeling refreshed with an abundance of energy, as if his physical body had undergone some unknown transformation. Lifting his shirt and glancing down, Subai smiled slightly. I didn't expect my 8-pack abs, which had disappeared for several years, to have returned. Cultivation consumes a great deal of energy, and body fat serves as an energy reserve. This time, during his meditative practice, Subai depleted all the excess fat in his body, restoring himself to the most youthful and vibrant state, significantly increasing his strength. Indeed. Gulp, Subai helplessly patted his stomach, unable to resist exclaiming, "It's really true that the poor are cultured while the rich are martial. The accumulated fat over the years is not enough to consume. It seems I must quickly resolve the food issue." Stepping out of the wooden house, he looked up at the countdown on the roof, which read 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 16 hours, 23 minutes, 44 seconds. I actually practiced for nearly 3 hours. Time truly flies during cultivation. Subai had not felt the passage of time at all, and thought only a short moment had passed. This is the downside of not having a teacher's direct guidance. In fact, entering a meditative state during the first cultivation session is an extremely rare occurrence. Moreover, having a teacher nearby would provide extra energy support, prolonging the meditation time and yielding greater results. From Subai's awakening and feeling hungry, it was clear he had awakened due to a lack of energy. However, Subai was currently unaware of this. Even if he did know, it would be of no use, as he had no cultivation resources. Trial taker ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Realm, early stage of body refinement realm. Strength 5. 6 kilograms, standard horse stance, standard cosmic gravity, lifting heavy objects over his head for 30 minutes. Technique 9 turns divine demon art, first layer of 9 turns primordial art. Martial skills heavenly stream finger, first layer, not yet learned. Ninefold profound element spear, first layer, not yet learned. Inch of stars river, first layer, not yet learned. Secret techniques none. Root divine grade. Innate divine ability, godly eye of insight, can see through all concealments within a 30-meter range, recognizing everything. Currently can last for 5 minutes, with time and distance increasing as cultivation improves. Even trash techniques like the fierce tiger technique have martial skills. How could the 9 turns divine demon art not have accompanying martial skills? Not only does it have them, but they are also quite comprehensive, including unarmed combat weaponry and movement techniques. Furthermore, with the improvement of his cultivation, his eye of insight divine ability has also undergone slight. The transformation he just felt in his body should have occurred when he broke through to the body refinement stage. Unexpectedly, through just one session of meditation, he directly surpassed the intermediate and advanced apprentice realms, reaching the body refinement stage. Subai was equally shocked by his own cultivation level. Should I practice my martial skills a bit more to enhance my combat ability? Just as a fleeting impulse to practice martial skills crossed Subai's mind, he was interrupted by a "Let's first deal with the hunger issue. I must acquire food before my energy is completely depleted, otherwise everything will be in vain." He was still merely hungry, but his strength remained. If he waited until he was so weak from hunger that he could barely move, no matter how strong he would likely be unable to exert even a fraction of his power. At that point, things would become dire. Island Spirit, how do I move the floating island to other locations? Subai looked up at the little sprite hovering in midair. The island master can choose a direction, and I will control the floating island to advance. Do you know anything about those 3 floating islands? Subai asked, pointing to 3 distant directions. The distance is too far, exceeding the radar scanning range. I can't probe the internal situation. The island spirit's answer was as Subai expected. Then let's head to the closest floating island. Subai glanced at the 3 floating islands and pointed to the one nearest to him. Understood. As soon as the island spirit's words fell, the floating island began to move, albeit at a rather unimpressive speed. How long will it take? Subai frowned slightly, the hunger in his stomach leaving him quite uncomfortable. Blue Star time 14 minutes and 36 seconds. Not bad. Proceed at full speed and stop when we are 100 meters away from that floating island. Subai remembered that the current radar scanning distance of the floating island was indeed 100 meters. He wanted to scan for any dangers first. All right, master. Can you bring up the regional channel? He wanted to use this time during the movement to understand the situation of other trial participants. After all, he had nothing else to do. Sure. As soon as the island spirit finished speaking, the channel interface appeared before Subai, with several messages already displayed. Subai's eyes lit up as he discovered a crucial piece of information in the upper right corner of the channel. Blue Star area no. 11989-1000. Has only been less than 3 hours, and already 11 people have failed. I wonder if those 11 people died or withdrew voluntarily. Maybe both have happened. Subai pondered silently, then his gaze fell on the messages. There are fierce beasts and savage beasts on the wild, floating islands outside. If they are only low-level savage beasts, everyone can handle them. But if luck runs out, and one encounters a savage beast, I advise everyone to run as far as possible. They are too strong. I just took a glance and almost got scared to death. Thankfully, I was far enough and ran fast enough to escape back to the floating island. Through everyone's messages, Subai clarified the difference between savage beasts and fierce beasts, as well as their categorization. Savage beasts correspond to the apprentice stage, while fierce beasts are ranked as low as first tier 1-star, corresponding to the first level of body refinement. I drew a first-tier high-grade martial art. Cultivating it to the limit can grant me a strength of 129,600 kilograms. Can you believe that? However, it's so difficult. I can't even stand in a stance for a minute. Is there any big shot who can guide me? Damn, the guy upstairs is showing off right. I only drew a first-tier low-grade martial art. I'm really envious and jealous. Useless information flashed by as Subai quickly skimmed through, filtering out the useful information for himself, and soon a useful message caught his eye. Do you guys know what the 3 preliminary conditions mentioned in the prompt sound were? What else could it be? Bone structure, talent, and the last one should be related to the 10-second countdown. There are still smart people. Subai nodded slightly. He had also been confused before and had speculated that these were the 3 conditions. However, he was slapped in the face again. The guy upstairs, you only got 2 points right. Bone structure and talent are actually one and the same, determining our future ceiling. The second is decisiveness, which is the 10-second countdown you mentioned. I asked the island spirit, and its answer was that decisiveness is a basic quality for every lord. The reason the whole recruitment process seems so rushed is to prevent us from having too much time to think, but serves as a kind of pressure test. What this person said was reasonable, and he even brought up the island spirit. Everyone believed him because this lie was easy to debunk. Not only he had an island spirit, anyone could find out with just a casual inquiry. What about the last condition? Someone quickly asked. The last condition is somewhat hidden. It is age, which represents our potential, requiring between 1 cosmic year to 3 cosmic years. 1 cosmic year equals 360 cosmic days. You can calculate it yourselves. Between 16, 57, and 49, 71 years old. Immediately, a trial participant with strong mental calculation abilities provided the precise data. It seems the Cosmic Lord Academy selects predominantly young and middle-aged candidates, which makes a lot of sense. Everyone suddenly realized. I wonder where everyone is. If we could gather together, it would be great to act together. Yes, this isn't a strictly individual competition. As long as we survive for 10 cosmic days, everyone can stick together for warmth. Who knows, we might even all clear the trial. Some people still had a rather rosy view, but Subai did not share that sentiment. He believed that gathering together could be even more dangerous. After all, this place is called the trial space, not a charity space. However, this was just his speculation, and he did not express it for fear of drawing attention and getting publicly shot down. Is there any big brother willing to share some martial arts? Once we return to Blue Star, I am willing to accompany him for a week as payment. Are you still half asleep? If you want martial arts, you'd better find the Money Island. Perhaps you can get more. A kind-hearted trial participant offered a reminder. However, this statement was pointless. Who didn't know that? The key question was, where was the Money Island? Nobody knows that. Subai thought to himself, I still don't know where the Money Island is, or how to find it. He then asked the island spirit, Island spirit, do you know how to find the Money Island? The Money Island is mobile and has no fixed location. Finding it requires certain opportunities. However, from the outside, the Money Island always shines with golden light, and it can be spotted from 500 kilometers away, making it easy to identify. The island spirit explained, pay attention in the future. Once you come across it, notify me immediately. If I am in closed-door cultivation, the floating island will follow at a distance until I finish my cultivation. Subai instructed. Understood, Island Master. As time quickly passed while Subai browsed the regional channel, when the opposite floating island became clearly visible to the naked eye, Subai swiftly focused his mind, adjusted his condition, and then swiftly loaded 10 crossbow arrows into the quiver while holding the Juga crossbow. When the unknown floating island entered the radar scanning range of 100 meters, the island spirit immediately provided a prompt. Master, this is a first-tier resource type wild floating island with an area of 2.5 square kilometers, primarily containing resources such as oil pine, azurite snake blood grass, chicken blood rice, and red-tailed chicken. The floating islands in the trial space bound to non-participants range from low to high levels, specifically from 1st to 10th rank. The level is determined not by the size of the island, but by the strongest creature dwelling upon it. This was something Su Bai had learned previously from the regional channel while the trial participants encountered wild floating islands and learned about them from the island spirits. A first-rank floating island signifies that the strongest being on it is only of the first rank. However, a first-rank 1 star is still first rank, and a first-rank 9 stars is also first rank. The range of fluctuation is vast, and the difference in strength can be astronomical. One misstep could lead to disaster. Do you have specific level and quantity information? No, unless the radar scanning range can completely cover this floating island. However, there are images of these resources. Su Bai nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Having this much information is already quite good. Show me the images. Understood. Soon a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying 5 images corresponding to the oil pine, the azurite serpent, the serpent blood grass, the chicken blood rice, and the red-tailed chicken. However, this was all the information provided, and no further details were available. If I bring these resources back to the floating island or into the radar scanning range, can you determine their uses? Su Bai inquired. He asked this to conceal the ability of his eye of insight, especially during the live broadcast. If the radar could provide detailed information, he could delegate much of the work to it. Otherwise, he would need to be cautious during the live broadcast. Yes, and I can also use this to create a resource map for fierce beasts, spiritual herbs, medicinal herbs, and ores for you. In the future, you can easily reference it, and it can even be traded with other trial participants. Great, then this task will be entrusted to you from now on. Su Bai did not expect the island spirit to take the initiative to consider his needs, which lifted his spirits. Yes, master. The island spirit agreed cheerfully. Let's first circle around this floating island to take a look. Su Bai instructed. Understood. The island spirit received the command and began to navigate the floating island around the wild resource island in front of them. Overall, this floating island was shrouded in dense forests on 3 sides, only revealing the periphery while hiding its internal conditions. Only one side featured a vast open area where a type of blood-red rice grew. Occasionally, several large roosters could be seen darting between the rice fields and the woods, and a clear stream flowed out from the forest, cutting through the blood-red rice fields, dividing them in 2. Without a doubt, this rice field was likely the so-called chicken blood rice, and the large roosters were probably the red-tailed chickens, as they had 1 to 3 bright red feathers at the ends of their tails. This is a treasure trove. If fully conquered, it could provide a massive supply of food and water. With this thought, Su Bai's eyes sparkled as the hunger in his belly surged once more. Master, do you wish to start a live broadcast? The first hunting action usually receives some streaming support from the Dark Dimensions network platform, the island spirit inquired. Su Bai was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about the live broadcast. However, upon hearing the island spirit's words, he nodded. All right, let's start the live broadcast. Yes. Blue Star Beijing Base. Chief, another trial participant from our country has started a live broadcast. From the broadcast screen, it appears that their floating island has approached a wild floating island, likely preparing to explore or hunt. A staff member monitoring the live broadcast room quickly reported. Immediately locate their information based on the image, establish an assessment file, and assign someone to monitor this live broadcast room, recording it in real time. Inform me at the first sign of any special circumstances. Zhang Yong commanded. Yes. By the way, how many trial participants have died, and how many have chosen to withdraw so far? Zhang Yong suddenly asked. The staff member quickly operated on a computer, and soon a clear dynamic chart appeared before Zhang Yong. Chief, according to the comprehensive data, a total of 183 trial participants have been confirmed dead globally, with 31 from our country. 114 participants have chosen to withdraw, confirming their return to Blue Star, among which 19 are from our country. Zhang Yong quickly calculated in his mind that in less than 3 hours, 297 people had already been eliminated. Have the ones who chose to withdraw been contacted yet? They have been contacted and invited to join the Dragon team. 17 agreed on the spot, while 2 wished to consider it further. Our people are still following up. The staff reported. The Dragon team was named after a well-known national organization in a web novel. It was a newly established organization specifically formed to recruit participants who exited the trial space, as these individuals had already proven their potential and innate abilities, offering greater future potential than ordinary individuals. Did any of them bring out cultivation techniques? Zhang Yong tried to keep his tone calm, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Currently, countries worldwide hope to quickly acquire a cultivation technique to establish an early advantage in preparation for the arrival of a new era after the trials. One did. His name is Li Yu, an active duty soldier. He claims that the technique is called Great Dragon Elephant Force and is a high-quality first-rank cultivation technique. After joining the Dragon team, he voluntarily submitted this technique. Great. Truly a blessing for our Huaxia. Zhang Yong could no longer suppress his excitement and exclaimed 3 times in delight. However, after calming down, he couldn't help but feel curious, getting a high-quality first-strength technique right from the start, and he's an active-duty soldier, which should give him a significant advantage. Why did he choose to withdraw? According to his live broadcast, we saw that he was severely injured after being ambushed by a second-rank fierce beast of the first rank. He barely managed to escape back to the floating island. Since it was the first day, fierce beasts could not land on the trial participants' floating islands, allowing him to escape disaster. However, there were no medicinal resources or conditions for healing on the floating island, so if he did not withdraw, he would have to wait for death. The staff member also felt a tinge of regret for Liu, as he had a significant early advantage, ranking among the top 50 in potential among the Huaxia trial participants they were monitoring. Unfortunately, his luck was not great. Where is this Liu now? He is in our military hospital receiving treatment. Immediately arrange for me to meet Liu personally, Zhang Yong instructed. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Inside a certain office building in Modu. A live broadcast room that was actively recommended. What's going on? Li Wenhao, who was idly watching the broadcast, was somewhat surprised. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a comment he had seen in another live broadcast room earlier, stating that there are only 3 scenarios in which a live broadcast room is actively recommended. One scenario involves the appearance of a highlight scene, prompting the Dark Dimensions online platform to actively stream to more viewers. Another scenario occurs when a challenger initiates their first hunting live stream, which is streamed to a smaller audience. The last scenario is when a challenger known to him starts live streaming. Regardless of which scenario it is, it piqued his curiosity, and he quickly clicked to enter, instantly seeing a familiar figure appear in the live stream. Wow, Lao Su. Li Wenhao stood up in shock upon seeing Su Bai in the live stream, instantly capturing the attention of his colleagues around him. Li Wenhao, are you okay? A concerned colleague asked. I'm fine, but Su Bai is in trouble. I wondered why he went to the restroom and didn't come back. I thought he had fallen into a pit, but unexpectedly, he has become a challenger and entered the trial space. As Li Wenhao spoke, he did not bother to lower his voice, and all his colleagues heard him. What? How is that? What is his live stream room number? Let me take a look. A familiar colleague immediately asked. Li Wenhao glanced at the number in the upper right corner of the live stream and said, Blue Star 10010. 10,010. Wow, it really is Su Bai? His luck is incredible. He actually became a challenger. What is that in his hand? Is it a crossbow? Could it be that he won a weapon in the beginner's lottery? Ranged weapons are quite useful in the early stages, but without winning a technique, he won't know how to acquire one later. After all, if he chooses to exit having a crossbow, his useless techniques are far more valuable. A colleague analyzed the situation astutely. You're only thinking about exiting. If you want to persist and clear the trials, weapons are the best choice at the start. What are you all doing? Get back to work. Perhaps due to the loud noise from outside, the manager of the small office came out to reprimand them. Everyone quickly returned to their workstations like mice seeing a cat, but now they had lost their motivation to work, their thoughts entirely on Su Bai, all secretly watching his live stream on their phones, even boasting and recommending it in their social circles. Even the manager was no exception. He returned to his small office and opened his phone to watch Su Bai's live stream, muttering, "This kid is really lucky." In the trial space. Island Spirit, do you think I can hit those red-tailed chickens from here? Su Bai noticed a red-tailed chicken squatting in a small pit, unsure if it was laying eggs or resting, completely unaware of his approach with the floating island. The range is sufficient. The key is the owner's accuracy. The words of the Island Spirit were no different from nonsense, but Su Bai smiled. He just wanted to know if he could shoot across the void between the 2 floating islands. He raised the Zhuge crossbow, concentrated his spiritual energy, and aimed at the red-tailed chicken. However, in the next moment, he felt a slight itch in his brow. A familiar sensation washed over him, and he felt as if he had activated an eagle eye ability. The distant red-tailed chicken suddenly magnified in his vision, as if it were right in front of him. He adjusted the arrow's direction slightly, and without a hint of hesitation pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The triangular arrow shot through the void between the 2 islands, hurtling towards the red-tailed chicken. The squatting red-tailed chicken seemed to sense the murderous intent and curiously turned its head to see what was happening. However, in the next moment it displayed a look of terror, stood up, and attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. With a thud, the sound of the arrow piercing flesh rang out, blood spurted forth, and the arrow penetrated the red-tailed chicken's chest before firmly embedding itself into the ground, pinning the chicken there. No matter how much it flapped its wings and struggled in its final moments, letting out pitiful clucking sounds, it was all in vain. Within 3 seconds, the red-tailed chicken fell silent. At the moment of the red-tailed chicken's death, several coin-like copper coins and a weapon resembling a dagger flew out from its corpse, hovering about 30 centimeters above its body, shimmering with a faint light, just like the equipment drops in games, leaving people in awe. Simultaneously, a series of prompt sounds rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully hunted an advanced ferocious beast, a red-tailed chicken, earning 25 points of common grade. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed your first hunt, earning 250 points of common grade. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the 10th successful hunter in the Blue Star Region 11, earning 1 point of first grade. Indeed, there are points. Su Bei's lips curled into a smile. He had seen related news in the regional channel before. He was not the first successful hunter. After all, he had spent nearly 3 hours in cultivation, wasting quite a bit of time. He initially hadn't considered the existence of a first kill reward, otherwise he would have chosen to hunt early. However, he had no regrets. After all, he had successfully entered a meditative state, directly raising his cultivation from an apprentice to the initial stage of body refinement, which also saved him a lot of training time. As for the points from the first kill reward, he only needed to hunt a few more ferocious beasts to catch up. It was said that the first successful hunter received a reward of 10 points of first grade, the second and third received 5 points each, and the rest received 1 point each. And what are points used for? There is only one purpose: to draw lots. Common grade points can only be used to draw common grade prizes, while first grade points can be used to draw first grade prizes, and so on. Lower grade points cannot be converted into higher grade points, but higher grade points can be converted into lower grade points at a ratio of 1 to 100. And 1,000 points allow for one draw. This means that the first place can directly conduct a common grade draw, or save it for a first grade draw later, depending on how they choose. 1 point of first grade, 275 points of common grade, not bad. Su Bei was quite satisfied with his first kill. By the way, that feeling just now? Could it be? Su Bei suddenly recalled the sensation he had experienced while shooting with the Zhuge crossbow, which might be related to his innate abilities. However, since he was currently live streaming, it wasn't the time for exploration, and Su Bei could only suppress his guesses for the moment. At that instant, Su Bei's shot became a highlight moment, and the Dark Dimensions online platform began to stream it to a wider audience, causing the number of viewers in the live stream room to surge from the thousands to the hundreds of thousands. That distance is at least over 100 meters, maybe even 200. To actually hit it with one arrow, it seems Su Bei has a certain shooting foundation and was lucky enough to draw a ranged weapon. Isn't that luck too good? It might just be luck, or perhaps he was just guessing. Someone felt a pang of jealousy. Luck is also a part of strength. Besides, show me one that can guess. When he shot just now, he was very decisive. It was evident he was confident. This is a comparatively promising candidate. Let's see if he can shoot another red-tailed chicken. As soon as this comment floated by, it was immediately countered, and the live stream room became even more lively. Damn, I hit it again. This accuracy is unparalleled. Perhaps with ranged attacks I can eliminate all the red-tailed chickens on this floating island and make a fortune. I just wonder about the specific level of this crossbow. If I encounter a beast-level red-tailed chicken, will I be able to kill it? Whenever a fierce beast or monster appears in the live stream, a brief introduction pops up in the upper right corner, so everyone knows that Su Bei has shot down a red-tailed chicken and its level. The challengers can also see the number of viewers and comments in the live stream, but they can choose to turn off the comments to avoid distractions. Su Bei is one of those people, so he is unaware of the comments and doesn't know that he has unknowingly attracted over 100 viewers. Suppressing his doubts, Su Bei pressed on and aimed at another red-tailed chicken farther away. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a mid-level fierce beast red-tailed chicken, earning 5 ordinary points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a junior fierce beast red-tailed chicken, earning 1 ordinary point. He shot down 7 red-tailed chickens in a row, hitting every shot, instantly clearing all the red-tailed chickens in the woods and rice fields. His multiple highlights attracted even greater viewership, and now the number of viewers in Su Bei's live stream has skyrocketed to 7 figures. He has transformed into a challenger with a certain degree of influence in a very short time. In Magic City, at the office building where Su Bei previously worked. Damn, is Lao Su really that awesome? How come I never noticed before? In the office, Li Wenhao was once again astonished by Su Bei's performance. That's impressive. I always thought Su Bei was handsome, but I didn't realize his archery skills were so remarkable, hitting every shot. I've seen many people activating their innate abilities. Do you think Su Bei's innate ability is related to shooting? Otherwise, how could he possibly hit every shot? One particularly clever person actually guessed correctly. It's not impossible. Look, the viewer count has already surpassed 1 million. He is on the rise. With the abilities he is currently displaying, he might actually pass the first level of the assessment. Does that mean Su Bei has a chance to become a 1-star lord? That could represent an entire star system. Damn, envy makes me feel like I'm falling apart, and jealousy distorts my appearance. Wasn't it said that as long as you donate, you'll become a fan of the corresponding challenger and eventually receive an invitation to become a resident of the new territory? Everyone in the office was Su Bei's colleague. If we donate now, won't we have a chance to go to Su Bei's territory and hang out with him? The future is bright. After all, we are considered half-friends, someone said with shining eyes. I just found out that the minimum donation is 1 gold coin weighing 50 grams. Given the current gold price, that's about 5,000 yuan. The key is that this matter is full of uncertainty. After all, it has only just begun, and there are still nearly 168 days left. No one can guarantee that he will definitely pass the levels. If he fails, that money will be down the drain. A colleague reminded the group, which instantly cooled everyone's enthusiasm. After all, for them, as workers, 5,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount. Then let's wait a bit longer. Everyone began to hesitate, but Li Wenhao felt it was feasible and planned to buy gold after work. Regardless of whether they donate or not, from the current situation, gold prices will definitely rise in the future, and it will surge as it is the only currency that can be used for cosmic transactions in Blue Star. At the Beijing base, Chief, take a look. This challenger named Su Bai seems to have great potential. He can definitely rank among the top 20 challengers in our country, and he already has a certain early advantage. Lu Min, who was just sent over to monitor Su Bei's live stream, reported the situation immediately after noticing what was happening in the stream. However, Zhang Yong had already left the base and gone to the military hospital, where Li Yu was, so Lu Min could only report Su Bei's situation over the phone. Have you found his personal information? Zhang Yong asked. Su Bai, 27 years old, is an orphan. From the information obtained so far, he should have had no prior exposure to bows and crossbows, which is quite strange. We suspect he may have activated some innate ability related to shooting or something akin to an eagle eye ability. Only this can explain it. Lu Min handed over a report. Immediately deploy more resources to investigate. I need more detailed information on Su Bai, Zhang Yong said seriously. Understood. Lu Min nodded. What do you think he was doing for almost 3 hours? Zhang Yong pulled up Su Bei's live stream on the car's screen, watching Su Bai while pondering Lu Min's report, frowning as he asked. He might have been searching for a wild floating island. From what we know, not every challenger is lucky enough to be near a wild floating island. Challengers with bad luck might not even have a single wild floating island nearby. Another possibility is that he was adjusting his mindset. Some challengers make instinctive choices to act like ostriches upon entering the trial space, only beginning to take action once they complete their psychological adjustments. Lu Min deliberately omitted mentioning cultivation since Su Bai already had a bow and crossbow. She subconsciously overlooked this possibility. From his decisive actions, he doesn't seem like the latter. Could it really be that he's just unlucky, constantly searching for floating islands? Zhang Yong directly dismissed the second possibility, then uncertainly added, or is he cultivating? Impossible. He already has a weapon. After all, they only have one chance for the novice draw. At this point, Lu Min paused, suddenly widening her eyes. Wait, if he possesses divine grade roots or god-level talents, there would be another draw opportunity, theoretically allowing for the acquisition of techniques. Lu Min immediately negated her bold guess, saying, but that doesn't seem right. The likelihood is almost zero. Have any challengers with divine grade roots or god-level talents been discovered yet? Zhang Yong ignored Lu Min's quiet mumbling, wanting to confirm another question. Lu Min immediately shook her head, her tone very firm. No, at least not on the surface. The strongest known root grade is 7th rank, and the strongest innate talent is advanced. There isn't even 1/8 rank or top tier, so I believe the chances of Su Bai having divine grade roots or god-level talents are almost zero. If Su Bai were to see this information, he would surely be shocked. However, if one calms down and thinks carefully, it becomes clear that this is quite reasonable. After all, Blue Star is just an ordinary wild civilization. There are many such civilizations, and the emergence of a dual divine grade talent like Su Bai is already extraordinarily rare. Other situations may be more normal, even considered quite good within wild civilizations. Increase the manpower and establish a separate team to focus on Su Bei's livestream. You will be the team leader and elevate its importance to the first tier. Zhang Yong remained silent for a while before giving the order. In China, the first tier has 10 spots representing the top 10 challengers in terms of potential. Each of these 10 will have a 30-member observation team formed for them. The second tier has 90 spots each, with 3 members rotating for observation. The third tier has 900 spots, while the remaining challengers fall into the fourth tier, which is mostly concentrated observation, elevating particularly special challengers to higher tiers. Understood. Lu Min, although somewhat shocked, recognized this as a personal opportunity and readily agreed. Within the trial space, Although the barrage was turned off, the notification sound for donations remained active, as Subai knew from the previous chat records that the minimum donation was 1 gold coin worth about 50,000 in Blue Star, which is quite valuable. He did not expect anyone to donate so soon. However, he underestimated his own influence and was slapped in the face again. Did someone really donate already? Subai was momentarily taken aback by the notification sound. Although he had never been a streamer, he had not been completely oblivious to the industry. Subai was well aware of some basic etiquette and social norms. After regaining his senses, he quickly cupped his fists toward the void and said, "Thank you, Master Feng Qingyang, for your support. I will do my best and will definitely not let your bet go to waste." Ding Adusa donated 1 gold coin. Ding Musk donated 10 gold coins. Ding. With Feng Qingyang leading the way, many others quickly followed suit and made donations both domestic and international, causing Subai to feel both pain and joy. While they just donated 50,000 yuan like that, they really have money. Donations are to join the fan leaderboard. From what I know, many wealthy individuals are casting their nets widely. Didn't that voice mention it? Once on the fan leaderboard, there is a chance to receive invitation letters, and one can choose to accept or decline. If one has money, they can place more bets, increasing their chances. Those of us without money must keep our eyes peeled. Is Feng Qingyang the one from Ali? Such a big spender with this username. Other than him, the likelihood of anyone else is very slim. Some netizens speculated based on the username and the generous donations. It's probably him. What's going on with that bet? 2,000 gold coins at once, that's 100 kilograms of gold worth over 100 million. As long as you choose to place a bet, the live stream will provide notifications. It's quite simple. You can bet on a particular trial participant to successfully pass the first round. Once the first round is over, if the person you bet on succeeds, you can share the total amount bet by those who failed according to your betting proportion. However, the bettor can only receive 80 of the amount. 20 is shared among the trial participants, the academy, the Dark Dimension Network platform, and the civilization and country of the trial participants, with each taking 5. A netizen familiar with the situation explained enthusiastically. It's quite complicated. I don't understand. Poor and helpless. For example, if there are 100 trial participants and netizens bet on them, but only 3 of them succeed, then those who bet on those 3 will share the total amount bet by the other 97. The distribution is based on their betting proportions. It's quite simple. Now it should be easy to understand, right? Understood, clear, and straightforward. This time over 20,000 of us from Blue Star were selected, but a 1-star lord has a reward as big as a star system, so the pass rate is definitely low. It's even likely that no one will pass at all, which means most bets will go to waste. We need to be cautious. But once a bet succeeds, it can yield huge profits. The return and risk are always relative. Can we wait until the last moment, seeing the victory, before placing our bets? At that time, the success rate will clearly be higher, as the trial space would have already eliminated most participants. You really are clever. What you can think of, others can too. Big shots like Jack Ma would think of that as well. Read the betting details carefully. The earlier you invest, the higher the net value of your amount. The later the bet, the more the value shrinks. For example, if you invest 1 gold coin now, it will be calculated based on that amount. But if you wait until the 10th cosmic day to invest another 1 gold coin, its net value might shrink to 0.01 gold coins, or even lower. To have the same proportion as early investors, you would need to spend much more money. Is there really this aspect? Of course, at every moment of betting, the live stream will clearly inform you of the current net value of your investment and whether you want to continue investing, all based on your own will. Otherwise, everyone would be foolish and would choose to invest last, which would lower the risks. I see now. Everyone seemed to understand. Subai did not turn on the barrage and was unaware of the discussions happening, but the battle was not over yet. The notification sounds could affect him, and since it was a matter of life and death, Subai had to concentrate all his attention, apologizing to the viewers in the live stream. Thank you all for the donations. The current situation does not allow for distractions. Once we return to Floating Island, I will chat with everyone. After saying this, Subai turned off the notification sound and shifted his gaze back to the opposing floating island, sternly instructing Island Spirit, move closer. He cannot abandon the spoils he has already obtained due to potential dangers, though otherwise what is the point of his archery? It would just be a waste of arrows. Thus he must board the island. After giving the command, Subai quickly retrieved 7 arrows from his spatial storage and reloaded them into the Juga crossbow. Yes. The floating island quickly moved over, and the moment it docked with the wild resource floating island, Subai activated his insight by scanning a radius of 30 meters. After confirming there were no dangers, Subai immediately jumped onto the opposing floating island and swiftly rushed toward the nearest corpse of a red-tailed chicken. Name: red-tailed chicken. Level: advanced beast. Description: named for its red feathers on its tail. The red-tailed feathers are high-quality materials for crafting Tier 1 superior arrows. They enjoy eating chicken blood rice, and chicken blood rice usually grows around them. Trying to make a soup will not disappoint. Note the number of red-tailed feathers can indicate the strength of the red-tailed chicken. 1 feather indicates a primary beast, 2 indicate intermediate, 3 indicate advanced, and 4 denote a ferocious beast level, which is a Tier 1 1-star ferocious beast. The maximum number of red-tailed feathers for a red-tailed chicken is 6 with a cap of Tier 1 3-star. A Tier 1 3-star. I just wonder what the strongest red-tailed chicken on this floating island is. And what about that unseen blue-eyed snake? Subai glanced toward the dense forest, a hint of caution in his eyes. However, now is not the time to think about these things. He quickly looked at the other 2 items that had dropped. Name: bronze trial coin. Description: the lowest level currency within the trial space. It can be used for transactions between trial participants, to upgrade spatial storage, to shop on Money Island, to build and upgrade floating islands, and more. This advanced beast level red-tailed chicken dropped a total of 9 bronze coins, but it remains to be seen how much purchasing power these bronze coins have. That can only be determined once they reach Money Island. Name: fine steel dagger. Grade superior, grade mortal level. Description: extremely sharp, perfect for assassination or cutting food. As Subai put away the coin's dagger and the corpse of the red-tailed chicken, he was about to collect his next spoils when his peripheral vision immediately caught sight of the pit where the red-tailed chicken had crouched earlier, which surprisingly contained something. Name: red-tailed chicken egg. Grade superior, grade mortal level. Description: offers good nutrition and taste, can provide a small amount of chi and blood for practitioners. There were a total of 3 eggs roughly the same size as goose eggs from Earth. Subai accepted them with a smile, quickly storing them in his personal space, then dashed towards the other red-tailed chicken corpses. 1, 2, 3. Not only were there corpses, but also coins and dropped spoils along with a few chicken eggs. Perhaps due to being the first kill, the remaining 6 red-tailed chickens only dropped 1 item, a large iron pot of superior grade mortal level. Suddenly, the vegetation in the dense forest began to shake. Subai had been focusing his attention on the forest and the rice fields, so as soon as he noticed a slight disturbance, he quickly retreated to his floating island. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Although he was invincible here with the Beast Tower, he did not want to expose his trump card unless absolutely necessary. 1, 2, 3. 14 red-tailed chickens, quite a lot. After Subai returned to the floating island, a group of red-tailed chickens emerged from the dense forest, with several more coming from the rice fields. The leading one was noticeably larger than the others, clearly a beast-level creature, likely the king of the red-tailed chickens. Unfortunately, it was too far away beyond the range of the insight eye, making it impossible to determine the opponent's specific cultivation level. The Chicken King also noticed Su by letting out a clucking sound and charged towards him with the red-tailed chickens. Island Spirit, move away quickly. Subai immediately commanded. He knew that during the first day's novice protection period, fierce beasts wouldn't actively invade the floating island, but he was unsure if these beasts would retaliate upon being provoked. He did not want to take that risk. While speaking, Subai was not idle. He quickly raised the Juga crossbow and aimed at the suspected beast-level red-tailed chicken. Subai understood the principle of capturing the king to catch the thief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. To ensure he could kill the opponent, he fired 3 arrows in quick succession, accurately and ruthlessly. The leading red-tailed chicken was clearly more intelligent than the others. It seemed to sense the danger and immediately flapped its wings to block the arrows, but unfortunately the arrows were too fast and numerous. With a clang, the Chicken King's wings were as strong as steel, clashing with the arrows and sparking a shower of sparks. It made a sound like metal striking metal. The first arrow was deflected by its wings, slightly altering its course and taking a few feathers with it before hitting the ground nearby, producing a buzzing sound. However, the second arrow followed closely behind, striking the Chicken King's exposed abdomen, causing blood to spray out. The third arrow was blocked by another red-tailed chicken that attempted to rescue the king, penetrating its body and hitting the Chicken King, pinning it to the ground and rendering it motionless. Having been struck by 2 arrows consecutively was sufficient. The Chicken King struggled a few times before ceasing its resistance. Although it was not dead, yet it was bleeding profusely and was likely close to death. Whoosh. Subai did not waste any more arrows on the Chicken King. Instead, he transformed into a butcher, swiftly shooting the remaining red-tailed chickens, instantly reaping 7 more before exhausting the 10 arrows in the Juga crossbow. The few red-tailed chickens that survived stood at the edge of the floating island, clucking at Subai. It was evident that they were cursing him severely, but the floating island had already moved away, leaving nearly 100 meters between them, and they could not fly over. Subai seemed to ignore their cries, his eyes fixed on them, while he quickly retrieved arrows from his personal space to reload, his expression showing no emotional fluctuations. When Subai raised the Zhuge crossbow again, the red-tailed chickens instantly sensed the threat of death and scattered flying into the dense forest, while Subai quickly pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh, as the last one approached within 30 to 40 meters of the forest, it still could not escape Subai's shot. Island Spirit moved closer. Subai instructed while reloading arrows. Understood. As they approached, Subai's eyes remained fixed on the forest and rice fields. After a while, seeing no red-tailed chickens emerge, he tossed all his spoils except for the iron pot onto his floating island, then landed on the opposite floating island to start picking up the loot on the ground. Cluck! The Chicken King still had strong vitality. It had not yet died, although its calls were now weak to the point of being nearly inaudible. Let me help you, Subai said, aiming an arrow at the Chicken King to end its suffering. In the next moment, a paper-like currency and a machete floated out from the Chicken King's body, hovering 30 centimeters above its corpse. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a first stage 1-star early red-tailed chicken. Reward 1 point of first stage contribution points. Body Refinement Realm 9th layer, each layer subdivided into early, middle, late, peak, 4 small stages, plus an extreme state. Fierce beasts are the same. For instance, the strength of a first layer early body refinement is from 0.01 to 50 kilograms, middle is from 50.01 to 100 kilograms, late is 100.01 to 150 kilograms, peak is 150.01 to 200 kilograms. Among these, 200 kilograms of strength, while considered peak, is also referred to as extreme, having no range, just a critical state, because unless one breaks through, there is no further progress. Not every practitioner can break through just by reaching the critical point of strength. There is a bottleneck. Some geniuses can cross it instantly, while others may take days, months, or even years, with later stages potentially requiring more time. When stuck at a bottleneck, practitioners generally engage in intensive training of various martial arts techniques and secret methods to enhance their combat power. Therefore, generally speaking, the ultimate strong ones at each realm are much stronger than the peak strong ones of the same realm, and the higher the realm, the stronger the true combat power of those seasoned ultimate strong ones. Ding, congratulations, you have become the second successful hunter of a first stage fierce beast in Blue Star Region 11. Reward 50 points of first stage contribution points. Ding, congratulations, you have become the 10th successful hunter of a first stage fierce beast in Blue Star. Reward 100 points of first stage contribution points. While there's even a first kill reward and a reward for the first kill in the entire Blue Star. I didn't receive the Blue Star reward last time, and there was no related discussion in the regional channel. Does that mean the first in Blue Star Region 11 didn't receive the Blue Star reward either? No, even if it's not for mortal level, the first stage reward, I only got second place, but still received it. It seems they got it too, but perhaps they concealed it and didn't mention it. I just don't know how many places you need to be in to receive a reward. Also, does the overall trial space containing countless civilizations have a reward for an all-encompassing first kill? Subai quickly analyzed in his mind, but unfortunately, he had chosen to cultivate first, wasting a lot of time, and now there was no way to investigate further. It must be said that this was a significant loss. However, regretting now was useless. Subai once again turned his gaze towards the beast-level red-tailed chicken. Name: red-tailed chicken. Level 1-star initial stage. Description: contains decent vitality. For a practitioner at the first level of body refinement, it can provide sufficient vitality to assist in cultivation. Not bad, just what I need for my cultivation right now. After reading the description, Subai felt even better. Name: copper ticket. Face value 21. Description: to facilitate carrying and transactions, copper tickets were created available in denominations of 20, 150, 201, and 501. Isn't this just an ancient silver ticket? Similar to modern paper currency. Seeing nothing special about it, Subai directly stored the copper ticket in his spatial pocket. Name: Xian Iron Knife. Level 1-star low grade. Description: a common chopping knife made of Xian iron, capable of chopping wood and killing enemies, versatile in use. I believe you will certainly like it. Just right for cutting the chicken blood rice. Subai glanced at the nearby rice field, previously wondering if he should use a dagger to harvest the rice. Now he had a better tool. Although he currently had plenty of red-tailed chickens, Subai couldn't just eat chicken meat. He needed staple food as well, and chicken blood rice was the best choice. Regaining his composure, Subai quickly gathered the corpses of the remaining 13 red-tailed chickens and the copper coins, among which a cultivation technique emerged. Indeed, a cultivation technique. Name: Golden Rooster stands alone. Level 1-star low grade. Description: this technique allows one to practice the Golden Rooster stands alone stance to reach the third limit of body refinement, a truly rubbish cultivation technique. As expected, rubbish. Even the previous 1-star low-grade Fierce Tiger technique came with a martial skill, but this one has none at all. Subai couldn't help but slightly scoff at it. However, he still stored it away, after all it was a cultivation technique. When he eventually reached Gold Island, he should be able to sell it for a good price considering that at least 90% of trial participants on Blue Star have yet to acquire any cultivation techniques. While Subai has struck it rich, the trial has just begun and he has already gained so much. If he adds those chicken blood rice, I feel like he could gather enough resources on this wild floating island to last until the end of the assessment. Was that book just now a cultivation technique? It looks like it. I saw him hunt a fierce beast in Shuem Mountain's live stream before, and he obtained a cultivation technique that looked exactly like that book. Originally, Subai only had ranged weapons to establish an early advantage. His biggest shortcoming was the lack of a cultivation technique, which hindered his training. Now that he has filled that gap, it seems his potential has greatly increased. He should at least rank within the top 50 globally. It's a pity he spent those first 3 hours doing who knows what. If he had showcased his current combat power from the start and wreaked havoc, his potential ranking could at least have entered the global top 5. From the current battle results, as long as he doesn't mess up in the later stages, remains composed, and keeps up his luck, he indeed has a 50% chance of clearing the trial. However, the first day is a beginner protection period with very low combat intensity. For the next 9 days, they will face actively attacking enemies on the floating island, especially on the last day, when the combat intensity will be extremely high. Whether he can hold his ground then is uncertain. After all, 99% of trial participants have fallen on the last day. Though it's only the first stage, don't underestimate the survival challenge trial. The Lord Academy has invested considerable resources and effort into it. They won't let participants pass easily. 5-star Lord Nation, Star Empire, Iron Star. From his words, it was evident that he had some understanding of the life and death trials for admissions to the Cosmic Lord Academy, at least more than an average person. Unfortunately, Subai did not enable the bullet comments and couldn't see this, otherwise he would have certainly asked him some questions. Whether the other party would answer was another matter. With such enormous gains already and having established such a significant early advantage, is there really only a 50% probability? And it requires good luck, is that true? Some netizens found it hard to believe. That's too exaggerated. If Subai only has a 50% chance, then how many people worldwide can clear the first stage? Boldly questioning a figure from a 5-star Lord Nation. Do you even know what kind of existence you are facing? A figure from the 1-star Lord Nation Flame Empire Alahua couldn't hold back. Holy crap, Blue Star no. 10010 has actually attracted a figure from a 5-star Lord Nation. What incredible luck. A figure from the 1-star Lord Nation Gale Empire Zhang Hua, who had been silently watching, was also stirred. Iron Star's figure coming from a 5-star Lord Nation, his words carry significant authority. How dare you, mere wild civilization, question that? Truly ignorant of your own mortality. 2-star Lord Nation, Maple Blue Empire Wang Miao. Why do some of you have star ratings for Lord Nations? Tian Hanxing Wang Tianfang was quite puzzled. Did I just see correctly? Has Subai's live stream already attracted extraterrestrials? I took a glance, and the number of viewers in the live stream has unexpectedly surpassed 100 million. Isn't that too exaggerated? It's only been a short while. Bullet comments have appeared in the live stream, and many of them have never had prefixes before. Now several have emerged, especially some with star ratings for Lord Nations, immediately arousing everyone's curiosity. Because we are citizens of member nations of the Cosmic Alliance's Star Lord Nations, while you are merely wild civilizations of the primordial star domain. This time it's a stroke of luck that you can participate in the Cosmic Lord Academy's admissions and have the opportunity to interact on the same obscure plane network platform. However, once the trial is over, if none of your civilizations pass the assessment, you will fall silent again, so you all need to work hard. Moreover, as soon as the number of viewers surpasses 100 million, it will attract viewers beyond your civilization. This is common knowledge in the Cosmic Alliance. The words of the 1-star Lord Nation Gale Empire Zhang Hua inadvertently revealed a sense of superiority, but he did indeed clarify things for everyone. I didn't expect so many high-level civilization figures to be hidden in the live stream. Countless netizens couldn't help but take a deep breath, speaking with more caution. They certainly didn't want to bring disaster to Blue Star. Inside the Beijing base, Chief Subai's live stream is currently the first and only one globally, with over 100 million viewers. Surprisingly, it has attracted audiences from outside Blue Star. Moreover, the prefixes of these extraterrestrial viewers are all different. Some have star ratings for Lord Nations, and some do not. Based on their comments, we have concluded that those with star ratings belong to civilizations that have already joined the Cosmic Alliance's Lord Nations, encountering true contact with the Cosmic Alliance. In contrast, those without prefixes are likely similar to us on Blue Star, only able to watch the live stream due to the Cosmic Lord Academy's admissions. Lu Min immediately recorded the situation here and reported it to the base head Zhang Yong. This information is very important, especially the bullet comments from other civilizations, as they will inadvertently reveal much useful intelligence. You must pay close attention to collecting, analyzing, and recording. No detail should be overlooked, Zhang Yong said with an extremely serious expression. Understood. After Zhang Yong finished giving instructions, he didn't dare to delay and immediately reported the situation to the highest level. Su Bai was unaware that his live streaming room had been continuously promoted by the platform due to his brilliant performances, resulting in online viewers surpassing 100 million. He was also oblivious to the contents of the chat in the bullet comments, nor did he grasp the monumental tsunami triggered by the appearance of extraterrestrials on Blue Star. After storing away his techniques, he quickly rushed to the locations of the other red-tailed chicken corpses, swiftly collecting all the loot on the ground and placing it into his personal space. The red-tailed chickens were significantly larger than the ordinary roosters of Blue Star. With 12 red-tailed chickens and other spoils, they nearly filled his cubic meter of personal space. The remaining 2 had to be temporarily tucked at his waist. Fortunately, he had previously stored his earlier loot on the floating island, or he wouldn't have been able to fit everything. While collecting the spoils, Su Bai remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the rice fields and dense forest. Even without any enemies emerging, he did not relax his guard. Cautiously approaching the edge of the rice field, Su Bai immediately utilized his insight eye to examine the named chicken blood rice. Level low-grade, first order. Description: a staple food that provides a slight boost to vitality with a pleasant taste, favored by red-tailed chickens. It can assist in cultivation and is now mature. It can also be stewed with red-tailed chickens for enhanced flavor. Even if it weren't ripe, Su Bai had planned to harvest some for consumption. Seeing that it was mature made him even happier. Without hesitation, he took out his machete and began cutting the rice. The chicken blood rice spanned at least 5 acres, not something that could be harvested quickly. Su Bai only cut a small amount, just enough for a meal, bundled it up, simply strapped it to his back, and then returned to the floating island, quickly placing the loot from his personal space and the chicken blood rice down on the ground. Glancing at the dense forest and rice field with no red-tailed chickens in sight, Su Bai ascended the island again, quickly arriving at the riverbank. He attempted to collect river water into his personal space, but unfortunately he was unsuccessful. Su Bai frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and took out the large iron pot that he hadn't thrown onto the floating island. He scooped a pot of water from the river into his personal space, then took out the empty pot again, successfully retaining the water in the space. It seems this method works. Su Bai's eyes brightened instantly. He immediately bent down to scoop water again, tirelessly filling his personal space with river water until it was full before quickly returning to his floating island. Water can't all be kept in the personal space, but takes up too much room. Su Bai surveyed his surroundings and found a suitable patch of ground at the edge of the floating island, starting to dig with his machete. After his cultivation had reached the first level of body refinement, Su Bai's strength had greatly increased. In no time he had dug out a small pit. "What is Su Bai doing?" a viewer asked, looking confused. "Why dig a pit? Is he going to bury the red-tailed chicken? Could it be he's preparing to make beggar's chicken? Wasn't he using his personal space to store a lot of water just now? Is it possible he's trying to create a small pond on his floating island?" The viewers were filled with curiosity about Su Bai's actions, with various speculations arising. Su Bai didn't keep everyone waiting for long. Soon he put down the machete, stood up straight, carefully examined the small pit, and a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. "I hope the water doesn't seep away too quickly. If it can retain half, that would be sufficient." Immediately after, everyone saw Su Bai wave his right hand, and a column of water fell from the void into the small pit, quickly filling it. However, the water level in the pit began to slowly decrease. Throughout this process, Su Bai continued to pour water until most of the water from his personal space was released. The water level in the pit gradually stabilized, and a bit of clean water was placed into the large iron pot he had set on the ground, which would be used for cooking later. Next, Su Bai used the soil he had dug out along with a little water to create a simple earth stove. Everything is ready, only one last thing remains. Su Bai looked at the scattered loot, but only lingered on the chicken blood rice stalks for a second before moving on. The stalks were still somewhat damp and needed to be dried before they could be used for kindling, which wouldn't solve the immediate problem. He then turned his gaze toward the dense forest, where there would definitely be plenty of fallen dry branches, the best material for kindling. However, looking at the dark and terrifying forest, Su Bai hesitated. "What am I afraid of? As long as I don't venture too deep, I can gather some dry firewood from the outskirts. With my insight eye and Juga crossbow, as long as I don't encounter too many or too high-level ferocious beasts, my safety is assured. If I'm really unlucky, I can just turn off the live stream and use the myriad beast tower." After a mental struggle, Su Bai made his decision. Subai jumped back onto the wild floating island holding the Juga crossbow, which was filled with arrows, and quickly approached the dense forest. He slowed down as soon as his insight eye could observe the forest, further reducing his speed once he entered the woods. Phew, not spotting any danger, Subai felt a little relieved. Only then did he have the time to examine the tree. Name: oil pine. Level: upper grade, ordinary. Description: a type of wood that is very easy to ignite and burns for a long time. If made into furniture, it can last 100 years without rotting, making it excellent timber. A fine find. Subai's eyes lit up upon seeing the description of the oil pine. Without delaying, he remained cautious of the depths of the forest, while quickly searching for fallen dry branches on the ground. He only navigated the edges, never venturing too deep. Not knowing if it was good luck, he surprisingly encountered no ferocious beasts. Hiss! A sudden sharp pain pierced his brow, and Subai realized that the time for his insight eye had ended. Feeling that he had collected enough wood to fill half of his personal space, he decided not to linger and quickly returned to the floating island. Island Spirit, move the island 80 meters away from this wild floating island, and keep the radar monitoring the situation here at all times. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Upon returning to the island, Subai simply gave a command and wasted no time. He stacked the wood collected in his personal space next to the earth stove, preparing to start a fire for cooking. However, after taking out the flint from the wooden house, he felt a bit troubled. How do I use this thing? Subai recalled scenes he had seen in movies and struck the two flints against each other, causing sparks to fly. However, creating sparks was one thing, igniting the wood was another. After a few unsuccessful attempts, Subai seemed to remember something and hurriedly had the Island Spirit enable the live stream notification sound in the live chat. He couldn't do it, but surely someone in the live chat would know how. Why not ask the knowledgeable viewers for help? I'm really quite clever. As soon as the notification sound was activated, Subai heard a pleasant sound. Ding! The 5-star Lord Country Star Empire Iron Star bets 1,000 black coins, wagering that you can successfully pass the first phase of the assessment. Ding! The 1-star Lord Country Songlong Empire Wu 2 rewards 10 gold coins. Thank you all for your support. I finally have a moment to chat. Subai forced himself to say calmly into the void, though the smile on his face was a little strained. I just tried this flint, and it doesn't seem to ignite the kindling. I wonder if anyone in the livestream knows about this. Please teach me, thank you. Subai cupped his fist toward the void in gratitude. Then a viewer laughed. Haha, I wanted to laugh earlier. Didn't expect he really doesn't know how to use it. He's got everything ready, and suddenly finds there's no fire. I'm dying laughing. Some viewers noticed Subai's embarrassment and burst into delighted laughter. Before we saw you cutting through enemies with a cold expression and thought you were hard to approach, we never imagined you had such an adorable side. You can tell Subai is truly hungry. He was probably teleported away before he had time for lunch. Ooh, I heard his stomach grumble several times. If anyone knows wilderness survival, don't hide it. Teach him quickly, don't let poor Subai starve. Subai ought to have a warm meal at last, it's really so hard. Subai himself had not expected that this small episode would inadvertently draw him closer to so many people and win him countless followers. It's actually simple. You just need to. Then, follow these steps, and you should be able to start the fire. In an instant, many viewers began offering Subai advice and strategies. After reading a few useful comments, Subai tried again. This time, in less than 3 minutes, he succeeded. Besides the viewers' methods, he felt the pitch pine's natural flammability also helped, otherwise it would not have been so fast. In any case, he finally managed to get the fire going, and everything that followed became much easier. Subai slowly added more wood to make the fire blaze, using the flame to harden the earthen stove, then placed a large iron cauldron half full of water upon it. He picked up a high-grade, beast-level red-tailed chicken, walked to the water pit at the edge of the floating island, plucked its feathers, gutted, and cleaned it, tossing the refuse into the void beyond the island. To avoid contaminating the pit, he scooped water by hand from the island's rim and washed the meat there until he judged it clean, then placed it into the iron pot to stew. Having done that, he began to rub the grains from the chicken blood rice heads, gave them a simple rinse, and tossed them into the pot with their husks to cook together in one stew. He did not want to eat rice with the husk on, but he had no dehusking tools. Removing the husk grain by grain would be far too slow. He could wait, but his stomach could not. Filling his belly was all that mattered now. When everything was ready, Subai sat beside the earthen stove to wait, occasionally feeding it a log. In his idle moments, he chatted with the viewers to pass the time. Standing around feeling hungry would only make him feel worse. Not bad. There aren't many launching trialists who can eat right away, and to eat so well, one viewer. The ingredients look rough, but are utterly authentic and primal. I wonder how this red-tailed chicken compares to the old hen's back on launching. Some viewers were curious. It's a pity there's no salt, it would be more delicious. Can you really cook that chicken blood rice with the husks on? I'm asking because I don't know. If you don't know, ask. He has no roasting equipment, no time to sundry, and no dehusking tools. This is the only way he can manage it. Subai, did you get that repeating crossbow from a lottery draw? Someone asked. Isn't that obvious? Of course it was from a draw, came the immediate reply. Subai saw the comment and nodded slightly. Yes, it was obtained from the novice lottery. No need to hide that. How can you hit every shot? Did you practice archery or crossbow shooting before? Another viewer asked. It is my innate divine ability lending its aid. Subai spoke ambiguously. He knew determined observers would not be easily fooled, so it was better to be open, yet he did not explain the ability's precise function or level. When others later asked for details, Subai did not respond, pretending not to have seen the questions. As long as he did not explicitly disclose the specifics of his divine ability, people could at most only speculate and could not pin it down precisely, making them less likely to imagine it was a divine power. Subai, I see you've received many tips and bets. Can you tell us how much? And how many fans are on your leaderboard? Someone asked curiously. Subai paused at the comment. He had been occupied with fighting and preparing food and was curious himself. With a thought, the attributes interface appeared before his eyes. Trialist ID launching 10010. Name Subai. Realm Duan T Realm. Rank 1 early stage. Strength 5. 6 kilograms. Cultivation skill Jiao Zhuan Shima Ju. Jiao Zhuan Hunyuan Gong first layer. Martial arts Tianxiashi Shun Ji first layer. Not yet initiated Ujiao Chong, Xianyuan Chong first layer. Not yet initiated Ji Qi Xinghe first layer. Not yet initiated. Secret arts none. Constitution divine grade. Innate divine ability divine tier. Dongsha Ji Yen Eye of insight 0 minutes 5 minutes. Can perceive all concealments within a 30-meter radius and identify things. Currently lasts 5 minutes and may increase in duration and range with cultivation. Wallet 115 when copper coins. Points 152 first tier points, 402 mortal tier points. Lord Startup Funds 0. 6 black gold coins, 719. 6 gold coins tips, 3 black gold coins, 3598 gold coins. Bets 15 blue gold coins, 8518 black gold coins, 75600 gold coins. Investments 0, ads 0, product placements 0. Fans 2188. The addition of the points and fans fields and the change in the Lord Startup Funds entry left Subai somewhat bewildered. He could only consult Dao Ling. Dao Ling, how much of the tips and bets do I receive as my share? Subai knew he would not get the full amounts. Just like a streaming platform, the system would take a cut, and he was prepared for that. Replying to Master Tip income is split 4 ways. The Cosmic Trade Alliance that provides the Dark Dimension Network platform receives 20%. The enormous Universal Lord Academy that invested into the trial receives 40%. The civilization or nation that raised the trialist receives 20%, and the trialist themselves receives 20%. As for bets, those are not yet calculated. Only if the master successfully completes the trial will they partake in the division. If they fail the assessment, they will receive not a single cent. Dao Ling answered. Blue gold coins, black gold coins, and gold coins. What are the differences? Subai noticed the distinction among the currencies. Gold coins are forged from gold and are the common currency of 1 to 3-star stellar lord nations. Black gold coins are forged from the universe rare black gold and are used by 4 to 6-star stellar lord nations. Blue gold coins are made from an even rarer blue metal and are the common currency of 7 to 9-star stellar lord nations. What are the exchange rates between them? Subai pressed. The official exchange rate is 1 to 1,000, but in reality, exchanging high-grade currency for low-grade currency often incurs a premium, with black market rates potentially reaching 1 to 1,200. The island spirit replied, everyone heard that right. You should have some understanding of tipping betting and the exchange rates among various currencies. Subai understood the principle of not revealing financial details, so he merely provided a simple explanation without disclosing specific data. Inside the capital base, the leader said Commander Subai has enabled the bullet screen function and is currently interacting with online viewers. Lumen, the team leader responsible for monitoring Subai's livestream, reported this news to Zhang Yong the moment Subai began interacting with the viewers. Subai has evolved. He is no longer the same Subai as before. His performance in the first battle was spectacular, garnering immense traffic with the number of live viewers surpassing 300 million, and he attracted a large number of extraterrestrial spectators. After all, the tips from the trial participants contribute to the nation, and whether the trial participants can succeed is also tied to whether the nation can integrate into the Cosmic Alliance after the trials, making it a shared honor, which naturally heightens the nation's interest in promising trial participants. Immediately relay the critical information we have gathered to him, Zhang Yong commanded. Understood. Soon a bullet screen message flooded the screen. Despite the many messages, Subai noticed this one that kept appearing and was quite lengthy. Subai, from the bullet screen information we have collected, the first level assessment is divided into 3 time periods. The first Cosmic Day is a newbie protection period when wild floating islands will not attack. From the 2nd to the 8th Cosmic Days, the number of wild floating islands will increase dramatically, especially with the emergence of pirate islands or aggressive races that will actively attack your floating islands. On the last Cosmic Day, a significant number of enemies will almost certainly attack you. Therefore, on the first Cosmic Day, you must take the initiative to collect as many resources as possible, enhance your strength, and accumulate enough cards to play according to the Huaxia officials. Subai furrowed his brows upon reading the message. Floating islands can construct offensive and defensive structures and can be upgraded. It seems I must expedite my preparations. I need to be adequately ready before the last day arrives. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to defend all alone. Thank you for the reminder. I will make sure to prepare my defenses in time. Subai nodded solemnly. He is not an arrogant young man and displays a calm demeanor upon receiving the news, which is commendable. Zhang Yong appreciated Subai's reaction to the news. This is the care from our motherland. I didn't expect the officials to get involved. Did you not hear what the island spirit said? A portion of the tips, about 20%, will be allocated to the nation. It seems that a part of the betting might also be shared with the country. All of this hinges on the trial participants succeeding, otherwise everything would end up in the scholarship pool of the Lord's Academy. Thus, the nation certainly hopes that more trial participants can successfully pass the assessments. Does this mean it relates to our immediate interests? After all, the more initial funds the nation secures, the higher the starting point when it integrates into the Cosmic Alliance, which in turn elevates our future starting point as citizens of the cosmos. Indeed, at this moment, everyone felt more concern for Subai and all Huaxia trial participants, as they were not only compatriots, but also shared a common interest. Subai engaged with the audience by selecting easier questions to answer. Unbeknownst to him, the enticing aroma began to waft from the iron pot. Gulyalu Subai looked at the bubbling broth in the large iron pot, and his stomach protested again. I'm too hungry, though I'll eat first, and we can chat more during the next live stream. After saying that, Subai disregarded the audience's reactions and directly closed the live stream. He then picked up the wooden spoon and chopsticks he had just crafted with a dagger and began to feast heartily. Aside from being a bit bland, everything else is quite good and flavorful. After just one bite, Subai's eyes lit up as the taste far exceeded his expectations. Since he was not live streaming, he didn't have to worry about his image. In just a few moments, he polished off a pot of chicken soup and rice, finally feeling satisfied. What a relief. Having filled his stomach and dispelled his hunger, Subai felt rejuvenated and was in the mood to organize his harvest, while simultaneously communicating with the island spirit. I have over 300 million viewers, so why do I only have over 2,000 followers and such a small amount of tips? This seems somewhat mismatched with my large online audience. Subai had wanted to ask this earlier, but couldn't during the live stream. There are 3 reasons, the island spirit replied. First, before the audience count reaches 100 million, viewers are primarily from the Blue Star civilization. A gold coin is very expensive for ordinary Blue Star citizens, requiring careful consideration before making a choice. Since the trials have just begun, most people haven't yet thought through their future paths, let alone which trial participants can succeed. They are still observing. Second, after the audience surpasses 100 million, most of the new extraterrestrial viewers are also from ordinary wild civilizations, and they do not have much money on hand. Most will tip their own civilization's trial participants, with only a few tipping outsiders. Third, a minority of viewers from the Lord's nations are already citizens of those nations. Unless their master exhibits exceptional qualities and boundless potential, they will not switch allegiances. At most, they may participate in betting to earn some money, occasionally tipping a bit. I see. It seems that to secure more startup funds, I need to attract more high-level civilization viewers to bet here, as tips are just a small portion. To entice them to bet, I must showcase stronger combat capabilities, letting them see the hope of my victory. Subai immediately recognized this crucial issue based on the island spirit's words. Resolving his doubts, Subai turned his attention to another matter, the Beast Tower in his Sea of Consciousness. Previously, he had been too focused on cultivation or battle or thinking about food, and never had the time to explore this artifact. The instant he communicated with the 9-layered blood jade Beast Tower in his Sea of Consciousness, a very youthful voice echoed in his mind. Master, you finally thought of me. You are the spirit of the Beast Tower. As a seasoned reader of online novels, Subai was not surprised by the appearance of a spirit and remained quite calm. Yes. What abilities does the Beast Tower possess? With a spirit present, it would be easier for him to understand and control the Beast Tower. Reporting to the Master, currently only the 1st and 9th layers of the Beast Tower are activated. The 1st layer has 3 major functions, while the 9th layer has 1 function. The beast tower itself possesses two abilities to suppress strong enemies and to defend against them. How much stronger enemies can you suppress above my level, and how much can you defend against? Subai asked. As for the former he did not know, but the latter through the identification capability of the inside eye he already understood he could defend against enemies one major level above himself. In response, the tower spirit said you can suppress enemies 2 minor levels above the master. If the opponent is a ferocious beast, the suppression effect is even stronger, and it can barely suppress ferocious beasts 3 minor levels above the master, while the defense is even more formidable, capable of withstanding a full strike from a master 1 major level above the master. The tower spirit's answer greatly pleased Subai. What are the 3 major functions of the first layer? Subai continued to inquire. First, it can trap ferocious beasts below the 4th rank that have no ability to resist imprisoning and tormenting them, with a chance to force them to acknowledge their master. Second, it can assist the master in hatching ferocious beasts below the 4th rank. The ferocious beasts hatched within the 10,000 beasts tower automatically acknowledge their master and become the master's battle pets. Can it really hatch? Unfortunately, the level of the red-tailed chicken eggs is too low and their potential is not high, so they hold little hatching value. Could it be that I have to engage in breeding? Third, it provides a place for the master's battle pets to live and cultivate, and it can also help battle pets recover from injuries and regain stamina. How many battle pets can I command? Does the number depend on my cultivation level? Subai hurriedly followed up on the third function, even slightly breathless. If there was no limit on quantity, he could already imagine the scene of commanding an army of ferocious beasts in the future, which would surely be magnificent. Only a level requirement is needed below the 4th rank with no limit on quantity. With the 10,000 beasts tower present, the more battle pets the better. The tower spirit proudly declared. Good, excellent. The phrase Subai most wanted to hear was this one. With this, even if he couldn't recruit enough civil and military officials relying on the army of battle pets, he was confident he could pass the first test. So what is the function of the 9th layer? In response, Master, the 9th layer has only one function, which is soul devouring. What is soul devouring? Soul devouring means devouring the blood, flesh, and spiritual power of all beings to refine 3 treasures: blood spirit pills, source energy pills, and soul pills. Blood spirit pills can be used for cultivation, providing ample blood energy support. Source energy pills are also for cultivation, refined from the source power within ferocious beasts, but only ferocious beasts that have reached the 2nd rank possess source power. Soul pills can enhance the spiritual power of cultivators, and in the future more advanced soul pills can even strengthen the power of the soul. The tower spirit explained. Isn't this just the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit? Subai thought to himself. Can I use them too? Subai asked in shock. If he could use them too, then by continuously hunting ferocious beasts he could acquire a constant supply of resources. Wouldn't his cultivation speed be like having an accelerator? Not only can the master use it, but all cultivators can as well, and it can also be used to nurture the army of battle pets, enhancing their strength. The tower spirit replied. Subai took several deep breaths to calm his excited mood. Truly worthy of a 9-star artifact, impressive. Subai sighed for him. In the early stages this felt like cheating. By the way, how do I unseal the remaining 7? This was the last question Subai was concerned about. In response, Master, the 10,000 beasts tower currently has 7 seals, sealing the 2nd to the 8th layers. When the master's cultivation reaches the 4th realm, the seal of the 2nd layer can be unsealed, and so forth. As long as the master's cultivation reaches the required level, it will automatically unseal, without any further action needed. That's very good. Subai nodded in satisfaction, prepared for more demands, but did not expect it to be related only to cultivation, which was actually the simplest. I have some red-tailed chicken corpses on hand. Can I obtain blood spirit pills through soul devouring? Subai pointed at the 20 red-tailed chicken corpses that had just been organized and piled together on the ground. Yes, please have the master collect them into the 9th layer. Okay. Subai quickly gathered all the red-tailed chicken corpses into the 9th layer. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating his spiritual power on the 9th layer of the 10,000 beasts tower in his sea of consciousness. As soon as the corpses of the red-tailed chickens entered, they were pulled by a peculiar force, then differentiated into a blood red and a light blue energy stream that gathered in the sky. For the 20 red-tailed chickens, there were 40 streams of energy ultimately converging into 2 orbs of light in the sky. Once the energy streams dissipated, the feathers, sharp beaks, and other remnants of the red-tailed chickens fell into the massive pit on the ground. Quickly the 2 orbs of light dimmed, and Subai hastily used his spiritual power to observe. He saw that where the blood-red orb had dissipated there appeared 2 complete blood-red pills, while one had only coalesced to about a quarter. The light blue orb upon dissipating revealed only the outline of one pill, still far from a complete pill. Master the Blood Red pill is the Blood Spirit pill. Although there are 20 red-tailed chickens, most of them are just fierce beast level with weak blood energy, so only 2 first-rank low-grade Blood Spirit pills can be refined, which can assist in the cultivation from the 1st to the 3rd level of the body refining realm. The light blue pill is the soul pill, but because the red-tailed chicken is a very low-tier ferocious beast with little spiritual power, and having dissipated quite a bit, it cannot currently coalesce into a complete first-rank low-grade soul pill. The Tower Spirit explained each detail to Sue by ensuring he understood everything clearly. For the 20 red-tailed chickens, one of them included a first-rank 1-star early red-tailed chicken, which ultimately turned into 2 complete Blood Spirit pills. To be honest, Sue felt a bit heartbroken and only hoped that the effects of the Blood Spirit pills would be powerful enough, otherwise it would be a significant loss. After all, while Blood Spirit pills assist in cultivation, they cannot solve hunger issues. Originally, 20 red-tailed chickens could last many days. Now that they were gone, he would need to find a way to acquire more food. Fortunately, on the wild floating island ahead, there were plenty of chicken blood rice, which was the best staple food. Gazing at the 2 Blood Spirit pills in his hands, Sue could hardly wait to try them out. He casually stored the copper coins, copper notes, dagger cleaver, and usable arrows he had just organized back into his spatial storage. Let's practice a bit. This time, Sue did not return to the wooden house, but stood next to the gradually extinguishing campfire. With prior experience, he quickly got into the rhythm, his abdomen writhing as he quickly digested and absorbed the food in his stomach, extracting the essence of blood energy and melding it into his flesh, strengthening his physique. "No, if I keep this up, I'll probably be hungry again soon." Sue hurriedly took out a Blood Spirit pill and put it in his mouth. The Blood Spirit pill dissolved upon entry, instantly transforming into a stream of pure vitality that flowed through his meridians and flesh, refining his physical body and enhancing his constitution. After consuming 1 Blood Spirit pill, Sue promptly took a second one without hesitation, believing it better to enhance his own strength than to leave it in his spatial pouch. After all, power is what truly belongs to oneself. During Sue's training on the Blue Star side, time passed, and his live stream audience surpassed 100 million. The news of attracting extraterrestrial beings quickly topped the front pages of various countries, making him the most sought-after figure globally in no time. To replicate this miracle, various countries called upon more viewers to watch their potential trial takers through different media channels, leading to several live streams with audiences exceeding 100 million being artificially created in a short time. The terrifying flow of viewers also affected other trial takers' streams. Unfortunately, there was nothing particularly remarkable in those streams, and the temporary surge of traffic dispersed, quickly spreading across countless other live streams. Why hasn't Sue started the stream yet? It's been over an hour. Does it really take that long to eat? Is he perhaps asleep? What is he sleeping for at this time of day? Is it a midday nap? Is it possible he forgot to start the stream? As everyone discussed Sue online, he slowly concluded his training standing up while silently reciting the attribute interface in his mind. Trial taker ID Blue Star 10010. Name Sue. Realm initial stage of body refinement. Strength 45 for kilograms. Talent ability divine level eye of insight. 5 minutes. 5 minutes can perceive everything within a 30-meter range and identify all objects. Currently lasts 5 minutes with duration and distance increasing with cultivation improvement. A first-grade low-tier Blood Spirit pill can approximately increase strength by 20 kilograms, sustaining half an hour of training. Its effects are decent, but the consumption is too high. That's equivalent to 20 red-tailed chickens. It seems I need to hunt more fierce beasts. The higher the level, the better. Ordinary ferocious beasts have too little vitality to support my cultivation. Sue glanced at his changed attribute interface, deep in thought. Additionally, he noticed a change. The duration of the Eye of Insight ability had fully recovered. However, he was unsure if this recovery was due to his cultivation improvement or sufficient rest. It seemed he needed to observe this further. Island Spirit, are there still red-tailed chickens on that floating island across from us? Sue asked. According to radar scans, the red-tailed chicken resource still exists, which means there are still red-tailed chickens above. The Island Spirit's response was somewhat surprising, as Sue had underestimated the radar's capability. I wonder where I can obtain radar fragments. Can they drop from hunting fierce beasts, or do I have to go to Money Island or Misty Island for a chance to get them? Sue couldn't help but develop a strong interest in the radar fragments. 100 meters is still too short. If it were 1,000 or 10,000 meters, then the floating island on the opposite side would be entirely within the radar's scanning range. At that point, all information would be at his fingertips, making things much more convenient. Island Spirit, do you know how to obtain radar fragments? Subai asked directly. Master, this exceeds my answer authority, and I cannot provide you with an accurate answer. You will need to explore and discover it yourself. The island spirit's tone carried a hint of disappointment, which made Subai smile. It's okay. Subai reassured, then commanded, let the floating island approach the opposite side. Yes. Master, do you need to restart the live stream? The island spirit asked. Go ahead and start it. Subai nodded after thinking for a moment. He planned to explore the dense forest, and those who had watched the previous live stream would surely be curious about the situation inside the dense forest. This was a very attractive point that could potentially draw more viewers. All right, Master. As soon as the island spirit's words fell, the live stream started. Those who had previously bookmarked Subai's live stream immediately received notifications and flooded into the stream. In a short time, the online audience surged to tens of millions, still rapidly increasing. Subai finally started the live stream. What was he doing before? Does it really take that long to eat? An audience member immediately complained. It's been almost 2 hours. I feel like Subai has this nonchalant attitude. I really don't know if he's just calm or if there's something else we don't know about. Subai, does the red-tailed chicken taste good? A female glutton curiously asked. It tastes good, but you can't have any. That's heartbreaking. No matter how lively the chat room was, Subai did not enable the bullet screen function, this time meaning others could post comments and the audience could see them, but Subai could not. His attention was focused on the floating island across. The floating island quickly docked with the opposite side, but there was no sign of red-tailed chickens in the visible range. It was unclear whether they were hiding in the dense forest or in the blood rice field. Seeing this, Subai could only cautiously approach the dense forest with his Juga crossbow. When he neared the forest's edge, he activated the Eye of Insight ability, and instantly everything within a 30-meter radius was visible to him. Not detecting any danger, Subai quickened his pace, advancing rapidly into the depths of the forest. He only slowed down when a red dot and a green dot appeared in his sight. 28 meters away. Name: Azurite Snake. Level: Initial stage of first tier 1 star. Description: highly venomous, can paralyze nerves. If bitten, death is inevitable within 10 minutes without an antidote. However, the snake meat is very delicious after removing the venom sac, and the snake gall has slight toxicity containing vitality. If processed properly, it can aid cultivation. Caution: do not damage the venom sac, or the entire snake will be wasted. 27 meters away in another direction, a red-green herb also caught Subai's attention, located several meters from the Azurite snake. Name: Snake Bloodgrass. Level: low tier, 1st grade. Description: can neutralize the venom of over 100 types of snakes, including the Azurite snake, and can stop bleeding and resolve bruising. It is a good spiritual herb. Indeed, there must be an antidote within 100 steps. I didn't expect the natural balance of creation to apply here as well. With the snake bloodgrass, I need not worry about snake venom anymore. Subai's eyes brightened as if he had found a treasure. Of course, he remained cautious. After all, there was a venomous snake just 20 meters away, and there might be more dangers lurking further out. He needed to neutralize the threat first. In the dense forest, the trees were layered upon one another. Although the Eye of Insight detected the opponent, Juga crossbow could not attack due to other trees obstructing the direct line of sight, unable to penetrate these physical barriers like the Eye of Insight. Subai could only continue deeper into the forest, searching for the best shooting position. After walking about 10 meters, an accident occurred. He accidentally stepped on a fallen branch, producing a crisp sound that immediately attracted the nearby emerald-eyed snake. The snake's pupils focused, flicking its tongue as it swiftly descended from the tree, darting through the woods like a sharp arrow, drawing closer to him. The dense forest was the opponent's territory. Without the Eye of Insight, Subai could barely lock onto his. Even so, the effectiveness of Juga crossbow had greatly diminished. Thus, Subai quickly altered his strategy, retracting the crossbow and drawing out his Xian Tai Dao, preparing for battle. As the nearly 3-meter-long emerald-eyed snake approached within 3 to 4 meters of Subai, it slithered up an oil pine tree, coiling its tail around the trunk, its body erect over 2 meters high. With its emerald green vertical pupils, it coldly gazed down at the unwelcome guest, hissing ominously as its tongue flicked. Damn, that's a long snake. Subai is in danger now, exclaimed a viewer, frightened by the size of the emerald-eyed snake. There's a description nearby. This is the emerald-eyed snake, a first-tier 1-star fierce beast, and it is highly venomous. If Subai is careless enough to get bitten, he would undoubtedly die without an antidote. 10 minutes, and he probably won't have the chance to escape back to Floating Island from the attack of the emerald-eyed snake, which means he can't exit the trial. Who would have thought he would face a real life-and-death crisis so soon? Subai is too foolish. He has already obtained so many red-tailed chickens that should be enough to last him several days. Knowing that this forest is dangerous, why did he recklessly enter? Truly, he is bringing this upon himself. Perhaps his previous successes made him underestimate these fierce beasts, fostering a sense of arrogance. Subai has only one chance to strike. If he cannot successfully slay the emerald-eyed snake, it will be perilous. Even if he survives, this trial will likely come to an end. What a pity! He clearly has a significant advantage with a ranged weapon. He shouldn't have ventured into the forest. This is a terrible mistake. The live stream's comments were overwhelmingly pessimistic. After all, this was just the beginning. They did not believe Subai possessed great strength. The reason he was able to shoot down so many red-tailed chickens was not due to his own prowess, but simply luck. He had acquired a ranged weapon and activated shooting-related abilities, which matched perfectly. Once it turned to close combat, Subai would undoubtedly perish. Subai gripped the Xian Tai Dao tightly, his eyes fixed on the opponent, his throat bobbing. It was clear he was extremely tense with adrenaline surging. This was his first time facing a fierce beast in close quarters. Even if the opponent's cultivation was lower than his, the snake's venom was a serious threat. Facing the emerald-eyed snake required Subai to muster greater courage to confront it. Subai chose not to remain locked in a stalemate, as prolonged exposure would likely attract more emerald-eyed snakes, and his abilities also had time limits. Therefore, he pretended to leave an opening, and the emerald-eyed snake fell for it, darting towards Subai from the oil pine tree like an arrow. In that moment, most viewers held their breath, and some timid individuals even shut their eyes, unable to bear watching the impending scene. The speed has slowed down. At the instant of the emerald-eyed snake's attack, Subai noticed that the snake's speed appeared to have significantly decreased in his eyes, almost making him doubt his own perception. There was no time for further thought. He immediately made the right choice. Die. Subai shifted his body to the side, and simultaneously the blade flashed in his hand. The emerald-eyed snake was swiftly severed in two by Subai's strike, falling to the ground. The entire process was as fluid as if it had been rehearsed countless times without any delay. However, the emerald-eyed snake possessed remarkable vitality. Despite being cut in two, the body and head continued to struggle and twitch, likely due to nerve reflexes. Yet as long as he had not heard the death notification, Subai remained vigilant, watching the snake's head to prevent it from launching a final attack before dying. Until Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 1-star fierce beast, the emerald-eyed snake. You are rewarded with 1 point of first-tier points. At the same time, a copper token and a porcelain vial appeared above the emerald-eyed snake's corpse. I didn't expect the Eye of Insight to have such capabilities. This grants me a significant advantage against opponents of the same level. Truly a divine ability is impressive. Subai realized he had underestimated the Eye of Insight and needed to explore it further. Perhaps it had more powerful hidden abilities. Refocusing his attention, Subai glanced around. Noticing no other enemies within 30 meters, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, collecting the corpse into the beast tower and storing the copper token and porcelain vial into his personal space. The collection process did not require the beast tower to be taken out. Thus, to outsiders it appeared as if it was being stored in personal space without any noticeable differences. The copper token had a face value of 20 coins, but the porcelain vial. Name: emerald-eyed snake venom. Level: first tier, lower grade. Description: refined from the essence of emerald-eyed snake venom. Whether used for poisoning or applying the venom to weapons, it can deal lethal damage to enemies, capable of killing a 4th-tier body refinement realm cultivator within 10 seconds, and can incapacitate a 7th-tier body refinement realm cultivator within a minute. It also has a slight paralyzing effect on beings above the 7th tier. Damn, this is hardly lower grade, it's completely mid-grade. Subai lamented the potency of the snake venom, feeling a growing apprehension towards those above the 7th-tier body refinement realm. Such a powerful poison that could only produce slight paralysis effects on them shows just how formidable their physical bodies are, almost immune to all poisons. After casting a brief glance around, Subai switched back to the Juga crossbow and continued walking sideways, slowly squatting down at the location of the snake blood herb, uprooting it and storing it in his personal space. What kind of herb is that? Why is Subai harvesting it? I don't know. The live stream only displays information about fierce beasts, not these herbs. How does Subai know this herb is useful? He can't just be randomly harvesting it because it looks different, right? It's not impossible. The floating island radar has a scanning function, and this herb does indeed differ from the others nearby. He can scan it later when he gets back to the island. You don't need to argue. I've seen in another live stream that a trial participant mentioned the radar scans all resources available on these wild floating islands, listing various resource information. Although it doesn't provide detailed descriptions, there are images and names. Subai clearly knows what this herb is. He's not foolish. Damn, it can even work like that. That's quite user-friendly, helping avoid missing out on some treasures. After the live stream comments provided some clarification, those who were curious about Subai's strange actions finally understood, redirecting their attention back to his movements. In fact, it was quite simple. With the naked eye, one could see through the gaps between a few trees. Not far away, the green-eyed snakes reappeared, and not just one. He gazed upon them, instantly gasping in shock. There 30 meters away lay a relatively open area with sparse trees. This was not the key point. The most important thing was that the ground was densely packed with green-eyed snakes, at least dozens of them, their bodies intertwined like a mass of flesh, which was extremely unfriendly for those with a fear of density. What to do? Subai furrowed his brows, quickly racking his brain. At that moment, if there had been a bomb, it would have been perfect, capable of instantly blowing them all to bits. Unfortunately, all he had was the Juga crossbow. Right? They are all gathered together. Perhaps the Juga crossbow can achieve a different effect. Suddenly an idea struck Subai, his eyes brightening as he activated his eagle eye, aiming through the gaps of the trees at the mass of flesh. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From top to bottom, 5 arrows shot out in a straight line, piercing through the void, with a destructive momentum darting off into the distance. A mere few dozen meters was far too close for the Juga crossbow. In an instant, the arrows arrived at the unsuspecting green-eyed snakes, delivering their fatal blow. Thud, thud. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the arrows with an unstoppable force penetrated the bodies of the green-eyed snakes, in front swiftly impaling the snake, behind, then the one further back. Except for the 3 arrows in the middle that sank into the mass, the top and bottom arrows went straight through several green-eyed snakes, their tips piercing through the mass, one firmly embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk, and another deeply stabbing into the ground, showcasing the sheer power of the arrows. What a pity the gaps between the trees were so small that 5 arrows were already the limit, otherwise the results would surely have been even greater. After shooting the 5 arrows, Subai did not hesitate at all, and quickly dashed toward the edge of the forest, loading arrows as he ran, though he felt a twinge of regret in his heart. However, the next moment was replaced by joy. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year 1-star latest stage beast, the green-eyed snake. Reward, 3 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year 2-star mid-stage beast, the green-eyed snake. Reward, 12 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year 3-star ultimate beast, the green-eyed snake. Reward, 60 points. Ding! A total of 13 notification sounds rang out, with the lowest being a first-year 1-star latest stage green-eyed snake, and the highest surprisingly being a first-year 3-star ultimate green-eyed snake, which somewhat caught Subai off guard. This meant that with just 5 arrows, Subai had successfully shot down 13 green-eyed snakes, and perhaps even severely injured some that had not yet died. Such achievements were undoubtedly glorious. However, the green-eyed snakes, having suffered severe injuries, quickly noticed Subai not far away. Naturally, they would not let this instigator escape, rapidly swimming toward him. Subai paid them no mind, and continued to dash toward the floating island, occasionally glancing back. Only when he was a dozen meters away from the edge of the forest and green-eyed snakes entered his eagle eye's range, did he quickly turn around, scanning the snakes, while simultaneously loading arrows, retreating backward. Whenever he found a good vantage point, he would unhesitatingly pull the trigger, focusing on those green-eyed snakes charging at the front, his entire demeanor calm and collected, as if he had practiced this many times. Whoosh! Each time an arrow flew out, it surely claimed a green-eyed snake. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year 1-star mid-stage green-eyed snake. Reward, 2 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year 3-star early-stage green-eyed snake. Reward, 40 points. The notifications continued to ring out. Some were for those recently shot down by Subai, while others were for those severely wounded in the forest that had only just died. In short, the notifications had not ceased. While retreating toward his floating island and shooting at the vengeful green-eyed snakes, Subai soon realized that he had run out of arrows, yet 2 green-eyed snakes were still pursuing him. Thankfully, these 2 were only first-year 1-star early-stage snakes. This was quite normal. The stronger ones were faster, and those faster would be the first to charge ahead. As they led the charge, they became Subai's primary targets, all of which had been shot down along the way. Only you 2 are left, and you dare to chase me down. Seeking death, are you? Subai had underestimated the revengeful spirit of these green-eyed snakes. They would not stop until they were dead. He quickly stowed away the Juga crossbow, took out his black iron sword, and stopped in his tracks, preparing for a frontal confrontation. Die! The green-eyed snakes were already enraged, disregarding whether Subai had changed weapons. Seeing him stop, both snakes swiftly closed and then remarkably coordinated. They lunged from 2 directions towards Subai, their blood-filled mouths dripping with venom, sending shivers down one's spine. This is bad. These green-eyed snakes have gone completely insane. I must say, Subai is still very composed. If it were me, I would probably be so frightened that my legs would give way. I didn't expect him to dare to actively attack so many green-eat snakes, and using a kite strategy, he was able to kill so many along the way. Truly impressive. What a pity Su-Bai still has great potential. Now that he has lost his long-range advantage, facing even one green-eat snake in close combat requires utmost focus and a bit of luck. Facing two at once is truly dangerous. Su-Bai is not so foolish as he. He is only about 30 meters away from the floating island. Why not run back quickly? Just now those two green-eat snakes were clearly still 10 meters away from him. Though the green-eat snakes are fast, if he really runs, he might still make it back. Some felt regretful for Su-Bai's choice, believing he made a wrong decision. Su-Bai should still be a novice apprentice, while these two green-eat snakes are both first-year one-star early-stage beasts much stronger than him. This time he is in danger. Indeed, one should not be too reckless thinking that having the Juga crossbow makes one invincible. They still underestimated the ferocity of the beasts within the trial space. I suspect Su-Bai thought that by continuously shooting down some green-eat snakes they would be too scared to pursue him, allowing him to kite them as before. However, he still underestimated the green-eat snake's fearlessness. Now he must face the consequences. He has no one else to blame. He is still not adept at survival tactics. I timidly say that I actually have high hopes for Su-Bai. Did you all forget that just now Su-Bai decisively slashed a first-year one-star early-stage green-eat snake? It's obvious that he lacks strength, but his combat skills, battle awareness, and reaction speed are still very strong. He might be able to handle these two green-eat snakes. Some viewers are very optimistic about Su-Bai, but the majority of the comments are negative, making his tone seem a bit guilty. From Su-Bai's performance, he is neither a madman nor a fool. Rather, he is as steady as an old dog. Moreover, he shows no sign of fear, which makes me feel that he must have confidence and should be able to deal with these two green-eat snakes. There is no point in debating here. We'll know the result very soon. The number of viewers in the live stream has once again exceeded 100 million, reaching nearly 200 million online. However, most viewers are not optimistic about him, believing that he is likely to fail this time, since he is just a newcomer, without any real power aside from the benefits of a novice weapon. Su-Bai held his knife, watching the two green-eat snakes darting towards him. Their movements seemed to slow down considerably in his eyes, yet they were still fast. Fortunately, Su-Bai did not panic. He immediately swung his knife at one of the green-eat snakes. At the same time, he quickly rolled to the side, avoiding the attack from the other green-eat snake. Then he placed his left hand on the ground and performed a Thomas spin, slashing down again with his knife, severing the tail of the green-eat snake that had just landed and was swishing its tail at him. Blood gushed out as Su-Bai swiftly dodged, uncertain whether the snake's blood contained venom and not wanting to take any chances. The severely injured green-eat snake glared at Su-Bai with resentment, flicking its tongue and emitting a chilling sound. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. This time Su-Bai did not passively wait for the enemy to attack. Instead, he chose to strike first, quickly swinging his knife. Although the green-eat snake did not fear death, it instinctively dodged the descending Xian iron knife. Su-Bai captured its slightly slower movement, flicked his wrist, and changed the downward strike into a diagonal slash, creating a perfect arc with glinting cold light. In the terrified gaze of the green-eat snake, he swiftly beheaded it. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year one-star early-stage green-eat snake, earning 1 point of first-tier credits. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-year one-star early-stage green-eat snake, earning 1 point of first-tier credits. After slaying two green-eat snakes in succession, the entire live stream fell silent, with many unable to believe what had just happened. Could it be that the green-eat snakes are too weak? After the silence, the comments began to flood in again. Am I hallucinating? Or did Su-Bai already know martial arts and knife techniques? Was that last strike really something an ordinary person could pull off? What happened? How did he defeat the strong with the weak, slashing down two fierce beasts in the blink of an eye? Are fierce beasts this easy to kill? What incredible reaction speed! If he hasn't trained yet, he must be a natural warrior. It seems I underestimated him earlier. He might really pass the first round's assessment. The eyes of the 5-star Lord Nation Big Shots are truly sharp. The 2-star Lord Nation Fenglan Empire Wang Miao was shocked, while still managing to flatter the high-level civilization. Ding! 2-star Lord Nation Fenglan Empire Wang Miao donated 10 gold coins. Ding! 2-star Lord Nation Fenglan Empire Wang Miao wagered 1 gold coins, betting that you can successfully pass the first round of assessment. Good performance, a bit beyond my expectations as a reward. 5-star Lord Nation Chuanqing Empire Tai Xing. Ding! 5-star Lord Nation Chuanqing Empire Tai Xing donated 1 black gold coin. Ding! 5-star Lord Nation Chuanqing Empire Tai Xing wagered 500 black gold coins. Due to Su Bei's outstanding performance, the Dark Dimension online platform started to push streams, causing the number of viewers in Su Bei's livestream to surpass 500 million in a short time, attracting more alien viewers. With someone leading the way in donations and bets, a wave of donations and betting surged. At this moment, Su Bei's focus remained on the battlefield, and he did not check the comments, otherwise he would definitely be very excited. After resolving the battle, Su Bei glanced at the dense forest, and seeing no more green-eyed snakes rushing out, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He quickly gathered the green-eyed snake corpses outside the dense forest and the various dropped loot into his spatial storage. After running back and forth twice, he finally completed the task. As for the corpses and loot inside the dense forest, Su Bei hesitated. If there were only 1 or 2 first-tier 1-star green-eyed snakes, he might wait and go in to collect the corpses later. However, there were also first-tier 3-star limit green-eyed snake corpses, and a considerable number of them. He worried about the long night and the fear of the corpses being eaten by the red-tailed chicken. That would be a significant loss. After much hesitation, Su Bei said to the live stream, "The battle is over. Next I will deal with the green-eyed snake corpses, which is quite boring, so I won't be streaming it." Then what is there to hesitate about? If it weren't for needing to keep some money on hand in case of encountering the Money Island and not being able to take out money, he would want to upgrade it all. To feel Little Tower, absorb all these corpses into the 9th level and devour them. Su Bei instructed, pointing at the snake corpses on the floating island. "Yes, master." The devouring process was swift as the snake skins, venom sacs, fangs, and arrows embedded in their bodies fell into the deep pit below. With a single thought from Su Bei, all the arrows flew out perfectly clean with no bloodstains at all. Hee, that saves me the trouble of cleaning. Su Bei discovered a new use for the beast tower. After checking the arrows, he found that one of the wooden shafts had a crack and 2 arrowheads were slightly dulled, but they were still usable. Su Bei sighed in relief, reloaded the Zhuge crossbow, and stored the remaining arrows in his spatial storage for backup. At this stage, the Zhuge crossbow was like a divine weapon to him, serving a significant purpose. Naturally, he hoped it could last longer. After finishing all this, Su Bei held the Zhuge crossbow with the beast tower above his head, boldly walked into the dense forest, retracing the path he had escaped earlier, while collecting the corpses on the ground into the beast tower above. Hiss when he arrived at the place where dozens of green-eyed snakes had tangled together before he saw a ground covered with snake corpses and the air filled with copper coins and dropped loot. The scene was quite spectacular. I struck it rich. Su Bei's eyes nearly sparkled. After taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, he quickly began collecting the loot. All the corpses were sent to the 9th level of the beast tower, while the other loot was placed into his spatial storage. This way there was enough space, and he wouldn't have to run back and forth. Space. Su Bei suddenly thought of something and asked, "Little Tower, can the beast tower also be used as a storage space?" "Yes, but it is not recommended for long-term storage, especially for items that are prone to spoilage, as it lacks the function of maintaining a constant flow of time, like personal spaces," the tower spirit explained. After hearing this, Su Bei's lips curved slightly, clearly satisfied with the answer. Upon returning to the floating island, Su Bei began to organize the spoils of this battle. "Island spirit, list out the details of the killed green-eyed serpents," Su Bei commanded. "Yes, master." Soon Su Bei saw the details of his hunt, having killed a total of 43 serpents. 1 was a first stage 3-star limit, 1 was a late first stage 3-star, 2 were early first stage 3-star, 7 were first stage 2-star, and the remaining 30 were all first stage 1-star, totaling 394 first stage points, a significant harvest. Besides currency, are there any lists and introductions for the other spoils? Yes, master, please take a look. Blood Sword X1, Golden Snake Dagger X2, Golden Silk Armor X1, Xian Iron Heavy Lance X1, Green-eyed Serpent Venom Essence X2, Green-eyed Serpent Arrows X6. Name Blood Sword. Level low grade, first stage. Introduction: a sword that can cause enemy wounds to remain unhealed for a long time, classified as top tier among low grade first stage divine weapons. This was dropped from a late first stage 3-star Green-eyed Serpent, quite good, as Su Bei happened to lack. Name Golden Snake Dagger. Level low grade, first stage. Introduction: a relatively sharp dagger, quite ordinary. Name Golden Silk Armor. Level low grade, first stage. Introduction: a rare piece of inner armor for self-defense, extremely lightweight, wearing it does not affect combat at all, capable of defending against low-grade first-stage divine weapon damage, and can reduce damage from mid-grade first-stage divine weapons by half. Classified as top tier among the top tier, wearing it is like gaining an extra life. This was dropped from the first stage 3-star limit Green-eyed Serpent, and so far it was the highest level beast Su Bei had killed. One could say the opponent died somewhat unjustly, having not even seen Su Bei before being ambushed and killed by the 5 arrows in the first round. Good stuff. After reading the introduction of the golden silk armor, Su Bai wasted no time and directly put it on. He never thought there could be too many means of self-preservation, the more the better, as they were all trump cards. Name Xian Iron Heavy Lance. Level low grade, first stage. Introduction: an ordinary Xian iron long spear. The spear body, crafted from fine steel. The spearhead, made of Xian iron 2. 6 meters long, weighing 88 kilograms, suitable for cultivators at the second level of the body refinement stage to use. Currently you can hold it, but cannot swing it, as you are still too weak. Su Bai. Normal long spears on Blue Star only weigh a few kilograms, excluding those meant for. Name Greeneed Serpent Arrows. Level low grade, first stage. Introduction: crafted from the fangs of the Greeneed serpent, possessing certain toxicity, capable of paralyzing the enemy's nerves. Can also be used with the Zhuge crossbow. Very nice. With this I now have 36 crossbow arrows. Su Bai's lips curled slightly, very satisfied. In addition, there was a large stack of copper notes and a small pile of copper coins totaling 5,146, when quite a considerable amount. Island Spirit, can the personal space be upgraded with money? Su Bai thought of something and asked. Yes, master. Then after the trial ends, can this personal space be taken out of the trial space? Su Bai continued to inquire. After all, the remaining trial currency can be exchanged for external currency after the trial ends. If the personal space can only be used within the trial space, then the cost-effectiveness of upgrading the space would not be that high. No, this is a manifestation of the trial space's rules. However, as long as the master successfully passes the assessment, you can obtain a customized storage ring with the same space, which is a reward given to students by the academy. The Island Spirit explained. Although it is not as miraculous as a personal space, it is still quite good. Su Bai will definitely need a storage ring in the future to store some important items, and he believes that such items will definitely not be cheap. How can I upgrade it? Su Bai continued to ask. From 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters, each increase of 1 cubic meter requires 1,001. Is this price expensive? Compared to the outside world, it is more than 10,000 times cheaper. Then upgrade me by 2 cubic meters first. Then what is there to hesitate about? If it weren't for needing to keep some money on hand in case of encountering the Money Island and not being able to take out money, he would want to upgrade it all. Yes, master. The Island Spirit took away 2,000 copper coins, and then Su Bai's personal space quickly expanded from 1 cubic meter to 3 cubic meters, tripling the space, making it much more spacious and able to hold more items. After handling the trivial matters, it was time to focus on cultivation. Su Bai immersed his mind into the 9th layer of the Beast Tower and glanced at the floating pills in the air. Holy crap, so many. Su Bai counted seriously, discovering that there were actually 23 complete low-grade first-stage Blood Spirit pills, and even 2 complete low-grade first-stage Soul pills had been refined. Su Bai hurriedly took out a Soul pill and began to scan it with his radar. There was no choice. The Eye of Insight was still in cooldown and could not be used temporarily. Name Soul Pill. Level low grade, first stage. Introduction: refined from pure mental power. It can enhance the power of the soul and replenish consumed mental energy, more precious than many second stage pills. Tower Spirit: can I consume this soul pill directly? Su Bai confirmed again. Yes, you can. Receiving the affirmative answer, Su Bai did not hesitate at all and directly swallowed a soul pill. Of course, before consuming it, he glanced at his attribute interface, wanting to see what changes would occur after taking the soul pill. So comfortable. Unlike the Blood Spirit pill, which could operate the techniques for refinement, Su Bai did not yet master the techniques for cultivating the soul, so he could only passively absorb it. However, he could clearly feel that his previously somewhat depleted sea of consciousness was once again filled, and various negative emotions caused by hunger, tension, and battle seemed to have swept away, as if he had just had a good sleep, feeling refreshed and full of energy. Good stuff, truly good stuff. Without needing to check the attribute interface, Su Bai already felt the benefits of the soul pill. After that comfortable feeling subsided, Su Bai then checked his attribute interface to compare it with before. Tester ID Blue Star 10010. Name Su Bai. Realm: early first level of body refinement. Strength 45 for kilograms. Cultivation method: 9 revolutions. Divine Demon Art, first layer of 9 revolutions. Hunyuan Gong. Martial skills: Tianxia Shishin Finger, first layer, not yet entered. Jiuzhong Xian Yuan Spear, first layer, not yet entered. Ji Qi Xing He, first layer, not yet entered. Secret techniques: none. Root Bone Divine Grade. Talent: Divine Ability, Divine Level Eye of Insight. 5 minutes 50 seconds, 5 minutes 50 seconds, can penetrate all concealments within a range of 35 meters, identifying all things. Currently, it can last for 5 minutes and 50 seconds, and the time and distance can increase with cultivation. Wallet: 3,261 copper coins. Points 546 first stage points, 402 common stage points. Lord Startup Capital 2. 2 black gold coins 2,841. 6 gold coins tips of 11 black gold coins worth 1420 gold coins bets of 896 blue gold coins worth 3. Subai carefully inspected from top to bottom 3 times to ensure nothing was overlooked and finally confirmed one crucial change: both the duration and the effective range of his insight I had altered. Where it had once reached only 30 meters it now spanned 35. Where it had held out for 5 minutes it now endured 5 minutes and 50 seconds. What had been completely depleted was suddenly fully restored, meaning he could once again employ the insight I divine art. It seemed his divine arts were intimately tied to his mental force, or more precisely to his Shinhan. The Shinhan Dan had strengthened his Shinhan and thereby replenished his mental power, so the insight I grew stronger. Previously, using the insight I drained his mental reserves. The Shinhan Dan simply refilled what had been exhausted, and thus its duration returned. The more Subai analyzed the matter, the surer he became that his reasoning was correct. If everything were truly as he hypothesized, the importance of the Shinhan Dan rose another notch. It would be among his most vital consumables in the future, a trump card to be played at critical moments. In ordinary times, the Shinhan Dan enhanced his insight I in battle. It could replenish his divine arts mid-fight, an absolute treasure. Such a valuable thing must not be exposed to others. I will use it secretly myself. Having grasped the Shinhan Dan's significance, the remaining pill became exceedingly precious. Subai resolved that from now on his portable space must always contain at least one Shinhan Dan, reserved for emergencies. Therefore he would not use the last one for the time being. At the very least he would not expend it until he had obtained. Subai drew a long breath, banished all distracting thoughts, found a suitable spot, settled into a standing meditation posture, and began a new session of cultivation. One Shuling Dan entered his mouth and immediately transformed into pure kind blood force. Guided by the cultivation method, it coursed through his meridians, muscles, and bones, ravenously absorbed by his body, inflating his corporeal physique as his strength began to surge. A second, a third, he refined 6 Shuling Dan in succession until his stomach protested with loud pangs. Hungry again. Subai frowned slightly and checked his strength. It had reached 163. 1 kilograms, not yet 165. For kilograms. This indicated that as his strength rose, the amount each first-grade low-tier Shuling Dan could raise his power was gradually diminishing. It was not a fixed increment, which was easy to understand. Prepare food or continue cultivating. For a time, 2 choices lay before Subai. If he cultivated 2 more Shuling Dan, might be enough to break through to the second rank of the Duani realm, but with higher cultivation, his demand for qi and blood would grow more ravenous, and hunger would likely feel far more intense. All things considered, better to eat first and not rush. With that decision made, Subai glanced at the wooden hut's roof to check the time. The countdown read 9 Yujo days, 16 launching days, 11 hours, 25 minutes, 21. 8 hours had already passed. If launching followed a familiar rhythm and dawn arrived around 5 or 6 plus those 8 hours, it should be mid-afternoon. Yet the light here seemed hardly changed. The great sun on the horizon still lingered, as if time were warped. What was happening? Curious, Subai peered at the countdown, and then at the distant immobile sun. Dao Ling, are day and night here counted by Yujo days, so that each cycle is extraordinarily long? He asked. Good habits had taught him to question anomalies. Dao Ling sounded surprised. Master, you are perceptive. I did not expect you to notice so quickly. I thought you would only realize it after waiting a long time and never seeing nightfall. So his guess was right. Dao Ling explained, yes. Nights here are perilous. However, the first Yujo day is a novice protection period. There will be no danger. You only need to store enough provisions to survive the long nights. Starting with the second Yujo day's night, you must remain constantly vigilant against external threats. Realizing this, Subai frowned. If half a day here equated to more than 8 days on launching, that was worrying. From now on, he would have to stockpile enough food, water, and cultivation resources to endure the long dark. Otherwise, the night could be brutal and might eliminate many trial participants. His grumbling stomach dragged his thoughts back. If only ID kept a few chickens now, he'll have to find food somehow. Foolish decision, Subai sighed softly. Then a thought struck him. Points could be used for draws. Perhaps he could win food. Just as he was about to order Dao Ling to steer the floating island closer to the opposite shore, inspiration flashed through his mind. He asked Dao Ling what items can be won from the points lottery. Dao Ling replied, anything within the applicable tier can be drawn, and the Trials Pace's lottery mechanism intentionally favors items aligned with the master's current needs. So if I want something to draw, is more likely to give me that category of items. Subai pressed. It only increases the probability. It is not guaranteed, came the answer. That was sufficient. Without hesitation, he instructed, "Initiate a draw." Immediately a chime sounded. "Ding. Your mortal tier points are insufficient. Would you like to make up the difference using first tier points?" Subai was about to say yes when a sudden realization halted him. "Wait," he murmured. Then he told Dao Ling, "Go live." Affirmative. Being from launching himself, he knew two things reliably attracted viewers. One was combat, the other was a lottery. People brimmed with curiosity about the unknown. If that were not true, blind box products would never have become so popular. As soon as the broadcast began, some who had favorited Su Bei's channel entered at once. "Finally, your live streamer." I was about to wither away waiting, they joked. Others asked, "What's going on? Weren't you dealing with the Bian snake? Why has it taken so long?" Subai did not hide the truth. Half true and half made up, he explained confidently. "After handling the Bian snake, I tried some cultivation. I got lucky and dropped the cultivation manual. Didn't that take a fair bit of time?" It sounded perfectly reasonable, dealing with the Bian snake, finding a manual, and spending time to refine it. No lies on the surface. Yet Subai omitted two crucial facts: that he had used the Wanshou Tower to deal with the Bian snake, and that he had been practicing the Jiuzhuan Shenmaju. Indeed, as I suspected, the streamer must have gone to cultivate. The book that was leaked earlier is certainly a technique. As a person from Huaxia, it is almost impossible to resist cultivating after acquiring such a technique. Everyone appeared to be in a daze, and many accepted Su Bei's explanation. Besides, what difference would it? Moreover, most were just curious and not genuinely trying to investigate. "Streamer, how is your cultivation going? What level of cultivation are you at now?" someone inquired curiously. "I heard that someone has already reached the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. That guy is truly impressive." "Are you talking about Wu Chong?" He seems to have been the inheritor of the martial arts legacy, starting as a high-level apprentice, using a bow and arrow to slay a first-tier one-star beast, becoming the first in the world to achieve a first kill, and the first to complete the first kill of a first-tier beast, achieving a double first kill. Just from these two first kill rewards, he gained 1,100 points of first-tier contribution points, and then won a first-tier high-grade technique through a lottery, with the contribution points subsequently breaking through to the body refinement realm in just 2 hours, as if he was on a cheat. It seems he had just broken through to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm half an hour ago, becoming one of the hottest figures online. Subai cultivated first and hunted later, while Wu Chong took the opposite route. He hunted first, and then cultivated. His starting weapons were all ranged. However, he came from a martial arts background with a solid foundation, and since he hadn't obtained a technique at the start, he could only explore. Subai, on the other hand, had a technique, but no martial arts foundation. Fearing danger, he chose to cultivate first. Oh, everyone has different choices. Why didn't the number of viewers in the live stream break 100 million from the start for such a person? Subai also noticed this comment, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, in the next moment, someone helped clarify. This guy is indeed a freak, but unfortunately his appearance is somewhat unappealing, which fails to attract female viewers. The viewership has always remained under 80 million. It was only when he just broke through to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm that the numbers surged significantly, finally exceeding 100 million. Is Wu Chong currently the strongest tester? Someone asked a question unrelated to Su Bei's live stream, but Su Bei did not stop it. He was also watching and could learn about the strength and development of other testers worldwide through the comments. Not really. It seems there's a boxer from the Sam state who started at the early stage of the body refinement realm with a strength of 3 kilograms, and now his strength has reached 59 kilograms. He is also at the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, slightly ahead of Wu Chong. I haven't seen anyone stronger than him. If anyone has, please let me know. Indeed, there are always greater heights and stronger individuals out there. This is just the Blue Star civilization. If we include all the wild civilizations in the entire Honglong Star domain, I believe there are certainly some who have already far surpassed me. It seems there's someone from Heizhou who started with a strength of 4 kilograms, but his subsequent development hasn't gone well, and he has yet to break through. Everyone seemed very interested in this topic, each reporting the strongest individuals they had seen, ultimately stopping at a person from Huaxia named Luo Feng. Because this guy started with a strength of 5 kilograms, and before closing his live stream, he had reached 2 kilograms. It has been 2 hours now, and he hasn't started streaming again. No one knows what his current cultivation level is, but most speculate that he has already broken through, possibly even earlier than Wu Chong, and might be stronger than that boxer from the Sam state. It's just that there's no evidence, and we have to wait for his next live stream to find out. For quite some time, no one reported a stronger existence, and everyone shifted their focus back to Subai. Streamer, are you planning to explore the dense forest in this live stream? Someone asked curiously, many having forgotten about their earlier inquiry into Su Bei's cultivation. Subai knew that some things could be discussed openly, while others could be kept more discreet, so he did not actively reveal his cultivation level. Instead, he merely smiled and said, "Not yet. I do plan to explore the dense forest, but not now. This time I am going live to use the contribution points for a lottery to see what good items I can draw and share with everyone." A contribution point lottery. That sounds interesting. That Wu Chang won a first-grade technique in his first-tier lottery. Just as Su Bai had anticipated, everyone was indeed very interested in the lottery. The streamer is probably conducting a commoner lottery. Logically, apart from Wu Chang, who obtained 1,000 first-tier contribution points for achieving the world's first kill, others shouldn't have gathered so many points yet. Commoner lotteries are also quite good. I've seen some people draw really useful items for their current stage. Su Bai nodded. Yes, commoner lottery. Streamer, hurry up and draw. He'll transmit some luck to you. You'll definitely draw something good. Go Su Bai, brother. Our Little Bai support group is cheering for you. Little Bai support group. What's that? It seems to be a fan group created by a bunch of female fans. Isn't the streamer named Su Bai? They find the name Little Bai quite endearing. Isn't that too fast? It hasn't even been a day and there's already a fan group. Truly, one's worldview is influenced by one's appearance. It's normal. During the peak of the streamer's popularity, the online viewer count exceeded 500 million. No one has been able to break that record so far. Besides, the streamer's values and appearance are both fine, right? Su Bai's popularity among bystanders is quite stable. At least so far he hasn't done anything to make people uncomfortable, so there's no risk of a collapse. Island Spirit, let's begin the lottery. Su Bai shifted his gaze from the virtual comments back to the present, and yes. Ding, your commenter contribution points are insufficient. Would you like to use first-tier points to make up the difference? The same prompt sounded in his ear again. Yes. This time Su Bai did not hesitate at all. Ding consumed 6 first-tier contribution points and 400 commoner contribution points. Please choose one from the 3 randomly selected commoner treasure chests in front of you. The prompt sounded again. Meanwhile, 3 floating wooden chests suddenly appeared before Su Bai. Without a perspective eye, one could not see what was inside. This is good. Su Bai realized that the selection had changed from 10 options to 3 rather than directly drawing a prize. This made no difference to others, but for Su Bai it was extremely beneficial. At least he could choose the item he needed most, and that had the highest value from the 3 options. Su Bai quickly activated his Eye of Insight to examine the situation, while outwardly appearing somewhat hesitant as he scrutinized the 3 wooden chests, making it impossible for anyone to detect any abnormalities. The key was that no one would suspect he possessed such a divine ability. Name: standard equipment for sword and shield infantry. Level: upper grade of ordinary. Description: a complete set of standard military equipment for infantry, including a helmet, Mingguang armor, a military sword, a shield, and 3 sets of changeable military uniforms capable of fully arming a cold weapon sword and shield infantry. While the first wooden chest contains such a treasure, if the tester can acquire a set of such equipment, they will have a significant advantage on the first day and can later use it to arm and recruit islanders to form an army. Su Bai gazed at the prize in the chest, his thoughts drifting to many possibilities. It's a pity that this is of little use to me. Su Bai skipped the first wooden chest and looked at the second one. Name: wood. Level: lower grade of ordinary. Description: 30 cubic meters of timber usable as firewood or for upgrading the Lord's Mansion to build more functional facilities. Upgrade: the Lord's Mansion. Su Bai was taken aback. He had thought that the wooden house would automatically upgrade after the floating island reached a certain level, not realizing it could be upgraded individually. I wonder what changes will occur after upgrading the Lord's Mansion. Su Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He discreetly glanced at the 3rd wooden chest. If the contents did not hold enough allure, he would choose the wood. Although there were many oil pines on the opposite floating island that could be felled at while he was alone. A single ordinary level lottery only requires 10 points of first level experience, which can be obtained by hunting down a first level 2-star beast, but how much time would it take to fell 30 cubic meters of timber alone? Su Bai calculated this clearly. Name: creamy bread. Level: middle grade of ordinary. Description: a box containing 12 pieces. Each piece has 10 bags, each bag weighing 200 grams, with a shelf life of 6 months, sufficient for a period of meals, though overindulgence might lead to monotony. This can be considered a staple food, right? Su Bai felt a wave of joy. Although chicken blood rice contains more vitality and is better suited for cultivators like them, that thing comes with a shell and the texture must be significantly inferior. If given a choice, he would certainly prefer something better, like this creamy bread. The most crucial aspect is that this bread can be stored for a long time. It can be kept directly in the Lord's Mansion to prepare for the long nights. It is an excellent choice. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, he already has blood spirit pills, which are superior to chicken blood rice, right? Having thought this through, Su Bai pretended to hesitate for a moment before placing his hand on the 3rd wooden chest. I'll choose this one. Ding, congratulations, you have received a box of creamy bread. In the next moment, a large cardboard box landed on the ground not far from Subai. Subai walked over, took out a dagger, and sliced open the waist-high large cardboard box. Inside were neatly arranged 12 small cardboard boxes. He opened one of the small boxes. Inside were 12 bags of modern creamy bread packed in plastic. Everyone can see it's creamy bread. This is a good thing. The issue of meals for the near future is preliminarily resolved. Subai's smile was mostly genuine, with a touch of pretense, appearing very happy. Wow, with so much bread it should last a long time, right? Everyone was also astonished at the sight of the bread, not because of the bread itself, but due to the astonishment. After all, it requires 1,000 ordinary points. These points, aside from rewards, are quite difficult to obtain through hunting in the early stages. Someone remarked. However, I must say that the streamer has really good luck. Regardless of anything else, even if they stop adventuring now, they should be able to barely survive the first cosmic day. Looks like my luck is still quite good, so let's go for another round. Although the lottery consumes a lot of points, the rewards are significantly richer than Subai expected, making it worthwhile. Lotteries are truly addictive. It seems the streamer is no exception. I wonder how many points the streamer has and how many times they can draw. Someone burst into hearty laughter, appearing very joyful and expectant. It should be quite a lot. Many people must have seen the video where he hunted the green-eyed snake, which is a fierce beast. Not to mention, he must have at least 200 points of first-level experience, so he can draw at least 20 times. Someone analyzed. Using first-level points to draw ordinary-grade prizes isn't that a bit unwise. Subai ignored the comments on the bullet screen and commanded again, continue drawing, still at the ordinary level. It seems that obtaining food and water to last through 10 cosmic days is not as difficult as imagined. The greatest threats should still be fierce beasts and pirates. This appears to be a survival challenge, but it is not a pure wilderness survival. Subai quickly understood the essence of the first round of assessments. Ding, your ordinary points are insufficient. Would you like to consume 10 points of first-level experience to draw? Yes. Name standard equipment for bow infantry. Level upper grade of ordinary. Description: a complete set of standard military equipment for infantry, including a helmet, infantry armor, a 3-stone strong bow, and 3 sets of changeable military uniforms capable of fully arming a cold weapon sword and shield. Bow infantry. This time, it's bow infantry. Ranged weapons are clearly more advantageous than sword and shield infantry in the early stages, allowing for long-range attacks. Subai's eyes lit up upon seeing this wooden chest. Name: mineral water. Level middle grade of ordinary. Description: modern filtered bottled mineral water, 12 bottles, each 5 liters. The third one is wood, just like the first time. Subai hesitated between the bow infantry equipment and the mineral water, ultimately choosing the mineral water. The same reasoning applies, as it is also prepared for the long night. That water hole will seep over time. Within a few hours the water level has already dropped by half and cannot last through a long night. As for bottled water, even if it runs out, the bottles can be refilled in places with water sources, making it more useful. If Subai did not have the Juga crossbow, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the bow and arrow equipment. However, he already possessed a more powerful Juga crossbow, so his desire for bows and arrows was not as strong. In an instant after making his choice, 3 cardboard boxes appeared not far away, resembling the bottled mineral water boxes from Blue Star, clearly the type that comes 4 bottles to a box. Following the previous pattern, Subai stepped forward and used his dagger to slice open the box. Sure enough, it contained 5-liter bottles of mineral water, though they had no labels. I suddenly thought of a question. At the beginning of the trial, that voice said that the testers could still accept advertisements and sell products, right? The creamy bread drawn by the streamer and this mineral water obviously lack names. Can we stick advertisements on them or have the streamer report on them, making these products famous globally, even throughout the entire Honglong Star domain? Isn't that the effect of advertising? The streamer could also receive advertising fees. Someone with a clever mind opened up a whole new train of thought. It appears genuinely feasible, though likely restricted to circulation within our own civilization. Even if extraterrestrial beings glimpsed such advertisements, they would be unable to purchase anything here unless they possessed interstellar transport capabilities. Only then might they advertise and potentially sell goods to us. Even within our own civilization, the prospects are promising. Domestic enterprises could ride this wave to expand globally and evolve into multinational conglomerates, perhaps accepting slightly lower advertising fees payable solely in gold coins. Mr. Subai, greetings. We are nature's couriers. Might we request your endorsement? We offer 200 gold coins as compensation. Simply utter our slogan during your live stream whenever you take a sip of water. Whoa, companies have approached the streamer already. That was swift indeed. Netizens were equally as... Subai blinked in surprise, recalling the matter of advertising. A faint furrow appeared between his brows as he asked Island Spirit, may I directly accept advertisements? Yes, you may. The island spirit replied. Subai pressed further. How is the advertising revenue distributed? What portion do I receive? The Dark Plane Network platform retains 1/10. The Academy takes 2/10. The nation to which you belong receives 1/10, and you, the master, receives 6/10 of the total fee. The island spirit's response surpassed Subai's expectations. The share he would receive far exceeded his initial estimate. Of the 200 gold coin fee, he would pocket 120 gold coins, approximately worth 6 million units. Had Subai still been on Blue Star, he would have accepted without hesitation. Such wealth would have taken him a lifetime to amass. But now, he had already accumulated over 5,000 gold coins in viewer donations, rendering these 120 coins utterly negligible. He would consider an advertisement only if offered terms truly irresistible. Firstly, his current value remained unrealized. His future worth would undoubtedly surge further. Secondly, the offered sum fell short of being compelling, such as 200,000 gold coins. Only then might he truly waver. I'm afraid I must respectfully decline advertising opportunities for the time being. Subai declined with polite reserve. Phew, so he refused. 200 gold coins. It's just a casual mention while drinking water. Surely effortless. Not quite effortless. After all, the first trial alone lasts half a year. How many times must one drink water daily, and each time recite the ad? Moreover, payment hinges upon successful completion of the trial. Failure means no compensation whatsoever. That's sound reasoning. Given the streamer's demonstrated prowess, his economic value will surely skyrocket. Accepting ads now would indeed be premature. Peak timing likely falls on the final day. Wouldn't the final day be perilous? Is it truly suitable for advertising? I believe the first day is optimal, relatively safe and relaxed. Besides, he isn't required to utter the slogan every time he drinks, merely during live streams. And even then, perhaps only once or twice per session, or not at all. Indeed, it scarcely qualifies as a burden, merely a trivial gesture. Were it me, I'd accept without hesitation. After declining, Subai ceased monitoring the chat and declared aloud, proceeding with the next draw. Thereafter, Subai conducted 15 additional draws, 17 in total. The standard prizes drawn thus far were as follows. Timber 30 cubic meters for steel 3 tons 2, stone 50 cubic meters 2, instant noodles 300 packs 1, bottled mineral water 12 bottles 2, milk-flavored bread 1 crate 2, plus 4 technological artifacts. Indeed, Subai had drawn advanced technology. Just as the island spirit had foretold, within this tier, anything, truly anything, could manifest. Name: Longxiang brand compact, household husking machine. Tier: mortal rank superior. Description: compact, lightweight, fully automated with one-button operation, energy efficient, and eco-conscious. Consumes only 0.8 kilowatt-hours per hour, processes 1,200 kilograms hourly, minimizes broken grains, and preserves the full nutritional integrity of cereals. With this device, you'll never again consume unhulled chicken blood rice. Its sole drawback being dependence on electricity. Without power, it remains little more than inert iron occupying space. This was Subai's first technological prize. Upon seeing it, he hesitated, then recalled unhulled chicken blood rice and imagined encountering similar challenges ahead. Steeling himself, he claimed it without delay. As for power generation, if such a machine could be drawn, surely generators or comparable devices were equally attainable. It was merely a matter of time. Failure this round meant trying again. Eventually, success was inevitable. Yet why is this classified merely as mortal rank superior? Its technological sophistication dwarfs standard infantry equipment. It feels like a dimensional downgrade. Subai voiced his perplexity. Here, tiers are not determined by your world's definition of technology, but rather by comprehensive metrics: combat efficacy, practical utility, and broader applicability. Even a flintlock musket, a relic from your world's antiquity, would rank as Tier 1 inferior. The island spirit explained. Very well, Subai conceded, not comprehending yet accepting. Name: Longxiang brand photovoltaic energy-saving lamp. Tier: mortal rank superior. Description: a marvel that stores solar energy by day and illuminates by night. 20 watts of luminous power integrated with an upgraded high-capacity battery storing 10 kilowatt-hours. An indispensable companion for home or travel. His second technological prize, self-contained energy storage, eliminated concerns about power generation. Subai seized it instantly, without hesitation. When necessary, he could directly connect this battery to the husking machine, enabling its operation seamlessly. What of his lack of electrical expertise, his inability to wire or install? Countless viewers stood ready, omniscient patrons whose wisdom he could readily seek. Longxiang brand again. Which civilization produced this? Ours, Huaxia. If extraterrestrial, their technological level seems unremarkable. Such devices were manufacturable within Huaxia, prompting Subai's growing bewilderment. Island Spirit, whose civilization produces Longxiang brand. He ventured cautiously. Products of the Longxiang Empire, a vassal state under the 7-star Lord Dom. Among the primary sponsors of this academy's Lord Selection Trial, providing foundational tier technological artifacts. The Island Spirit's reply startled Subai. So all our draws originate from sponsor civilizations. He nearly rolled his eyes, realizing he'd overthought everything. Then why weren't earlier items, bread water, attributed to any sponsor? Subai asked, recalling prior advertising solicitations. Those remain unsponsored, currently supplied by the Academy itself. Sponsorship attribution will follow once partners are secured. Subai. So, more civilizations will sponsor and advertise throughout the trial. Naturally, this selection trial is the grandest event across the entire Hongwang stellar domain, engaging civilizations galaxy-wide. The Island Spirit's matter-of-fact tone left Subai speechless. Name Longxiang brand large combined hybrid harvester. Level superior quality of common grade. Description: on flat land theoretically it can harvest 120 acres of wheat or rice per hour and is highly energy efficient, equipped with photovoltaic panels on top, featuring hybrid power that consumes as little as 10 liters of diesel per hour with a built-in 2,000-liter fuel tank. Wow, this is even more impressive than the most advanced harvester on Blue Star, capable of operating for 200 hours. Amazing. Without hesitation, Subai made the purchase. With it, harvesting the 5 or 6 acres of blood rice on the wild floating island would be incredibly easy. If done manually, even as a practitioner in the body refinement realm, it would take several hours, wasting a lot of time. Now it might only take a few minutes. Even with terrain challenges and lack of familiarity, it should not take more than 10 minutes, making it highly cost-effective. Name Longxiang brand small diesel generator. Level superior quality of common grade. Description: this is a 10-watt diesel generator with a built-in energy storage battery sufficient for an ordinary household's needs, and it even comes with 30 liters of diesel. If he had drawn this before getting the harvester, Subai might have been excited, but with the harvester's 2,000 liters of diesel, he found the 30 liters somewhat inconsequential. While the streamer actually drew the generator, incredible. What luck! The audience expressed their shock. When I saw the streamer draw the harvester, I knew their luck was exceptional. Sure enough, they drew 4 technological prizes, all very useful at this stage. I'm envious. Are we not drawing anymore? They probably stopped because they finally drew the generator. Everyone saw Subai stop the lottery after drawing the generator and began sorting their own prizes, all speculating. Could it be possible that they have run out of points? After all, they had just drawn 17 times in a row, each requiring over 100 points. Even if there are remaining points, it shouldn't be too many. Ordinary viewers wouldn't calculate exactly how many points Subai had earned, relying only on speculation. After sorting through his gains, Subai glanced at the barrage and replied with a smile. Yes, when I drew the shelling machine, I thought that if there were technology products, it would be unreasonable not to draw something for generating power. Turns out my luck was decent. Not only did I draw the generator, but I also got the harvester. I'm glad I got this draw, otherwise I wouldn't have had much confidence in the few points I had left. Subai confirmed that he did indeed stop after drawing the generator, while also indicating that he still had a bit of points left, though he didn't specify how many, leaving everyone to guess. In fact, the main reason he stopped drawing was not the above 2, but rather because his divine ability, the Eye of Insight, had only a few seconds left, allowing him to draw, at most once more, thus making it unnecessary to continue. The lottery is done, so I will end the live stream here. I plan to go cook some instant noodles, then continue my training for a while. In the next live stream, I will take everyone to check out the situation in the dense forest. Subai made a live stream announcement before signing off. Although there were aliens watching this live stream, they were all from previous collections, as at the peak of his viewership today, he only had over 70 million viewers, not breaking 100 million. After all, without thrilling adventure footage, the platform did not push the stream much. It was evident that the platform's streaming rules differed from those of Blue Star. It was not based on popularity, but rather aligned with the Academy's trial requirements. Only by going out to hunt, explore, and take risks would the platform provide strong support for traffic, something the nation had concluded and shared with Subai during the earlier live stream. Subai was very grateful for this. After signing off, he followed through with what he had told himself, cooking 2 packets of instant noodles and eating a bag of bread, feeling only slightly full. Island Spirit, what are the conditions to upgrade the Island Lord's Mansion? Subai asked as he approached them. Master, the first level Island Lord's Mansion is divided into 5 levels: initial, primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Currently, it is in the initial style. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can be upgraded directly to the primary level. What materials do I need to upgrade to the primary level? Subai inquired. You only need 15 cubic meters of firewood, 15 cubic meters of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. The island spirit's answer left Subai momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "So little." Aside from the bronze coins, which were a bit painful, the other materials were indeed not much. One must say Subai was now quite affluent. The island spirit. "So, master, do you want to upgrade?" Upgrade immediately. I want to see what it looks like after the upgrade." Subai said without Ding consumed 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 cubic meters of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. The Island Lord's mansion has upgraded from initial state to primary state. As the notification sound ended, Subai saw the small wooden house in front of him rapidly expanding. He quickly stepped back several meters, while at the same time the style of the wooden house was also changing, and he could even hear the sounds of hammering. In the blink of an eye, within 10 seconds at most, everything settled down, and the Island Lord's mansion had completely transformed. Although it was still a wooden house, its exterior was no longer shabby, but instead exhibited a classical aesthetic, having expanded in size. In front of the door there were now 2 stone lions and a small stone-paved square of about 30 to 40 square meters. Subai hurriedly approached and pushed open the large door, revealing that the layout had changed from a single room to 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with marble tiles laid on the floor, completely revitalized. "This area is at least 80 square meters, right?" Subai marveled. "The indoor area is 100 square meters, the island spirit replied. "Good, very good. This expense is truly worth it." Subai was very satisfied with the current Island Lord's mansion, finally feeling a bit like home. Most importantly, it had a kitchen and a bathroom, making things much more convenient. The kitchen was an old-style kitchen that burned firewood, but it looked spacious and bright. The bathroom was also an old-fashioned flush toilet, only requiring him to fill the water tower himself, which wasn't too troublesome for Subai, since he had a spatial storage. As for where the waste was flushed away, Subai didn't know, nor did he want to know. If the primary level is this good, then what about the intermediate level? What are the upgrade requirements? Subai asked with concern. It requires 300 cubic meters of wood, 300 cubic meters of stone, 10 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of first-grade dark iron, 300 sheets of first-grade low-grade beast skin, 30 sheets of first-grade medium-grade beast skin, and an additional 0 bronze coins. Why did it increase so much all of a sudden? Subai couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The intermediate Island Lord's mansion consists of 2 levels, with each level covering an area of 300 square meters, totaling 600 square meters of indoor space. When combined with the yard and plaza, its scale far surpasses the current mansion, making it incomparable. The current Island Lord's mansion is only suitable for the owner to reside in, while the intermediate Island Lord's mansion serves multiple functions. The Island Spirit explained. In addition to these, are there other conditions? For instance, the construction of functional buildings. Subai thought of the game and the defensive structures listed under the attributes interface. No additional requirements are needed for the upgrade from primary to intermediate, the Island Spirit answered succinctly, addressing Subai's confusion. However, an upgrade from intermediate to advanced will require them. Understanding all this, Subai wasted no time and began transporting supplies, moving food and water into a slightly smaller room, while the larger master bedroom naturally became his resting place. As for the timber, iron, and stone, Subai simply relocated them next to the Island Lord's mansion, feeling somewhat obsessive-compulsive. Moving them there made it much more visually pleasing and did not obstruct the view. Solar panels and lights were installed in the living room, while the shelling machine and generator were temporarily placed in the main hall. The large combined harvester was driven to a relatively flat area at the edge of the floating island, ready to connect with the wild floating island later, at which point it would proceed directly across. After completing all this, Subai stood at the entrance, closed his eyes, gradually calming himself, and then consumed a blood spirit pill, beginning his standing meditation. 1 pill, then 2. After taking the second blood spirit pill, Subai soon felt a sensation of swelling pain throughout his body. Is this the onset of a breakthrough? Subai's forehead began to perspire, and soon beads of sweat formed, dripping onto the ground, where they were instantly absorbed by the dust. His skin surface reddened, resembling a boiled shrimp shell, and began emanating heat. "Break for me!" Subai shouted, his muscles quivering as the pores on his skin opened all at once, as if a current of air was surging from within, causing his clothes to billow uncontrollably. Then a stream of reddish-brown impurities mixed with a foul odor was expelled from his body, quickly solidifying and scabbing over under the intense heat of his skin. This entire process lasted about 3 minutes, after which Subai seemed to be clad in a layer of reddish-brown armor. Shatter! Subai shook all over. The layer of reddish-brown armor broke apart, falling to the ground. After his rebirth from the shell, his skin appeared markedly different, looking vibrant and flawless, akin to that of a teenager, radiating a healthy glow. Subai suddenly opened his eyes, checking his Buddhist condition, and stared wide-eyed. Island Spirit, tell me, is this really the change that occurs when breaking through from the first to the second level of the body refining realm? Yes, you have indeed broken through. For ordinary practitioners, breaking through from the peak of the first level to the second level of the body refining realm is not typically achieved in one go. It usually requires time to accumulate. However, Subai possessed exceptional innate talent, feeling no bottleneck, and directly broke through. He was uncertain if higher realms would present bottlenecks, but for now there were none. Yes, the ninth level of the body refining realm involves 9 transformations of the physical body. The further one goes, the more apparent the transformations become. After the 9 transformations, the body becomes flawless, shedding its mortal shell. What about lifespan? Will there be changes in lifespan within the body refining realm? Or must one wait until they break through to the chi refining realm or even higher realms? Subai inquired with concern. Actually, a subtle transformation occurs during the apprentice stage to the first level of the body refining realm. Lifespan has already increased from the typical 5 years of an ordinary mortal to 6 years. Each transformation from the first to the third level of the body refining realm accumulates the foundation for a significant breakthrough, enhancing the physical body, but not extending lifespan. However, once you accumulate enough foundation and successfully break through to the 4th level, lifespan will increase by 2 years. Similarly, upon breaking through to the 7th level, lifespan will increase by 4 years. The theoretical maximum lifespan from the initial 7th level to the peak of the 9th level in the body refining realm can reach 12 years. The Island Spirit explained in detail. 12 cosmic years convert to 201. 6 Earth years, which is approximately 200 years, surpassing the lifespan limit of Earth beings. 5 years is equivalent to 84 years on Earth. Many mortals on Earth must have surpassed this limit. How does that work? Subai questioned, puzzled. Generally speaking, only a few mortals with ancestral bloodlines, or those who understand health preservation or have consumed certain precious medicines, can break this limitation. However, Earth has developed technology which can help surpass the lifespan limit. This is an alternate path of development. But what I'm discussing with you now is the relationship between cultivation and lifespan. The Island Spirit's explanation was somewhat reasonable. I see now, Subai acknowledged. Regardless, breakthroughs in cultivation always brought great joy. I still have 15 blood spirit pills. Should I go hunting first, continue cultivating, or start practicing martial techniques to enhance my combat power? Subai faced a choice among 3 options and quickly made his decision. First, he would cultivate to enhance his realm, then practice martial techniques to improve his combat strength. After all, his current combat power relied mainly on his inside eye ability and the Juga crossbow. If the duration of his ability ran out and the arrows of the Juga crossbow were exhausted, he would be left with only brute force to fight, which would be extremely dangerous. If he suddenly stopped broadcasting and remained unharmed, wouldn't that clearly indicate to others that he still had hidden cards unknown to them? He hoped to have as many hidden cards as possible while exposing as few as he could. In the blink of an eye, over 5 hours had passed. Subai consumed 13 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills, successfully breaking through to the early stage of the 3rd level of the body refining realm, still experiencing no bottlenecks. It should have taken 6.5 hours, but as his cultivation improved, the effects of the blood spirit pills diminished, and the refining time decreased as well. However, he had successfully broken through. Subai took a deep breath, slowly rising. His body swayed slightly, and he felt a sharp pain emanating from deep within his muscles and soul. Island Spirit, what's happening? Subai recounted his physical condition. Master, you have been cultivating for too long, which has greatly stressed your body and mind. You should take it slow. It would be best to lie down and sleep now, allowing your body and mind to relax thoroughly and let your Bodhis recovery mechanisms work. Believe me, when you wake up, this issue will have resolved itself. The Island Spirit suggested. All right, I understand, Subai replied, being quite receptive to the advice, knowing the Island Spirit meant well. Looking ahead, in just over 10 hours he had advanced from an ordinary mortal to the early stage of the 3rd level of the body refining realm, a speed that was undeniably fast. Taking a break was no problem. However, before that he needed to eat, as he was hungry again. After simply boiling 2 packets of instant noodles, Subai added a red-tailed chicken egg, making it even more delicious. After finishing his meal, he lay down on the large bed in the master bedroom, preparing to sleep. Before he drifted off, Subai focused his thoughts and summoned his attributes interface for a glance. Tester ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Realm Early Stage of Body Refinement Realm 3rd Level. Strength 400. 8 kilograms. Cultivation Technique 9 turns Divine Demon Art. First layer of 9 turns Primordial Skill. Martial Skills Heavenly Stream Divine Finger. First layer, not yet mastered. Ninefold Profound Elemental Spear. first layer, not yet mastered. Inch of Star River, first layer, not yet mastered. Secret techniques none. Root bone divine grade. Talent divine ability divine level eye of insight, 10 minutes 50 seconds 10 minutes 50 seconds. Can perceive everything concealed within a 60-meter range, identifying all things with time and distance increasing as cultivation improves. Wallet 261 when copper coins. Points 380 first tier points 2 ordinary points. Lord Startup Funds 2 black gold coins 2982. For golden coins received 11 black gold coins for 14900 golden coins wagered 896 blue gold coins. 1 million black gold coins for 99 12 million golden coins investment 0, though advertising 0, product sales 0. Fans 6,813. Not bad. The range and duration of the Eye of Insight have increased significantly. Subai smiled slightly after reviewing his attributes. Before long the sound of snoring filled the room, indicating just how exhausted his body was. Meanwhile, while Subai was sleeping, things were not stagnant on the Blue Star side. In the capital, on a hospital bed within a military hospital. What? You want me to be the leader of the Dragon team? Liu, lying on the hospital bed, quickly sat up with difficulty and shook his head. Commander, that's not possible. I was just an ordinary soldier before, not even a squad leader with no experience in commanding troops. How can I take on such an important position? Liu, you are a soldier and should take obedience to orders as your duty. This is an order and you must execute it resolutely, Zhang Yong said earnestly. Yes, Liu said, raising his right hand to salute with difficulty. Despite accepting the order, he still wore a worried expression, saying, Commander, I don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand, you can learn. You contributed great dragon elephant strength, which is very important for us in Huaxia. You are also the only military person among the returning testers, so you are currently the best candidate for the Dragon Team leader. You need to trust the organization and, more importantly, trust yourself, as we trust you too, Zhang Yong said seriously. This was certainly not a decision made by Zhang Yong himself. His authority was not sufficient, and he might not even match the future leader of the Dragon Team. This was appointed from above. The higher-ups made this decision after considerable deliberation, even evaluating Liu's life and performance in the military, believing he had potential for growth. Coupled with his contribution of great dragon elephant strength and his identity as the only military man, he became the most suitable candidate for the position. I will not disappoint the organization's expectations of me. I will lead the Dragon Team well and forge the sharpest spear and the strongest shield for Huaxia, Liu exclaimed, filled with passion. Very good, Zhang Yong nodded in satisfaction. You should focus on recovering first. Once your injuries are healed, you can join the Dragon Team. We have already prepared the headquarters base for you, but it is still being renovated. By the time your injuries heal, it should be ready for you to settle in. Yes. Back at the base, Zhang Yong immediately summoned Lu Min and 10 other important team leaders who were responsible for the top 10 potential testers in Huaxia. What is the situation on Su Bei's side? Has he not started the broadcast yet? Zhang Yong asked, looking. Not yet, Lu Min said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Hasn't it been almost 10 hours? Lu Min raised his hand to check his watch and said, to be exact, it has already been 10 hours and 48 minutes. Upon hearing this duration, Zhang Yong fell silent, feeling a sense of worry arise within him, as Su Bei's importance had been elevated to third place, making him a key focus of the state. Wang Jie, what is the situation with Luo Feng? Zhang Yong looked at the young man, next to Lu Min, who had been assessed to be the #1 potential candidate in Huaxia. During this period, Luo Feng started a live broadcast that lasted 2 hours, during which he hunted 28 ferocious beasts. His last announced cultivation level was 3 hours ago with a strength of 98 kilograms. It has now been 3 hours since he closed the broadcast, and we estimate that he may have broken through to the late stage of body refinement realm 1, making him the strongest in the world currently, Wang Jie said with a beaming smile. Voluntarily disclosing one's cultivation level was a suggestion from the state, as it could create a buzz and attract more traffic to their live broadcasts. This method may not be clear in other civilizations, but on Blue Star this argument holds water. Most people agree with it. After all, it poses no loss to them. Not only in Huaxia, but across all of Blue Star, this unwritten rule was basically accepted, especially among those testers with higher strength who actively disclosed their cultivation levels during live broadcasts. Furthermore, some well-meaning individuals had begun compiling global strength rankings for them, which was another method to attract attention. According to the response from the Dragon Team, their members are progressing very slowly in their cultivation. Currently, the highest is only a senior apprentice, and there are no body refinement realm practitioners among them. Even though they chose to withdraw, their root bones and talents should be adequate. Why has Luo Feng advanced so rapidly? Zhang Yong asked curiously. Commander Luo Feng has not disclosed his root bone and talent levels, but he has been quite fortunate. On the second floating island he explored there is a patch of ginseng, many of which are 50 years old. These ginseng provide him with ample cultivation resources. Based on our estimates, once he fully digests all these ginseng, his cultivation should break through to the third level of body refinement realm, Wang Jia explained. He added, as far as I know, anyone who can elevate their cultivation to the mid-stage of body refinement realm in such a short time, even at the early stage, must have discovered a treasure land that provides sufficient resources for early stage use. They can be considered brave and fortunate individuals. I suspect this might be a new player benefit prepared for testers by the Cosmic Lord Academy. As long as they dare to explore, they can find good cultivation resources on the leading floating islands. Wang Jia shared the conclusions drawn by his team. I think the same way. Others chimed in, acknowledging that their speculation was indeed correct. If Subai did not have the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, the Snake Gall of the Green-Eyed Serpent, the Red-Tailed Chicken's Egg, and the Blood Rice were currently the best cultivation resources available to him. This is excellent news. I will have people collect ginseng across the globe. From now on, you must observe carefully to see whether there are any other cultivation resources that also exist on launching and report them to me promptly. Zhang Yong thought they should arrange acquisitions of ginseng in advance, otherwise once other nations react, the prices for those resources will surely skyrocket. Perhaps some countries are already taking action. He also planned to issue an order to Long Zhu to investigate which other medicinal herbs might enhance cultivation. Yes, the others nodded. Additionally, compile this information and publish it in the live channels of all our Huaxia trialists. Encourage them to venture out bravely, and tell them that at least on the first cosmic day the opportunities outweigh the risks. What is required is merely their courage. If they miss the first cosmic day, it will be far harder to seize opportunities later. Zhang Yong pondered, and then added another line. If they lack the nerve to go out on the first day, how could they possibly accept the challenge when things become even more dangerous? Might as well withdraw altogether. For Huaxiao, of course, it wanted as many trialists as possible to muster the courage to explore. After all, the more trialists who pass the first test, the greater the benefit to Huaxia. Yes. After issuing the two orders, Zhang Yong looked at Lu Min. If Subai goes live, notify me immediately. He was curious what Subai had been doing since there had been no response for such a long time. Understood. Lu Min nodded heavily. On launching No. 10010 floating island inside the island owner's main bedroom. On the large bed, Subai slowly opened his eyes, raised his hands above his head, and gave himself a long, satisfying stretch. That was a very comfortable sleep. Just as the Dao Ling had said, all the physical and mental fatigue from before had vanished after that sleep. He felt soothed from the inside out, and his mind was exceptionally clear. Sitting up, Subai habitually glanced at his attributes. He wanted to know whether this sleep had restored the duration of his Dongcha Ji Yin inside eye ability. Oh, the time had fully recovered, which delighted Subai, but was not unexpected. What surprised him was that his strength had actually increased after that sleep, a rather startling development. Before sleeping, he remembered his strength read 408 kilograms. Now it had become 402, 3 kilograms. Dao Ling, how did my strength increase after one sleep? Subai could only ask the Dao Ling. Because the master took many pills that bolster qi and blood before sleeping. Although much of the medicine was absorbed through cultivation, some medicinal potency remained deposited in the body. During rest, that potency was slowly absorbed, hence the increase in strength, the Dao Ling explained. I see, Subai said, enlightened. Rising from the bed, Subai walked out and immediately glanced at the countdown on the roof of the island owner's mansion. 9 cosmic days, 15 launching days, 23 hours, 02 minutes 53 seconds. I actually slept 7 hours. Subai compared the time with what he had seen before sleeping and quickly calculated his rest period, utterly astonished. The daylight and night here were both so prolonged, completely different from launching. He suspected everyone would feel out of sync and would need to slowly reset their rhythms and adapt. That was Subai's conjecture, at least it applied to him. He ate some simple bread and drank water for breakfast, attended to his personal needs, then went out again. Standing in the square, he began to consider which martial technique to cultivate first. The Jiuzhuan Shima Ju comes with 3 martial techniques: Tianxia, Shixinji Jiuchong, Xianyuan Chong, and Ji Qi Xingha. For ranged attacks, I have the Zhuge Nu, but what I lack for now is close quarters skill. Although my cultivation has reached the Duanti body tempering realm 3rd rank early stage, I lack combat experience and have no martial technique in hand. Without using Dongcha Ji and insight, my true strength might well be inferior to those first-year 3-star early-stage ferocious beasts. Subai was clear about this. First, he'll look at the information for the 3 techniques. Although he had received the inheritance, he had not yet found time to study them in detail. Tianxia Shi Shunji, know its masculine guard its feminine, be the stream of the world, know its dark guard its light, be the pattern of the world. It can condense the power of cosmic rules, its force is terrifying. Unless one is a true god, one cannot unleash even a fraction of its true might. It is the supreme finger technique. It is divided into 5 tiers: Pijin, Tianxiang Sui Xing, Shishin Wujiu. Tier 1 Pijin, piercing surface with a point, condensing the Bodhi's force into a single fingertip. It can shatter metal and stone, and can ignore ordinary qi and blood defenses. Tier 2 Tianxiang, one may condense wind, rain, thunder, and lightning upon a finger, capable of annihilating worlds and wielding heavenly punishment as if it were planetary law. Tier 3 Sui Xing, an initial comprehension of cosmic power, drawing upon the source to easily destroy stars and even entire stellar systems. Tier 4 Shishan, slaying gods as if they were dogs, its power boundless. Tier 5 Wujiu, condensing the force of rules to create rules, I am the rule. Breaking through shackles, gathering the universe's supreme might, it can reverse time, traverse the river of time, destroy a stellar region with a thought, or reboot a universe on a whim. The higher the realm and the deeper the comprehension, the stronger the power. There is no upper bound. Only the first tier is currently unsealed. This, Subai sucked in a breath after finishing the description of Tianxia Shi Shunji. He was stunned. This technique is unbelievably powerful. This is absurd. The mere declaration of no upper bound said it all. I must learn it, it's just too magnificent. Having understood the might of Tianxia Shi Shunji, Subai was eager to learn it. Yet he restrained himself and decided to examine the other 2 techniques first. Jiuchong Xianyuan Chong, the spear, is the king of weapons. 9 signifies the utmost, the beginning of Xianyuan Dao. It is an unparalleled spear method. It is divided into 4 tiers: Zhong Ruo, Qianjun Shi Ku Dang Zhan, Yi Chong Xiao, and Tier 1 Zhong Ruo, Qianjun. One cold gleam, the spear strikes like a dragon. Concealing craft with simplicity, the heavy spear is invincible. 9-fold force streams without end. When perfected, it can release 9-fold strength that shatters and sweeps away all, breaking myriad techniques with a single blow. Tier 2 Shi Bu Ku Dang. Comprehend the spear's momentum and call upon the force of heaven and earth at the spear's tip. 9-fold spear momentum pressing upon heaven and earth. Tier 3 Zhan Yi Chong Xiao. Comprehend the spear intent and become invincible through battle. Using war to nurture war, one cultivates the spear intent itself. Through 9 compressions, one condenses the seed of spear intent to pierce the 9 skies. Tier 4 Xianyuan Wuya. Master the spear Dao's origin. Inside the spear intent barrier, I am the sovereign of heaven and earth. Another overwhelmingly powerful technique. After reading Jiuchong Xianyuan Chong, Subai again wanted to learn it. The final technique, Ji Qi Xinghe, is a mobility technique. Ji Qi Xinghe, in a single thought, the star river lies beneath one's feet, coming and going without a trace. It is a top-tier mobility art. It is divided into 6 tiers: Ta Shui Wu Hen Xiaoyao Ru Feng, Yi Shun, Qianli Yi Nian Xingchen, Wan Xing Wu Zong, and Ji Qi Xinghe. Tier 1 Ta Shui Wu Hen emphasizes a body light as a swallow. Tier 2 Xiaoyao Ru Feng emphasizes drifting like the wind, formless and free, elusive and unfettered. Tier 3 Yi Shun Qianli requires a strong spiritual sense. Wherever the spiritual sense reaches, one can arrive in an instant. Tier 4 Yi Nian Xingchen, where the eyes reach stars are without distance, one can traverse between stars swiftly and at will. Tier 5 Wan Xing Wu Zong, one can casually break the void and perform dimensional traversal. Tier 6 Ji Qi Xinghe, take a step and in a single thought reach any corner of the star river, coming and going without a trace, unbound by any constraint, effortlessly passing through various seals. Indeed, all 3 techniques were formidable. None disappointed Subai, they even exceeded his expectations. Only children make choices, adults take them all. I will train all 3 techniques simultaneously so as to improve my overall combat power. Subai made his decision quickly. Breaking through gold, focusing all his strength at a single point, nourishing his fingers with qi and blood, he could shatter gold and sever jade. As he delved deeper into the first technique, Subai began to grasp its 2 key points. First, nourishing the fingers with qi and blood to make them indestructible. Otherwise, if he poked with a finger and broke it, that would be quite comical. Of course, once he reached the 4th level of body refinement, he would be able to project qi and blood externally, needing to gather spiraling energy at his fingertips. His fingers wouldn't even need to touch the enemy. He could defeat them with qi alone. Later on, he could even achieve something akin to the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, where he would unleash qi to kill, but the requirements for manipulating qi and blood would be extremely high by then. Second, how to mobilize all his strength to the tips of his fingers to unleash maximum power. This was quite difficult. In the later stages, he would need to compress and refine even stronger external projection of qi and blood. However, that was still a way off for him. For now, he just needed to get started. He would first practice with sand, then with soil, followed by wood, then stones, and finally with metal. There was no sand on the floating island, so Su Bai used dry soil blocks, crushing them and wrapping them in cloth to hang at chest height from the door beam. Then he began practicing vigorously. At first, he merely poked with his fingers and then practiced standing still. "Damn, that hurts quite a bit," Su Bai remarked, looking at his fingers, which felt much like poking a heavy sandbag. "I can't just use brute force to poke. Even if I can't project qi and blood for now, I must learn to mobilize my entire qi and blood to cushion my fingers. This is essential." Su Bai quickly pondered strategies in his mind, then adjusted his force. "It should be like this." Suddenly, he felt a surge of enlightenment, promptly mobilizing the qi and blood within him, trying again, and the pain lessened. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Su Bai glanced at his attributes interface and noticed the duration of his inside eye technique had decreased by 5 seconds. Could it be that my technique can assist in practicing martial skills? That seems a bit too incredible. Su Bai nearly widened his eyes in shock, having discovered a new use for his technique. The inside eye technique is about seeing. Externally, it can perceive all things, and internally, it allows self-examination, which is why he could identify his shortcomings in cultivation. Su Bai mused. Let's try again. Previously, he had activated the technique unconsciously, like during his shooting practice. This time, he actively employed the technique. Instantly, he realized that his body was riddled with flaws, his force application was incorrect, his posture was off, and the circulation of qi and blood was wrong. Everything was amiss, akin to a novice. Su Bai then made adjustments based on these flaws. The process of reducing flaws was akin to rapid practice and growth. After practicing for 3 minutes, Su Bai temporarily stopped and began practicing the Star River technique. It wasn't that he had mastered it, he still had a long way to go. He simply didn't want to waste the duration of his technique and wanted to attempt to learn all 3 martial skills as much as possible. The key to the snowless tread is to be as light as a swallow. To increase the difficulty, Su Bai strapped 2 sandbags filled with soil to his legs. He then activated the inside eye technique, practicing while observing his errors and quickly correcting them. After about 3 minutes, he switched to another martial skill. "Fortunately, I previously obtained a heavy black iron spear." Su Bai took out the spear from his spatial storage and began practicing. Heavier than 1,000 pounds during the initial practice, he focused on broad movements. Su Bai once again utilized the inside eye, observing the flaws exposed during his practice, correcting 1 flaw at a time. This time, he didn't practice for just 3 minutes. He continued until all his time was exhausted. However, Su Bai did not stop practicing. Instead, he kept training with the spear. Once his stamina was nearly depleted and his qi was exhausted, he consumed a blood spirit pill, recovering his qi while continuing to practice until he refined the second blood spirit pill before finally stopping. It's a pity that the duration of the inside eye is still too short, far from enough. It seems I must obtain more spirit pills, otherwise relying on my own cultivation is still too slow. Actually, Su Bai's innate talent is of divine quality and his understanding is not bad. He is practicing the top-tier martial skills. To achieve such progress in such a short time is already incredibly fast. Only by comparison does he recognize the gap. Having seen the light, how could he tolerate the darkness? That was his current mindset. He took out the last spirit pill, hesitating for a moment before swallowing it, and then resumed practicing the 9-fold mystic spear. This is the feeling exhilarating. As he wielded the spear like a dragon, Su Bai's figure darted across the small square of the island master's residence, the long spear moving swiftly like the wind, as fast as lightning, yet each swing felt as if he could crush mountains. While consuming the duration of his technique, the spirit pill simultaneously replenished it. It was like when he learned math problems in the past, water was poured into a pool while simultaneously draining it at the same rate. At first, he could maintain the duration at full capacity, but after practicing for another 5 minutes, the duration began to decrease again. He realized something: the inflow had already stopped, leaving only the outflow, prompting him to quickly halt. He glanced at his changed attributes interface. Test subject number Blue Star 10010, name Su Bai, realm initial stage of body refinement, 3rd level, strength 405, 3 kilograms. Technique 9 turns divine devil art, 1st layer of 9 turns primal unity, martial skills, heavenly stream, divine finger, 1st layer, breaking gold, novice 1 9-fold mystic spear, 1st layer, heaviness of 1,000 pounds, novice 6 Star River, 1st layer, snowless tread, novice 3 Secret techniques, none, root bone, divine quality talent technique, divine grade, inside eye, 10 minutes 47 seconds, 10 minutes 50 seconds, can perceive everything concealed within a 60-meter range. Identifying all things with cultivation time and distance can increase. By comparing the changes in his attributes interface, Su-Bai immediately noticed three distinct aspects. If I keep consuming, then the spirit pill will prioritize replenishing the consumed spiritual power instead of enhancing the spirit, so this time, neither duration nor range changed. Additionally, the two blood spirit pills only increased his strength by less than 5 kilograms. This reduction is too much. Clearly, it's not normal. It should be that cultivating martial skills itself requires chi and blood consumption. Without using blood spirit pills, I couldn't practice martial skills for such long periods, meaning much of the medicinal power went to replenishing my stamina. Moreover, my practice time on Heavenly Stream Divine Finger and Star River was the same. No, it was even longer for Heavenly Stream Divine Finger, yet the progress was slower. This indicates that the first layer of Heavenly Stream Divine Finger has greater difficulty. I can almost be certain of this because I can clearly feel the difference while practicing. As for the first 2 points, those are Su-Bai's two conjectures, but he believes they should also be correct. At this point, he had nearly exhausted all his resources. It's time to start a new broadcast. Su-Bai glanced at the distant wild floating island, determined to conquer it and eliminate all the fierce beasts within. Island Spirit, open the broadcast room, Su-Bai commanded. Yes, master. As soon as the live streaming room opened, it attracted the attention of countless viewers. However, Su-Bai noticed something different: the number of people online. Last time he streamed, within less than 30 seconds, the number of online viewers surged past 10 million, but this time it was only in the hundreds of thousands, a difference of several magnitudes. Could it be that I haven't streamed in a long time and my fans have dwindled? Su-Bai glanced at the countdown above the Island Lord's mansion and couldn't help but speculate. Countdown: 9 cosmic days, 15 blue star days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, and 41 seconds. He spent nearly 2 hours training in 3 martial arts techniques. Adding the time spent training and resting earlier, it had been about 15 hours since his last live stream. Finally, the streamer is live. During this time, I've watched many streams, but none have been as exciting as yours. Some loyal fans were excited. Weren't you going to explore the dense forest last time? Hurry up. I'm quite curious about that forest. Someone reminded. What is your current cultivation level, streamer? How strong are you? I heard countries are working on a combat power ranking, and there's also a global ranking. Combat power ranking. Su-Bai became interested upon seeing this comment and quickly asked, what is the current top combat power in the world? It's Luo Feng from our country, very strong, already a peak first-level body, refinement realm powerhouse, far ahead of the rest, a netizen proudly replied. Su-Bai appeared calm on the surface, but was actually very shocked inside. Although his cultivation was far superior, he understood his own situation. It was through the blood spirit pill that he achieved such high accomplishments. Luo Feng must have gained some kind of opportunity, otherwise it would be impossible to improve so much in such a short time. He has a divine grade root bone. Without using the blood spirit pill, he wouldn't even dare to guarantee breaking through to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm in such a short time. That's really impressive. It's good for our Wuxia's reputation, Su-Bai said with a smile. He didn't intend to expose his own cultivation, but he was still pleased to see Huaxia leading globally. Huh. Streamer, how did the house behind you change? After the excitement, some began to notice the Island Lord's mansion behind Su-Bai. Yeah, what happened? I heard from a trial taker in another stream that the Island Lord's mansion can be upgraded, but the conditions for upgrading are quite harsh, requiring 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 cubic meters of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. At this stage, there shouldn't be many who can gather these resources. This is the first time I've seen it here with Xiaobai. A netizen provided this information. Currently, very few people, and perhaps no one, have found the Money Island, which means these materials can only be gathered by oneself. If one relies solely on cutting and mining, the time is too short to achieve this, so it can only be done through a lottery. Other trial takers cannot see the lottery content like Su-Bai can, which means more lottery attempts are needed to obtain enough materials. At this stage, apart from a small group at the top, most people should not have enough points. Moreover, not everyone is willing to exchange first-level points for ordinary level points for the lottery. Subtracting a portion of those people and considering that 3,000 bronze coins require hunting how many ferocious beasts to obtain, that eliminates even more. Considering various factors at this stage, there are definitely no more than 5 trial takers who have enough resources and bronze coins to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. If someone upgraded their personal space with bronze coins first, they wouldn't have enough money to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. If someone didn't ask the Island Spirit and didn't know about this, they wouldn't actively upgrade either. Under various circumstances, Su-Bai is very likely to be the first trial taker in the world to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. Why could the streamer be the first trial taker to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion? It's highly likely. At least I haven't seen or heard any related news so far. Soon news of the Island Lord's Mansion upgrade quickly topped the front pages of various countries, attracting a large number of viewers into Su Bei's live stream, and the number of online viewers surged back to 3 million in a very short time. At the capital base, record this news and send comments in the other streams to remind them. Zhang Yong instructed, "Is this really necessary, Chief? If there are rewards for first kills, then would upgrading early not also come with rewards, eh?" Although Su Bai didn't say it, as long as there is a possibility, it cannot be overlooked and upgrades are generally beneficial, otherwise this mechanism wouldn't exist. Zhang Yong said, "I will inform several team leaders right away," the secretary said. "Alright, let's not chat anymore. Next, I'll first operate the combined harvester to harvest the chicken blood rice, and then I'll explore the dense forest." After saying that, Su Bai walked to the edge of the floating island and sat in the driver's seat. He then briefly planned the driving route on the central control screen, and the harvester automatically moved forward. Yes, the harvester and the dehelling machine are fully automated and very advanced, probably to facilitate their use by trial takers. After all, not every trial taker knows how to use these technological products. There may still be bronze civilizations among wild civilizations, and they would know even less about these things. With the guidance of the island spirit and automation, they might be able to use them. With a loud rumbling, the enormous harvester arrived at the edge of the rice field. Su Bai input another command to start harvesting, and then he just needed to sit in the vehicle and watch. It's so fast. At this rate, it won't be long before the chicken blood rice on this side of the river is harvested right. But how will I get across later? This was a big problem. Just use the personal space to transport it over. But this harvester is so big the streamer's personal space probably isn't enough, right? He just upgraded the Island Lord's Mansion. Does he have enough money to upgrade the personal space? Some expressed skepticism. Are you guys foolish? Just drive the harvester back to the floating island, then let the floating island dock on the other side of the river and drive over. Isn't that possible? Wow, it's so simple. I can't believe I thought for so long. You upstairs are clever. Indeed, change leads to solutions and solutions lead to longevity. A different approach resolved it. Netizens are full of ideas. Su Bai was also enlightened by these comments. His previous thought was to harvest this side first, then hunt more ferocious beasts in the dense forest to earn money, then upgrade the personal space, and finally use it to transport the harvester to the other side. Just as Su Bai was chatting with the viewers, the rice field on the opposite side of the river shook, followed by a series of chicken clucks. Cluck, cluck, cluck. These chicken sounds were hurried and slightly different from before. Then the same clucking echoed from within the dense forest, as if responding to one another. Not good, the noise is too loud. It might attract the attention of a large number of red-tailed chickens, Su Bai immediately realized. Chicken blood rice is the food of the red-tailed chickens, and even their lifeline. Now that Su Bai is harvesting it extensively, he has stirred their lifeline, and they will definitely come after him. Shall Bai run? If you wait too long, you'll be surrounded by them. This harvester is truly powerful. In just a short while it has harvested a vast area. However, this has also angered the red-tailed chickens. Although I cannot understand their language, I can still discern a hint of sorrow and anger from their clucking emotions, typically expressed before a desperate fight. The streamer is in danger. At the moment when Su Bai guessed that the red-tailed chickens were preparing to fight desperately, he had already made his choice. He quickly input a new command to return the harvester to the floating island. After all, this machine was too large for his personal space, and if it were damaged, it would be a great loss. He himself jumped down from the harvester and walked a short distance behind it, cautiously retreating to protect the harvester from being damaged by the red-tailed chickens. The red-tailed chickens were clearly faster than the harvester. Just halfway through, some red-tailed chickens were already chasing after him, prompting Su Bai to quickly draw his heavy iron spear. With a powerful smash of his spear, Su Bai instantly killed a red-tailed chicken. The heavy iron spear weighed 88 kilograms, just dropping it from a height could kill them, let alone the force Su Bai exerted on it, which made the impact even stronger. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully killed a high-level ferocious beast, the red-tailed chicken, earning 25 points in the ordinary rank. Against the ferocious red-tailed chickens, Su Bai didn't even need to use the Zhuge crossbow. It would be too wasteful of arrows. He intended to use these red-tailed chickens to enhance his combat abilities, so he didn't even activate his inside eye technique. Kill with his first kill, Su Bai's fighting spirit intensified. No longer retreating, he stood his ground waiting for the charging red-tailed chickens. 1, 2, 3. He swiftly killed 3 ferocious red-tailed chickens, and finally a first-tier 1-star ferocious red-tailed chicken appeared. But what could it do? It was still killed in a single strike. Wow, that was a first-tier 1-star red-tailed chicken, and it was instantaneously killed by the streamer. What is the streamer's cultivation level now? New viewers were astonished. What is this? Last time during the live stream, the streamer had used a knife to instantly kill 2 first-tier 1-star initial stage blue-eyed snakes, indicating that his strength was already enough to crush first-tier 1-star initial stage ferocious beasts. Now he was likely in the mid to even late stage of body refinement, but he just hadn't disclosed it. Immediately assess Su Bai's strength. I need the most accurate data possible. Zhang Yong frowned. Su Bai had surprised him greatly. He had a feeling that Su Bai's strength might even surpass Luo Feng. Yes, sir. As more red-tailed chickens charged towards him, Su Bai's fighting spirit intensified. He first collected the corpses and loot on the ground into his personal space, then he charged towards the group of red-tailed chickens holding his spear. With a sweeping strike, he sent the 4 red-tailed chickens rushing to the front, flying several meters away, their fates unknown. Continuing his sweeping attacks, he struck with raw power. Any red-tailed chicken hit by the heavy iron spear would either die or be severely injured. Despite their numbers, the limited space prevented them from coordinating effectively against Su Bai. Only a few could approach him, and they all perished under his heavy spear. In less than a minute, over 30 red-tailed chickens were killed. These red-tailed chickens had crossed from the opposite river. They were likely hiding in the rice fields there. Now they had all been slain, but Su Bai did not let his guard down, keeping his eyes fixed on the dense forest where more red-tailed chickens lurked. As expected, soon he saw the vegetation in the forest moving, and one by one the red-tailed chickens emerged from the thicket. 1, 2. Hissed so many. Su Bai couldn't help but swallow hard. Over 130 red-tailed chickens charged out. Unlike the previous ones, they didn't recklessly rush into, instead they gathered outside the forest waiting for something. Although Su Bai was too far away to identify their attributes, the red-tailed chickens had a very distinctive feature: the red-tail feathers. The number of feathers indicated the strength of these red-tailed chickens. Clearly this batch of over 130 red-tailed chickens all had 4 feathers or more, indicating that they were all ferocious beasts, significantly stronger than the previous 30. With a thunderous chorus of clucking, the red-tailed chickens immediately cleared a path, and a massive red-tailed chicken comparable to a bison slowly walked out from the forest, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. This red-tailed chicken had 6 crimson feathers on its tail. This must be a first-tier 3-star red-tailed chicken, the true king among this group. Su Bai remembered the introduction about the red-tailed chickens. The limit of potential for a first-tier 3-star was their upper limit. This was why he hadn't considered capturing them as battle pets. Despite owning the beast tower, their potential was too low for him to consider. I cannot confront it, Hedon. The best strategy is to retreat. Su Bai glanced at the harvester, which was already returning to the floating island. With no worries behind him, he ran toward the floating island without looking back. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Chicken King likely didn't expect Su Bai to escape so decisively. It immediately issued an order. In an instant, apart from the Chicken King and the 4 mighty guards beside it, all the remaining red-tailed chickens rushed towards Su Bai, causing the ground to shake, as if an army was marching, an impressive spectacle. However, Su Bai was no longer the former army. His cultivation had reached the early stage of body refinement, and he had also learned a bit of the snow trackless technique, making his speed faster than before. The red-tailed chickens over 100 meters away could not catch up to him. Su Bai leaped onto the floating island and immediately commanded Island Spirit, move away quickly. Yes, unfortunately the floating island was too slow, moving far slower than Su Bai and the red-tailed chickens. Just as the 2 floating islands were less than 12 meters apart, the leading red-tailed chicken had already arrived. It leaped towards Su Bai's floating island, prompting Su Bai to immediately ready his spear. If only a few red-tailed chickens were charging at him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. As long as the Chicken King didn't come up, or if he was surrounded by these 130 red-tailed chickens, he wouldn't worry. However, in the next second something happened that left him dumbfounded. Bang! A loud thud echoed as the leaping red-tailed chickens seemed to hit an invisible wall, slowly sliding down. Possibly dazed from the collision, it couldn't return to its floating island in time, and fell into the endless void, disappearing from sight. What a pity! Su Bai reacted belatedly, reaching out to seize the target, only to find it already too late. He merely stepped to the edge of the floating island and peered downward, his expression tinged with genuine regret. This was a level 1 star 1 limit crimson-tailed rooster, capable of condensing a blood spirit pill, dropping coins and equipment, and yielding valuable trial points. And now all of it was lost. In Su Bai's eyes, these crimson-tailed roosters had long been his rightful spoils. Island Spirit, what just happened? He demanded. The Island Spirit, perceptive and quick-witted, instantly grasped his question and hastened to explain. The novice protection period is still in effect. No living beast bearing hostility toward its master may cross into the master's floating island. Oh, I see. Su Bai's mind cleared instantly, recalling the voice that had earlier recited the trial rules, though he hadn't dwelled on them at the time. Had he been monitoring the livestream chat more closely, he would have known this already. Many viewers had mentioned it in his broadcast, but he rarely scanned the comments and thus missed them entirely. If that's the case, Subai lifted his gaze, squinting across the void at the opposing island, a subtle, knowing smile curling his lips. "Island spirit, move us closer," he commanded. "Yes, master." Swiftly the two floating islands realigned. The crimson-tailed roosters across the divide, having recovered from their initial shock, now hurled themselves against the invisible barrier surrounding Subai's island. With spear in hand, Subai struck like a dragon uncoiling. Cold steel flashed, and one rooster pierced through, impaled, and flung bodily onto his own island. Thrust and retract. Each motion yielded a trophy. Holy hell, how is that even possible? Unbelievable. Viewers watching his stream stared, stunned by his audacious maneuver. This novice protection barrier is absurdly overpowered. If so, doesn't it mean Subai can slaughter roosters at will while they remain utterly defenseless? This tactic deserves widespread adoption. Why haven't other cultivators thought of it? One could lure hostile beasts to the narrow boundary between two floating islands, then eliminate them with ease. This method alone could secure vital resources for countless novices in the early trials. And so viewers flooded other streams they followed with this revelation, broadcasting it across multiple channels. Yet this strategy isn't foolproof. First, one must wield a weapon as refined and responsive as Subai's. Second, crimson-tailed roosters aren't foolish. They'll retreat once they realize proximity invites death. This approach works only once, not repeatedly. True enough, after Subai slew 8 roosters in succession, the survivors finally grasped the danger and hastily withdrew beyond the reach of his spear. But if they retreated, Subai advanced. In a single stride, he crossed onto the opposing island, then unleashed a whirlwind assault, sweeping through 6 roosters in rapid succession. Seeing him charge so brazenly, the retreating roosters surged forward again, only for Subai to fight, while falling back, seamlessly returning to his own island. Through 3 such cycles of advance and withdrawal, Subai slaughtered over 20 crimson-tailed roosters. At last the Rooster King, hitherto observing from the rear, could bear it no longer. It let loose a piercing cry, and the flock instantly fell back. Then slowly, deliberately, the Rooster King strode forward. Subai gave chase, until the distance between them narrowed to roughly 30 meters, whereupon he abruptly wheeled about and fled. Enraged, the Rooster King charged after him, its speed accelerating with every stride. Soon Subai stood only 3 or 4 meters from his floating island, while the Rooster King closed within 5 or 6 meters. It did not slow, not in its fury. All it sought was the annihilation of this bipedal intruder. Yet peril struck the next instant. Subai, who had been sprinting full tilt, whirled around. His spear vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar device the Rooster King had never seen before. Whip! His fingers squeezed the trigger, a bolt shot forth. Simultaneously, he executed a flawless lateral roll, evading the Rooster King's frontal assault, and in the same fluid motion redrew his black iron heavy spear. Thwack! A sickening wet sound echoed. The Rooster King mid-stride had left its belly fully exposed. The bolt sank deep, blood erupting in a crimson arc. The beast crashed heavily to the ground, then slid forward uncontrollably, face first, until it slammed into the invisible barrier encircling Subai's island and finally stilled. A guttural shriek tore from its throat, then frantic wing beats weakened into feeble tremors, its strength ebbing away. Subai spared it no further glance. Wounded so grievously it posed no threat, no longer capable of retaliation. He seized his spear and plunged into the dazed flock, a wolf among sheep. None could withstand a single blow, none lasted a single exchange. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 star 2 mid-tier crimson-tailed rooster. Reward 12 level 1 trial points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 star 3 limit crimson-tailed rooster. Reward 60 level 1 trial points. And ding! Congratulations! You have slain the sovereign of the crimson-tailed rooster clan upon this floating island. Reward 1 fragment of tier 1 radar. The chime startled Subai, so much so that he nearly faltered, almost caught off guard by a rooster's ambush. He swiftly steadied his focus, resolving to finish the battle first. Everything else could wait. Amidst the carnage, the remaining dozen roosters broke into panicked flight, only for Subai to give relentless chase, denying them any chance of escape. He pursued them deep into the thicket, 3 roosters vanishing beneath the dense canopy. Subai instantly drew his Juga crossbow and loosed 3 bolts in rapid succession, pinning each to the forest floor. Only after confirming their deaths did he activate his insightful eye to scan the thicket's interior, finding no hidden threats. He entered, immediately retrieved the carcasses and spoils, gathered every visible reward into his personal spatial storage, deposited the bodies into the 9th tier of his 10,000 beast pagoda, and issued a quiet command: do not refine these roosters. Compared to serpent flesh, chicken was far more palatable, and with such a bounty, he could endure the long dark nights ahead. His sole concern was preservation. Leaving them in the 10,000 beast pagoda was unsustainable. He needed to transfer them to his personal space soon. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced to body refinement realm 3rd tier, initial stage. He no longer required vast quantities of level 1 lower grade blood spirit pills. Better to savor them as food, more nourishing, more economical. Still alive, Subai spotted a rooster writhing in its death throes, and ended its suffering with a swift thrust of his spear. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 star 2 limit crimson-tailed rooster. Reward 20 level 1 trial points. Subai paid no mind to the chime. His attention remained fixed on gathering spoils, until unexpectedly another notification chimed in its wake. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed all the red-tailed chickens on this floating island. You have earned a level 1 power module. Subai's eyes lit up instantly as he recalled the notification sound he had heard earlier. So this is how radar fragments and power modules are obtained. Understanding the method made Subai very happy, but he still felt that it was quite a challenging task. One must kill the king of the island while the other must eliminate all the ferocious beasts of this tribe on the island. Neither task is simple, especially since the floating island is vast. This is only a 1st tier floating island. What about the 2nd tier? Thus the radar becomes particularly important. If the radar can cover the entire floating island, the difficulty of completing this task will be significantly reduced, as the radar can inform them of all the positions and cultivation levels of these ferocious beasts. After collecting all the corpses and loot, Subai returned to his floating island. This time he did not let the floating island drift away because there was a protective shield. He actually hoped all the green-eyed snakes in the dense forest would come out. The gains from this battle are quite good. Subai waved his hand, and all the loot appeared on the ground. He couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the spoils. Not just good, it's astonishingly profitable. Okay. Many viewers rolled their eyes. Streamer, you are being a bit extravagant. Do you know how terrifying the gains from your previous battle were? I counted, there are a total of 172 red-tailed chickens. Not to mention the points and the loot drop. Just the chicken meat alone would be enough for you to eat for a long time. If you save a bit, it could even sustain you until the end of the 1st round of assessments. Moreover, this chicken meat is infused with vitality, so even when you finish eating the chicken and log off, your cultivation level will likely increase significantly. Log off? Are you kidding? Our White Emperor easily crushes the red-tailed chicken swarm. With such impressive results, the chances of clearing the level have greatly increased. How could we possibly log off? What the heck, earlier he was just a streamer, now he's the White Emperor. Don't you all have any shame? Is your flattery that obvious? Some viewers were directly speechless. What's the issue? If he passes the 1st assessment, Subai will certainly be a ruler of a 1-star lord nation in the future, so calling him the White Emperor is entirely reasonable. There are quite a few supporters for the title of White Emperor, and immediately someone came out to back it up. I just want to know the cultivation level of the streamer. Previously you all said he used the Zhuge repeating crossbow, and we couldn't assess his cultivation level, but just now he used a spear to kill his way in and out of dozens of red-tailed chickens, killing them all. Some of those were 1st-tier 2-star pinnacle red-tailed chickens. A viewer posed a question that instantly silenced everyone. Suddenly countless viewers couldn't help but gasp in shock. They seemed to have underestimated Subai too much. Finally cleared the red-tailed chickens. Now let's go harvest the blood rice together. Subai did not answer the viewers' questions, but instead sat on the harvester and drove it to the blood rice field, beginning the automated harvesting. Ding! 5-star Lord Nation, Star Empire Iron Star, rewarded 10 black iron coins. Ding! 5-star Lord Nation, Star Empire Iron Star, bet 200 black iron coins. You are quite impressive, growing so fast in such a short time. It was somewhat unexpected. I take back my previous words. As long as there are no major accidents, you have at least a 20 chance of passing the 1st level. The Iron Star of the 5-star Lord Nation Star Empire spoke again, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. While the big shot spoke again, and so generously, it seems he really has high hopes for the White Emperor. Such a terrifying record, and it's only a 20 chance. That seems too difficult, right? You have to know that most challengers are still afraid to step out of their floating islands. Since the big shot has such faith in Subai, I'll bet a wave too. 1-star Lord Nation, Songlong Empire Wu 2. Ding! 1-star Lord Nation, Songlong Empire Wu 2, rewarded 1 black iron coin. Ding! 1-star Lord Nation, Songlong Empire Wu 2, bet 300 black iron coins. A 20 chance seems low, but having such a high success rate on the first cosmic day is already very rare. Since this conclusion comes from the big shot of the 5-star Lord Nation, I am very convinced, so I'll place a bet too. 2-star Lord Nation Thunder Empire Cos Eli. I'll join in too. For a time, due to Su Bai's impressive performance and Iron Star support, countless people who believed in Su Bai rushed to reward and bet, creating a small wave of excitement. Hiss, everyone look at the online number. Suddenly a Blue Star viewer reminded 600 million, wow, a full 600 million, and still increasing. This is too exaggerated, right? According to what I know, the current global record is over 500 million, still held by Su Bai. I didn't expect it to be broken so soon again, it's truly unbelievable. Everyone was shocked by Su Bai's live broadcast results. Su Bai himself was a bit stunned, as well, quickly clasping his fists towards the void and saying, "Thank you all for your support. I will definitely not let your investments go to waste. Thank you." In the capital inside the base. Have the assessments come out? Zhang Yong asked. We lack sufficient data to draw accurate conclusions. However, based on our experts' analysis of his combat efficiency with the spear, his strength is at least 350 kilograms. This means his cultivation level is at least at the pinnacle of the second layer of body refinement. Yet he can easily kill first-tier 2-star pinnacle red-tailed chickens. We suspect he may have broken through to the third layer of body refinement. When Lu Min spoke these words, she glanced at the data again. It was the assessment given by professionals, but was too hard to believe. So strong. How did he do it? Zhang Yong could no longer maintain his composure as a leader, revealing an expression of immense shock. I don't know. He was using the Zhuge repeating crossbow before, so we couldn't assess his previous cultivation level. Moreover, he suddenly stopped broadcasting for more than 10 hours. What happened during that time is also unclear. It seems he has his own secrets and does not intend to disclose them. Lu Min shared the analysis results of their group. Should we ask someone to inquire? The secretary next to Zhang Yong and Lu Min looked at each other. Lu Min glanced and then lowered her head, saying nothing, while Zhang Yong frowned. There are so many people asking in the bullet screen, and he hasn't answered. It's clear he doesn't want to reveal his cultivation level. If we ask, it would only add pressure on him, and even if he reluctantly answered, it would create a rift between us, which is very undesirable. Chief, I suggest we continue observing. Based on our analysis of Su Bai's personality, he is a very opinionated person. We should respect his choices. As long as he is friendly and kind towards our Huaxiao, there is no need to dig deeper into other matters. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Lu Min, seeing the chief's attitude aligned with her own, no longer hesitated and expressed her thoughts. You are right. If he successfully passes, his identity will be different in the future. We should give him due respect, not just him, but also other challengers. Some concepts need to be gradually transformed. We must clarify our positions. The existence of our base is not only to observe them and understand the real-time dynamics of the trial space, but more importantly to provide them with feasible assistance rather than making things uncomfortable for them. Zhang Yong made a definitive statement. Su Bai was unaware of the events happening on Blue Star. He cheerfully asked the live stream audience, "Do you think the commotion here is enough to lure out the green-eyed snakes in the dense forest? It should be difficult. It's been a while, and despite the earlier battle causing such a ruckus, they haven't shown up. White Emperor, I think you should be more concerned about the eggs." Many red-tailed chickens were seen scurrying between the rice fields and the forest. You've picked up eggs before. Is it possible there are still some in the rice fields? With you driving the combine harvester, if there are any eggs, they would probably be crushed. Some viewers felt sorry for Su Bai. Please don't call me White Emperor anymore. It feels a bit uncomfortable. You can call me Xiao Su or Xiao Bai if you're older, and Lao Su or Lao Bai if you're younger. It's more friendly that way. Su Bai attempted to correct them, but whether they would change their address was beyond his control. He continued, regarding the eggs, this friend makes a valid point. The eggs of red-tailed chickens are quite nutritious, but it shouldn't affect the speed of harvesting. After all, time is limited in the trial space. Time is money. With that, Su Bai jumped onto the roof of the combine harvester, scanning the rice fields below for eggs. In reality, he activated his innate ability. His current insight I could see within a radius of 60 meters. While that wasn't much in the dense forest, it was quite effective in the relatively small rice fields. Haha, I see the eggs. Thanks to the viewers' reminders earlier, otherwise I would have missed out. It's a pity I can't ship them, otherwise I'd send some for everyone to taste. After several live streams, Su Bai gradually relaxed and was able to engage more closely with the audience. He jumped down from the harvester and quickly collected the eggs he spotted into his spatial pocket. A few leaps later, he had gathered all the eggs from this side of the river. Island Master, if you want to sell the eggs or any items in the trial space to the Blue Star people or other civilizations, it's possible. The words of the island spirit left Su Bai stunned, as well as countless viewers in the live stream. Is that even possible? Su Bai blurted out. Of course. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the product promotion feature? The island spirit replied nonchalantly. Isn't product promotion like advertising where the manufacturer directly ships to customers? Shouldn't it go through me? I just take a commission, right? Subai understood the Blue Star's product promotion and what the island master said is correct. In that kind of promotion, the island master only collects a commission and doesn't get involved otherwise. However, the promotion also includes the spoils obtained from the trial space. Just 2 points need to be reminded to the island master. The island spirit replied. What 2 points? Subai pressed for details. First, the prices of items in the trial space cannot be set arbitrarily. The space will provide a reasonable price. The island spirit answered Subai's question earnestly. I can understand. Subai nodded slightly. Second, the costliest aspect of sold items in the trial space is not the item itself, but the shipping fees. Therefore, it's advisable to sell high-value, low-weight goods. If I want to sell red-tailed chicken eggs to the Blue Star people, what would the price be? Subai asked. The price for common-grade red-tailed chicken eggs is 0.01 gold coins per kilogram. The price for first-tier lower-grade chicken eggs is 0.05 gold coins per kilogram. The item itself is not expensive, but shipping fees are quite high, including a one-time microchannel activation fee of 1,000 gold coins, which can handle up to 1.0 kilograms of goods in one go. Additionally, there is an extra shipping fee of 0.1 gold coins per kilogram. The island spirit quickly explained the details of selling goods in the trial space using the case of red-tailed chicken eggs. How can anyone afford that? The audience gasped at the island spirit's introduction. If it were just the eggs, we might be able to afford a few to taste, but with the shipping fees, we truly cannot afford it. Only those top-tier big shots could consider it. The audience felt quite helpless. Even the top-tier big shots aren't fools. They want to spend money on it. From the island spirit's introduction, the one-time microchannel activation fee is too high. It would be best to buy in bulk, accumulating 1.0 kilograms of goods for shipping to spread out the costs. This way, the average shipping cost could be reduced to 0.2 gold coins per kilogram, which is somewhat acceptable, otherwise it's too high. A mathematically inclined viewer had already calculated the best plan. Then it would require a big shot to make the purchase and then sell it off to others. Perhaps they could even make a profit. If one wants to buy goods from the trial space at the cheapest price, a group of people would need to pool their resources to purchase and share the entire shipping cost. At the Beijing base. This information is extremely important. Immediately have someone evaluate and record it. If we find something very useful later, we can communicate with the trial takers and purchase it ourselves. Zhang Yong quickly instructed, even breathing a bit hastily. 1,000 gold coins is a significant amount for an ordinary person, but for the country, it is still manageable. Of course, it is not cheap, so we must carefully assess the goods, selecting only the best that is most beneficial for the development of Huaxia and offers the highest cost-effectiveness. Yes. Subai saw the audience in the live stream discussing strategies and could only shrug, letting out a bitter smile. I'm sorry, but the cost is indeed too high. If someone is willing to cover the full cost, I have no problem with that. However, I still advise everyone to remain calm, because the eggs of the red-tailed chickens only contain a weak vitality that is beneficial for cultivation, but the effect isn't very pronounced. The price is inflated. Moreover, I currently only have 36 eggs. I need to keep some for myself, so I can't sell too many. There is still a significant gap to reach 1.000 kilograms. He believed that with such a high price in front, combined with his warning, no one would buy the eggs from him. However, he did not know that countless big shots on Blue Star had already begun to contact each other privately, which was good news for them. Not only could they monopolize the goods in the trial space, but they could also enjoy them first. Subai was just an ordinary person and didn't think that deeply. He was more concerned about another issue directly related to his interests. Island spirit. How much can I earn from the shipping fees? By helping others with product promotion, the master can earn a 10 profit from the selling price of the goods. By selling the items obtained from the trial space, the master can earn 80 of the selling price, with the remaining 20 going to the academy, as the trial space belongs to the academy and everything here is at their great expense. The island spirit explained, adding, master, this money will only be available after the assessment ends. If you pass the trial, you will receive it. Otherwise, all proceeds go into the academy's scholarship pool. Okay, they really leave no loopholes. Subai sighed helplessly. If this money could be left for himself, he believed many would choose to sell goods midway. After all, even if they drop out midway, they could still receive this money, but the academy had blocked this route. Alright, the harvest here is complete. Let's head to the other side of the river. As he spoke, Subai had already collected all the eggs on the ground into his spatial storage, and the harvester had finished its work. Thus, Subai drove the harvester back to his floating island, and then moved the island to Reeland from the opposite bank, where the area was somewhat larger. Uncertain if it was due to the greater number of red-tailed chickens living here, the eggs in this rice field were more than 3 times what they were before, totaling 112. He swiftly weaved through the rice field, picking up all the eggs before starting the harvester to begin harvesting the blood rice. In about 7 or 8 minutes, the entire harvest was completed. During this time, no blue-eyed snakes emerged from the dense forest to cause trouble. The whole process went exceedingly smoothly, so much so that it left Sue Bai somewhat disappointed, as did many viewers, evident from the drop in online numbers from over 600 million at the peak to just over 300 million. Back at his floating island, Sue Bai spread the blood rice he had harvested on the bluestone bricks in front of his house to dry. He then ran back to the rice field to collect all the straw that the harvester had automatically bundled during the harvest, making 4 trips in total to bring all the straw back to the floating island where he spread it out to dry. "What is Old Bai doing?" a young netizen asked curiously, as everyone had now accepted Sue Bai's earlier statement where the young people habitually referred to him as Old Bai. It's obvious he has never been to the fields. These straws, once dried, are excellent materials for starting fires. If he plans to raise horses or other livestock in the future, these fodders are also valuable things to have. "Aren't horses supposed to eat pasture?" someone questioned in confusion. Of course, pasture is the best. In the past, those premium pastures were reserved for war horses. Ordinary families couldn't afford to feed their livestock such luxuries. They had to make do with regular straw. Besides, isn't the straw from this blood rice more nutritious than those top-quality pastures? "I just feel like this is a waste of time," someone complained. Not really. If he had to pick them up one by one, it would indeed be a waste of time. But since the harvester has already bundled them automatically, he just needs to carry them back to dry. I see he used only a few minutes in total. It's still worth it. From his choices, one can tell that this guy doesn't act without assurance. He wouldn't engage in an unprofitable venture. These things ignite very well. They are much easier to use than burning wood directly. This will save a lot of time in lighting fires later on. Overall, it's a good deal. Alright, the blood rice in the rice field has all been harvested. Next, let's get to the main topic. I'll take everyone into the dense forest to explore a bit. With that said, Sue Bai jumped back onto the wild floating island and quickly walked towards the dense forest. Light filtered through the dense forest, casting sporadic patches of sunlight. This faint illumination provided a modicum of safety in the dark, oppressive woods. However, as he went deeper, the light became sparser and dimmer, and the surrounding silence was eerie, as if the forest had opened its gaping jaws to swallow Sue Bai whole. Normally, the woods wouldn't be this quiet. There isn't even a hint of insect chirping. "It's too quiet," which feels a bit abnormal, a netizen remarked, becoming increasingly tense. "This is a trial space. We cannot rely on outside logic to think. Perhaps there are no other insects or birds on this floating island. I'm a bit worried about Old Bai. Everyone, please keep an eye on the surroundings through the live stream, especially behind him, since there are no eyes on his back to prevent ambushes from the blue-eyed snakes or red-tailed chickens." Sue Bai didn't tell them that all the red-tailed chickens on the floating island had been killed, leaving only the blue-eyed snakes as the remaining threat. This is where we saw many blue-eyed snakes tangled together before. "Look here, these are the marks left by the arrows." Sue Bai pointed to a relatively open area. This time, unlike during the last live stream, he was no longer so restrained. In the dangerous forest, he dared to interact with the audience through the comments. The reason was simple: with great skill comes great boldness. Last time, his cultivation was only at the early stage of body refinement, and he hadn't practiced any martial arts. Staying here without revealing his trump cards was very dangerous, but this time was different. Even without revealing his trump cards, relying on his own combat power, he could handle the vast majority of beasts in the forest. Unless a 4-star first-grade beast appeared escaping, would definitely not be a problem, even if he couldn't win. This is indeed the place. I must say, it really looks a bit like it. The audience, who had seen Sue Bai single-handedly annihilate dozens of blue-eyed snakes, suddenly became very interested. The bodies of the killed blue-eyed snakes are missing, and what about the loot? Did other blue-eyed snakes eat it? Many people began to wonder. It's understandable that the bodies are gone, but how could the loot disappear? It can't just vanish because no one picked it up over time, right? Old Bai, be honest, after the last live stream ended, did you sneak in here? Some linked Sue Bai's combat power during the battle with the red-tailed chickens. With such strength, he could easily have come in to collect the loot. Sue Bai chuckled lightly and didn't hide the truth, nodding slightly. "Yes, I did come in before to collect the loot. I didn't dare stay here for even a minute, just grabbed the stuff and left. Luckily, my luck was good, and I didn't encounter more blue-eyed snakes." "Damn, old Lu Su, you really came in. I knew you had many secrets." Saying you closed the live stream to deal with the snake corpses was just an excuse to enter the forest. And in the blink of an eye, your combat power has grown so strong. I've never seen you practice. Be honest, how did you do it? Some clever individuals tried to probe Sue Bai's secrets through jokes. Just some good stuff that helps with cultivation. This time I'll take everyone deeper to take a look. Subai saw this comment and simply responded without going into further detail, shifting his focus directly. Suddenly, a faint sound of hissing came through, and Subai immediately stopped in his tracks, his ears twitching as he listened to the sounds around him while his eyes scanned for something. This time, he didn't use his eye of insight throughout the entire process, not just to save time, but also to train himself. Compared to the strength of the Chicken King from the red-tailed chickens, it could be expected that the remaining blue-eyed snakes on this floating island wouldn't be too powerful. As long as he was cautious, there shouldn't be any danger. It was just right for him. Old boy, there's something to your left, be careful. A viewer noticed something unusual and quickly sent a comment to warn. Subai also noticed the movement on his left. He turned his head and saw a nearly 4-meter-long green-eyed snake slowly swimming towards him from a distance of several meters. When the green-eyed snake noticed Subai looking at it, it did not retreat. Instead, it quickened its pace. Name: green-eyed snake. Level 8, first rank, 2nd star. Subai glanced at the basic information and stopped looking, putting away the Juga crossbow and standing still holding his knife while waiting for the opponent to approach. Hissed, the green-eyed snake flicked its tongue and launched an attack on Subai. Die. Subai executed a sudden movement, easily dodging the attack. Then his blade sliced through the air with a swish, instantly cutting the green-eyed snake in half without any hesitation. This time he did not use any supernatural powers in battle. He relied solely on his judgment, reaction, and true combat strength. Not bad. It would be great if I could encounter a first-rank 3rd-star green-eyed snake. It would be just right to see how I fare against a fierce beast of the same realm. Subai was very satisfied with the outcome of this battle and couldn't help but feel even greater expectations. After collecting the corpse and spoils, Subai continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered several green-eyed snakes, all below first-rank 3rd-star level, and he easily dispatched them with one strike, earning the audience's recognition for his swordsmanship. In reality, he had no swordsmanship skills. He fought purely based on reaction speed and instinct. Perhaps he was a born warrior. Watch out, high danger ahead. So many snakes. It seems like there are even more than last time. This must be the snake's den, right? I didn't expect there to be a snake valley deep in the forest. This is definitely the lair of the green-eyed snakes. Thanks to the confidence brought by his increased strength, Subai was multitasking, quietly chatting with everyone while carefully observing his surroundings, gradually delving deeper into the forest. He quickly noticed the information on the bullet screen and immediately followed the audience's guidance to look towards the right front, where the trees suddenly thinned out. Subai moved forward another 10 meters, and it became clearer that in front of him lay a small valley covering an area of about 200,000 to 300,000 square meters. It wasn't deep, probably only 7 or 8 meters, but the valley was filled with green-eyed snakes, and many places had green snake eggs yet to hatch. Hiss! Subai immediately gasped in surprise, crouching down and stopping, preventing the green-eyed snakes in the valley from discovering him. There were far too many. At a rough estimate, there were at least over 200, not including those scattered throughout the forest or those he had killed. In total, there were at least 300, far more than the number of red-tailed chickens, and their strength was vastly superior as well. The total number of red-tailed chickens was fewer than 200, with nearly a quarter being fierce beasts. While he had never seen any green-eyed snakes of fierce beast level before, the lowest were all first-rank 1st star. Of course, that was previously. Now in this valley, Subai saw green-eyed snakes shorter than 3 meters, with the shortest being around 1 meter, likely the young snakes. Subai estimated that the young green-eyed snakes stayed in the valley until they matured to avoid being eaten by the red-tailed chickens. They were not the small monsters that respawned like in games as Subai had previously imagined. In fact, he had already realized this when he killed all the red-tailed chickens. If it were that kind of respawn mechanism, they would keep respawning. How could he have killed them all? Old boy, you were able to single-handedly take on hundreds of red-tailed chickens before. Can you take on an entire valley of green-eyed snakes this time? It was unclear what the audience's mindset was, whether it was unintentional or an intentional provocation for Subai. Can it be the same? The red-tailed chickens were large and out in the open. Subai used a long spear, making it impossible for them to get close. In reality, he was only facing less than 10 directly, but the green-eyed snakes were different. They were smaller and could launch sneak attacks from various angles. The key was that they were venomous. If he was not careful and got bitten, it would be disastrous. Old boy, stay calm and don't act impulsively. You have a good start now. You can take your time. First, clear out the scattered soldiers in the forest and let the green-eyed snakes in the valley gradually disperse. Taking them down one by one is the correct approach. There are also viewers genuinely concerned for Subai. Old boy seemed to have picked some herbs along the way. Didn't he say those were snake blood herbs which can cure the venom of the green-eyed snakes? If that's the case, what's there to fear? Wasn't there a batch of ceramic vials that were dropped earlier? They were all dropped by the green-eyed snakes. Do you think there could be detox pills or something? If there are such things, then there's even less to fear from the green-eyed snakes. Seeing Su-bai just crouching there observing, without any movement, some viewers became anxious, and the bullet screen quickly split into two factions starting to argue. Although taking them out one by one is safe, it wastes time. Charging in directly may seem dangerous, but I still have trump cards. If it comes down to it, I can just end the live stream at a critical moment. I only need to hide the most crucial trump card. My strength cannot be completely hidden, after all, fighting easily exposes it. And only through fighting can I maximize views and donations. Everyone is not foolish. The previous wave of donations and bets was because they saw me single-handedly fighting a group of red-tailed chickens. Su-bai quickly thought to himself, next it's my moment to shine. Su-bai was never one to dawdle. He quickly made his decision, then quietly spoke to the live stream room before taking out the Juga crossbow and moving closer to the Snake Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su-bai seized the opportunity before the green-eyed snakes in the valley noticed him and actively pulled the trigger to launch an attack. With the enhancement of his insight supernatural power, the green-eyed snakes in the valley moved slowly while he prioritized shooting at the higher-tier targets he had identified. First-rank 3rd-star green-eyed snakes. After shooting 5 arrows in quick succession, killing the 5 first-rank 3rd-star green-eyed snakes that were relatively close, the other green-eyed snakes in the valley noticed this intruder and began swimming toward him. Su-bai, seeing all this, did not even move his feet, continuing to fire all 5 arrows in his quiver before starting to maneuver, running around the Snake Valley, forcing the recently approached green-eyed snakes to change direction and chase after him. With his body refinement stage 3 and the skill of Silent Snow, his speed was extremely fast. The green-eyed snakes that did not reach first-rank 3rd star could not catch up, and the ones that did reach first-rank 3rd star were only a minority. He had just killed 10 in one go, leaving only 4 in the valley. While running, Su-bai quickly reloaded his quiver and then turned to aim and shoot. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 1 3-star fierce beast, the blue-eyed snake, and earned 45 points of first-level credits. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 1 3-star fierce beast, the blue-eyed snake, and earned 50 points of first-level credits. After killing the level 1 3-star blue-eyed snake, Su-bai began to shift his target to the level 1 2-star blue-eyed snake. After emptying the quiver, he reloaded. Currently, he had 30 original arrows plus 8 blue-eyed snake arrows, 6 from his last acquisition, and 2 newly obtained from the 10 or so blue-eyed snakes in the dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were shot in volleys, and blue-eyed snakes were heavily pinned to the ground, either dying on the spot or twisting their bodies around the arrows, struggling in vain before eventually succumbing. However, unknown to Su-bai as he wreaked havoc, leaving the audience in awe, a pair of cold vertical pupils in the center of the Snake Valley's altar stared intently at everything, seemingly indifferent to the dead blue-eyed snakes, with no intention of rushing out to battle. Su-bai cold-blooded to the extreme. After shooting 34 times with a perfect hit rate, Su-bai suddenly stopped, as he had 4 arrows left. He put away the Juga crossbow and switched to the heavy Xian iron spear. Taking a step, he directly jumped into the Snake Valley, where the lack of tree cover did not hinder his combat. As he jumped into the Snake Valley, countless blue-eyed snakes rushed towards him, attempting to completely encircle him. Su-bai naturally would not stand foolishly in place. He quickly dodged and maneuvered while fighting in the Snake Valley. Die! Su-bai's long spear did not follow a light and agile path, but rather a domineering one, breaking through all obstacles and sweeping through thousands, knocking several blue-eyed snakes away with a single thrust. Returning horse spear. The spear pierced through a snake's mouth, and with a shake, the front half of a blue-eyed snake was reduced to a mass of flesh under the immense force, a scene of utter carnage. Soon, while fighting and retreating, Su-bai made a complete circle within the Snake Valley. I originally thought Old Bai's swordsmanship was exceptional, but compared to his spear technique, it pales in comparison. Just this move alone, without 20 years of skill, absolutely could not be executed. It's surprising to see Old Bai's proficiency in cold weapons. Could it be related to his divine abilities? Everyone began to speculate. Su-bai's background has been made public. It's no secret. Just an ordinary office worker and an orphan with neither the opportunity nor the means to learn such techniques. He previously stated that his shooting accuracy is due to his divine abilities. Now that his swordsmanship and spear technique are so remarkable, could his divine abilities allow him to quickly master all forms of martial arts? Is there really such a powerful divine ability? Who knows? The divine abilities currently known are diverse and varied. If Su-bai's divine abilities are related to various weapons, it wouldn't be impossible. While everyone speculated, Su-bai was completely immersed in battle, unaware of the discussions. The level 1 3-star blue-eyed snakes had been completely exterminated, and the level 1 2-star blue-eyed snakes had also been nearly wiped out. Only a few level 1 1-star and beast-level blue-eyed snakes remained, which posed no significant threat to Subai. Suddenly, while Subai had his back to the center of the Snake Valley, an unexpected change occurred. A 7-meter-long giant snake burst out from the not-so-tall altar in the center of the Snake Valley, darting towards Subai like lightning, opening its massive mouth, as if to swallow him whole. What the hell is this? The audience in the live stream was the first to notice this sudden change. Subai seemed oblivious, still battling the level 1 1-star blue-eyed snakes, and completely unaware of the threat behind him. Old Bai, watch your back. Oh no, Old Bai seems to have no idea. Does he think he is invincible here after defeating the higher-level blue-eyed snakes? Indeed, one must never be too arrogant, otherwise pride will lead to downfall. Witnessing a grand rise, one can also see the collapse of that Gloria grand scene turn to ruin. What a pity. Some began to lament for Subai given his significant early advantage. Even the big shots from the 5-star Lord Nation said he had a 20% chance of passing. Indeed, the trial space is always full of uncertainties. Until the last moment, no one can guarantee their success in passing the assessment. No wonder the big shots from the 5-star Lord Nation said Subai had only a 20% success rate. It certainly seems accurate now. In the capital city base, Zhang Yong leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the live stream screen, gripping his fists tightly, slamming one onto the table, causing the cups on the table to bounce up, startling the nearby secretary. Damn it, if Subai gets into trouble, it would be a huge loss for our Huaxia. In the Intelligence Bureau of Sam Country. Ha, God, have you finally opened your eyes? This guy who has overshadowed all trial participants from our Blue Star is about to face misfortune this time. The Intelligence Bureau Chief James showed a hint of excitement on his flushed face. Yes, this guy's live stream audience has exceeded 800 million. Oh my God, it's unbelievable, something that has never happened before. If he dies, all that traffic will disperse to others. That would be great. They hoped more trial participants from Blue Star could pass the first round of assessments, but these must be participants from their Sam Country, or at the very least from the Western Camp. Otherwise, it would be better if they all failed. In a certain office building in the magic city of Huaxia. Li Wenhao, didn't you go to buy gold earlier? You didn't donate to Subai, did you? A young colleague nudged the somewhat dazed Li Wenhao. Subai will be fine, absolutely. He is very organized in his work, and low-key, never showing off or arrogance in front of us. Li Wenhao clenched his fists. It seems he has already donated. I wonder how many gold coins he sent. Another colleague said with schadenfreude. How many? One is enough. That's still worth 50,000 yuan. Now it's worth much more than 50,000. The price of gold has soared to an unprecedented high of 1,300 yuan per gram, and is still rising. It's truly frightening. In the wild floating island Snake Valley at the moment the giant snake burst from the altar, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Subai's mouth. Now is the time. As the 7 to 8 meter long giant snake approached within 20 meters of Subai, feeling confident of his victory, while everyone believed Subai was doomed. Subai suddenly drew the Zhuge crossbow, pulled the trigger, and while sidestepping shot the remaining 4 arrows at the massive blue-eyed snake behind him. Then switching to the Xian iron heavy spear, he stood calmly in an open space, watching as the giant body crashed to the ground, his eyes expressing fear, surprise, and even a hint of unwillingness. Everything happened in the blink of an eye in just about a second. Many viewers in the live stream who were afraid of witnessing a bloody scene had closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they were met with an unforgettable sight. Some viewers who had wanted to witness Subai's demise at the snake's mouth were initially flushed with excitement, but that excitement was swiftly replaced by shock. The scene before their eyes was vastly different from what they had imagined. It was not what they wanted to see. Inside the capital base. Good lad, well done. Zhang Yong excitedly slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacup to jump reluctantly, almost spilling its contents. It seems our evaluation of Subai was still too low. His ability to react so quickly and counterattack that giant snake indicates either he was aware of the danger beforehand, waiting for the opponent to strike, showing that Subai possesses strong observational skills and remains calm under pressure, or he is someone with a keen combat awareness and powerful danger perception, able to handle such situations with composure. Zhang Yong kept his gaze fixed on the live stream, noticing Subai's changes, even the slight curve of his lips, which led him to such a conclusion. Chief, are you suggesting that Subai might have done it on purpose? Lu Min asked curiously. There's a high possibility of that. Oh, no way. Director James exclaimed angrily, transforming into a master of desk clearing and a foul-mouthed comedian, causing his subordinates to fall silent, fearful of attracting this big shot's attention. Director, the online viewership for Subai's live stream has just surpassed 1 billion. Just now he received a stream push from the Dark Dimension Network platform, and the numbers skyrocketed, attracting a large audience from extraterrestrial civilizations. At this moment, a staff member pushed the door open, reporting news that made James want to kill. Director the staff member completed his report, feeling that the atmosphere in the office was a bit off and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Get out, Alter! James shouted angrily. In a certain office building in the demon capital. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Subai is not the arrogant type. My bets are sure to make big money. What? You not only donated, but also placed bets. Where did you get the money to buy so much gold? A colleague asked in confusion. It's nothing. I just exchanged the money my parents prepared for my wedding, buying a house and holding a wedding, as well as the bride price for gold. Li Wenhao spoke as if it were a common matter. You went all in, Yes. Li Wenhao nodded heavily. Do you really believe in him? Are you not afraid of losing everything? A colleague asked in shock, realizing he had bet everything on someone else. I believe that choices are more important than effort. Subai is a worthy choice, and I have no regrets. Li Wenhao said firmly. You're impressive. I hope you all succeed. The colleague could only express admiration, giving a thumbs up. He had a family and did not have such courage due to limited interactions with Subai. On a wild floating island, a 7 to 8 meter long emerald-eyed snake lay before him. One of its eyes had been pierced by an arrow, another arrow stuck in its forehead, and a third in its 7-inch mark, pinning it firmly to the ground. Only now did Subai have the time to seriously check the details of his opponent. Name: Emerald-eyed Serpent King. Level: First Order, 4-star Extreme. Description: the king of the Emerald-eyed Serpent clan and the absolute ruler of this wild floating island. The serpent's meat is delicious, suitable for making snake soup, and its gallbladder contains powerful vitality, aiding cultivators in the body refinement realm. If you are at the third extreme of the body refinement realm, this gallbladder will increase your chance of breakthrough by 80%. Is it still not dead? Subai was somewhat surprised by its tenacious vitality, as 3 of the 4 arrows had aimed for its vital spots. Just as he was thinking this, the surrounding emerald-eyed snakes charged towards him, and Subai could only deal with these troublesome creatures first. The remaining emerald-eyed snakes, the strongest, being merely first order 1-star, and many of them were juvenile beasts, posed no threat to him, and were quickly dealt with. Since you are still not dead, I'll send you on your way. Subai pulled an arrow from a previously shot emerald-eyed snake, and loaded it into his quiver, preparing to shoot. Though the Serpent King was on the brink of death, and should have no strength to resist, Subai still chose to be cautious, opting for a ranged attack. After all, it was a major boss, who knew if it had any hidden cards that could deliver a fatal blow before dying. It was unclear whether it was anger at Subai's actions, or if its life was finally coming to an end, but before Subai could shoot his arrow, he heard a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a First Order 4-star Extreme, ferocious beast, the Emerald-eyed Serpent King. Reward: 200 points. Is this still a king? Can I obtain radar fragments from it? Just as Subai was thinking this, a second notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the king of the Emerald-eyed Serpent clan. Reward: 1 level radar fragment. Not bad, Subai smiled again. Old Bai, how did you know there was a giant snake about to ambush you? Many viewers finally snapped out of their previous shock. Incredible. I thought it was a certain death situation, but the opponent was instantly countered. What an incredible plot twist. From today on, Old Bai is my idol, and I want to join Old Bai's lordship. Amidst the barrage of comments were countless donation and betting notifications. This battle attracted a large number of fans, allowing many to see his potential, and more people were willing to place bets on him. Thank you for the support, everyone. I see someone just asked how I discovered and predicted the Serpent King's ambush. Subai said, creating a sense of suspense. After a brief pause, Subai finally spoke. Actually, it's quite simple. The small mound in the center of the Snake Valley was too conspicuous and clearly not naturally formed. The surrounding emerald-eyed snakes dared not approach it, so I suspected there might be some danger inside. This guess was reasonable. Additionally, when I previously faced the red-tailed chicken clan, I noticed that apart from the Chicken King reaching First Order 3-star Extreme, no other red-tailed chickens matched that level. Only a few reached First Order 2-star, while most were First Order 1-star and juvenile beasts, with the Chicken King being a significant outlier. When I returned to the floating island with the red-tailed chicken's corpse, radar scanning also showed the levels of these chickens. Everyone knew that you could distinguish the red-tailed chickens by the number of feathers on their tails, so nobody doubted that Subai had any special divine abilities. As for the emerald-eyed snakes, I previously killed a First Order 3-star Extreme emerald-eyed snake that was 5 meters long. While none of the emerald-eyed snakes I killed this time reached that level, many were at the late stages of First Order 3-star. The Serpent King couldn't just be a First Order 3-star Extreme, right? And one more crucial point: when I previously killed the Chicken King, the system's notification tone informed me of the kill, but when I killed that First Order 3-star Extreme emerald-eyed snake, it did not notify me of a king's kill. Does this imply that the Azure-eyed Serpent clan may still conceal a sovereign, perhaps even a level 1 4-star sovereign or higher. It could be hiding deep within the dense forest, or perhaps it dwells within the Serpent Valley itself. If so, this small earthen mound is highly suspicious. After all, every other location in the valley lies fully exposed, offering no place to conceal oneself. Earlier, I slew numerous level 1 3-star azurite serpents, but the sovereign remained utterly unmoved, showing no reaction whatsoever. For a time, I questioned my own hypothesis. Could it be that the strongest creature on this untamed floating island is merely a level 1 3-star serpent, a deliberate concession granted to novice cultivators like us? To verify my theory, under conditions where the enemy remained hidden while I stood exposed, I deliberately leapt down into the Serpent Valley to engage in combat there. Alas, after circling its depths, the sovereign still failed to appear. Left with no choice, I turned my back toward the earthen mound and fought, intentionally lowering its guard. Subai proceeded to elaborate on the full logic behind his stratagem. Hear me well. Though I appeared to fight with my back turned toward the mound, my entire spiritual awareness remained fixed behind me. At the slightest disturbance, I reacted instantly, precisely as occurred moments ago. Reality confirmed my suspicion was correct. I never imagined this wily old serpent would possess such extraordinary patience and such chilling indifference. Watching its kin slaughtered before its eyes, vastly superior in strength, yet refusing direct confrontation. Subai recounted his observations, deductions, hypotheses, analyses, and various probes. 9 parts truth, 1 part deception. Subai descended into the valley not merely to provoke the sovereign, but because his insight into divine art could only penetrate obstructions within a 60-meter radius. The earthen mound, and especially its central point, lay beyond that range from the valley's rim. Only by entering could he perceive the valley in its entirety. Upon discovering the sovereign concealed beneath the mound at the valley's heart, he deliberately faced away, luring it forth. And indeed, the sovereign took the bait. Had it refused to emerge, remaining entrenched within its lair, Subai would have been powerless to slay it live on stream. His current cultivation realm rendered direct confrontation suicidal. Even firing his Juga crossbow through layers of earth would drastically diminish its penetrating force, likely insufficient to inflict decisive damage. Ah, I see. So you'd already harbored suspicions, Old Bai, and deliberately laid this trap for the serpent. Old Bai, you're incredible. Even if I'd known, I'd never dare attempt such a maneuver. A single misstep would turn hunter into prey. Old Bai, this maneuver was flawless, an absolute highlight moment. Even the obscure dimension streaming platform has begun pushing your broadcast. Clear acknowledgement of your brilliance. Though Subai's explanation dispelled many doubts, it simultaneously elevated his reputation worldwide, drawing intense scrutiny from governments across the globe. Now harvest time begins. A guileless smile lit Subai's face as he circled the Serpent Valley, gathering serpent corpses into his myriad beast pagodas, storing spoils in his personal spatial domain, and placing countless serpent eggs into the pagoda's first tier, alongside the crimson-tailed chicken eggs. He hesitated over how best to handle the eggs, hatch them, or wait until encountering the coin island, then sell them. Unable to decide, he chose to store them for now. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Today's broadcast ends here. Next, I'll thoroughly explore the forest, eradicating any remaining serpents. There'll be little spectacle thereafter. In our next stream, I'll take you to another floating island. Subai issued this preview before abruptly terminating the broadcast, heedless of the staggering 1,200 million viewers still watching, leaving countless fans stunned and lamenting. What the hell, Old Bai? Don't you realize how many people are still online? You just logged off. No more revenue. In truth, the peak of donations and betting has already passed. Though viewer count remains high, most spectators won't contribute. Only scattered minor donations remain. Such income might seem substantial to ordinary cultivators, but for Subai, who's already reaped the lion's share amid the earlier donation and betting surge, it's negligible. A seasoned viewer analyzed astutely. Subai's decision is remarkably shrewd. It amplifies mystery and anticipation. Others wholeheartedly concurred. Old Bai, the forest exploration is thrilling and captivating. We want to watch it too. Why not? Though Subai's exact cultivation level remains undisclosed, he is undoubtedly Blue Star's foremost warrior. The remaining azurite serpents within the forest pose no mortal threat to him. Yet the spectacle has undeniably lost some edge. Though Subai had ended the broadcast, the black screen remained flooded with real-time commentary. He did not leave the Serpent Valley, but instead strode toward the earthen mound. When he first spotted the sovereign as inside, I had also glimpsed something beneath it, explaining why the sovereign had remained rooted there. Name: fractured blood crystal. Rank: inferior grade. Description: formed over eons when the blood of ancient cultivators or mighty ferocious beasts seeped underground, refined by potent earth vein chi and immense geological pressure. purging impurities and violent energies, retaining only the purest essence of vital blood and chi. This crystalline formation radiates abundant life force energy, offering formidable cultivation enhancement. No wonder such a powerful azurite serpent sovereign emerged here, its strength anchored by this fractured blood crystal. Subai pondered further. If the sovereign possessed such a treasure, what might lie within the crimson-tailed chicken sovereign's lair? How had the chicken sovereign achieved such overwhelming dominance? Unless imposed by game mechanics, its lair likely housed rare celestial treasures, resources enabling its unparalleled ascension. At this thought, Subai's pulse quickened with fervent anticipation. First, he excavated the fractured blood crystal, an inferior-grade specimen. Warm to the touch, vividly crimson, it exerted a primal allure, like food to the starving, water to the parched, a visceral, instinctive greed. Island spirit, how is this crystal used? May it be ingested directly? Direct ingestion is fatal. The crystal's life force energy is overwhelmingly potent. Cultivators in the body-forging realm's first 3 stages may hold it in their mouths, slowly absorbing its vital essence. From the 4th stage onward, when life force can be projected externally, they may guide the crystal's essence using their own projected chi, continuously strengthening their internal vitality. The island spirit explained. That is rather convenient, Subai murmured, nodding slightly, as he carefully stowed the blood crystal into his personal space. He then thought for a moment, and ordered the tailing of Wansho Tower, instructing it to refine all the green-eyed snakes. Soon the 2 spheres of light on the 9th level of Wansho Tower dissipated, revealing blood spirit pills and Shenhun pills. 1 intact first-rank mid-grade blood spirit pill, 99 intact first-rank low-grade blood spirit pills, 11 intact first-rank low-grade Shenhun pills, and a half-formed fragment of a first-rank mid-grade Shenhun pill. With these 11 Shenhun pills, I should be able to finish exploring the dense forest of the floating island quickly, Subai decided. He reached the edge of the floating island, invoked the Insight Eye divine art, and then pierced the foliage at speed. The 120-meter radius scan allowed him to investigate very rapidly. After 3 minutes the divine art timed out, Subai swallowed a first-rank low-grade Shenhun pill, and his spiritual power was immediately replenished. Because he had not spent extra spirit to cultivate martial techniques this time, his Shenhun strengthened again, reaching a duration of 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Last time it increased by 50 seconds, this time only 25 seconds. Was part of it used to restore spiritual power, he wondered. With that in mind, Subai decided to try again. He had plenty of Shenhun pills to spare. He took another Shenhun pill. Without any extra expenditure, all the medicine's potency went to bolster his Shenhun. When the effect finished, the divine art duration had risen to 12 minutes. This time it increased by a full 45 seconds. It seemed his guess was correct. Using a pill when spirit was full yielded the best enhancement to his Shenhun. So he continued. Subai swallowed another Shenhun pill, which added 40 seconds and brought the divine art duration to 12 minutes and 40 seconds. He took the 3rd, the 4th, and so on up to the 10th pill. Afterwards the divine art's duration no longer increased. He only felt his mind astonishingly clear and alert with no other changes. Tailing, what is happening? Subai asked, though he already had a suspicion, and explained his condition to the tailing. Master, this is only a first-rank low-grade Shenhun pill. Its effect has an upper limit. You have simply reached that limit. To further strengthen your Shenhun, you must either raise your cultivation or use higher-grade Shenhun pills, the tailing explained. I see, Subai thought, which matched his own conjecture. Now the divine art duration had reached 15 minutes, and the insight range had expanded to 85 meters. Enough. He glanced at his attribute interface and felt quite pleased with the result. Although he had consumed 10 first-rank low-grade Shenhun pills at once, which stung a little, they had all been converted into strength and were not wasted. After steadying his mood, Subai resumed weaving through the dense wood. This small island was only 2.5 square kilometers, and the forest itself covered roughly 2 square kilometers. At full sprint, he had finished the entire survey before the divine art expired. He also slew every green-eyed snake in the woods, collected all the scattered snake eggs and ordinary eggs, and harvested every patch of snakeblood grass. A system prompt announced, "Congratulations on successfully slaying the entire green-eyed snake clan. Reward 1 level 1 power module." Unexpectedly, the treasure of the red-tailed fowl was also an incomplete low-grade blood crystal, only much smaller. Subai examined the small low-grade blood crystal in his hand, no larger than a soybean, and allowed a faint smile to lift the corner of his mouth. He was satisfied. The low-grade blood crystal obtained from the green-eyed snake king had been nearly the size of a broad bean, much larger than this. But Subai had never seen a complete blood crystal and had no clear sense of how big one truly was. He cast a look at the first wild floating island he had explored. At the water pit he had re-excavated and refilled, and at the stack of dried pine timber by the island lord's manor. He exhaled deeply and smiled from the heart. On this island, he had taken all valuable portable resources, only the Yuzong pines remained a timber that truly required vast manpower to harvest, something he could not accomplish alone. Or rather, those pines were not worth his wasting too much time on. It was time to leave Su-bai thought, and his gaze shifted to the two other floating islands in the distance. One was Miwu Island, its area appearing about twice that of the wild resource island he had just explored. The other was also a resource island, and far larger, at least 5 times the size of the current island. Yet from afar it looked barren, as if there were nothing on it. Staring at the two islands, Su-bai fell into thought. They were two starkly different choices that required island spirit head for that Miwu Island. He called out, summoning the Dowling and issuing the command signaling that he had made his choice. His reasoning was simple. First, Miwu Island was closer. He would scout it first. After all, he had not yet started a live stream, nor promised to explore Miwu Island first. If it proved too dangerous, he could withdraw at once. Second, few pioneers would explore Miwu Island at this early stage, and the audience would be curious. It should attract many viewers, which would benefit him. Third, Miwu Island might hold opportunities. He wanted to see what fortunes the floating isle contained. Yes, master. How long will it take? Su-bai asked. 23 minutes and 41 seconds, Dowling replied. If the master upgraded the power modules, transit would be faster. Su-bai flipped his hand, and 2 devices resembling miniature reactor cores from a science fiction film materialized. How to upgrade? He asked. Master, shall I upgrade 2 power modules? Dowling inquired. Yes, he answered. In the next instant, the 2 power modules leapt from his palm and merged into the float. Master, the upgrade was successful. The floating island now travels at 30 kilometers per hour and will reach the designated wild floating island in 7 minutes and 54 seconds, Dowling reported. Very good, Su-bai said. The speed had tripled, one of the best possible outcomes. Now he only needed to acquire 7 more power modules to satisfy the next upgrade condition. Island spirit, proceed at full speed to that wild floating island. Also upgrade the radar fragments, Su-bai instructed, and 2 silver glinting, perfectly symmetrical triangular fragments appeared in his hand. Master, shall I upgrade 2 radar fragments? Yes. Upgrade complete. The floating island's radar scanning radius has increased to 300 meters, Dowling confirmed. As expected, Su-bai's mood brightened. After upgrading the radar and propulsion, he set about tidying up the remaining spoils with a cheerful air. During the clearing of the dense forest, Su-bai had slain over 40 green-eyed snakes, and all the corpses had been refined. Now the complete first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills in his possession had increased to 121, and the complete first-tier low-grade soul pills had risen from 1 to 3. As for the other loot that had emerged, Su-bai couldn't help but smile as he gazed at the neatly organized piles of items before him. Copper notes and bronze coins piled up, but there was no need for detailed calculation. He could see how much money he had at a glance. Counting the previous balance, it had increased to 23595 coins, along with 12 silver coins obtained from the Green-eyed Snake King. According to the exchange rate of the trial space, 1 silver coin is equivalent to 1 bronze coins, which means Su-bai's wealth had exceeded 35000 coins. Island spirit, upgrade my personal space to 10 cubic meters, Su-bai commanded. Yes, master. Soon Su-bai felt his personal space expand again, increasing to 10 cubic meters, while his wallet balance decreased by 7000 coins. How much does it cost to upgrade to a space larger than 10 cubic meters? Su-bai inquired. From 10 cubic meters to 100 cubic meters, each upgrade requires a minimum of 10 cubic meters, costing 9500 coins, which is a 5 discount. That sounds pretty good. This was a piece of good news. However, whether to upgrade was still a question. First of all, the next upgrade at the Island Lord's mansion requires 300 bronze coins, which must be prepared in advance. He couldn't afford to have all other materials ready, but lacked the money. Secondly, if he encountered the Money Island, he would also need funds. Lastly, each upgrade costing 9500 coins was not trivial. 10 cubic meters might be a bit small, as just over 100 red-tailed chickens have already filled the space quite a bit. A space of 30 cubic meters should suffice for a while. For times when a larger space is needed, I can temporarily store them in the Beast Tower until they are brought back to the floating island, where they can be placed on the island. Su-bai quickly made a decision, consuming 9 silver coins and an additional 100 coins to upgrade his personal space to 30 cubic meters. Money really doesn't last long. Su-bai glanced at the wallet section of his attribute interface, which only showed 3 silver coins and 6595 bronze coins left. Among the 2 eggs, they were not from the red-tailed chicken's nest or picked up in the Snake Valley. The red egg, 4 books, 5 porcelain vials of basketball-sized red egg, a suitcase-sized green egg, 17 pieces of weaponry, and 58 arrows. This was all the loot obtained. Among the two eggs, they were not from the red-tailed chicken's nest or picked up in the Snake Valley. The red egg was dropped by the red-tailed chicken king, while the green egg was dropped by the green-eyed snake king. Name mutated red-tailed chicken egg. Level none. Description contains a trace of the bloodline of the crimson blood rooster currently at potential tier 2. If it can revert to its ancestry, the bloodline of the crimson blood rooster can be fully activated, inheriting its legacy and possessing the potential to become an 8th tier demon beast. It is worth nurturing. Island Spirit, what is the difference between demon beasts and fierce beasts? Subai asked curious. Demon beasts are the offspring of innate demon gods, while fierce beasts are products of postnatal evolution. My authority only allows me to know this. More specific information may require you to enter the Universe Lord Academy to learn. I understand. Subai was merely curious. This question didn't significantly impact his strength. Immediately after, Subai placed the egg into the first layer of the beast tower and asked Tower Spirit, what do I need to do to hatch this egg? You only need to provide a drop of your blood, and the Beast Tower will assist you in signing a master-servant contract with this Sunahatch battle pet. Then let's do it. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai took out a dagger, made a small cut on his finger, and squeezed out a drop of blood to send into the Beast Tower. How long will it take? Approximately 3 minutes. Good. Subai didn't just wait idly. He next looked at the second egg. Name mutated green-eyed snake egg. Level none. Description contains a trace of the Titan dragon python's bloodline currently at potential tier 3. If it can obtain true dragon blood or a dragon pearl, it may purify its bloodline. With just 30 of the bloodline, it has a chance to become a 7th tier demon beast, and with 50 of the bloodline, it can become a divine beast. Its potential is immense and worth nurturing heavily, as it may become your battle companion in the future. While this is way more powerful than the Crimson Blood Rooster. Subai swallowed hard, a bit shocked. Island Spirit, does this truly have the bloodline of the Titan dragon python? Is my luck too good? This is just the first floating island, and I've already obtained 2 such remarkable battle pet eggs. Subai felt it was a bit unbelievable. Could it be that he was truly favored by the heavens? Master, I need to correct you. The little spirit looked quite serious, which was somewhat intimidating. Firstly, every trial taker who conquers their first floating island and is able to slay a king will receive a battle pet egg. You are not an exception. This is a hidden benefit given to trial takers by the trial space. In the future, the probability of obtaining a battle pet egg from slaying a king will definitely not exceed 10. Secondly, 50 of battle pet eggs contain demon beast bloodlines, and the probability of 2 consecutive eggs, both containing bloodlines, is 25. I can only say that your luck is indeed good, but it is not the absolute best. Otherwise, the mutated red-tailed chicken egg should also possess divine beast potential. Moreover, while battle pets are easy to obtain, nurturing them to become capable companions requires a lot of resources, which may affect your own strength growth. Whether it is worth it varies from person to person. Lastly, generally cultivators below the 4th realm can only contract 1 battle pet. Those below the 7th realm can contract up to 2 battle pets, and before becoming a deity, one can contract at most 3 battle pets unless they possess special techniques or special beast-controlling weapons which allow them to manipulate more battle pets using external power. I see. Subai nodded slightly. He relied on the Beast Tower to control 2 battle pets at once. Tower Spirit, help me hatch this battle pet egg as well. Saying this, Subai squeezed out another drop of blood and sent it along with the battle pet egg into the Beast Tower. Okay, Master. Hatching the battle pet egg takes time, and Subai's gaze shifted back to the other loot. All 58 arrows were low-grade 1st-tier green-eyed snake arrows, which were not particularly impressive. Subai directly stored them in his personal space, placing them alongside the Juga crossbow. With these 58 arrows, he now had 30 original 1st-tier high-grade arrows plus 66 low-grade green-eyed snake arrows, significantly enhancing his firepower. 5 porcelain vials, 4 of which contained the essence of green-eyed snake venom, and 1 was. Name antidote pill. Rank tier 1 mid-grade. Description capable of neutralizing 99 of poisons, rank tier 1 subgrade or lower, effective against 30 of tier 1 top-grade toxins, and capable of alleviating 80 of their effects. A respectable antidote indeed. Most notably, it comes in a generous quantity, 10 pills, potentially life-saving in the early stages of cultivation. An excellent find, far superior to serpent venom essence. Subai's lips curved faintly upward as he placed the antidote pills into his personal spatial storage, deliberately separating them from the other 4 porcelain vials to avoid confusion amid tension. Next, Subai turned his gaze to the 4 scrolls: 1 tier, 1 top-grade cultivation manual, 2 tier, 1 lower-grade manuals, and 1 tier, 1 mid-grade martial technique. A pity, they hold no value for me. With a soft sigh, Subai stowed the scrolls away, intending to sell them later on Jinshin Island. Lastly remained 17 weapons and artifacts, 1 tier, 1 mid-grade item, 8 tier 1 lower grade pieces, 5 mortal rank top grade items, and 3 mortal rank mid-grade ones. Of the 8 mortal rank items, 4 tempered steel daggers, 1 firewood axe, an iron cauldron, a kettle, and a water vat. Essentially, everyday utensils. Only the kettle and water vat held practical use for Su Bai, destined for placement within his kitchen. Among the 8 tier 1 lower grade artifacts lay 3 golden serpent daggers, 2 azure blood swords, 1 mysterious iron blade, a jade pendant, and an iron spade. Only the jade pendant piqued Su Bai's interest. Name: Linglong Blood Jade Fragmentary. Rank: Tier 1 lower grade. Description: contains a fragmented defensive formation capable of absorbing a single fatal strike from a Tier 1 3-star apex beast. Even against higher tier beasts, it mitigates a portion of incoming force. Should Su Bai master formation artistry, or commission a formation master to restore it, the complete Linglong Blood Jade would ascend to Tier 2 top-grade rarity. For me now it is somewhat redundant, yet undeniably exceptional, especially for novice trial cultivators. In the early stages, this pendant qualifies as a minor treasure. Few possess Su Bai's fortune to swiftly advance to the body forging realm 3rd layer. Once I reach Jinqian Island, I shall seek out a formation master. If restoration proves possible, its value to me will multiply exponentially. Securing the Linglong Blood Jade at his waist, Su Bai stored the remaining unremarkable artifacts within his spatial storage, then fixed his gaze upon the final piece, the sole Tier 1 mid-grade artifact. Name: Blackstar Pistol. Rank: Tier 1 mid-grade. Description: a serviceable firearm, a relic of advanced technology, with an effective range of 150 meters. Ideal for close-quarters combat, lethal against Tier 1 6-star beasts within 10 meters, damaging against Tier 1 4-star beasts up to 50 meters. Its chief flaw lies in its thunderous report, risking attraction of far deadlier predators. Note: magazine capacity 10 rounds, fully loaded, accompanied by 1 box containing 50 additional cartridges. Remarkable, firearms have entered the fray. Truly a premier early-stage asset, especially for cultivators hailing from launching. Its only drawbacks are scarce ammunition and excessive noise, lacking the stealth of Zhuge crossbows. Yet if one seeks to draw beasts en masse with sound, it surpasses even that ancient marvel. Su Bai studied the Blackstar pistol resting in his palm, already calculating its tactical application. He placed the pistol and ammunition box together before storing them in his spatial realm, then reviewed his detailed kill log, his brow furrowing slightly. 86 spoils in total, including 58 arrows. This campaign claimed 503 kills, red-tailed chickens and azure-eyed serpents alike, yielding a drop rate of 17.1%. Yet Su Bai knew better than to accept that figure at face value. The azure-eyed serpent's arrow yield was markedly higher. The true drop rate must be significantly lower. Island Spirit: has this battle's drop rate declined compared to my prior engagements? Is such a shift normal? Su Bai voiced his doubt without restraint. Master: earlier your low cultivation level compelled frequent battles beyond your tier, hence high yields. Now, having ascended, you often slay beasts beneath your rank, naturally diminishing returns. This phenomenon is entirely expected. The Island Spirit's explanation was both logical and irrefutable, leaving Su Bai speechless. At that moment the Tower Spirit's voice resonated within his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Master: both battle pet eggs have fully hatched and bonded with you. Su Bai instantly immersed his consciousness into the first floor of the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, and there they were, 2 diminutive, irresistibly adorable companions radiating innocent charm. Activating his insightful eye, Su Bai focused upon the chick, its crimson plumage vivid, its size no larger than 2 basketballs. Battle Pet: Vermilion Blood Rooster, pseudo-juvenile. Cultivation: rank: Tier 1 1-star, initial phase. Skills: Bloodthirst, restores wounds and vital energy by consuming enemy blood. Innate Divine Art: Blood Surge, ignites internal vitality to amplify combat power by 30% for 1 minute, requires 1 cosmic day of recovery per use. Bloodline Purity 1. 5. Note: feeds upon blood-rich flesh and rare treasures like blood crystals to accelerate cultivation, unfettered by bottlenecks until reaching innate limits. Innately combative, it strengthens its bloodline through battle, even awakening ancestral traits. The second creature loomed far larger, 2 meters long at birth, yet retained a juvenile visage utterly distinct from the azure-eyed serpent, bearing 2 nearly imperceptible black fleshy horns atop its serpentine head. Battle Pet: Titan Dragon, serpent, pseudo-juvenile. Cultivation: rank: Tier 1 1-star, mid-phase. Skills: Venom Spine, projects venom as piercing projectiles over 5 meters, capable of slaying foes 1 tier above itself. Innate Divine Arts: Gigantification, triples its size during combat for 1 minute, Gravitic Dominion. Manipulates gravity within a 1-meter radius adjustable between 0.5x and 1.5x standard intensity, sustained for 1 minute. Bloodline purity 3.5. Note: consumes blood-rich flesh and blood crystals to hasten cultivation. Serpentine beings bearing dragon bloodlines, or even dragon flesh, blood, and pearls, can further refine its bloodline essence. By the heavens, no wonder it possesses divine beast potential. 2 innate divine arts, truly extraordinary. Subai's awe deepened upon reading the Titan Dragon Serpent's profile. Excellent. Excellent. Words failed him. Joy surged beyond articulation. Tower Spirit, may I use blood spirit pills to enhance their cultivation? He hastily posed the question, struck by sudden inspiration. He currently possessed 121 Tier 1 lower-grade blood spirit pills. Having reached the initial stage of the body-forging realm 3rd layer, he required far fewer to attain its peak, making these pills ideal for his battle pet's advancement. Of course, they are potent replenishers of vital energy and blood essence, the Tower Spirit replied matter-of-factly. Then distribute 40 pills to each. I wish to see whether they can ascend directly to Tier 1 3-star apex limit. Subai declared. As you command, Master, the Tower Spirit nodded in assent. However, the Island Spirit did not forget to remind. Master, they need time to absorb the blood essence from the blood spirit pill. It won't happen overnight. Please be patient, Master. Of course I understand that, Subai replied, not feeling anxious. After taking the 2 little creatures out of the beast tower and interacting with them briefly to strengthen their master-servant bond, Subai placed them back into the 1st layer of the beast tower to absorb and refine the blood spirit pill. This feeling of being connected by blood, having control over life and death with a single thought, is truly marvelous. Subai reminisced about the sensation he had just experienced. It was a novel experience he had never encountered before, and overall, it was quite pleasant. Master, we have arrived at Misty Island. The Island Spirit's voice rang out, pulling Subai's thoughts back. Use the radar to scan and see what this Misty Island has to offer. Subai commanded. Master, Misty Island is quite special. The radar is ineffective here. We can only land on the island and explore with our eyes, the Island Spirit apologetically said. With just my eyes, eh? Subai frowned and asked, can divine sense work? That won't work either. The mist on Misty Island is quite peculiar. It can obscure vision, block radar, and even burn divine sense. The Island Spirit's words made Subai's heart sink. Will burning divine sense harm the sea of consciousness? Subai pressed on. If we compare the mist to a sea of mental fire, then mental power is the fuel. The moment it comes into contact with the mist, it will ignite. However, if one is quick enough to cut off the connection in time, only some external mental power will be lost, and it won't damage the foundation of the sea of consciousness. The Island Spirit's words eased Subai's tense heart, and that was enough for him. Resource islands are graded, so is Misty Island graded too? Yes, it is graded. For instance, this Misty Island, the only information I have is that it is a 1st-tier Misty Island. I know nothing else. The Island Spirit replied, and then took the initiative to educate Subai. Misty Islands are classified in the same way as resource islands. However, the difference between Misty Islands and ordinary resource islands is that the resources on resource islands do not exceed the corresponding grade of the floating island, while the opportunities on Misty Islands may exceed the grade of the Misty Island itself. This is why, despite the dangers, trial takers are still drawn to Misty Islands. I understand. Subai nodded slightly. Should I give it a try? Subai walked to the edge of the floating island, hesitating in his heart. Though taking a cautious approach is safe, sometimes one must take risks. If I can confirm that the Eye of Insight works on Misty Island, it would be invaluable to me, making it worth the risk to try. After contemplating these points, Subai made his decision. He took a deep breath and used the Eye of Insight to look at Misty Island. In an instant, he quickly retracted his probe. It seems like there was no effect. This quick drawback boosted Subai's confidence. He tried again, this time, not stopping immediately, but probing while paying close attention to the condition of his sea of consciousness, and indeed, he found that there was no effect, which made him excited. Incredible. The Eye of Insight is truly amazing, or it can actually be used on Misty Island. This was undoubtedly monumental news for him. Once he calmed down, he conducted various experiments. Ultimately, he reached a pleasantly surprising conclusion. The mist had no impact on the Eye of Insight, his body, or his sea of consciousness. If that's the case, then there's no reason to hesitate. Subai immediately made a decision that the second island he would explore would be this Misty Island. However, he did not plan to conduct the exploration immediately. Instead, he intended to enhance his cultivation and combat power a bit more, preparing thoroughly before taking action. Returning to the bluestone square in front of the Island Master's mansion, Subai took out the blood spirit pill and began to cultivate once more. No matter what else this floating island had, improving strength was always the top priority, how everything else was secondary. As he consumed one blood spirit pill after another over time, the blood essence within Su Bei's body became more vigorous. Approaching closely, one could almost hear a faint rumbling sound emanating from within him, the sound of blood essence flowing through his meridians. Break for me. This time Su Bei swallowed 3 first-tier inferior blood spirit pills in one go. The violent blood essence surged within his body, crashing around as Su Bei operated his cultivation technique, guiding the blood essence to oscillate within his body in a unique rhythm. At a certain moment or critical point, the pores on Su Bei's skin suddenly opened completely, and a pressure was expelled from them, like steam forming visible white vapor. Su Bei's skin appeared as if it had been cooked, exuding a red luster. Some impurities hidden within his flesh and blood began to flow out slowly through the opened pores. Under the scorching blood essence, they formed hard blood scabs, which under a powerful force instantly turned into powder, falling to the ground. After 3 cycles like this, Su Bei's skin gradually transformed from blood red to a healthy rosy hue, and there seemed to be a faint blood-colored sheen flowing on his surface, making one suspect it was an illusion. Blood essence externalization, 4th layer of body refinement. I've succeeded. Su Bei could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Although his power had only increased by less than a kilogram compared to the peak of the 3rd layer of body refinement, the 4th layer allowed for blood essence externalization, whereas the 3rd layer's peak did not, resulting in a multiplicative increase in combat power. There is still no bottleneck. The divine-grade root bone is indeed extraordinary, Su Bei marveled. He felt that as long as he had sufficient cultivation resources, his cultivation could continue to rise without hitting a bottleneck. Hunting fierce beasts could yield cultivation resources like blood spirit pills. In other words, as long as he kept hunting fierce beasts, he could sustain himself through battle and continuously enhance his cultivation, which was undoubtedly great news for him. After stopping his stance training, Su Bei resumed practicing martial arts, consuming 2 first-tier inferior soul pills and exhausting all the duration of his divine abilities, leaving 1 as a backup. He then prepared a meal, finished eating, and went asleep. As for exploring the second floating island, it could wait until he woke up and his body recovered. Before sleeping, Su Bei glanced at his attributes interface, unable to suppress a slight smile, feeling satisfied as he fell into a deep sleep. Trial Taker ID Blue Star 10010. Name Su Bei. Realm Early 4th layer of body refinement. Strength 600. 8 kilograms. Cultivation technique 9 turns Divine Demon Art, 1st layer of 9 turns Primal Chaos. Martial techniques World Stream Divine Finger, 1st layer Breaking Gold Beginner 5 9-fold Profound Yuan Spear, 1st layer Heavier than 1,000 pounds Beginner 32-star River at Hand, 1st layer Treading on Snow Without a Trace Beginner 16. Secret techniques none. Root Bone Divine Grade. Innate Divine Ability Divine Level Eye of Insight, 2,525 points, can penetrate all concealments within a 120-meter range, identifying everything with increased duration and distance as cultivation improves. Wallet 3 silver coins, 6,595 bronze coins. Points 3281 first tier points, 1556 commoner points. Lord Startup Funds 17. 2 black gold coins, 12900 gold coins. Donations 86 black gold coins, 64600 gold coins. Bets 2084 blue gold coins, 200 black gold coins, 1206. 4400 gold coins. Investment 0, advertisement 0, merchandise 0. Fans 20166. Personal space 30 cubic meters. Floating island level 1. Island Master's Mansion Primary. Area 1000 square meters, 1 square kilometer. Radar range 300 meters, 1000 meters. Power 30 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. Attack none 1. Defense none 1. Island inhabitants none 30. Resources none 2. In the base of Blue Star, Waxia's capital city, Zhang Yong had just reported to the Central Command when he received an urgent message from the base and immediately returned. How is Luo Feng's injury? Luo Feng is still ranked 2nd among the first sequence of Huaxiao, while the first position has shifted to Su by making him still highly regarded by the authorities. It has stabilized, but he needs to recuperate on the floating island for a while. He won't be able to go out and explore in the short term, Wang Jie said with a serious expression. Is Mist Island really that dangerous? Zhang Yong had heard a brief report over the phone that Luo Feng was seriously injured while exploring Mist Island. Wang Jie nodded gravely and then pulled up a recorded video. Sir, please take a look. Mist Island has tremendous opportunities, but it also harbors great dangers. Firstly, Mist Island is shrouded in mist all year round. Even when one enters, visibility is significantly reduced, usually only up to 10 meters. Often it is only when a crisis occurs that the explorers realize it. From the 1127 mist islands that have been explored and live-streamed globally, the vast majority of explorers returned immediately after witnessing the conditions within the island. Only 216 ventured deeper with a staggering death rate of 70 and an injury rate of 20. Only 3 individuals returned unscathed, but they too did not obtain any opportunities from the island and returned empty-handed. Secondly, Mist Island is not only home to high-level ferocious beasts that stealthily attack explorers, but there are also traps and natural hazards. A careless move could lead to disaster. This time Luo Feng encountered a sneak attack from a first-tier 3-star extreme ferocious beast. If it weren't for the acceleration jade pendant he received earlier, he might not have made it this time. However, he was still severely injured and will need at least 3 to 5 days of rest before he can explore again, which may delay his growth rate significantly. After introducing the situation on Mist Island, Wang Jie also felt worried for Luo Feng. If something happened to Luo Feng, his second team would be effectively non-existent. They would either have to take in new explorers from the first sequence or disband altogether, meaning Luo Feng's success or failure directly impacted his career. Did he obtain any opportunities on the island? Zhang Yong asked. If he did, that would be fortunate, otherwise it would truly be a case of losing the chicken and not getting the rice. He obtained a low-grade blood crystal, which is this, Wang Jie said, pulling up an image. It was a crystal the size of a mahjong tile with blood energy circulating inside and emanating a faint crimson glow. If Subai saw it, he would realize that this complete low-grade blood crystal was at least 3 times larger than the damaged low-grade blood crystal he had. This is a valuable item. It contains powerful blood energy which can be used for healing as well as cultivation. It can also offset some of the losses from this adventure. Zhang Yong felt slightly relieved. This is indeed a silver lining in misfortune. As far as we know currently, there are no more than 5 explorers globally who have obtained blood crystals, all from Mist Island. Wang Jie nodded slightly. Subai had turned off the live stream when he obtained the blood crystal, so they had not seen it. Continue to monitor Luo Feng's situation. Additionally, you are permitted to review all live stream information from the explorers in Blue Star Area 9. If you can find any information about Money Island or anything that could help Luo Feng, inform him immediately. This was the only thing Zhang Yong could do for Luo Feng now. They were on Blue Star, and it was hard to reach into the exploration space, offering almost zero direct assistance to the explorers. They could only provide some information and support. Understood, Wang Jie felt slightly better. Having returned to the base, Zhang Yong left the second group and went directly to the first group. However, upon seeing the situation in the first group, his brows furrowed slightly, as they seemed too relaxed compared to the other groups chatting and drinking tea as if they had nothing to do. Has Subai not started streaming yet? Knowing the situation, Zhang Yong did not reprimand them, but called Lu Min. Not yet, but his live stream number is still white, indicating that he is still in the trial and has not died or exited, Lu Min replied. Even if the live stream is not on, the people of Blue Star can determine the general situation of the explorers through the color of the live stream number. For example, if the live stream number turns gray, it indicates that the explorer chose to exit the trial and return to Blue Star. If the live stream number turns red, it indicates that the explorer has died and has been eliminated. If the live stream number remains white, it indicates that the explorer is still in the trial but has simply not turned on the stream. If the live stream number turns green, it indicates that the explorer is live streaming. These 4 colors represent 4 states, making it clear at a glance. This unintentional discovery conveniently facilitates the global statistics of the basic status of explorers from each country. What is this kid doing? The interval this time seems longer than the last. Zhang Yong said somewhat resentfully. Actually, no, only 8 hours and 34 minutes have passed since the last live stream. Lu Min had already become accustomed to Su Bei's situation, having been there since the beginning. Just, haha, you have a good mindset. Zhang Yong knew that this might just be his own perception, akin to the saying the emperor is anxious while the Although Su Bei has not started streaming yet, you can gather other information. Aren't we currently ranking global combat strength? Pay attention to that as well. Zhang Yong pointed towards the first group's office, making his point clear. Understood, Lu Min was clever and immediately grasped the leader's intention to prevent their group from appearing too idle and to avoid gossip from other groups that could impact unity. What is Su Bei doing now? Still sleeping? Of course not. On floating island, no. 10010 of Blue Star. After waking up, Su Bei continued his standing meditation. This time he had only slept for 4 hours before waking up. This first-tier low-grade blood spirit pill is still effective, but the effect is too low, isn't it? Su Bei refined a first-tier low-grade blood spirit pill, glanced at the attribute panel, and found that it only increased his strength by 3 kilograms, instantly feeling bitter. It is important to note that the limit strength for the fourth level of body refining is 3,600 kilograms. He needs to increase by 3,000 kilograms to break through to the fifth level of body refining. If one pill only increases by 3 kilograms, he would need 1,000 first-tier, low-grade blood spirit pills. No, as his cultivation level rises, the efficacy of the pills will decrease, meaning he would need more than 1,000 pills. No, I cannot rely on first-tier, low-grade blood spirit pills. I must quickly acquire more first-tier, mid-grade blood spirit pills to support my current stage of cultivation. Subai resolved firmly in his heart. First, try a Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan and see what it does. Subai happened to have one in hand, if not now. Upon swallowing the Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan, a far more vast, yet gentle stream of vital blood essence spilled forth from the pill. It flowed into his flesh to nourish his body, poured into his meridians to broaden and fortify them, entered his blood to quicken its circulation and purge impurities, and seeped through his skin to toughen it. The residual essence that exuded from his pores was under the guidance of his cultivation method drawn back in through those same pores to repeatedly scour and temper his flesh, swiftly strengthening his physique. Immersed in cultivation, he lost track of time. Only when the pill's potency was fully spent did Subai come to his senses. He checked the time. 1 hour had passed, and glanced at his attribute panel. Strength had increased by 100 kilograms. Not bad. The efficiency far exceeded that of a Tier 1 low-grade Shuling Dan, though it fell slightly short of Subai's earlier expectations. At the early stages of the body tempering realm, each rank adds 200 kilograms of strength. A single Tier 1 low-grade Shuling Dan can add roughly 20 kilograms in those early days, so, by that calculation, 10 such pills would suffice to break through. But now, in theory, he needed 30 Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan to push himself to the 5th rank of the body tempering realm, an appreciable increase in difficulty. Now let me test the effect of a low-grade Shu edging. Subai did not stop cultivating. He intended to experiment with the blood crystal next. With a flick, a soybean-sized flawed Shu edging appeared in his palm. Subai placed it in his hand, resumed his stance, and drew the chi and blood of his body outward to envelop the crystal. Like chemical compatibility, the once indomitable crystal responded to his living essence. Slender ribbons of exceptionally pure ki blood were guided out from the Shu edging, spiraling and merging with his own, and under the suction within his body they were drawn through his pores and skin, absorbed and refined into his own lifeblood, strengthening his frame. 1 hour, 2 hours. After about 4.5 hours, the Shu edging had wholly dissipated as if it had never existed. Every drop of its vital essence had been absorbed and transformed into his own power. It only added 155 kilograms of strength, much worse than the Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan. Subai frowned slightly. He was referring to per hour growth efficiency. He did a quick calculation in his mind and reached a conclusion. A Tier 1 low-grade Shuling Dan, he could absorb 6 per hour, now gaining roughly 18 kilograms of strength per hour. A Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan, 1 per hour, yielding 100 kilograms of strength. A low-grade Shu edging, about 35 kilograms of strength per hour. The efficiency of a Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan was nearly 3 times that of a low-grade Shu edging, while a low-grade Shu edging was nearly twice as potent as a Tier 1 low-grade Shuling Dan. So the Tier 1 mid-grade Shuling Dan is the most efficient. It seems I should focus on slaying Tier 1 4-star and above ferocious beasts. That will be the fastest way to grow stronger. Confident in his arithmetic, Subai quickly finished his reckoning and made his decision. Trialist ID launching 10010. Name Subai. Realm body tempering realm, 4th rank, early stage. Strength 866. 1 kilogram. After a brief rest, Subai ate a bowl of chicken broth instant noodles with a fried egg. When his vigor and spirit were fully restored, he stepped out of the Island Lord's manor and glanced up at the countdown above. 9 universe days, 15 launching days, 5 hours of 52 minutes 17 seconds. Taling, how are Shao Qi and Shao Long doing with refining the Shuling Dan? Subai asked with concern. Shao Qi was the nickname for the Qi Shui Xiongji, and Shao Long the nickname for the Titan Longmang. Reporting to Master, the Qi Shui Xiongji has already advanced to Tier 1, 3-star midstage. The Titan Longmang's absorption efficiency is higher. It has just broken through to Tier 1 4-star early stage and has refined all 40 Tier 1 low-grade Shuling Dan. Taling's answer surprised Subai. Is there such a big difference? Yes. Their potentials differ. Their efficiencies in absorbing and refining pills vary. Furthermore, the time required to break through each substage also differs. Taling nodded in agreement. Subai had never met a bottleneck in his training so far, but he believed others would not be so fortunate. At the limit of every minor realm, most would likely stall for a time. Realizing this, he understood why the disparity existed. Summon Shao Qi and Shao Long to assist me. Subai prepared to deliberately reveal his two battle pets. There were 3 reasons. First, many had already obtained battle pet eggs when they saw him slay the Bai Yin Shi Wang and Shi Wei Ji Wang. There was no point hiding it. When others later acquired pets, they would surely connect the dots. Second, he planned to explore Mist Island. If he used his inside eye to easily gain advantages there, it would arouse curiosity and suspicion. If he transferred that ability to Xiao Qi or Xiao Long, it would be far more plausible. Xiao Long, owing to its unique bloodline, possessed perception in the mist far beyond that of humans. It could sense distant locations and detect danger, helping its master dominate the mist and reap various benefits. Although this would still invite envy and covetousness, it was far better than exposing his inside eye directly. Third, he possessed the Wanshou Ta. In time, he would have a beast command army, and that army would inevitably appear on the livestream, breaking the rule that one may have only a single bonded battle pet below the 4th realm. Since that outcome was inevitable, it was better to proactively announce that he had received a beast command inheritance and become a beast master that would neatly conceal the artifact that was the Wanshou Ta. Subai, still thinking, saw Xiao Long and Xiao Qi emerge from the Wanshou Ta and could not help but swear under his breath. Good heavens! He gaped at the 2 colossal beings before him. A Tier 1 4-star limit Bai Yin Shi Wang measured only 7 to 8 meters long, while the Tier 1 4-star early stage Xiao Long already stretched nearly 10 meters, noticeably longer than the Bai Yin Shi Wang. A Tier 1 3-star limit Shi Wei Ji Wang was comparable to a wild ox in size, yet the Tier 1 3-star mid-stage Qi Shui Xiongji was even larger, standing there with its head raised at least 4 meters tall. Xiao Long hissed, flicking its tongue as it swam over to Subai and nuzzled his waist affectionately. That sight alone would be breathtaking on a live stream. Seeing this, Xiao Qi edged over as well, as if afraid of losing favor, and rubbed its head against Subai's. Good. Subai felt tickled. He reached out and lightly patted the heads of the 2, while large creatures. Though massive, Xiao Qi and Xiao Long had only been born a little over 10 hours ago, they were still children. It is time to set out again, Subai murmured as he looked toward the mist island not far away, shrouded in fog. Dao Ling, start the live stream. He issued the command. Yes, master. First team of the capital base. Group leader Subai has started his broadcast. Li, who was lying on the chair drinking coffee, immediately jumped up when he saw Subai's figure appear in the dark live room, spilling coffee on his pants without a care. Quickly start the screen recording and pay attention to the bullet comments. Lu Min, as if repeating this countless times, immediately began to assign tasks to the team members. She quickly informed her superior, the base leader Zhang Yong, of this good news. In a certain office building in the Magic City, Li Wenhao was tidying up his workstation, putting a half-drunk bottle of beverage into his backpack, preparing for the upcoming end of his shift. Subai is live, everyone hurry to watch. Suddenly a colleague shouted. Li Wenhao paused his actions, and after reacting immediately, put down his backpack, took out his phone from his pocket, and opened Subai's live room to watch. At the same time, across the entire Blue Star and many civilizations in the Honghuang Star region that had collected Subai's live room, notifications were sent out, and everyone quickly opened the live room to see what this person who had been offline for more than 10 hours was like now. Oh my Lao Bai, you finally started your broadcast. I've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. How can I live without you? What the hell? How did a fierce beast get onto the host's floating island? Host, be careful, there are 2 fierce beasts behind you. Isn't this the host's floating island? Has he already gone to the 2nd floating island? Is there something wrong with your eyesight? Behind those 2 fierce beasts is none other than Lao Bei's island master's mansion. This is indeed Lao Bei's floating island. But what's going on? Isn't it said that on the first cosmic day, fierce beasts cannot actively enter the trial taker's floating island? It's said that only hostile fierce beasts cannot invade the trial taker's floating island. What about those without hostility? Looking at these 2 fierce beasts, they seem to have no killing intent, and they're so close to Lao Bai. If they wanted to ambush, they would have acted long ago. Moreover, given Lao Bei's cautious nature, he couldn't possibly not have noticed them. Someone gradually caught on, as if discovering something extraordinary. Lao Bai is impressive, he really knows how to create a scene. What is going on here? These should be battle pets, but looking at their size, both of these battle pets are of considerable cultivation at this stage, and there are 2 of them. How did the host manage to do this? Under the 4 realms, one should only be able to contract 1 battle pet. The Star Monarch of the 5-star Lord Nation, the Star Empire, took a keen interest in this trial taker. So it turns out they are battle pets. A major character like you knows a lot, Lao Bai. You're certainly no ordinary person. Quickly explain how this happened. Otherwise, we'll have a big serving. In an instant, the number of viewers in Subai's live room surged rapidly. After entering, everyone quickly shifted from surprise to astonishment and curiosity. Some commented, some pondered the reasons, and others waited for Su Bei's explanation. Su Bei looked at the rapidly flying bullet comments and saw that the most common question was about the two battle pets behind him. He smiled and pointed at the two creatures, explaining, "The Iron Star major character is right. They are all my battle pets. As for why I can contract two battle pets now, the reason is simple. Among the spoils I previously obtained there is a fragment of the Beastmaster Sutra, which allows for multiple battle pets to be contracted under the four realms. Ding, the Star Empire of the 5-star Lord Nation Iron Star has tipped one black iron coin. If you're a Beastmaster, that makes sense. However, both of these battle pets are quite strong. How did you manage that?" After the tip from Iron Star, he followed up with a question. "I found a blood crystal at the lair of the Green Eye Snake King underneath that small mound, and found another blood crystal at the lair of the Red-tailed Chicken King. Combined with other resources, I was able to cultivate them into my best combat partners in such a short time." Su Bei explained with a mix of truth and deception, concealing the level and defects of the blood crystals, and certainly not revealing the blood spirit pill. So it was blood crystals. The host's luck is really good to have obtained two blood crystals on the first resource floating island. Even if they're of low quality, their value at this stage is extremely high. What are blood crystals? Su Bei's conversation with Iron Star sparked curiosity among many, as not everyone was familiar with blood crystals. "I think I've seen someone obtain blood crystals from the Mist Island before. They must be good things," said a viewer who had watched other live rooms. "If even major characters affirm it, it must be a good thing." With Iron Star's endorsement, the audience had fewer doubts about how Su Bei could cultivate two powerful battle pets in a short time. There were even some speculations about Su Bei's strength. It might all be related to the blood crystal, and some even speculated that Su Bei had obtained more than two blood crystals. Seeing the bullet comments being guided in that direction, Su Bei hurriedly changed the topic, leading everyone to another subject. He did not want to linger on that topic too long, as the more he talked, the more mistakes he would make, and he might inadvertently expose flaws. "I mentioned last time that when I ended the broadcast, the next time we would explore a new floating island. I believe some viewers have already seen that I am currently docked next to a mist island. This is the second floating island I am preparing to explore." As Su Bei's words fell, everyone's attention was indeed diverted, and they looked towards the nearby mist island. Although the people of Blue Star had seen many attempts to explore the mist island, very few trial takers actually gained from it, and most experiences were quite tragic. So everyone was still very interested in the Mist Island and curious about what opportunities lay within. "Previously, I saw someone obtain blood crystals on the Mist Island. Lao Bai just mentioned that he cultivated two powerful battle pets with two blood crystals. If I can obtain more blood crystals on the Mist Island, that would be a fortune. The Mist Island is too dangerous. Lao Bai, you should explore another floating island first. Wait until your strength increases before exploring the Mist Island." I've watched several live broadcasts of exploring the Mist Island, and they all ended tragically. Lao Bai, do you see the bullet comments? "The Mist Island is very dangerous. You should choose another one. You have a significant advantage, and there's no need to take risks." Thank you all for the reminders. I still want to give it a try, but please rest assured, if I sense danger, I will return at the first opportunity. I won't be reckless, and besides, I have two helpers with me. Su Bei could sense everyone's goodwill and smiled as he replied, "All right, let's not chat for now. After I finish exploring the Mist Island, in return I'll share with everyone then. Xiao Qi, Xiao Long, let's set off." Su Bei patted the two little creatures and stepped towards the Mist Island. Standing at the boundary of two floating islands, one side is bright and gentle, filled with the warmth of human life, while the other is completely shrouded in mist, obscuring all internal scenes, as if it were the end of the world. Coupled with the tranquil environment, an epic composition appeared in the live broadcast, which instantly captivated some aesthetically minded viewers, prompting them to take screenshots. "A thought can lead to paradise, another to hell, Lao Bai, you must think it through." Although many viewers knew it was futile to say anything, they still felt tense for him. "Let's go." Su Bei stepped forward, holding a Zhuge crossbow accompanied by two battle pets, as he vanished into the mist. In reality, behind the seemingly resolute facade, Su Bei had already used his insight eye to observe the situation on the other side. At least within a range of 120 meters, there was no danger, which is why he remained so calm. The screen in the live broadcast went black, then the scenery changed from a distant shot to a close-up, revealing only the view within 10 meters around Su Bei. Beyond that was a gray and eerie expanse. "Xiao Long, scout ahead for us." Su Bei patted the enormous body of Xiao Long, giving his command. The Titan dragon python, upon hearing its master's order, did not hesitate, and immediately swam forward until it disappeared into the mist. "Xiao Qi, follow behind me." Su Bei then patted the crimson blood rooster before moving forward, keeping a distance of 20 meters from Xiao Long, while Xiao Qi waited until Su Bei vanished from sight before following. As a result, in the live broadcast, everyone could only see Su Bai alone, unable to spot the other two battle pets, yet Su Bai could communicate with them through spiritual sense and still see them through his inside eye. Lao Bai, what kind of strategy is this? We can't see the two battle pets. Oh, what if there's danger? Shouldn't all three of you stay together in the mist for safety? Some viewers expressed confusion over Su Bai's arrangements. What many don't know is that after just entering the mist, Xiao Long communicated with me. It can sense the scenes within the mist and can anticipate danger ahead. Therefore, I arranged for it to scout ahead. Although Xiao Qi doesn't have this ability, it is my battle pet, and we can communicate through spiritual sense that will notify me immediately if there's any situation, thus avoiding being caught off guard. Su Bai explained a response he had prepared beforehand. Xiao Long could do it while Xiao Qi couldn't. This was also a deliberate arrangement. After all, there would certainly be other challengers with battle pets in the future. If their pets lacked this ability in the mist, while Su Bai's were special, wouldn't that be a blatant giveaway? However, having one with this ability and one without raises questions. One could only say that Xiao Long is a rather unique battle pet, perhaps possessing a special innate talent. It's a pity that I only have two battle pets. If I had four with one in each direction, my safety would be even higher, Su Bai added with a hint of regret. What the hell, Lao Bai, are you serious? At this stage, I haven't heard of any other challenger with battle pets. You are most likely the first in our blue star, and you have two. And you're still feeling regret. If other challengers heard this, they'd probably be infuriated. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, some viewers couldn't sit still. Yes, stop being humble. That makes me want to rush in and beat you up. Hee, Su Bai chuckled, just about to interact with the audience, when suddenly his smile vanished as if he had received some special signal. He could only say, "We'll talk later." After saying that, he quickly dashed forward, cleaving through the mist like a ship sailing through the sea, which made the viewers in the live broadcast tense. In the next moment, a beastly roar echoed from ahead, and everyone finally understood what was happening. Name: Wild Mastiff. Level 1st Stage, 3-star Extreme. Description: descendants of the plains giant wolf and three-headed mastiff. This is just a pup living at the outskirts of the Mist Island. They are bloodthirsty, insane, and bear grudges. They fight to the death. Their meat is quite tough, but their fur is highly valuable, providing excellent warmth, and the heart's blood is a precious elixir for cultivation, best consumed while warm. Su Bai moved quickly, and his vision soon spotted Xiao Long along with a giant ferocious beast that was comparable in size to an elephant, the wild mastiff, with a body resembling a wolf and a head like a Tibetan mastiff. Similarly, the live broadcast audience saw the same scene. They saw the wild mastiff roar in fury and charge at Xiao Long, but when it was just 3 meters away, it suddenly sank, slightly bending its knees. Although it quickly adjusted, its momentum was momentarily halted, and Xiao Long seized the opportunity to whip its tail violently. Boom! The tail came crashing down from above, striking the wild mastiff and burying its 4 limbs into the ground with half of its body, even sinking underground, demonstrating the immense power behind this strike. Instantly, streams of blood oozed from the wild mastiff's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, creating a gruesome sight. Just as it struggled to free itself from the ground, Xiao Long did not let up, biting down on its neck, injecting venom. The wild mastiff could only emit a faint, unwilling howl before it ceased to breathe. Ding! Congratulations, your battle pet has killed a 1st Stage 3-star Extreme ferocious beast, the wild mastiff. You have earned 60 points of 1st Stage score. Battle pet hunting can also earn points, and it counts towards me. This is great. Su Bai was happier to hear the system notification than he was to see the corpse of the wild mastiff and the loot that appeared above it. Wow, that's so strong. The live broadcast just indicated that the beast called Wild Mastiff has a cultivation level of 1st Stage 3-star Extreme, and it was taken down in just 2 moves. The live audience was stunned by Xiao Long's efficient combat. While this Xiao Long is too impressive, it instantly killed a 1st Stage 3-star Extreme beast. What level is Xiao Long? If the battle pet is this strong, what level is Lao Bai at now? Lao Bai, honestly tell us, what did you do during the 10 hours before you started the stream to become so powerful? It's unbelievable. How can we compete now? You've left all the other challengers far behind. By the way, what kind of beast is Xiao Long? It doesn't look like a green-eyed snake. Since it's called Xiao Long, it must be a dragon or a descendant of a dragon species and other ferocious beasts. There are only misnamed names, but no wrong nicknames. Lao Bai wanted to keep it a secret, but inadvertently revealed it. Haha. I remember that the previous green-eyed snake king was only 7 to 8 meters long, but its cultivation was 1st Stage 4-star Extreme. However, Xiao Long is clearly longer than that guy. Could it be a 1st Stage 5-star beast? No way. Isn't that too much of a gap? This is unplayable. The audience began to discuss animatedly until the Iron Star leader finally spoke up, causing everyone to cease their debates. Based on the strength of the recent attack, the little dragon should only possess a first stage 4-star cultivation level, certainly not exceeding the mid-stage. The reason its size is longer than that of the Baiyin Snake King is that they are not of the same species. The little dragon's bloodline rank is likely higher and may possess the bloodline of a demon beast. Demon beast bloodline. What distinguishes it from ferocious beasts? Subai also noticed the comments in the live stream. Seeing that the Iron Star expert had no intention of continuing the explanation, he began to briefly educate the viewers on the differences between ferocious beasts and demon beasts. Naturally, he only mentioned what he knew, specifically what Island Spirit had informed him. He was unaware of the more detailed distinctions, hence could not share them with everyone. At the same time, he revealed some information such as the fact that the little dragon indeed possessed a demon beast bloodline. Old Bai stopped talking and quickly see what good stuff this wild eagle has dropped. Is that red crystal the blood crystal? A viewer reminded. The occurrence of a blood crystal is quite rare. Aside from those who watched the relevant trial live stream or saw some information through the news, most people have never actually seen a real blood crystal. Subai looked at the spoils above the wild eagle's corpse. It included 2 copper bills worth 500 when each, an irregular blood red crystal the size of a broad bean, which was similar in size to the blood crystal Subai had previously obtained from beneath the altar of the Baiyin Snake King. He stepped forward to collect the corpse into the beast tower, stored the bills and crystal in his personal space, and said to the audience, "This is indeed a low-grade blood crystal, the same as the 2 I obtained earlier, but this one is clearly flawed and incomplete." Seeing Subai put away the blood crystal, the little dragon immediately approached him, affectionately rubbing against his hand. Subai instantly understood its meaning and smiled, patting its head. "Rest assured, this blood crystal is yours. I will have it used for you when we return." The little dragon, receiving its master's promise, was instantly overjoyed, shaking its head back and forth in a very amusing manner, a stark contrast to its fierce demeanor during the earlier battle. Although no equipment dropped this time, the value of this blood crystal is actually greater than many pieces of equipment. Considering the gains on Misty Island, it might surpass those from other places. I just hope this is not the so-called opportunity of Misty Island. There may be even greater fortunes awaiting us. The only thing that annoyed Subai was the limited observation range here. The effectiveness of the ranged weapon he had was significantly reduced. Just as they were chatting and laughing, the little dragon's head suddenly perked up, looking towards the depths of the fog. "Master, there is danger approaching." Subai was taken aback. He had only boasted about the little dragon's keen sense of danger in front of the audience, not expecting it to truly possess such abilities. Because just at that moment, after the little dragon's warning, 3 wild eagles appeared within Subai's observational range, indicating that the little dragon's sensing range was even a bit farther than Subai's current divine insight. Fortunately, they were all first-stage 3-star younglings. The little dragon warned me that more enemies are approaching, likely drawn in by the earlier calls of the wild eagle. Subai said to the live stream, pulling out his Juga crossbow, focusing intently on the depths of the fog. There are actually more. Just as the 3 wild eagles drew closer, Subai spotted another first-stage 4-star latest-stage wild eagle stealthily approaching from the left, entering his observational range. This one posed an even greater threat. As expected, just as the description said, they hold grudges and will not rest until they are dead. Subai frowned slightly, using his spiritual sense to call over the little Chi to assist them in battle. Soon the 3 wild eagles appeared within their line of sight, surrounding the little dragon and Subai in a circular formation, drawing closer to the fog area, intermittently visible, clearly aiming to use the fog to conceal themselves and then find an opportunity to ambush. Whoosh whoosh, Subai naturally would not give them a second chance. The moment they revealed themselves, he decisively shot 2 arrows, instantly hitting the 2 wild eagles that had popped up. The remaining one had not shown itself from the fog, so he did not attack. "Little Chi, go!" Subai immediately commanded. "Caw caw caw." Little Chi received the order and rushed toward the fog area. "Master, there is also danger to your left," the little dragon reminded, swimming over to Subai's left side. "You distract it, I remember, do not confront it, Heaton," Subai instructed. The little dragon was only a first-stage 4-star initial level, while the opponent was a first-stage 4-star late stage. The disparity in strength was significant. Even though the little dragon's bloodline rank was higher, it was not necessarily an opponent. Little Kai's proactive attack specifically targeted the 2 wild eagles that had just been shot by arrows. In an instant, it pecked one to death with its sharp beak and then stomped the other one to death with its sharp claws. This action provoked the wild eagle hidden in the fog, which attempted to ambush Little Chi but was blocked. Subai rushed over. The moment he saw it, he immediately shot an arrow, hitting it, then left the rest to Little Chi while he dashed towards the little dragon's direction. He trusted that Little Chi could handle the remaining injured wild eagle. Little dragon, entangle it, and share its location with me through spiritual sense. Subai shouted towards the fog area, addressing the viewers in the live stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, Subai shot 3 arrows towards the fog area. To the audience in the live stream, it appeared as blind shooting, but Subai could see. 2 arrows struck one of its eyes and one of its front hooves, while the remaining arrow was deliberately shot slightly off target, landing in the ground beside the wild eagle, with most of the arrow buried in the soil, leaving only a small portion of the fletching exposed. Ah! A shrill cry echoed, and Subai immediately expressed delight. It seems I've hit it. Quickly penetrating the fog, the injured wild eagle lying on the ground and howling in pain appeared in everyone's sight. They also saw the little dragon approaching within 5 meters of the wild eagle, opening its mouth to spit out a venomous spike that directly struck the already downed wild eagle. Another wretched scream followed. The area where the venomous spike struck began to rapidly rot, appearing extremely terrifying. Let me help you end your suffering, Subai said as he shot another arrow directly hitting the wild eagle's forehead. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first stage 4-star latest stage ferocious beast, wild eagle, rewarding you with 160 points. It's still a blood crystal. Is it possible that blood crystals are a specialty of Misty Island? Subai looked at the dropped spoils, somewhat astonished. There were no equipment, only an incomplete low-grade blood crystal and 7 silver coins. With no time to think further, Subai collected the spoils, and the wild eagle's corpse, retrieved his arrows, and hurried over to Little Chi, collecting the corpses of the 3 wild eagles and their spoils as well. Let's go, we will continue moving forward to see. Subai called out, and the little dragon once again swam ahead to lead the way, while Little Chi lagged a few steps behind, following Subai to protect his rear. Thank you, brothers, for your support of the bookworm. The premiere of the new book is about to begin. Please follow along, urge updates, comment, and give 5-star reviews. If you have time, feel free to send some free gifts. The performance of the premiere is very important for the bookworm. To repay everyone's support starting today, I will enter a week of explosive updates. 3 updates daily as a base. If the follow count exceeds 4,000, there will be additional updates for every extra 1,000. If the daily review count increases by more than 100, there will be additional updates for every 100. If the daily total of tips exceeds 100, there will be additional updates for every 100. There will be extra updates for single large contributions. There is no upper limit on the number of additional updates, with a daily cap of 8 updates. If more than 8 updates occur, they will be promptly compensated the following day. The bookworm is going all out this week. The Mist Island spans 5 square kilometers, which is not large, but under the shroud of mist it becomes difficult to discern direction and see the path ahead, thereby appearing quite vast. Because the little dragon could truly sense danger, Subai refrained from activating the Eye of Insight to save time on his divine abilities, instead allowing the little dragon to scout ahead in a methodical manner. It was unclear how long they had been walking. Suddenly the little dragon emitted a warning sound, and Subai thought a fierce beast had appeared again, hastily moving forward a few steps and activating the Eye of Insight to ascertain the danger. Within the range of Subai's divine abilities, something indeed appeared, but it was not a ferocious beast. Rather, it was a small pond about 2 meters in diameter, with the little dragon standing at its edge. This was not the most important aspect. The crucial detail was that the pond did not contain water, but blood, composed entirely of blood, resembling the blood pools created by villains in film and television. Name: Blood Spring. Level: mid-tier, 1st rank. Description: ancient battlefields or burial sites of powerful beings after millions of years of change typically give birth to blood crystal mines. Before the veins form, or if they cannot ultimately form, numerous blood springs will nurture around these areas. When the veins finally take shape, these blood springs will be instantly siphoned, congealing into true blood crystal veins. The blood spring is formed from the purest essence of blood, and Qi, bathing in it, can aid in cultivation. What a good find. Could this be the fortune of Mist Island? Subai thought in shock, yet his feet did not pause as he rushed toward the blood spring. Should I cultivate here, or take it with me? Subai suddenly faced 2 choices. I should take it back, it's too dangerous here. This choice was almost instinctively made without much thought. Without any tools to hold the blood spring, Subai mimicked how he had scooped water from a small river, previously using an iron pot to scoop the blood spring into his spatial storage. However, just as he was about to place it into the space, he thought of another question and asked in his Sea of Consciousness Tower Spirit, can these blood springs be directly refined into blood spirit pills? As long as it is flesh and blood, it can refine essence and condense into blood spirit pills. The blood spring is theoretically the blood of ancient powerful beings, so it can naturally be used. The Tower Spirit's response invigorated Subai. That's excellent. Please help me refine these blood springs into blood spirit pills. Saying this, Subai no longer placed the blood spring into his spatial storage, but directly stored it in the 9th layer of the Myriad Beast Tower, which appeared no different to the viewers in the live broadcast. What is this? Blood water? Or is it mixed with some special minerals? It looks blood red, but is it actually just ordinary water? The viewers were also very puzzled upon seeing the blood spring. Could it be a special environment of Mist Island, or perhaps a special visual effect caused by light refraction? What is Lao Bai doing? Can this water be drunk? You're just storing it up, or aren't you afraid it's toxic? Besides, even if it's drinkable, isn't it dangerous to collect water here? You should go to that previous floating island, which is no longer dangerous to collect water. Some viewers found Su Bei's actions very strange. The luck of Blue Star No. 10010 is quite good. He actually found a blood spring, which is a valuable resource, just slightly inferior to low-grade blood crystals. If he takes all this blood spring and refines it, it will greatly help in enhancing his cultivation. Mo Li of the 2nd Star Lord Nation Sanyang Empire immediately educated the crowd. What is a... Its name is quite similar to blood crystals, so it is probably a similar cultivation resource akin to the spiritual water and spiritual springs in novels, someone analyzed. Lao Bai is really lucky to have found such a treasure. Roared, just as Su Bai sent the first pot of blood spring into the Myriad Beast Tower, a furious roar of a fierce beast echoed from not far away, revealing the anger contained within that roar. Following that, a series of angry roars erupted one after another. Damn, why do I feel a sense of familiarity? The viewers also heard the roars, and the bullet comments paused. Didn't Lao Bai cause a riot among the red-tailed chickens when harvesting the chicken blood rice? That was because the chicken blood rice is their food, their lifeline. So could the blood spring be the lifeline of the fierce beasts? Someone began to connect the dots. It's quite possible. The fierce beasts here explode with blood crystals, which are very likely related to this blood spring. This might truly be their lifeline. If the blood spring is so important, why aren't those fierce beasts guarding it? Someone expressed confusion. Is it possible that there are even better places on this Mist Island that need guarding? They might have insufficient manpower, or perhaps the fierce beast's duty is to patrol the entire Mist Island. Alternatively, they may not be able to remain beside the blood spring for too long. The viewers speculated wildly, but no one could answer them. Su Bai himself did not think too much. Lao Bai, danger, watch out, a viewer reminded through the bullet comments. Upon hearing the furious roars of the fierce beast, Su Bai only paused momentarily before continuing to scoop the blood spring without any unnecessary actions, because he had already activated his divine abilities and the fierce beasts did not appear within his observation range, so it was still safe. It was unclear how those fierce beasts detected him scooping the blood spring from such a distance. Were their senses that sharp? Su Bai felt quite vexed. He had just collected one pot. However, when he scooped the third pot, 7 fierce beasts suddenly appeared within his observation range, 3 of which had reached the first rank and 4 stars. He continued, and by the time he scooped the 4th pot, the nearest fierce beast was only about 80 meters away, and the observation range even showed 23 fierce beasts. Su Bai immediately scooped the 5th pot, then collected the large iron pot and 2 battle pets, dashing toward the direction of his floating island without looking back. In that direction, there was only 1 fierce beast at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, which was the weakest area to blockade, as it was the place he had just come from. If there had been any fierce beasts, he would have already dealt with them. Damn, I searched for a long time and only encountered a few, thinking the number of fierce beasts on Mist Island was limited. I didn't expect over 100 to suddenly appear. It seems the blood spring is indeed their lifeline, causing an outright riot. Su Bai cursed inwardly. Streamer, don't be timid, fight them, you have 2 companions, what is there to fear? A viewer, for unknown reasons, urged him on. Yeah, weren't you alone fighting hundreds of azurite snakes before? Now you have helpers, why be afraid? Just take them down, this is a great harvest. The intelligence agency of Sam Country. Continue, let the water army exert pressure, forcing Su Bai to turn and fight the wild hawk, Director James said with a gloomy, yet excited expression. Yes, the secretary complied. Director, based on the previous livestream, Su Bai seems to be very cautious. He is unlikely to be influenced by the barrage of comments. His assistant reminded from the side. So what? If he gets provoked and fights the wild hawk, it would be best if he dies. If he survives, he won't have it easy either. The beasts on Misty Island are clearly much stronger than those on the previous floating island. Even if he ignores the audience's comments, it doesn't matter to us. There is no loss. However, if the barrage increases, it will definitely influence some viewers' thoughts, making them think Su Bai is overly cautious, somewhat timid, and weak, which will affect his image in the eyes of the audience across various civilizations. No matter how you look at it, it's beneficial for us. James gradually regained his gentlemanly demeanor, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a gentle sip. The director is wise. Inside the office of the first team at the Beijing base, Team leader, the trend of the barrage is not quite right. It seems someone is deliberately leading the narrative, trying to provoke Su-Bai into battling the Wild Hawk. Xiaoli, who monitored the barrage information, quickly identified the problem and reported it immediately. These guys just can't stand to see others do well. Lu Min snorted coldly, then instructed, gather our manpower to counterattack. Let Su-Bai not be influenced by these comments, but it is most important to preserve his useful life, as the trial has only just begun. A silent war of public opinion erupted in Su-Bai's livestream. Su-Bai naturally saw the barrage information, but could only sigh helplessly. If there were fewer than 10, I could still put up a fight, but now over 100 Wild Hawks have appeared, half of which are first-tier 4-star beasts. How am I supposed to fight this? Su-Bai was also at a loss for words. This information was known only to him, but he couldn't tell the audience. Fortunately, the location of the blood spring was not too far from the floating island. With Su-Bai ignoring the mist and skillfully avoiding all the Wild Hawks by using the Eye of Insight along with a full sprint, he quickly returned safely to the floating island. Boom. 2 seconds later, a series of crashing sounds rang in his ears that turned out that the pursuing Wild Hawks could not stop in time and crashed into the protective shield of the floating island. Since you delivered yourselves right to me, I might as well accept you with reluctance. Su-Bai thought of something and took out the heavy spear made of mysterious iron, aiming for the eyes of the Wild Hawk shrouded in mist. With a plop, a familiar sound of piercing flesh came through, followed by a scream from within the mist. Su-Bai slightly shook his arm, instantly shattering the brain of the Wild Hawk. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a mid-level first-tier 4-star beast Wild Hawk. You have been rewarded with 120 points. Upon killing the Wild Hawk, Su-Bai placed his left hand on the spear's handle. With a forceful pull, he flung the corpse of the Wild Hawk along with its spoils onto his floating island. Immediately after, he shot again, targeting another latest-stage first-tier 4-star Wild Hawk. The sound of clanging echoed as his spear met the claw of the Wild Hawk, which had deflected Su-Bai's long spear. Su-Bai was only in the early stage of the 4th layer of body refinement. His first shot was able to instantaneously kill a Wild Hawk stronger than him. Due to a stroke of luck, the Wild Hawks had just crashed into the protective shield and were a bit dazed, and with the element of surprise, Su-Bai succeeded. However, there was no such advantage the second time. The first-tier 4-star Wild Hawks had already unleashed their blood-chi shields. Unless the low-tier mysterious iron spear struck a vital spot or a weakness, it would be difficult to breach this shield, let alone kill them. Since I can't deal with the first-tier 4-star ones for now, I'll first handle the first-tier 3-star Wild Hawks. Su-Bai was flexible and did not stubbornly confront stronger opponents. Changing targets proved much more successful. He thrust out 4 shots in succession, directly taking the lives of 4 first-tier 3-star Wild Hawks. Even the most foolish Wild Hawks realized what was happening. After the roar of an extreme first-tier 4-star Wild Hawk, the other Wild Hawks began to retreat, maintaining a certain distance from Su-Bai's floating island. The length of the mysterious iron spear was limited, and it could no longer reach them. Do you think retreating a little is useful, eh? Su-Bai flipped his hand, sheathing the mysterious iron spear, and produced a short gun. It was the Black Star. Su-Bai decisively fired, and using the power of the Eye of Insight, the movements of those Wild Hawks became slow in his eyes. Their bodies appeared larger, as if they were within arm's reach, instantly transforming him into a sharpshooter. The first one he aimed to kill was the extreme first-tier 4-star Wild Hawk that had hidden behind the others and had just issued the order to retreat, as it was different from the rest. Name: Wild Hawk. Level: extreme, first-tier 4-star. Description: the guardian beast of the blood spring, just a bit short of a breakthrough to the first-tier 5-star. Because the Xianlei fruit is about to mature, it can help it break through to the first-tier 5-star, so it went to guard near the core area of Misty Island by the Xianlei fruit tree. Unexpectedly, someone took the opportunity to steal the blood spring, inciting its fury. Now it is a matter of life and death. Either you kill it, or it will remain here, preventing you from entering Misty Island. At this moment, Su-Bai's previous doubts were finally resolved. The blood spring was not without guardian beasts. It was just that his timing for going to Misty Island was too coincidental, encountering the brief moment when the beast was absent. At the same time, Su-Bai noticed an even more enticing piece of information. Xianlei fruit. What treasure is this that can help the Wild Hawk break through to the first-tier 5-star? Su-Bai was suddenly tempted by this Xianlei fruit. If it can help the Wild Hawk break through, it can help him break through as well. Although he possessed divine-grade roots and was currently free from bottlenecks, he believed that the Xianlei fruit could significantly enhance his cultivation. If nothing else, he could give it to Xiaoqi or Xiaolong. The Xianlei fruit is about to mature. It seems I must quickly deal with these Wild Hawks to have a chance to enter Misty Island and search for the Xianlei fruit. Otherwise, I will miss the opportunity. With that thought, Su-Bai's killing intent deepened. Ow! Another scream came from the mist. It turned out that Su Bei's 2 shots had hit. One shot pierced the eye of the beast, and the other hit its nose, causing blood to spurt. The guardian beast, the wild hawk, fell to the ground, writhing in pain and howling. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. This was Su Bei's usual principle of action. He pulled the trigger again, aiming for the center of the guardian beast's forehead with a shot. Din, congratulations on successfully killing an extreme first-tier 4-star beast wild hawk. You have been rewarded with 200 points. Din, congratulations on successfully killing the guardian beast of the blood spring in the outer area of Misty Island. You have been rewarded with a micro-spirit spring, which has been stored in your portable space and can be taken out at any time to be placed on your floating island. It can also be used for trading or sold to other trial takers. What the hell is Spirit Spring? Su Bai didn't expect that by killing this guardian beast there would be such a reward. A spirit spring, not a blood spring. This is a good thing. Bit at least solves his water problem, but he is unsure about the specific effects of the spirit spring and its water production capacity. However, now is not the time to think about these things. It is the perfect opportunity to continue expanding his victories. Thus, Su Bai continued to pull the trigger. This time he did not waste too many bullets on the same wild beast. Each bullet was fired at a different wild beast. With good luck, a single shot would kill. With bad luck, he might injure the wild beast severely, leading to its death after a while. With the worst luck, he would only inflict minor wounds. However, every shot found its mark. After finishing 10 shots, Su Bai hurriedly reloaded the magazine, moving swiftly. Whoa, is that a handgun? Why does the streamer have such a thing? Shouldn't it be found in the trial space? Is there a bug? Someone was shocked to see the black star in Su Bei's hand. This was dropped by the Snake King before. I was curious why it looked so much like a handgun, but I only guessed. I never expected it to actually be a handgun. Oh, amazing. It seems we underestimated the trial space. If there is a handgun, wouldn't that make him invincible? Someone frowned, feeling that the trial had lost its fairness. If Lao Bai can obtain a handgun, others have the chance too. Didn't the lottery have many technological products before? It's not surprising that a handgun was dropped. I even saw a trial participant win a grenade before. However, these items are not of high level and are only useful in the early stages. They can't deal with powerful beasts. Ultimately, these are external tools. Oh, what truly matters is one's own strength. Many remained calm. Grenade. That should at least be a first-tier item, right? Now, apart from Wu Chong, is there anyone else who has gathered 1,000 points of first-tier credits? Who told you grenades are definitely first-tier? There are also excellent grade black powder grenades. Although their power is slightly less, if used well they can kill several high-level fierce beasts. The person explained. A handgun is indeed useful, but the bullets are a problem. We don't know how many bullets. Everyone saw that the grenade was so useless and lost interest, redirecting the conversation back to the Black Star handgun. Initially, there was also a paper box with the handgun. I wasn't sure before, but now it's basically confirmed. That should be the bullet box. However, I don't know if the bullet box in the trial space is the same as ours in Blue Star, and I'm not clear on how many bullets it contains. While the audience was debating, Su Bai was busy loading bullets. Rorit was uncertain whether it was because a guardian beast outside had died, angering the other wild beasts, or because Su Bai had killed many of their kin, inciting their wrath. Seeing Su Bai was quiet, they charged again, violently colliding against the protective shield, as if trying to break through and kill him. Unfortunately, their attacks were destined to be futile. After repeated collisions, they only felt dizzy and had no real effect. Su Bai finished loading the bullets and took out the heavy black iron spear again, moving closer to the edge to strike swiftly, killing several first-tier, 3-star wild beasts. Suddenly, Su Bai felt a tremendous force on his hand. It turned out that while he instinctively thrust the spear, a first-tier 4-star late wild beast had bitten down on it, attempting to pull him out. Fortunately, Su Bai reacted quickly, releasing his right hand immediately, allowing the opponent to pull the spear away. He barely managed to stabilize his forward momentum with his nose only 2 centimeters from the protective shield. Damn, that was close. I almost got dragged out. I must be more cautious. I can't let my guard down, especially after such smooth progress. Su Bai reminded himself to always be careful. Without the black iron spear, Su Bai still had the black iron knife, so he switched to it. Unfortunately, the black iron knife was much less effective than the spear. When slashing at the first-tier 3-star wild beasts, it only made a thin cut, which was negligible against their massive bodies. Moreover, he dared not rush out, and the length of the black iron knife was limited. Even if he could target the opponent's critical weakness, he couldn't reach it. Forget it. If I waste bullets, so be it. Su Bai decisively put away the black iron knife and took out the handgun again. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 10 shots in a row, Su Bai emptied the magazine. Just as he was about to reload, the wild beasts outside had probably calmed down, realizing they could not break through the protective shield, and that the detestable two-legged beast inside wasn't coming out. They could only passively take hits, so they decided to retreat to protect themselves. Subai would not let them escape. He quickly took out the Juga crossbow and shot all 10 arrows from the quiver, hitting 10 wild beasts. However, that was all, as the other wild beasts had already moved out of his spiritual range, disappearing into the mist. Subai hurriedly stepped into the mist island, where he saw wild beast corpses scattered everywhere, or severely injured wild beasts unable to move. He ran towards the mist while loading bullets, wanting to lure the escaping wild beasts back. Unfortunately, those wild beasts truly vanished without a trace, unlike the previous red-tailed chickens, which would return upon seeing him. It seemed their intelligence was much higher than that of the red-tailed chickens. What a pity. Seeing this, Subai could only sigh in resignation. He then began to tidy up the battlefield, killing all the severely injured wild beasts, collecting their corpses and spoils. After checking thoroughly and ensuring nothing was overlooked, he returned to his floating island. Seeing Subai's vast haul, some people turned green with envy. How was the streamer able to kill so many wild beasts? How did he do it when they are invisible? A viewer sarcastically commented. Xiao Long can sense them. He probably knows where the danger is and communicates it to Lao Bai through his mind. Someone explained. Earlier there might have been a lot of wild beasts gathering. You all heard the commotion. Their numbers could easily be in the hundreds or thousands. In that case, Subai just needed to shoot at the position where the mist island connected with his floating island, and he could kill many wild beasts even with his eyes closed. Who cares how he did it? Just go all out. Lao Bai is amazing. These wild beasts are not weak. With this wave, Lao Bai has struck it rich. What a windfall. I'm envious. The wild beasts are quite large and should be heavy. Should we pool resources to buy some wild beast corpses from Lao Bai? These corpses must be rich in vitality, beneficial for cultivation. Even if there's no technique, eating this meat can still promote health. We could also buy some blood springs and blood crystals. Someone suggested. The wild beast corpses are fine since he has quite a few, and if they're not eaten over time they might spoil. But as for blood springs and blood crystals, forget it. Those are very useful to Lao Bai, so he probably won't sell them. The office of the first team at the Beijing base. Lu Min looked at the barrage messages and felt somewhat tempted. She quickly approached the base leader Zhang Yong, saying, Sir Subai has just obtained many corpses of the wild hawks. Unlike the green-eyed snakes and red-tailed chickens, wild hawks are huge and require significant space for preservation. Subai may not have enough funds to upgrade his space and may not be willing to spend that much money. Moreover, the weight of the wild hawks is considerable and he can't consume them all by himself. Perhaps we can consider purchasing some wild hawk corpses from him, which would not only help Subai solve the issue of excess corpses, but also provide us with cultivation resources to help the dragon team grow quickly. Zhang Yong nodded slightly upon hearing Lu Min's words. He had also watched Su Bei's live stream and had similar thoughts. He instructed, you communicate with him through the barrage and see if he is willing to sell us some wild hawk corpses. Lu Min received the order and immediately left excited. On floating island No. 10010 of Blue Star. Ding, the official Huaxia has donated 100 golden coins. After a donation prompt sound, Subai saw countless identical barrage messages flood the screen. Subai, we are the official Huaxia. We would like to ask how you plan to deal with so many wild hawk corpses. If you cannot preserve them, we would like to purchase a batch at the price given by the trial space. If you need them for yourself, please do not feel pressured. Everything should prioritize your needs from the official Huaxia. Lu Min carefully considered her wording before prompting her colleagues to send out the same barrage messages. Wild hawk corpses. Subai naturally saw the barrage and fell into deep thought. His cultivation had already reached the 4th level of body refinement, as did Xiao Long. Meanwhile, the remaining low-grade blood spirit pills were sufficient for Xiao Qi to break through to the 1st level with 4 stars. In the future, they would only need mid-grade blood spirit pills. Therefore, selling wild hawk corpses below the 1st level with 4 stars could be a good choice. During the first exploration of the Fog Island, a total of 42 wild hawks were killed, 29 at the 1st level with 4 stars and 13 at the 1st level with 3 stars, with none below the 1st level with 3 stars. The reason there were more 1st level 4-star wild hawks was simple. He primarily used the Black Star pistol and Juga crossbow to shoot down 1st level 4-star wild hawks. After all, it would have been a waste to use such weapons against 1st level 3-star wild hawks. Tower Spirit, are the wild hawk corpses still there? Subai suddenly thought of another issue. He had stored them all in the 10,000 Beast Tower and hoped they hadn't been completely refined. They are still here. I won't take any action without your command, Master. The Tower Spirit's response relieved Subai. With a wave of his hand, 13 1st-level 3-star wild hawks appeared in the livestream's view. Island Spirit, what is the price of these wild hawk corpses? Subai inquired. Master, the most valuable part of the wild hawk is the blood essence within its heart, followed by the skin, and fur than the sharp teeth and claws, and lastly, the physical body itself. The body may only account for less than 1/10 of the wild hawk's value because it is rather tough and has poor taste and low inherent value while being extremely heavy. An extreme first-level 3-star wild hawk's heart is worth 50 golden coins. Its fur is worth 25 golden coins. Its teeth and claws are worth 10 golden coins, and its physical body is worth 8 golden coins, totaling 93 golden coins. How much does this first-level 3-star wild hawk weigh? Subai asked, pointing to the corpse of an extreme first-level 3-star wild hawk. Actually, among the 13 wild hawks, 3 were at the extreme first-level 3-star. Over 14000 kilograms. That's so heavy. The weight truly exceeded Subai's expectations. It should be noted that when opening a miniature channel, the maximum cargo that can be transported at one time is only 100 kilograms, which means even a single extreme first-level 3-star wild hawk cannot be completely transported. After understanding the situation, Subai addressed the live stream saying, "You all heard it, directly buying wild hawk corpses is not cost-effective. How about this? I will sell you the hearts of these 13 first-level 3-star wild hawks, as well as their skin and claws. If it doesn't reach 100 kilograms, I can add some red-tailed chicken eggs and chicken blood rice, and finally use wild hawk meat to make up the remaining weight. What do you think?" It's not that Subai was overly altruistic or anything, but within his means he was willing to help his country as much as possible. After all, as an orphan who could grow up healthy and attend university, it would have been impossible without the stable environment and various policies provided by the country. In a chaotic world, an orphan like him would have faced near-death experiences. Moreover, what he was offering were all things he no longer needed. Selling them to the country would not only help the nation, but also earn him a considerable profit. It's a win-win situation, so why not? Thank you, Subai. Let's proceed with your plan. You can give us a quote later. Official Huaxia. Lu Min felt somewhat touched upon hearing Subai's words, followed by excitement. Not to mention 13 hearts of first-level 3-star ferocious beasts, especially those of high value, are extremely valuable for Huaxia at this stage. All right, please wait for me a moment. Saying this, Subai took out a mysterious iron knife and suddenly thought of something, addressing the live stream. The next scene will be quite bloody and not very pleasant to watch, so I will close the live stream for now and resume after handling these matters. Tower Spirit, can you directly extract the hearts from these 13 wild hawks? I mean, without causing any damage, Subai asked. Yes, he received a positive response, which made Subai even happier. This spared him the process of disemboweling, saving a lot of time. You preserve the hearts and blood essence of these 13 wild hawks intact. Directly refine the physical bodies and keep the skin and claws separate for later use. Subai re-entered the corpses of the 13 wild hawks into the 9th level of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Yes, Master. The Tower Spirit was very efficient. In just 10 seconds, everything was completed. Island Spirit, how much do these 13 hearts weigh along with the skins and claws? Subai asked, taking out all the items. A total of 741. 3 kilograms. Subai nodded slightly, feeling reassured. He first stored the hearts in his personal space to prevent blood essence from flowing away. Then he took out 20 ordinary red-tailed chicken eggs, 30 green-eyed snake eggs, 20 kilograms of chicken blood rice, a first-level low-grade divine weapon, the golden snake dagger, and 2 snake blood herbs. How much is it now? Subai asked again. 926 kilograms. Subai nodded, cutting off nearly half of the extreme first-level 4-star wild hawk. What about now? 9,998. 3 kilograms. Reporting on the results of the first day of the debut, accurate tracking will be available tomorrow. The review count increased by 15 and the total donations reached 38. 74 yuan with 1,167 requests for updates. With such results on the first day, the author is very grateful for everyone's support and will add another chapter. I won't say more. The author will continue to write and strive for more updates. Use the chicken blood rice to make up the remaining weight. Subai instructed as a portion of the chicken blood rice, controlled by the island spirit, flew over. Master, it is nearly 1,000 kilograms, just right now. How much in total? 1,469. 64 golden coins, following the usual practice, rounded off to 1,470 golden coins in total. If including the cost for opening the passage and delivery, it amounts to a total of 3,470 golden coins. The island spirit reported the final price that Huaxia needs to pay. Good. Subai nodded slightly. He could earn 1,176 golden coins from this deal, which was quite decent. Having packed all the prepared items to the side, Subai ordered again. Tower Spirit, refine all the remaining corpses of the Wasteland Hawks. Slaughtering takes time, and only a few minutes have passed since he turned off the live stream, which is clearly abnormal. Therefore, he needed to wait a bit before broadcasting again, just enough time to sort through his gains. During this exploration of Misty Island, he obtained a total of 42 Wasteland Hawk corpses, 221 silver coins, 1060 bronze coins, a complete low-grade blood crystal, which dropped from a first-tier 4-star Extreme Wasteland Hawk Guardian Beast, and 26 incomplete blood crystals. Not all Wasteland Hawks drop blood crystals, but the drop rate is still quite high, along with a reward of a miniature spiritual spring and 5 pots of blood spring. Is it that the equipment drop rate on Misty Island is inherently low, or is there none at all? Subai furrowed his brow slightly as he had not received a single piece of equipment. Master, the refining is complete, and we obtained a total of 10 complete first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, and 2 complete first-tier mid-grade soul pills. The voice of the tower spirit pulled Subai back from his thoughts. What about the previous blood springs? How many blood spirit pills were refined, and what grade are they? Subai looked at the tower spirit with anticipation. For complete first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills. Very good. Subai could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He had not expected the blood spring to be this rewarding. He knew that there were still enough remaining blood springs to fill at least 20 pots, which would mean at least 20 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, more than enough for him to cultivate to the 5th level of the body refining realm. Little Dragon, Little Chi, you need to work hard on your training. The first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills and these blood crystals will all be supplied to you. Enhance as much as you can and as quickly as you can. Subai was quite generous with his battle pets, directly giving them the remaining first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills and the 27 incomplete low-grade blood crystals. Originally, there should have been 28 pieces. 1 piece the size of a soybean had already been used previously, and he planned to keep the remaining complete low-grade blood crystal as a backup, feeling that a complete low-grade blood crystal should hold greater value. Thank you, Master. You are the best master in the world. Little Dragon and Little Chi immediately became excited. If they were not in the 10,000 Beast Tower, they would have wanted to give their master a hug. After arranging the 2 little ones, Subai went to the back of the Island Lord's mansion, where the front was not visible for a live broadcast, and took out the model of the miniature spiritual spring, placing it on the ground. In the next moment, the model transformed into a phantom, began to expand, and then a spirit spring with a diameter of only 1.5 meters and a depth of less than 2 meters, with a small hole in the middle, slowly seeping spring water materialized before Subai. Name: Spiritual Spring Miniature. Grade: First Tier, High Grade. Introduction: following the timekeeping method of Blue Star, it can produce 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water per hour, and once the reservoir is full, it will stop production. The spiritual spring water contains a trace of cosmic source power, and long-term consumption can improve physique, heal hidden injuries, and enhance root quality, with a certain probability of raising the root grade, most notably for those with no grade or first-grade roots. It can also be used to nourish spiritual plants, accelerating their growth. Wow, an item that can improve root quality has unexpectedly appeared. Subai's eyes widened. He had previously heard from the island spirit that root quality could be improved postnatally, but had never found a method. He hadn't expected the spiritual spring to be able to do so. Although he could not utilize this ability, many people needed it, especially those who were wealthy, but had extremely low root quality. Moreover, even if this feature did not exist, the other capabilities of the spiritual spring were also quite explosive. The only downside was the production speed of the spiritual spring was somewhat slow. 2. 4 liters of spiritual spring water a day is not enough for him and his 2 battle pets to drink. Subai took a deep breath, shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh. I am still too greedy. This is already very good. Returning to the front of the Island Lord's mansion, Subai refined 3 more first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills and felt it was about time, so he instructed the Island Spirit to reopen the live broadcast. Old Bai, you finally started the broadcast. Do you know how I spent the last 3 hours? Someone saw Subai start the broadcast and jokingly teased. What does it feel like to be a butcher for 3 hours? It's evident that Old Bai looks somewhat fatigued. Being a butcher is not an easy task. I work in this line. It's very tiring, especially without the aid of modern machinery. The streamer wasted 3 hours of time directly. Don't do that in the future, as it is a foolish act. It's unclear if this viewer genuinely cared for Subai or was against Huaxiao and did not want Huaxiao to gain more good things. If he were really to waste 3 hours, future transactions would also take a lot of time. Subai might reduce such transactions, but that's not the case. It only took a few minutes. However, this couldn't be said to everyone. Fortunately, it was just a practice of the butcher's knife technique. Subai's optimistic attitude garnered many likes. Subai, thank you for your hard work. This matter was poorly considered by us. In the future, we won't choose such time-wasting methods for transactions, as it's not cost-effective, said Waxia's official representative. Lu Min also saw the comments. In fact, during the long time, when Subai had closed the live broadcast, they had thought of this issue. Zhang Yong quickly decided that in the future when trading with Huaxia trial takers, they should avoid such time-wasting methods, preferring not to trade at all. They had originally intended to trade corpses directly, but they had not expected Subai to give them such a big surprise. Plus, with Subai closing the live broadcast, they had not yet calmed down from their excitement, and had not even considered this issue until they regained their composure. Alright, we'll discuss this later. I have already prepared the items for you. Subai did not continue to pay attention to the comments, and began introducing the items for sale this time. First, there are 13 first-tier 3-star Wasteland Hawk Hearts, 13 sets of fur and claws. You can extract the blood from the hearts for cultivation. The effects should be good. As for the fur and claws, you can research and create new types of cold weapons. Secondly, I have prepared a first-tier inferior-grade divine weapon, the Golden Snake Dagger, for you to study. If you can industrialize the production of such weapons, it will undoubtedly benefit our Huaxia. Additionally, there are 2 first-tier inferior-grade spiritual herbs, Serpent Bloodgrass. See if they can be cultivated on Blue Star. Secondly, I have prepared a first-tier inferior-grade divine weapon, the Golden Snake Dagger, for you to study. If you can industrialize the production of such weapons, it will undoubtedly benefit our Huaxia. Additionally, there are 2. He doesn't lack Serpent Bloodgrass. He had harvested over 20 plants on the floating island earlier, which is far more than he can use. Moreover, there are 20 ordinary red-tailed chicken eggs and 30 blue-eyed snake eggs. You can attempt to hatch the blue-eyed snake eggs. If you can tame them, they would make excellent battle pets. If not, you can try breeding them, as the gallbladder of the blue-eyed snake is beneficial for cultivation. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. If localization of breeding can be successful, it will undoubtedly be a significant boon for the future of Huaxia. There are also some chicken blood rice. I'm not sure if it can grow in the environment of Blue Star. You can research it yourselves. If it can grow, it would be a great benefit for Huaxia. Chicken blood rice is very useful for body tempering practitioners. As their cultivation level increases, their consumption will rapidly grow. Ordinary food on Blue Star cannot provide sufficient vitality and nutrition, hence the need for these special spiritual grains. Subai earnestly explained the various items and emphasized the need for Huaxia authorities to conduct research, preferably to achieve localization. Finally, including the initiation of a microchannel and the shipping costs, the total amounts to 3470 gold coins. Please prepare, we can conduct the transaction at any time. Subai finally mentioned the price. Crying to death, Old Bai is too good, always thinking of our compatriots. Some sensitive viewers were already in tears. Although Old Bai did not trade many items, they were all useful and essential for the initial experiments. Once these experiments succeed, when the grand era arrives, Huaxia will surely move forward faster and more steadily. It's already quite good. The trial has just begun for a short time, and Old Bai himself doesn't have many good items. Subai, the money is ready. Huaxia authorities, Lu Min, Zhang Yong, and others were nervously watching the live stream. This was not just Subai's first merchandise transaction, but also their first, and it was the first on Blue Star so far. Alright, Subai nodded and instructed Island Spirit, proceed with the transaction. Yes, master. As soon as Island Spirit finished speaking, a black hole suddenly appeared on Subai's floating island, instantly devouring the items he provided. At the same time, a pile of gold disappeared from Huaxia, and Subai's attribute interface also changed. Trial participant ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Realm initial stage of body tempering 4th level. Strength 1165. 8 kilograms. Cultivation method 9 turns Divine Demon Art. First layer of 9 turns Hunyuan skill. Martial skills Tianxia Creek Divine Finger. First layer Breaking Gold Beginner 5. 9-fold Mysterious Yuan Spear. First layer Heavy as 1,000 pounds Beginner 33. Ji Qi Xinga. First layer Snowless Footprints Beginner 16. Secret Techniques None. Root Bone Divine Grade. Talent Divine Ability Divine Level Eye of Insight. 12 minutes, 22 seconds, 25 minutes. Can penetrate all concealments within 120 meters, identifying all things. The duration and distance can increase with cultivation progress. Wallet 224 silver coins, 17,195 copper coins. Points 8041 first tier points, 1556 ordinary points. Lord's Startup Funds 23. For black gold coins 19900 gold coins, donations 117 black gold coins, 99500 gold coins, bets 2947 blue gold coins, 11. 48 million black gold coins 2018. 54000 gold coins, investment 0, advertising 0, a self-sold 1470 revenue share. Fans 37,558. Portable space 30 cubic meters. Floating island level 1. Island Lord's Mansion primary. Area 1000 square meters, 1 square kilometer. Radar range 300 meters, 1000 meters. Power 30 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. Attack none 1. Defense none 1. Islanders none 30. Resources micro spirit spring 12. Overall, the changes in the attribute interface are quite significant. The self-sold section means Subai directly provides the source of goods, allowing him to earn 80 of the profits. The following revenue share means helping others sell goods where he can only earn 10 of the sales amount. However, he has not helped anyone sell goods yet, so the amount is still 0. I didn't expect before I knew it that the donations would amount to so much. Including the income from this merchandise, these two pieces alone are close to 4.5 million gold coins. However, relative to over 30,000 fans, that averages just over 1 gold coin each, which is still far from enough for the future needs of the territory startup. Subai silently calculated in his heart, and still believed he should earn more to prepare for the future. The amount wagered is the most enviable, and he needs to make an impressive performance to attract more big shots. We have received the items, and we are extremely grateful for Mr. Zh's generosity. Huaxiao authorities. Lu Min under Zhang Yong's watch had someone send these bullet comments to express Huaxia's gratitude. Subai smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "No need for thanks. This is business, and it is a win-win situation. Additionally, to prevent the vitality in the heart from dissipating, I suggest you use it as soon as possible." Subai kindly reminded. In the Huaxia capital base, immediately place the heart in a special box and send it to the dragon team as quickly as possible. Zhang Yong, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay and immediately issued the order. Yes. The remaining items should be sent to the 628 Research Institute. The so-called 628 Research Institute was newly established on June 28th, gathering top scientists from all walks of life in Huaxia, specializing in the study of matters within the trial space. Yes. Having completed the transaction with the Huaxiao authorities, Subai relaxed and began interacting with the viewers in the live stream, briefly discussing the situations encountered in Misty Island. Family Misty Island, I am also exploring for the first time and have not been in for long, so I don't know much. Now that I have the time, let's hold another lottery as I have gained quite a few points. When Subai felt the conversation was diminishing, he directly shifted the topic. Island Spirit, I want to conduct a first-tier lottery. Subai said. May I confirm the consumption of 1,000 first-tier points to conduct a first-tier lottery? Yes. Subai said without hesitation. In the next second, 3 wooden boxes adorned with simple patterns slightly more exquisite than ordinary wooden boxes appeared in front of Subai. He quickly used the Eye of Insight to inspect them. Name: Control Crane Skill. Level: First Tier, Medium Grade. Description: a skill that can be cultivated to the 6th level limit of body tempering, containing the body technique Control Crane Step. A decent skill but useless to him, he directly passed. Name: Xian Iron Knife. Level: First Tier, Inferior Grade. Subai almost rolled his eyes. He already had 2 of these in hand, and they were not very useful, so he didn't even need to look closely and simply passed. Name: Bullet Supply Pack. Level: First Tier, Medium Grade. Description: a bullet supply pack for the Black Star pistol containing 4 boxes of bullets totaling 200 rounds. What the hell, there's actually this thing. Subai was shocked when he saw the 3rd box. He thought that once the bullets in the Black Star pistol were used up, the gun would be useless, or he had hoped that he could obtain bullets when killing fierce beasts, but unfortunately, that did not happen during the hunt for the Wild Eagle. He was originally thinking about going to other floating islands to hunt fierce beasts to see if he could obtain bullets. After all, he hadn't obtained any equipment on Misty Island, so it was normal not to get bullets. He did not expect to find them waiting for him here. As expected, as the Island Spirit said, the points lottery could yield anything, and it would tend to favor what he needed. Since he could draw a bullet supply pack, he wondered if he could also get the arrows for the Zhuge crossbow, which was an even more powerful weapon than the Black Star. At this moment, Subai appeared hesitant in the eyes of the audience, not knowing which option to choose. It's so hard. This is a disaster for someone like me who has a fear of making choices. It's so painful. Be decisive. Just pick one from the 3. You can't see them anyway, so just choose one at random. Who knows, hesitating for half a day might lead to not getting what you want. Old Bai isn't the kind of person who is indecisive. How come he's tangled up now? Someone curiously asked. Do you think this is an ordinary item? This requires 1,000 first-level points, very precious, and not many people have it at this stage, so it must be taken seriously. The key is being serious, but you can't see it. What's the use? When Subai saw the bullet supply pack, he already had a choice in his heart. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then immediately made a decision. I choose this box. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a bullet supply pack. The system prompt sounded in his ear. At the same time, a small iron box appeared on the ground marked with a warning for hazardous materials. Lucky me, I drew the Black Star bullet supply pack. Subai did not hide this from everyone and directly told them stepping forward to open the supply pack for everyone to see clearly. After all, he would still be using the Black Star pistol during the subsequent live broadcast, and everyone would definitely be curious about why he had an endless supply of bullets. Showing them now would prevent any questions later. What the hell, I'm so envious of Old Bai's luck is just too amazing. He actually drew bullets. This thing combined with Old Bai's pistol is simply a perfect match. Crazy, with so many bullets, Subai is invincible now. The first level lottery is awesome. It's incredible that he can draw such good items. Previously there were still 40 bullets left, and with these 200 he now has 240 bullets, which is quite a lot. Subai did not linger in his joy and chose to draw again. Continue with the first level lottery. Do you want to consume 1,000 first level points for a first level lottery? Yes. 3 ornate wooden boxes appeared again. Subai glanced over and immediately understood what was inside. The first box contained a mysterious iron knife, the second a mysterious iron dagger, both of which were low-grade first-level items that Subai couldn't care less about. He decisively chose the third treasure chest, which contained what he currently needed. Name: mysterious iron. Level: first level. Description: this is a piece of mysterious iron weighing 50 kilograms, which can be used to forge divine weapons and upgrade buildings. That's right, it's for upgrading the Island Lord's mansion, but it requires 100 kilograms, so he's still 50 kilograms short. A dull thud sounded as a piece of iron landed on the ground. This is a piece of first-level mysterious iron weighing 50 kilograms. Subai briefly introduced it to everyone before proceeding with the third first-level lottery. This time, all 3 prizes were useless, and Subai had no choice but to pick a relatively better one, a low-grade first-level mysterious iron bow. The 4th time still yielded no good items. He chose a golden silk soft armor, which was definitely a small premium for ordinary testers at this stage, but Subai already had one. Island Spirit: why are they all low-grade first-level items? Subai summoned the Island Spirit to ask. Master, that's the nature of the lottery. Low-grade items account for 80, medium-grade items account for a little over 10, and high-grade items have less than 5 chance. You've drawn a medium-grade bullet supply pack in 4 tries, which is already quite lucky. The Island Spirit explained. Subai silently rolled his eyes, thinking that if he could see all the treasure chests and the chances were still below average, there would be no point in playing. There was no way. Although he could see the items within the treasure chests, he couldn't change what was inside them and could only choose the best among the options. Alright, let's continue. I still don't believe it. Subai spoke again. Old Bai, your luck might not be good this time. Should we take a break and draw next time? Don't be impulsive. A viewer kindly reminded. You can't have the mindset of a gambling addict. Your current mindset is quite explosive. This is not the time for calm lottery drawing. When someone is having a bad streak, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. I suggest you wait until your luck turns around before drawing. You all seem to have misunderstood one thing. Old Bai's prize is above average, which shows his luck is very good. He just isn't satisfied. Who knows, it might be worse if he draws at another time. What the hell, I actually think what you said makes sense. Then let's continue the lottery, haha. I also want to see what good items Old Bai can draw when he finishes all his draws. Under everyone's anticipation, the 5th prize was drawn: 50 kilograms of first-level mysterious iron. Not bad. Now I have all the 100 kilograms of mysterious iron needed to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. Subai was fairly satisfied this time. Although it was still a low-grade first-level prize, it was greatly useful to him. Continue the lottery, still first level. The 6th lottery began. Whether it was luck or not, a super premium item appeared this time, and Subai chose it without hesitation. Name: Arrow Tower. Level: high grade, first level. Description: an attacking structure that can be placed on floating islands containing 3 arrow bays, which can store 1,000 high-grade, first-level arrows, 2,000 medium-grade, first-level arrows, and 3,000 low-grade, first-level arrows. The arrow tower can be controlled by the Island Spirit to shoot down invading enemies regardless of the arrow grade, with a range of 300 meters, though it is ineffective on Misty Island. It currently comes with 10 high-grade, first-level arrows, 20 medium-grade, first-level arrows, 30 low-grade, first-level arrows, and blueprints for all 3 types of arrows. After Subai made his selection, a palm-sized model of the arrow tower appeared on the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and gave a brief introduction to the audience. Immediately the audience was filled with envy and jealousy. What the hell, he actually drew such an incredible item. I remember that upgrading the floating island requires an attacking structure. Doesn't this satisfy that requirement? If all 3 quivers are fully loaded, what force could possibly breach such a torrent of arrows raining from the sky? Truly astonishing, utterly invincible. If success was previously only 30% probable, does Old Bai's chance now stand at least 80%? Is this kind of artifact even possible at this stage? Is it not excessively overpowered, leaping far ahead of all others? Will anyone else even have a chance to Previously Old Bai lured ferocious beasts solely to dispatch them with spears or Zhuge repeating crossbows. Now with the arrow tower in place, he need fear no number of beasts. Indeed, the more the better. The sole regret lies in the tower's limited ammunition capacity, requiring Su Bai to replenish arrows manually, a task certainly no simple feat. This limitation weighed upon both concerned viewers and Su Bai himself. It is already exceptional. I am thoroughly satisfied. As for the arrows, when the boat reaches the bridge, the path reveals itself. If we possess the arrow tower, how distant can the arrows truly be? With a cheerful smile, Su Bai carried the arrow tower model to the edge of the floating island and installed it on. Instantly, the model solidified, expanding from palm's eyes to a colossal three-tiered structure occupying over 50 square meters, its apex soaring 20 meters high. In addition to 3 massive quivers for storing arrows, the tower featured a staircase ascending to its summit, ideal for archers to reinforce long-range firepower from above. Moreover, it served admirably as a watchtower, truly a multifunctional edifice. 2 more Tier 1 draws remain. Let us proceed. Su Bai thought, anticipation quickening his pulse. What marvel might emerge next? Oh, just acquired the arrow tower, and now this appears. Are they meant to complement one another? Su Bai's heart surged with elation, though his expression remained perfectly composed. I choose this one. Name: Longxiang Miniature Automated Arrow Foundry. Tier: Upper Rank, Tier 1. Description: a compact, self-sufficient workshop capable of mass-producing Tier 1 and mundane-grade arrows of any specification, given blueprints, dimensional parameters, or physical samples. At full output, it consumes 2.5 kWh per hour, yielding either 50 upper-rank Tier 1 arrows, 100 mid-rank Tier 1 arrows, 200 lower-rank Tier 1 arrows, or 300 mundane arrows. Integrated with a 50 kilowatt high-capacity battery. Upon hearing Su Bai's description of this prize, the livestream chat fell silent for several seconds, then erupted into a deluge of scrolling commentary vast enough to blot out the sky. Truly, heaven and earth conspire in his favor. The host's fortune is so extraordinary, it stirs envy. A viewer mused aloud. Old Bai was an orphan, a commoner before entering the trial realm, yet now ascends like a dragon, piercing 9 heavens. Does this scent not stir familiar memories? A seasoned novel enthusiast remarked. Holy, don't dwell on it. This is the textbook archetype of a destined protagonist. Could Old Bai truly be the chosen one of our blue planet? Seer, execute him immediately. You've read too many novels, haven't you? Granted, his luck is exceptional, but let us acknowledge Su Bai has seized this pivotal opportunity with remarkable finesse. Yet the trial is a protracted endeavor, 168 days in total, and this is but the beginning. Who can guarantee no unforeseen peril lies ahead? Early dominance means little, only sustained supremacy culminating in triumphant completion earns true heroism. Indeed, our world teems with prodigies, but few survive to claim renown. Many falter and fall along the way. Old Bai press onward. Ignore their petty murmurs. They merely seethe with jealousy. Believe in yourself. You are the protagonist. You will succeed. I've sent you a donation. You'll take me with you to the new territory where our grand odyssey begins. After exchanging greetings with his audience, Su Bai placed the model beside the island lord's residence. Though termed a foundry, this device bore little resemblance to conventional factories. It comprised a sealed production line, a central control console, a material feed port, an enclosed fabrication chamber, and an automated conveyor belt for packaging and delivery. Its operation proved elegantly straightforward. First input blueprints via the console, then introduce requisite materials, whereupon the system autonomously manufactured finished arrows, delivering them through the exit chute. Having grasped the workflow, Su Bai retrieved the 3 blueprints awarded in his previous draw, inputting each sequentially according to the console's prompts, revealing the precise material requirements for all 3 arrow variants. Lower rank Tier 1 arrows, lower rank spirit wood or spirit bamboo, plus ordinary fletching. Mid-rank Tier 1 arrows, mid-rank spirit wood or spirit bamboo, plus ordinary fletching. Upper rank Tier 1 arrows, upper rank spirit wood or spirit bamboo, rare fletching, such as crimson tail feathers, and trace quantities of Tier 2 mithril. Fellow viewers, these arrows demand simpler materials than those for my Zhuge repeating crossbow. No metal components, thus lower cost. Yet I've yet to locate spirit wood or spirit bamboo, and mithril remains entirely unknown to me. Crafting arrows in the near term seems exceedingly difficult. Su Bai sighed wryly. His Zhuge crossbow bolts were forged from Darkaron, intricately engraved with unique patterns traced in a silvery white substance he suspected to be mithril. These complex engravings likely enabled the bolts to pierce the blood-key barriers of Tier 1 4-star and higher beasts. Yet Su Bai possessed scant understanding of such arcane craftsmanship. Old Bai, draw again. You still have one chance left. Perhaps the very item you seek awaits. Precisely. These draws align with the trialist's needs. Was not this arrow foundry-proof enough? Reasonable counsel, let us try once more. Guided by the wisdom that heeding advice brings abundance, Su-Bai performed his final Tier 1 draw. Name Mountain Splitting Axe. Tier, Upper Rank, Tier 1. Description, an unparalleled tool, for felling spirit wood or cleaving foes alike. No spirit wood, but a tool to harvest it. At least it is a divine weapon of upper rank Tier 1 quality, still commendable. Su-Bai glanced toward the second chest. Name Dark Iron Heavy Spear. Tier, Mid-Rank, Tier 1. Description, a mastercraft spear forged from dark iron. Identical in lineage to the lower rank variant, differing only in 3 aspects: superior sharpness, the capacity to channel and project Kiblood, and a weight of 300 kilograms, requiring a strength threshold of 1,000 kilograms for wieldability. An excellent acquisition. My prior dark iron spear has grown insufficient. Against Tier 1 4-star beasts, only precise strikes to vital points inflict serious injury. This spear fills that critical gap perfectly. At this thought, Su-Bai paused, hesitating between the first and second chests. The third chest held merely a lower rank Tier 1 divine weapon which he dismissed outright. Which one to choose? Alas, why not spread them out in the front? What a pity. Despite some reluctance, Su-Bai ultimately chose the heavy black iron spear that was most useful to him at the moment. At this point, only 41 first-tier points remained insufficient for a single lottery draw. However, the lottery did not stop. Su-Bai proceeded to conduct 5 more commoner lottery draws, causing his points to plummet to 1 point of first-tier points and 556 points of commoner points, rendering him unable to carry out any level of lottery draw, which was when it truly came to a stop. From the 5 commoner lottery draws, Su-Bai acquired 3 tons of steel, x1 30 cubic meters of wood, x2 30 barrels of diesel, x1 20 liters per barrel, and 30 cubic meters of stone, x1, with his selections primarily consisting of basic resources. As a result, the materials list for upgrading the Island Lord's mansion in Su-Bai's possession transformed into 165 cubic meters of wood, 115 cubic meters of stone, 9 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of first-tier black iron, and 246 pieces of qualified first-tier lower-grade beast skin, most of which were from the green-eyed snake, with some heavily damaged, and thus not qualifying. Otherwise, the green-eyed snake skin alone would have nearly satisfied the requirement of 300 pieces. 30 pieces of qualified first-tier middle-grade beast skin. Still lacking 135 cubic meters of wood, 185 cubic meters of stone, 1 ton of steel, and 54 pieces of first-tier lower-grade beast skin. My Island Lord's mansion can be upgraded once more. I look forward to the changes after the next upgrade. Su-Bai cheerfully addressed the viewers in the live stream. Alright, this live stream will end here for now. During this exploration of Misty Island, my gains were quite satisfactory. It will take some time to convert these resources into my own strength. Next time I stream, we will explore Blood Spring and strive to drain it completely. After finishing, Su-Bai as before directly closed the live stream. Walking to the boundary between Floating Island and Misty Island, Su-Bai took a glance at Misty Island, pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Stepping directly in, he chose to enter Misty Island once again. However, this time, there was no live stream. Above his head, there was an additional 9-story pagoda radiating a blood-red glow. Upon entering Misty Island, Su-Bai did not go to collect from Blood Spring, as it was a significant hotspot. Collecting it now would affect his earnings for the next live stream, where he could attract many viewers. His purpose for entering this time had 2 objectives. First, to find and battle a wild hawk of comparable strength, enhancing his close combat capabilities. Second, to find the Xianlei fruit coveted by the fierce beasts guarding Blood Spring, which was the priority. Following his previous memories, Su-Bai quickly arrived near Blood Spring, and then swiftly approached according to the direction of the roars he had heard earlier. After walking a few hundred meters, Su-Bai paused in his tracks, seeing a wild hawk standing coldly within his line of sight. Its icy gaze held no emotion, as if it was staring at a lifeless object, sending a chill down his spine. A first-tier mid-forster opponent, an excellent combat partner, but now is not the time. Su-Bai disregarded martial ethics and directly pulled the trigger of the Zhuge crossbow. The wild hawk had a strong sense of crisis. The moment Su-Bai aimed the Zhuge crossbow at it, it sensed the threat of death. Unfortunately, its reaction speed was still a beat too slow. The arrow, like a shooting star, tore through space and struck true at its forehead. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier mid-forster fierce beast, the wild hawk, earning 141st tier points. Su-Bai's balance, which had just been reduced to 1 first-tier point, was replenished once more. Quickly stowing away the corpse and loot, he sprinted forward, encountering 4 more wild hawk attacks along the way, all successfully slain by him. This was only possible because he used his divine vision to intentionally avoid the wild hawks, who otherwise it would have been impossible to reach his destination so easily. Indeed, he had already entered the core of this misty island where a xianlei fruit tree appeared at a distance of 118 meters. However, dozens of red dots surrounded the precious tree. It seems the only option left is to go on a killing spree. Subai frowned as he noticed that all the fierce beasts within the range of his divine vision were wild hawks, with the weakest being first-tier mid-4-star and the strongest having reached first-tier late 5-star. Moreover, there was not just one first-tier late 5-star wild hawk. There were as many as 7, and this was only within the range he could see of. Beyond the realm of his divine vision, there might be many more formidable wild hawks. I underestimated the xianlei fruit. It truly is a remarkable item. Subai couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the information about the xianlei fruit tree and its remarkable uses. Name: xianlei fruit, tree spirit root. Level: first tier, upper grade. Description: can refine the body with xuanlei, purging impurities within, enhancing physique, and improving root bone. It has a significant effect on breaking bottlenecks. First tier lower grade xianlei fruit is effective for body refinement realms 1 to 3. First tier middle grade xianlei fruit for realms 4 to 6, and first tier upper grade xianlei fruit for realms 7 to 9. Moreover, using 3 first-tier upper-grade xianlei fruits simultaneously can forcibly elevate a practitioner with no root bone to first-grade root bone. Note: first-tier lower-grade xianlei fruit flowers once a month, bears fruit once a month, and matures once a month. The entire growth cycle is 3 cosmic months. If not harvested and left to grow on the fruit tree for 4 cycles, which is 1 cosmic year, the first-tier lower-grade xianlei fruit can transform into first-tier middle-grade xianlei fruit. If it continues to grow for 9 more cycles, which is 9 cosmic years, the first-tier middle-grade xianlei fruit can transform into first-tier upper-grade xianlei fruit. The spiritual spring only has a slight possibility of enhancing root bones, and even that requires long-term consumption. I didn't expect that 3 first-tier upper-grade xianlei fruits could directly forcibly enhance a person's root bone. Although it only elevates no grade to first grade, it is already extremely precious. For those who possess immense wealth but lack root bones, this is indeed a priceless treasure. Subai understood very well that root bone is the foundation of a cultivator and the most precious resource. Any resource capable of enhancing root bone is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. After reviewing the introduction of the xianlei fruit tree, Subai looked again at the xianlei fruits on the tree, of which there were a total of 81. Name: xianlei fruit spirit fruit. Level: first tier lower grade. Description: measured in blue star time, it will complete its transformation in approximately 34 minutes, promoting to first-tier middle-grade spirit fruit. All are first-tier lower grade, but among them 13 are about to undergo transformation. I can't wait any longer. Once the transformation succeeds, some first-tier middle-grade xianlei fruits may end up in the stomachs of those wild hawks. By then, even if I kill them, it would be pointless. I must take all these xianlei fruits. With this thought in mind, Subai no longer hesitated. He had to kill all the wild hawks coveting the xianlei fruits within 34 minutes. He raised the Zhuge crossbow and aimed an arrow at the strongest first-tier late 5-star wild hawk. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, flying toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. The savage eagle immediately sensed the sound of the arrow cutting through the wind, feeling the impending danger, and quickly summoned its blood chi to protect itself, shifting its body. However, Subai's arrow not only flew at an incredible speed, but also possessed armor-piercing effects. It merely moved a slight distance before piercing through the 5-centimeter thick chi shield, striking its right eye. Although it avoided the lethal blow to its forehead being shot through the right eye was undoubtedly excruciating. The savage eagle let out a painful howl, then angrily glared in Subai's direction, emitting a furious roar. Ignoring the xianlei fruit, it charged forward, unable to see Subai due to the mist, but it keenly grasped the enemy's approximate location through the trajectory of the arrow. However, after taking just a few steps, the powerful savage eagle felt its head begin to spin, and the more it summoned its blood chi, the more severe the condition became. Subai was taken aback, remarking, "I didn't expect the effect of the Baiyin snake venom to be this potent, acting so quickly. Could it be because it struck the right eye, allowing the toxin to directly enter its brain?" Boom! The running savage eagle barely managed to cover 30 meters before it could no longer hold on. Its front hooves buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. Though it was not dead, it had lost its ability to move. The other savage eagles seemed to sense the crisis as well, disregarding their competition and charging angrily towards Subai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! With no time to think, Subai stood still, calmly aiming at the charging savage eagles, steadily shooting out the remaining 9 arrows. He then quickly ran away, using the cover of the mist to stealthily change direction. The mist was fair. It affected not only Subai's vision, but also that of the ferocious beasts living here. However, these beasts, having lived here for years, had heightened sensory abilities. While an ordinary person might see 10 meters, they could sense up to 40 or 50 meters, or even farther. Yet they too could not break the rule that vision could not penetrate the mist. It was similar to how a blind person's hearing and other sensory abilities might be slightly stronger than those of an ordinary person. Earlier, Su-bai had roughly gauged his position based on the sound of the arrows slicing through the air and the movements of the savage eagle. He had not seen Su-bai himself, while Su-bai with his broader perspective was able to see them. This was Su-bai's greatest advantage. He dodged the savage eagles while reloading his arrows. The previous round of shooting had severely injured 10 savage eagles, including all the first-tier 5-star savage eagles he could see. As for those he could not see, there was nothing he could do. Once the arrows were loaded, Su-bai shot another 10 arrows, all using original arrows. There was no choice. All the savage eagles he faced this time were first-tier 4-star or higher, and ordinary Bai-Yin snake arrows couldn't pierce their chi shields unless they hit their critical weaknesses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the arrows loaded, Su-bai pulled the trigger again, this time standing to the side of the group of savage eagles. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 5-star latest-stage ferocious beast savage eagle, earning 400 tier points. The savage eagle that was initially shot finally perished. To hold on for so long was quite impressive. Su-bai had no time to pay attention to these notifications. He shot another 10 arrows, and upon hitting 10 savage eagles, the group became flustered, crashing into trees like enraged lions, moving chaotically like headless flies, trying to find Su-bai, the culprit behind their plight. Unfortunately, with Su-bai having opened his heavenly eye, he would not let them have their way. On Misty Island, it was always the beasts that toyed with their enemies. When did they become the ones being toyed with? However, after their rage under Su-bai's third round of arrows, the savage eagles were now more filled with fear than anger. At the terrified cry of one savage eagle, they scattered in all directions, no longer seeking Su-bai. Is that it? Wasn't it supposed to be a fight to the death? Su-bai was taken aback. When he faced the Bai-Yin snake, it fought to the last, even to the final young snake. He hadn't expected the savage eagles to experience 2 significant routes. As long as their casualties reached a certain level, they would feel fear, become clear-headed, and flee. It seems their fight to the death has conditions. However, their intelligence is indeed much higher than that of the Bai-Yin snake. Su-bai sighed, revealing himself from behind a large tree, quickly cleaning the battlefield and collecting the savage eagle corpses and spoils. When he approached the Xian-lei fruit tree again, there were no savage eagles around. Not only was there none in the direction he had seen before, but there were also none in the other direction. At least he was now directly beneath the Xian-lei fruit tree. Observing through his divine sense, there were no red dots within a radius of 120 meters. Could it be that they all ran away? Su-bai speculated, then looked up at the countdown for the Xian-lei fruit, his brow furrowing. There are still more than 17 minutes left. That's too long. He worried that such a long time might attract more savage eagles. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed second by second, yet no savage eagles approached. Soon Su-bai's divine sense duration was exhausted. He hurriedly took out a first-tier mid-grade spirit soul pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a vast surge of spiritual power rapidly replenished Su-bai's sea of consciousness, and the excess spiritual power began to strengthen his spirit. The most direct effect was that when the effect of this spirit soul pill dissipated, his divine sense duration increased from 25 minutes to 28 minutes, directly adding 3 minutes, and his observation range expanded from 120 meters to 130 meters, increasing by 10 meters. If it really knows how to pick its time. Su-bai snorted coldly, his good mood instantly vanishing. It turned out that several red dots appeared at the edge of the radius of his inside eye, and they were increasing, all slowly approaching the Xian-lei fruit tree. Glancing at the time left for the Xian-lei fruit's transformation, there were only 2.5 minutes left. Clearly those savage eagles had deliberately timed their arrival, and during the previous period they might have gone to summon reinforcements. 130 meters. 120 meters. When the closest savage eagle approached within 80 meters, there were already 38 savage eagles within the 130-meter range, and more savage eagles kept appearing within the field of view of the inside eye, seemingly endless. Gulp. Su-bai held the Zhuge crossbow, swallowing hard. Tower of 10,000 beasts, you better perform well, if this time it all depends on you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unable to withstand the oppressive presence of this massive army, Su-bai chose to take the initiative, shooting all 10 arrows from the Zhuge crossbow, hitting 10 first-tier 4-star savage eagles. Uncertain if they had learned from their last lesson, the savage eagles became cautious. Most of the savage eagles charging this time were only first-tier 3-star, with a few first-tier 4-star, and not a single one was 5-star. Are you trying to test my depths, or are you aiming to exhaust my arrows? Subai furrowed his brows, but the wild hounds did not grant him much time to think. As the arrows ceased their assault, they charged at him with a desperate onslaught. Just in time. Subai retracted the Juga crossbow and drew out the heavy spear made of dark iron. Kill. Die. Subai thrust the spear forward, seemingly having anticipated the opponent's evasion route, piercing directly into the center of the brow. With another forceful push of his right hand, the spear tip penetrated through the forehead, and with a slight shake the force transmitted through the metal shaft entered the wild hound's mind, instantly shattering its brain matter. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 3-star extreme beast wild hound. Reward 60 points. Just as Subai killed one wild hound, 3 others charged at him from 3 different directions. Subai quickly retracted his spear, and with a sweeping motion sent the 3 charging wild hounds flying back over 10 meters, crashing hard to the ground, spitting blood. When they attempted to rise again, they wobbled, clearly gravely injured, which showed the immense power of Subai's earlier thrust. Seeing Subai display such might, the wild hounds not only did not feel fear, but instead lunged at Subai like crazed beasts, showing no sign of the earlier cowardice. Faced with this sudden change, Subai felt helpless. He could only continue to fight them with no other choice, unless he intended to give up on the Xianlei fruit, which was clearly not an option. He had expended so much effort coming here, was it not for this Xianlei fruit? Come in battle, let me see if you truly fear death. Subai's fighting spirit was ignited, and his murderous intent surged. Facing the first-tier 3-star wild hounds, Subai was able to take down 1 with each thrust of his spear, sometimes even 2 at once. Occasionally, a few first-tier 4-star wild hounds would sneak in for a surprise attack, but under Subai's discerning gaze they were utterly exposed, and their speed diminished. For the early-stage first-tier 4-star wild hounds, Subai could directly repel and kill them within 5 strikes. However, when facing mid-stage or higher savage beasts of the first-tier 4-star level, Subai found himself outmatched. After a brief attempt, he gained a full understanding of his own strength. When facing a mid or higher stage first-tier 4-star wild hound again, Subai simply pulled the trigger with his left hand and used the black star to take it down. Bang! The gunshot startled the surrounding wild hounds, causing a flurry of chaos. Subai seized the opportunity to kill 3 first-tier 3-star wild hounds. Thus, Subai single-handedly battled dozens of wild hounds for over 2 minutes, until the Xianlei fruit tree emitted a faint blue arc of light, illuminating the surroundings. The 13 first-tier inferior Xianlei fruits completed their metamorphosis in the arc, advancing to first-tier medium Xianlei fruits. At this moment, Subai's vision was met with over a dozen first-tier 5-star wild hounds rapidly charging from the edges toward the Xianlei fruit tree, clearly aiming to devour the fruits first. Damn beasts seeking death. Subai confirmed that these wild hounds were quite cunning. The first-tier 5-star wild hounds, fearing for their lives, hid in the back, waiting for the lower-tier wild hounds to expend their strength, and now, at this critical moment, they rushed in to seize the fruits. However, Subai would certainly not allow them to succeed. Suddenly, he retracted his long spear and short gun, raising his right hand to the sky. A blood-red 9-layered pagoda appeared in his hand, rapidly enlarging and ascending, directly shielding him and the Xianlei fruit tree. The first-tier 5-star wild hounds paid no heed to this. Their eyes were fixated solely on the ripened Xianlei fruit, charging straight into the illusory form of the beast tower. Duong. A series of deafening collisions rang out as first-tier 5-star wild hounds were rebounded to the ground, dazed and confused, some even unable to stand. When they looked at the beast tower again, their eyes showed a clearer understanding tinged with fear. Calm. Subai shouted loudly, and the beast tower in the sky slightly descended. A powerful sense of oppression instantly radiated, causing all surrounding wild hounds to weaken and kneel, unable to rise. Even those first-tier 5-star wild hounds found it extremely difficult to stand. They could barely straighten up a little before being forced back down, unable to move. Subai immediately seized this opportunity, wielding his spear to strike down, wounding them all severely. Injured and near death, or unable to move, the wild hounds suddenly felt a powerful pulling force emanating from beneath the beast tower. Subsequently, those with lower cultivation were directly sucked in, while those with higher cultivation could only hold out for a short while before being drawn in as well. The remaining few fiercely resisting wild hounds had their lives ended by Subai pulling the trigger. If they refused to be subdued, then they would meet their end. Huff. After completing all of this, Subai's legs went weak, and he half knelt on the ground, a sign of... Fortunately, he had just utilized the beast tower to kill or capture all the wild hounds around, so there was no immediate threat from them. Otherwise, in his current weakened state, he would be in grave danger. Although the beast tower was powerful enough to help him overcome the first-tier 5-star wild hounds, the consumption was immense. In just this short while his vital energy had been nearly depleted, Subai hurriedly took out a first-tier medium blood spirit pill and swallowed it, circulating his cultivation method to quickly absorb its medicinal power. After slightly recovering, he walked back to the Xian Lei fruit tree. This place is dangerous, we shouldn't linger. Subai glanced at the Xian Lei fruit tree, contemplated for a moment, and first harvested one of the first-tier medium Xian Lei fruits, placing it into his spatial pouch. Then he approached the trunk. Rise for me. Subai exerted all his strength to uproot the Xian Lei fruit tree. In an instant, arcs of electricity swirled around the fruit tree, flowing onto Subai and causing his hair to stand on end, smoke rising from his mouth. Damn, how can it still use electric attacks? Subai felt somewhat frustrated, but fortunately it was just for a moment, and the attack's intensity was only that of a first-tier 3-star extreme strike, which he could still endure. With no time to think further, Subai directly stored the Xian Lei fruit tree into the beast tower and then quickly flew towards his floating island. Along the way, he deliberately avoided the wild hounds, so he had hardly encountered any major battles, only meeting 2 first-tier 4-star wild hounds. Unable to evade, he shot them down. Upon reaching the floating island, Subai hurriedly took out the Xian Lei fruit tree. The leaves were already beginning to yellow, a sign of losing vitality. Why is it deteriorating so quickly? Please don't let me down, Subai thought with a furrowed brow. He quickly took out the dark iron-heavy spear and dug a large pit in the ground, then planted the Xian Lei fruit tree right next to the micro-spiritual spring. After planting, he hurriedly poured all the water born from the spiritual spring onto the roots of the Xian Lei fruit tree. It must survive, Subai prayed. Yes, he intended to transplant this Xian Lei fruit tree. Upgrading the floating island required 2 types of resources. One was the spiritual spring, and if the transplantation of the Xian Lei fruit tree was successful, it would undoubtedly be a resource as well. If it fails, then Subai would take the remaining Xian Lei fruits, and as for the fruit tree itself being a spiritual wood, it could also be sent to the arrow factory to be made into arrows. For him, whether the transplant succeeded or failed would be useful. He just hoped for success. After all, he was about to leave after exploring Misty Island. If he didn't succeed in the transplant, then the Xian Lei fruit tree would have no connection to him. Thus, this was an inevitable choice. He had no altruistic spirit to leave things for future generations. After watering the plants, Subai stood quietly beneath the fruit tree waiting. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and the previously slightly yellowing leaves began to regain their green hue, gradually restoring vitality, while the resource section of the floating island in his attribute interface changed to 2. Island spirit, has the transplantation succeeded? Subai hurriedly inquired. Yes, Island Master. The floating island itself is evolved from the soil of rest, which greatly benefits the spiritual plants, and with the nurturing of the spiritual spring, the transplantation has succeeded, the island spirit explained. That's good. Subai felt completely relieved. By the way, is there a way to accelerate the growth of the Xian Lei fruit? Subai thought of something and pressed for an answer. According to the information he had reviewed earlier, the growth cycle of the Xian Lei fruit tree was quite long, and for him, in the short term, the only useful ones were the 13 first-tier mid-grade Xian Lei fruits he had already picked. By the time these Xian Lei fruits grew, he would likely no longer value such low-tier resources. There are ways such as watering with higher-grade spiritual springs, upgrading the floating island level, seeking some spiritual liquids and spiritual soils with lightning and wood attributes for cultivation, finding spiritual plant masters to hasten their growth, or setting up growth-enhancing formations around them, even time acceleration formations, and so on. There are many methods to accelerate growth, but for the current island master, none of them are easy tasks, the island spirit added. Subai was completely discouraged by the island spirit's words. I understand. He could only accept the reality that he could not accelerate the growth of the Xian Lei fruit in the short term, but he had already made a note of this matter. Taking one last look at the Xian Lei fruit tree, Subai walked towards the front courtyard of the island master's residence, while inwardly commanding Tower Spirit refine the entire corpse of the wild eagle. In this battle, he had captured 14 first-tier 5-star wild eagles, 16 first-tier 4-star wild eagles, and 7 first-tier 3-star wild eagles. He had killed 7 first-tier 5-star wild eagles, 39 first-tier 4-star wild eagles, and 33 first-tier 3-star wild eagles. Yes, the Tower Spirit replied. By the way, is there a way to make those captured wild eagles completely submit to me? Subai asked with concern. When he was using the 10,000 Beast Tower to suppress these wild eagles, he had thought of this. They would make excellent mounts, whether for forming a fierce beast army in the future or as cavalry. The only issue was that these wild eagles were too weak. By the time he could form a cavalry, his strength would likely already be considerable, making him less interested in these wild eagles. Reporting to the Master, one has chosen to submit and has completed the contract. The rest are still resisting, but it should not be difficult. Their willpower is not too strong. Don't they need my blood? Subai asked, somewhat surprised. He had provided 2 drops of blood when forming contracts with Xiao Qi and Xiao Long. He was already prepared to shed blood. Master, only those battle pets with great potential require the master's blood to recognize the master. Once the recognition is completed, they cannot betray for life regardless of how time and space change. The master can control their lives and deaths with a thought, while those with limited potential can only become cannon fodder on the battlefield and do not need to waste the master's blood. I can help the master control them, but they cannot be too far from the master. The tower spirit spoke confidently. How far can they not stray from me? What happens if they exceed the range? Subai inquired further, as he naturally preferred to avoid shedding blood. Reporting to the master, this is related to the master's cultivation level. With the master's current cultivation level, these wild eagles cannot be more than 2 kilometers away from you. If they exceed this range, there is a high probability they will break free from our control or even suffer brain death. I see. Subai nodded, slightly accepting this minor shortcoming. Moreover, a distance of 2 kilometers was already quite good. He then continued to ask, so what is the potential of the wild eagles? Can they still continue to cultivate and enhance their strength? Even as cannon fodder, Subai hoped that their strength would be as strong as possible. Reporting to the master, wild eagles are descendants of the wild giant wolf and the 3-headed mastiff. The potential of the wild eagle itself is very limited, with a ceiling of first tier 9 stars. However, the wild giant wolf's potential can reach the 3rd tier limit, while the 3-headed mastiff can reach the 4th tier limit. Therefore, if these wild eagles can revert to their ancestry as wild giant wolves, their potential will be enhanced to the 3rd tier limit. If they revert to 3-headed mastiffs, they can reach the 4th tier limit. The tower spirit explained, adding the bloodline of the wild eagle is very thin and the probability of reverting is very small, so it's best for the master not to have too many expectations. Subai nodded slightly, indicating he understood, and then commanded, summon the wild eagle that is already submitted. Yes, master. Soon a 1st tier 4-star latest stage wild eagle appeared before Subai. It appeared somewhat listless, lying on the ground without moving, but the look in its eyes when it looked at Subai was gentle, completely devoid of the previous cold, killing intent. Battle pet, wild eagle adult. Cultivation level 1st tier 4-star late stage. Skills: charge, trample, bite. Innate abilities: none. Bloodline 1. 2. Remarks: can devour the blood and flesh of vigorous blood beasts, blood crystals, and other heavenly materials to quickly enhance its cultivation. The Xianlei fruit is extremely effective for enhancing its bloodline. No wonder these wild eagles guard the Xianlei fruit tree with their lives. The Xianlei fruit tree is indeed their lifeline, related to whether they can purify their own bloodlines. Subai realized this after reviewing the introduction. Seeing his master in deep thought, the tower spirit, thinking that he was dissatisfied with the state of the wild eagle, proactively explained, Master, it has been seriously injured, and I have just tortured it for a while. It is now physically and mentally exhausted and needs to rest in the 10,000 Beasts Tower for a period of time to recover. How long? Subai looked at the listless wild eagle, knowing it could not help him in battle. Under normal circumstances, it will take 1 to 2 cosmic days to recover. If the master is willing to use blood crystals or blood spirit pills, divine soul pills, and other resources, it can accelerate this speed. 1st tier lower grade blood spirit pills and 1st tier lower grade divine soul pills can be used on them to help them recover quickly. Subai pondered before speaking, as these 2 types of pills had little effect on him. Yes. Although this wild eagle's potential is low and seems rather useless, it must be said that it is currently the strongest battle pet in Subai's hands, and if raised well, its strength might surpass that of its master. Fortunately, with battle pets captured by the 10,000 Beasts Tower, there's no need to worry about them surpassing their master in strength, which is indeed very good news. At the same time, he pondered another question: if I wish to give these battle pets to others or sell them, is that as his cultivation level rose, the future army of beast tamers would undoubtedly require stronger individuals. Those who could not keep up would only drain his resources without providing significant assistance, yet he couldn't simply eliminate them, could he? What kind of person does that make him? If it were a hostile situation, killing them would be expected. It is the law of the jungle, and Subai would bear no psychological burden. However, these battle pets had become his companions in battle. Once they were no longer useful, killing them felt psychologically difficult and somewhat cruel. But if he could give them away or sell them, allowing them to be of use elsewhere, that might be the best outcome. Of course, I can help the master directly condense the souls of these battle pets. All that is needed is to trade the pets along with their soul contracts to others, allowing them to recognize their new master. The tower spirit confirmed with certainty and explained what a soul contract was. Simply put, a soul contract is the medium for binding a beast's soul. The person who obtains the soul contract only needs to drop a drop of blood on it to directly recognize the new master, which is very convenient. Master, the bodies of the Wild Hawks have been completely refined, yielding a total of 38 first-tier medium-grade blood spirit pills, 105 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills, 5 first-tier medium-grade soul pills, and 13 first-tier low-grade soul pills. Before Su Bai could react, the Tower Spirit reported another piece of good news. Hearing the report from the Tower Spirit, Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems I won't need to continue to draw from the blood spring. The blood spirit pills I currently possess are sufficient for me to break through to the 5th level of body refinement. Combined with what he had before, Su Bai now possessed a total of 51 first-tier medium-grade blood spirit pills, 6 first-tier medium-grade soul pills, 36 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills, and 27 first-tier low-grade soul pills. After entrusting the first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills and soul pills to the Tower Spirit for processing, Su Bai began to organize the gains from his exploration of Misty Island. Not to mention the captured Wild Hawks themselves and the Xian Lei fruit tree. In terms of money, he had obtained a total of 552 silver coins. Regarding blood crystals, he had acquired a total of 7 complete low-grade blood crystals, which were dropped by the 7 first-tier 5-star Wild Hawks he killed, and 45 incomplete low-grade blood crystals. In terms of points, he had earned 10105 first-tier points. Unfortunately, capturing and reclaiming fierce beasts does not yield points. Su Bai had to admit that he was somewhat greedy. As for equipment, not a single piece. It seems Misty Island truly cannot yield equipment. Su Bai sighed helplessly. Tower Spirit, send these 45 incomplete low-grade blood crystals to Xiao Qi and Xiao Long, encouraging them to continue their training. I look forward to their growth. Su Bai commanded while he stored the remaining 7 complete low-grade blood crystals in his spatial storage. He now had a total of 8 complete low-grade blood crystals. Yes, Master. It is also time for me to continue my training for a while to further enhance my strength. When I explore Misty Island next time, even without the Beast Tower, I will be able to move freely. With that thought, Su Bai flipped his hand, and a first-tier medium-grade blood spirit pill appeared in his palm. After swallowing the pill, he stood on the bluestone brick square in front of the house, initiating his standing meditation. Instantly, waves of vast and pure vitality surged from his stomach, beginning to circulate throughout his body, entering his flesh, strengthening his muscles, and enhancing the vitality of his muscle cells, entering his internal organs to fortify them, making every beat of his heart stronger and more powerful, entering his meridians to expand and reinforce their strength, and merging with the vitality in his blood, amplifying the vigor throughout his body, making the aura surrounding him increasingly pure and solid. Soon the effects of one blood spirit pill were nearly depleted. At this moment, Su Bai did not continue to consume the second blood spirit pill. Instead, he began to employ the Eye of Insight divine ability and practiced his martial skills, gaining insight into his deficiencies through the divine ability, correcting mistakes, and continuously enhancing his martial skill proficiency. When the duration of the divine ability expired, he swallowed the second blood spirit pill and resumed his standing meditation. During this time, Su Bai also noticed that his mental strength was gradually recovering. Each time his mental strength recovered and the duration of the divine ability refreshed, he would practice his martial skills again. This method allowed him to conserve the soul pills to the greatest extent, maximizing efficiency. During this period, when he felt hungry, he would go eat. After a brief rest, he would continue to train. When he reached his limits, he would sleep to recover, and upon waking, he would continue his practice. The entire process seemed monotonous and tedious, yet Su Bai felt exhilarated as he could clearly sense himself growing stronger with each passing moment. This was the driving force that sustained his relentless training. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours. Time flowed swiftly, and Su Bai's cultivation steadily progressed. This retreat was the longest he had experienced since entering the trial space. Yet time does not shift according to one's will. While he silently cultivated and strengthened his power, others were also undergoing their trials and lives, and Blue Star was changing day by day. In the commander's office within the capital base, a series of urgent knocks echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yong looked up, and through the semi-transparent glass door, caught sight of the figure outside. He already knew who it was, and replied, "Come in." "Is something wrong with Luo Feng?" Zhang Yong asked nervously, as he was still quite worried about Luo Feng's previous severe injuries. "Director, it's good news," Wang Jie said excitedly, looking at the puzzled commander. He did not dare to keep him in suspense any longer, and quickly explained, "We underestimated the effects of blood crystals. Even low-grade blood crystals possess incredibly powerful effects. Not to mention their ability to enhance cultivation. In terms of healing, they are unparalleled. In less than 3 days, Luo Feng has already fully recovered from his injuries, thanks to that low-grade blood crystal." Furthermore, his cultivation has not been delayed. He has already advanced to the early 4th level of body refinement. However, it is quite regrettable that according to Luo Feng himself, if he had not been severely injured and had not consumed too much power from the blood crystal, he should have been able to break through to the mid-4th level of body refinement with that complete low-grade blood crystal. As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on Wang Jie's face, feeling sorry for Luo Feng. Is the effect of this blood crystal really that powerful? Zhang Yong was shocked, standing up with an incredulous expression. If this were true, then blood crystals would be the most crucial treasure for trial takers at the early stages. Zhang Yong suddenly found his mind racing as he paced around the office several times before stopping to ask. I remember Su Bai seemed to have obtained quite a few blood crystals on Mist Island, right? Though they are incomplete, there are many of them. Besides, Luo Feng's blood crystals were also obtained on Mist Island. Can we conclude that blood crystals are a specialty of Mist Island? After saying this, Zhang Yong instructed Wang Jie, go investigate later and see if other global challengers who entered Mist Island also acquired blood crystals. Although Su Bai had mentioned before that he obtained blood crystals from the lairs of the Chicken King and Snake King, there was no live broadcast, just Su Bai's words lacking solid evidence. Chief, there's no need to investigate. I checked before I came here. The overwhelming majority of blood crystals currently appearing were obtained from various Mist Islands, either picked up or stolen from dangerous places like Luo Feng did, or obtained by defeating fierce beasts like Su Bai did. Besides that, we haven't found any blood crystals obtained elsewhere. Wang Jie stated. Similar to blood springs, these treasures and dangerous places are not encountered only by Su Bai. Others might find different types of treasures which directly yield blood crystals instead of blood springs, and that is quite normal. Su Bai mentioned that those fierce beast kings' lairs also contain them. Organize this information and then inform all challengers in Huaxia, including the news about Luo Feng using blood crystals for healing and significantly enhancing his cultivation. All of this should be broadcasted to our challengers. Zhang Yong issued another task. As for whether doing so will expose us and let others know, this is not a concern at all. Since they discover important information, foreigners can know about it. Informing their challengers corresponds to Huaxia having personnel lurking in their live broadcasts as well. Any useful information they find will also be organized and reported to inform Huaxia's challengers. In a sense, it can be considered as global mutual benefit and information sharing. No one can hide it. Chief, once this news is made public to all challengers, many will likely choose to enter Mist Island for adventure. Won't this increase casualties? Wang Jie expressed his concerns. The effects of blood crystals are too powerful. Once all challengers are aware, many will take risks. After all, they do not want to fall behind others. Can this news really be kept secret for long? Even if we don't say it, it will likely spread globally soon. We cannot stop it. It's all up to their own choices. However, we should remind them of the risks involved, slightly temper their enthusiasm, but we must not discourage them. Zhang Yong is indeed quite conflicted. He hopes everyone will explore diligently and rapidly enhance their strength, yet he also fears that rushing things might lead to severe casualties. I understand. I will be cautious with my words. Wang Jie was able to comprehend Zhang Yong's dilemma. When this information organized by Huaxia's officials came out, it caused a global stir. In the Intelligence Bureau of Sam Country, is the information sent by Huaxia in the live broadcast true? James held a screenshot that displayed the official information released by Huaxia regarding blood crystals and Luo Feng. We had our doubts, but after seeing this news and confirming it, we can indeed ascertain that what they said is genuine. A certain intelligence officer provided a positive response. The efficacy of blood crystals greatly exceeds our imagination. We must pay sufficient attention to this. If our country's challengers want to quickly catch up to Luo Feng and Su Bai, they must take the risk of entering Mist Island to obtain more blood crystals. Otherwise, they will never be able to catch up. Secretary Jones earnestly offered his suggestion. Mist Island is still very dangerous for challengers at this stage. According to the intelligence we possess, there are no fierce beasts below the first tier 3 stars on Mist Island. If encountered, it's either severe injury or death. I believe we should not only refrain from encouraging challengers to enter Mist Island, but instead advise them to wait until they reach the 3rd stage of body refinement before entering for greater safety. Someone disagreed with Secretary Jones's suggestion. Lockyer behavior is cowardly. A warrior should not fear risks. High risks can lead to high rewards. A slow step leads to a slow downfall. Our Thane was among the top 3 in combat power globally at the start, but now? Secretary Jones insisted on his opinion. He would not allow his country's challengers to lag behind the East. Thane is a heavyweight boxer from Sam Country, one of the challengers who reached the initial stage of body refinement first. Our number of challengers is not as many as those from Eastern powers. If we take risks recklessly, the mortality rate will soar. This trial lasts for 168 days, and it has just begun. Taking things slower is not a problem. After all, only by staying alive can one clear the trial. Locke directly clashed with Jones, each holding their ground. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became tense. The Supreme Leader hopes we can quickly obtain a blood crystal for him. You should know his temperament. If we fail, our days ahead may not be pleasant. Jones struck hard, causing the office to fall silent immediately. After a while, Locke sighed helplessly, saying, "Even if we have blood crystals, our challengers should use them first. How can we send them back? Moreover, those challengers are not fools. How could they be willing?" "You have no say in that." Jonas' expression turned cold, which displeased James greatly. The Supreme Leader's reach was too long. Was he Jonas' secretary, or the Supreme Leader's? However, knowing about such matters is enough. There's no way to make it public unless one is prepared to resign, especially since the person in the seat currently holds immense power, ranking among the top 5 in Sam Country's history. We should also inform our challengers and our allies' challengers about this news from Huaxia. After James spoke, he looked at Jones and said, "You want to obtain blood crystals for the Supreme Leader. That's fine, but I hope you can find a way to do so from the challengers of other countries. We cannot weaken the power of Sam Country. If you can obtain blood crystals from Huaxia's challengers, that would be even better." Jones was taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. "I will try my best." Compared to the scheming among countries, the online discussions were much livelier, devoid of conspiracies, simply expressing opinions freely. "I knew about blood crystals before, but I never expected their effects to be so tremendous. It's truly unbelievable. I've watched the video of Luo Feng's previous severe injury. Judging by that wound, even with Blue Star's most advanced medical treatment, full recovery would take at least 1 to 2 months. Yet thanks to the blood crystals, he achieved complete restoration in merely 3 days. Healing is secondary. What truly matters is cultivation advancement. If my memory serves, before his injury, Luo Feng had reached the peak of forging the body realm First Order. Yet now, just 3 days later, he has ascended to the early stage of forging the body realm Fourth Order. It's utterly astonishing, especially considering this includes recovery time. Since the trial realm descended upon our world, combat strength has become the eternal subject of discourse, and the most captivating one at that. News of Luo Feng's rapid cultivation leap via blood crystals naturally ignited immense interest, causing his livestream viewership to surge 3-fold overnight. Now I finally believe what Su Bai once claimed, that his 2 battle pets were enhanced through blood crystals, and that his own cultivation depth remains unfathomable. It appears he wasn't concealing anything, he was simply speaking truth. Luo Feng used only 1 blood crystal, while Su Bai wielded 2. By the way, hasn't Su Bai been offline from live streaming for quite some time? No one knows his current status. If he delays much longer, his name may fade from memory, and his popularity will inevitably wane. After all, new talents rise constantly, each more formidable and compelling than the last. Some of Su Bai's fans have already begun reminiscing about him. Su Bai likely won't resume streaming for a while yet. Don't forget, the last expedition to Mist Island yielded him a substantial hoard of blood crystals along with access to the blood spring itself. With such abundant resources, neglecting self-cultivation would be unthinkable. A few perceptive observers have already deduced Su Bai's intentions, hence their patience. That makes sense, but without Old Bai around, something feels distinctly missing. Just as everyone longed for Su Bai's return on Floating Island No. 10010 of Blue Star, he continued his disciplined cultivation, steadily ascending in power. Su Bai exhaled deeply. Turbid chi surged forth like an arrow, cleaving the air several meters ahead with a thunderous sonic boom, akin to a supersonic jet tearing through the sky. Even boundless resources eventually dwindle. Time to stir again. Su Bai glanced at the sole remaining Grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill in his palm, then sealed it away into his spatial storage. During his prior battle, he deployed the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, only to exhaust himself within moments. Learning from that experience, Su Bai resolved to retain 1 Divine Soul pill for emergencies, and 1 Blood Spirit pill to prevent recurrence of depletion. Thus, throughout this seclusion, Su Bai successfully refined and absorbed 50 Grade 1 mid-tier Blood Spirit pills and 5 Grade 1 mid-tier Divine Soul pills, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. His martial techniques matured significantly during this period, and his practical combat prowess became incomparable to his former self. He was no longer the same man he once was. Display my attribute interface. At Su Bai's mental command, a translucent azure interface shimmered into existence before his eyes. Trialist ID Blue Star 10010. Name Su Bai. Cultivation Realm Peak of Forging the Body Realm 5th Order. Strength 5926. 7 kilograms. Strength 5926. 7 kilograms. Cultivation Art 9-fold Divine Demon Scripture. Chapter 1 9-fold Primordial Unity. Martial Techniques Divine Finger of the Celestial Stream Layer 1 Metal Piercing. Novice Proficiency 51 9-fold Profound Yuan Spear Layer 1 Weight of 1000 Gene. Novice Proficiency 99 O Stellar River in a Single Step Layer 1 Traceless Snow Step. Foundational Proficiency 35. Secret Arts None. Constitution Divine Grade. Innate Divine Ability Supreme Tier Insightful I 40 minutes 30 seconds 40 minutes 30 seconds. Reveals all concealments within 165 meters, identifies all phenomena, and expands both duration and range with cultivation advancement. Wealth 776, Silver Coins 17195, Bronze Coins. Points 10106, Tier 1 points, 556 Mortal Tier points. As Subai's realm deepened, mastering these martial techniques grew markedly easier. Yet the first layer of 9-fold Profound Yuan Spear remained stubbornly stuck at the threshold of entry. He surmised that real-world combat experience might be essential for breakthrough. Meanwhile, the insightful eye, bolstered by his elevated cultivation and the effects of 5 Divine Soul Pills, had grown substantially stronger, granting marked enhancements in both operational duration and observational range. Has it truly been over 3 days? Subai glanced upward at the countdown displayed above the Island Lord's manor, his brow faintly furrowed. Countdown 9 Cosmic Days 11 Blue Star Days 18 hours, 41 minutes, 23 seconds. Assuming equal division between light and dark cycles, only 3 days remain before the long night descends. I must gather sufficient provisions before then. Let me set a modest goal: fully explore Mist Island, and 1 additional floating island. Subai mentally calculated, then lifted his gaze toward the blazing sun overhead. It had indeed shifted to the opposite horizon, aligning closely with his earlier estimation. Within 3 days, absolute darkness would fall, just as it had when he first entered this realm. Perhaps even sooner, twilight would deepen to the point where exploration becomes perilous, if not impossible. Time grows scarce. I must act swiftly. A sharper urgency tightened within Subai. Tower Spirit, how many wild mastiffs have pledged allegiance thus far? Subai asked earnestly. My lord, all have sworn fealty, replied the Tower Spirit, brimming with confidence. Really? That fast? Subai couldn't suppress his astonishment. In just over 3 days, 37 wild mastiffs had submitted completely, an undeniable testament to the Tower Spirit's extraordinary artistry. Naturally, they are but Tier 1 ferocious beasts, no challenge whatsoever. And their injuries, how far along is their recovery? Subai ignored the Tower Spirit's boastful tone and pressed on. My lord, 7 Tier 1 3-star wild mastiffs, 16 Tier 1 4-star wild mastiffs, and 3 Tier 1 5-star wild mastiffs have fully recovered. The remaining 11 Tier 1 5-star wild mastiffs lack sufficient blood spirit pills and divine soul pills, so they heal only gradually within the pagoda's first tier. And Xiao Long and Xiao Qi, how is their cultivation progressing? My lord, Titan Dragon Serpent has ascended to Tier 1 5-star mid-stage. Crimson Blood Rooster has reached Tier 1 4-star limit. Excellent. A subtle smile curved Subai's lips. He was profoundly satisfied. Bring forth those 2 little ones. Time to work. Subai commanded. Yes, my lord. With twin thunderous impacts, Xiao Qi and Xiao Long landed, one after the other, shaking the ground beneath them. SSSH. Seeing their vastly enlarged forms post-cultivation, Subai instinctively drew a sharp breath. Xiao Long's length had stretched from 10 meters to 15. Xiao Qi's frame had swelled dramatically, resembling a heavy armored tank. Master. The two colossal beings emerged dazed and disoriented, but the moment their eyes fell upon Subai, they rushed forward, nuzzling affectionately against his body. Well done. You've not disappointed me. Subai gently patted each beast's head in turn, offering quiet commendation. Island Spirit, initiate livestream. Fully prepared, with Black Iron Heavy Spear in hand and both battle beasts flanking him, Subai strode to the boundary between floating Island No. 10010 and Mist Island and issued the order. Understood, Island Lord. Inside an office building in the magic capital of China, Li Wenhao, who was watching a live broadcast, saw a notification pop up on his phone. He clicked to check and discovered that Subai had started streaming. He immediately sat up straight, excitement written all over his face, and exclaimed loudly to his colleagues nearby. Oldbai has started streaming, everyone take a look. At the beginning of the trials, people viewed Subai merely as someone with good luck, a topic of conversation. However, he was no longer just that. He had become someone they took pride in, and even the initial jealousy had vanished. In fact, every time they spoke to friends and family around them about Subai being their colleague, it would elicit waves of envy which they relished. Therefore, Subai had become the most watched trial participant without a doubt. Every time he started a stream, they would watch it at the first opportunity. Finally, he has started streaming. It has been too long, he just went into seclusion for over 3 days. I wonder what level his cultivation has reached now. A colleague opened the live stream while expressing his feelings. Do you think Su-bai has possibly broken through to the 5th level of body refinement? According to the latest global power rankings, only the 2nd to 11th places are listed. The 2nd place is Luo Feng, who is at the early stage of the 4th level of body refinement. Why do you think there is no 1st place on the list? Isn't it because everyone believes Su-bai's cultivation is still the highest? Indeed, during the last live stream, his battle pet was already at the early stage of 4-star, 1st level, comparable to Luo Feng now. Su-bai's own cultivation couldn't possibly be lower than that. Having practiced for more than 3 days, it stands to reason that Su-bai's cultivation couldn't have stagnated. He is undoubtedly the number 1. This has been universally acknowledged. All that remains is for Su-bai to start streaming again and demonstrate his strength to confirm this. Inside the capital base, Lu Min immediately informed Zhang Yong, Sir Su-bai has started streaming. Zhang Yong hurriedly opened the live stream, and upon seeing the 2 large beasts beside Su-bai couldn't help but gasp in amazement. So big. It seems Su-bai and his battle pets haven't been idle these 3 days. Their strength must have increased significantly. I wonder what level they are at now. Sir, should we ask him? Lu Min inquired. No need. If he wants to say it, he will. If not, we shouldn't force it. We can analyze his approximate cultivation based on his upcoming battle data. Zhang Yong waved his hand. Understood. Lu Min shared the same thought. In the intelligence agency of the Sam country, the Secretary Jones reported, Director, that person from the East has started streaming again. Let me see. James quickly set aside his work, took a tablet from the secretary, and began watching the live stream, casually asking, Did you manage to get the blood crystal? Upon hearing this, Jonas' expression darkened. It's a bit difficult. This matter turned out to be much more challenging than he had anticipated. No matter how he tried, whether with money, fame, or various threats, it was ineffective, and he even faced counter-threats. At this point, any trial participant capable of obtaining a blood crystal is a fierce individual who wouldn't want to become number 1. How could they give up the blood crystal after successfully passing the first trial? Those willing to comply are merely small fry lacking the ability to get blood crystals, creating a dilemma now. Then keep working hard. Let me know what resources you need. UI can help you coordinate. The rest is up to you. James directly passed this matter to Jones, stating that since he wanted to use the blood crystal to please the Supreme Commander, he would support him adequately. If Jones still couldn't manage it, it would be a matter of his own ability and unrelated to him. He believed the Supreme Commander wouldn't seek trouble with him. Thank you, Director. A hint of malice flashed in Jonas' eyes, but was quickly concealed. On floating island 10010 of the Blue Star, Su-bai greeted the live stream with a smile. Long time no see, family. Old Bai, we missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to start streaming? It's been 3 days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? A longtime fan said with tears in his eyes. At the start of the stream, the number of online viewers in Su-bai's live stream was only over 700,000, a far cry from his peak. Those watching at that moment were either diehard fans or those who viewed him as the biggest threat. Haha, as everyone knows, cultivation is the foundation of everything. Since I have resources, I naturally work harder to cultivate. Once my strength improves, exploring becomes safer, doesn't it? Su-bai explained. So, Old Bai, what level are you at now? Can you tell us to shock us? Someone asked tentatively. Looking forward to it. I can only say that I can walk sideways on this misty island now. Although Su-bai did not explicitly reveal his cultivation level, this statement was even more terrifying. Whoa, walking sideways. What level of cultivation does that require? Don't forget the Blood Fountain Guardian Beast from the previous live stream was at the limit of 4-star 1st level. If he can walk sideways, it means Old Bai's cultivation level is at least in the early stage of the 5th level of body refinement, possibly even higher. Not necessarily. Don't forget Old Bai has the Zhuge crossbow, a top-quality, divine weapon of the 1st level. Even if he is only at the 4th level of body refinement, he could still walk sideways with the Zhuge crossbow. Actually, I can also walk sideways on Misty Island. Whenever a beast comes at me, I just lie down and walk sideways, haha. Su-bai. Is that what I meant? In an instant, various speculations about Su-bai's cultivation arose, sparking endless debates. Su-bai looked at the barrage of comments and merely smiled, saying, Alright, at the end of the last live stream, I mentioned that this time I would take everyone to explore the Blood Fountain. Let's go. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the comments and led his 2 battle pets into Misty Island. As soon as they entered, the surrounding visibility was significantly restricted. However, unlike the cautiousness of the first time, Su-bai did not separate Xiao Long and Xiao Qi, but headed straight for the location of the Blood Fountain. On the way, they encountered 2 3-star 1st-level wild hounds, which were easily dispatched by Xiao Qi without Su-bai having to lift a finger. Owo. As they arrived at the location of the blood fountain, an angry roar came from there, followed by a 3-star, mid-level wild hound appearing in their sight. The little dragon unleashed its gravity control, which had expanded to a range of 4 meters with its growing cultivation. All the savage beasts within this 4-meter radius were forced to kneel on the ground. Little Chi hurried forward, pecking them one by one, instantly killing them. The 2 battle pets worked seamlessly together, greatly satisfying Subai. He paid them no mind, and took it upon himself to easily slaughter all the savage beasts around the blood spring, leaving none alive. This time he was live streaming and naturally chose not to capture beasts, as he did not need so many battle pets, but rather needed blood spirit pills and divine soul pills. In about a minute, over 30 savage beasts were all slain, the speed of which left the entire live stream room in stunned silence. After a while, once Subai had gathered the spoils and bodies, the comments began to flood back in. Am I seeing things? Were those savage beasts really all killed so quickly? Wasn't there one that was peak first tier 4-star? It was also taken down with a single shot. This is unbelievable, a viewer exclaimed in shock. That's not the key point. The key point is that in this battle, Old Bai did not use the Black Star pistol or the Juga crossbow, but engaged in close combat. No wonder he said he could walk sideways on Misty Island. Indeed, Old Bai's confidence is not unfounded, nor is he exaggerating. The trial has just begun. Not even half a cosmic day has passed. How could the gap between people widen so drastically? Currently, the second in the world is at the early stage of the 4th layer of body refinement. The third is at the late stage of the 3rd layer. The 4th is at the early stage of the 3rd layer, and the 5th to 10th are all at the 2nd layer. The 11th is merely at the peak of the 1st layer. Judging by Old Bai's combat power, he is at least at the early stage of the 5th layer of body refinement. This is a global ranking. How could such a large gap exist? The gap in the early stages is not significant. The difference between trial takers with and without blood crystals, this superb resource, can create an immense gap in an instant. By the time one reaches the 7th layer of body refinement, a difference of 4.0 kilograms of strength per layer is no small feat to overcome. It is likely that Subai will be waiting here for others, and we might even see all 10 of the top ranks at the 7th layer of body refinement. That makes sense. Subai glanced at the shocked comments in the chat, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth without responding, and approached the blood spring, saying, "Everyone, this time, there won't be any savage beasts to stop me from obtaining the blood spring. I'm taking it all with me." As he spoke, he took out a large iron pot from his spatial storage and began scooping water from the spring. 1 pot, 2 pots, he scooped a total of 22 pots, draining the spring completely. It was no longer convenient to scoop the remaining water with the large iron pot. He turned to the little dragon and Little Chi beside him and said, "You two can drink the remaining water." "Thank you, master." The 2 little creatures immediately ran over, excitedly drinking the remaining spring water pot after pot until it was all gone. Not only that, but Little Chi also pecked forcefully at the bottom of the blood spring. At that moment, a strange occurrence happened. The bottom of the blood spring was easily pierced by Little Kai's sharp beak, shattering like glass and revealing its true form below. A faint crimson glow emanated from beneath, suggesting that there were certainly treasures hidden below. Huh, what is this? Subai looked over curiously. It wasn't just him. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of all the viewers, who put aside their tasks and stopped multitasking to watch the live stream. Doesn't this blood-colored pattern look a bit like some sort of formation? How could there be a formation at the bottom of the pool? Could it have been set up by the Cosmic Lord Academy people after all this trial space? Isn't the blood spring naturally occurring? How could there be a formation? Could it be the legendary natural formation? I don't care about these formations, but more concerned about the blood crystals. Didn't you all see? Surrounding the formation were complete blood crystals, a total of 9. It was a windfall. Subai naturally saw the formation and the blood crystals, but just as he was about to collect the blood crystals, another strange occurrence happened. The mysterious formation below suddenly emitted a terrifying pulling force. Subai was startled by this change, fearing he would be sucked in by this force. He quickly retreated with his 2 battle pets, and then saw the surrounding mist beginning to spiral and be drawn into the formation at the bottom of the pool. What the hell just happened? Why is the mist being sucked into the bottom of the pool? Could this formation absorb all the mist from Misty Island? If that's the case, wouldn't Misty Island be devoid of mist? If that's true, then we would have struck it rich. I heard that besides fierce beasts and dangerous areas, there are also some spirit plants on Misty Island. If there's no mist, we can obtain them all. After all the mist obscured everyone's vision, they did not know that Subai's divine ability could observe the entire island. In obstructed visibility, it was entirely normal to miss some spirit plants and treasures. If the blood spring has this mechanism, then do all Misty Islands have this mechanism? I remember that before Luo Feng explored a treasure site on Misty Island that seemed to be a lightning pool. He could steal blood crystals right by the pool. Do you think the bottom of that pool would have even more? Right, if Luo Feng could destroy that lightning pool and disperse the mist, then without any obstruction and visibility, with his cultivation at the early stage of the fourth layer of body refinement, he could achieve a lot. Not necessarily. Don't forget the mist not only obscured the trial taker's vision, but also the fierce beast's vision. Once the mist is gone, the trial takers will be fully exposed to the fierce beast's sight. Wouldn't they be attacked en masse? That would be even more dangerous unless one had the strength to fight all the fierce beasts alone. Subai did not look at the comments. This sudden change made him very alert. He summoned his 2 battle pets to his side and took out the Zhuge crossbow, looking warily at the blood spring and the surroundings. As time passed, the surrounding mist grew denser at first due to the pulling force. However, it quickly began to thin and the visibility extended to about 20 or 30 meters. Eventually, all the surrounding mist completely dissipated, and Subai could clearly see the situation around him without needing to use his divine ability to observe. While it cannot be said that it fully dissipated, it can only be considered partially dispersed. In the area where the mist had cleared, 5 or 6 savage beasts could be seen over 300 meters away, wandering anxiously, clearly frightened by this sudden change. Hiss hiss, Little Dragon and Little Chi let out sinister sounds upon seeing the few savage beasts waiting for Subai's command to charge. Perhaps it was the change on this side that unsettled the savage beasts, or perhaps Subai and his 2 battle pets posed a significant threat to them. The few savage beasts glared fiercely at them before diving into the nearby mist, disappearing from sight. In an instant, there were no savage beasts left in an area that occupied a quarter of Misty Island, but a few suspected spirit herbs and spirit plants were spotted. How come the mist on the island hasn't fully dissipated? Only a portion of it has vanished. A sharp-eyed viewer like Subai had already noticed the anomaly. Overall, it appears that roughly 1/4 of the mist has lifted from Mist Island. Does this imply 3 remaining blood springs await in the other 3 directions? A perceptive viewer speculated. Quick, look at the former bottom of the blood spring. Where have the formation and blood crystals gone? This comment instantly caught Subai's attention. Leaving aside all else, 9 intact low-grade blood crystals alone constituted an immense fortune. If they had truly vanished, he would suffer a colossal loss. So he hurried toward the spring's basin to investigate. Yet just then a system notification chimed softly in his ear. Ding, congratulations. You have activated Array Node No. 3 and triggered the ultimate opportunity quest: slay the Mist Island's Supreme Guardian Beast and unlock the Opportunity Vault. Quest objective: activate all 4 array nodes across Mist Island to unveil the central altar, summon the island's Supreme Guardian Beast, and slay it, thereby obtaining the key to the Opportunity Vault. So this is how opportunities are acquired. There's actually an opportunity quest, and no specific reward was disclosed, only the promise of unlocking the Opportunity Vault. What precisely is that? Subai blinked in astonishment. This was utterly unlike what he'd imagined. He'd assumed opportunities were scattered across the island, obtainable simply through exploration. Moreover, the term Opportunity Vault sounded profoundly majestic. Vault, surely it contains more than a single treasure. And the system merely announced its unlocking, without clarifying how its contents are claimed. Surely one doesn't just step inside and freely take one, or several, artifacts at will. Old Bai, why are you frozen there? Has something happened? A concerned viewer asked. Based on my analysis of psychology, Old Bai must have just received critical information, hence his sudden pause. As is widely known, system notifications exist within the trial realm, otherwise the only communication occurring would be between Old Bai and his battle companions. Yet neither of his 2 companions shows any anomaly. Thus, combined with Mist Island's recent transformations, I surmise he most likely received a system prompt. Whoa, how astute you all are. Could it not simply be that Old Bai enjoys daydreaming? To deduce so much, it's truly impressive. Who daydreams mid-combat? Even now, with hostilities ceased, Mist Island remains perilous. Surely he isn't idling without cause. After recovering from the system chime, Subai glanced at the barrage of comments, smiled faintly, and succinctly recounted what had just transpired, offering no concealment, for it involved neither privacy nor strategic advantage. Would revealing the opportunity quest inadvertently shorten others' paths to success? The answer is unequivocally yes. Yet Subai remained unconcerned. After all, the trial realm's first trial emphasized survival above competition. His own path to success remained unimpeded. Hiss, so that fellow's analysis was spot on. Truly remarkable. I'd assumed the blood crystals themselves were Mist Island's ultimate opportunity. Blood crystals are indeed opportunities. evidenced by how every trialist who obtained them surged far ahead in cultivation, creating a stark divide from those without. Yet opportunities vary in magnitude. Blood crystals, blood springs, and even spirit herbs likely constitute minor opportunities. The true supreme opportunity lies in this final quest. The 9 low-grade blood crystals once embedded in the blood springs basin have vanished, most likely consumed upon activating the array node. A profound loss. If each of the remaining 3 nodes consumes 9 such crystals, 36 will be expended in total. Recall, a single low-grade blood crystal healed Luo Feng's grievous wounds and significantly elevated his cultivation, demonstrating both their potency and immense value. Should the ultimate opportunity prove less valuable than 36 such crystals, the endeavor would yield net loss. A viewer analyzed. Surely not. The Academy would never undermine its own credibility nor act so stingily. The supreme opportunity's worth almost certainly dwarfs 36 low-grade blood crystals. Let us wait and see. Enough speculation. Those crystals are gone and regret changes nothing. Let us explore the remaining mist-shrouded zones. Though Su Bai felt a pang of regret over the lost crystals, his composure remained steady. After glancing briefly at the barrage, he deftly shifted focus, guiding everyone toward the island's remaining veiled regions. Glancing left and right, he chose the leftward path, where the Xianlei fruit tree lay hidden within the mist. The earlier battle had slain numerous Huangao hounds, thus their numbers here were likely diminished. Tackle the easy before the arduous. As Su Bai stepped once more into the mist, anxious viewers voiced concern. Old Bai, weren't there spirit herbs and spirit plants in that prior area? Why not gather them? Leave them for now. We'll harvest them after subduing Mist Island's guardian beast. Right now I cannot distinguish spirit herbs from toxic ones. Once the mist fully lifts, the Skyborn Isle's radar should activate. Then, guided by its precise signals, our foraging will be maximally efficient. His explanation instantly earned widespread approval. Xiao Long, Xiao Qi, you form one team, I'll operate solo. Our objective: locate sites akin to the blood spring. With that command, he dispatched his 2 battle companions. As he walked, he inwardly queried the tower spirit. Can you communicate with the Huangao hounds? Though cunning in appearance, the Huangao hounds possessed low rank and limited potential. Su Bai deeply doubted their intelligence, let alone their capacity for meaningful dialogue. Yes. The tower spirit's reply eased his tension. Inquire whether Mist Island harbors exactly 4 blood springs. This intelligence was pivotal. Master, your inquiry has been relayed. Indeed, 1 blood spring resides in each cardinal direction. These springs form the very foundation of the Huangao clan's existence upon this island. Hearing this, Su Bai's heart swelled with elation. This meant he could acquire over 100 blood spirit pills. He pressed urgently, do they know the precise location of the blood spring within this mist-shrouded sector? They do. Can you teleport them directly to a point dozens of meters away? Another idea struck him. In terrain like this, having guides would be invaluable. Anywhere within a 2-kilometer radius is feasible. This was the finest news he could have hoped for. Very well, placed those 3 first-tier 5-star wild hounds in the mist zone 100 meters away from me, and let them drive all the surrounding wild hounds to the location of the blood spring and later inform me of its exact location. Yes, master. The wild hounds were released, briefly sensing the familiar surroundings before providing the exact location of the blood spring about 800 meters away from Su Bai. Having learned all this, the next steps were simple. Su Bai guided the little dragons closer to the blood spring while wandering around the mist zone, killing any wild hounds encountered along the way. After spending over 10 minutes, he finally received good news from the tower spirit. Master, the wild hounds have driven most of the surrounding wild hounds to the blood spring. Let me share some good news. The little dragon has found the blood spring's location. Let's go take a look now. Su Bai feigned surprise, but everything was as per his plan. After walking over 400 meters, Su Bai reached the location of the little dragon and Xiao Qi. After a brief communication, he quietly said to the live stream, according to the little dragon, the blood spring is just 70 meters away, but there are quite a few wild hounds there. It seems another great battle is about to commence. Let's go. I didn't get enough from the last fight. Without a second thought, Su Bai charged forward with the little dragon and Xiao Qi. Kill. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. Ding, congratulations on successfully defeating the guardian beast of the blood spring. You have received a micro spirit spring which has been placed in your personal space and can be retrieved at any time. There's actually a spirit spring. Su Bai was somewhat surprised, but maintained an expressionless face. Perhaps due to the previous battle where too many wild hounds were slain, even with the traitor driving them away, only 52 wild hounds had gathered here. Among them were 2 first-tier 5 stars, 27 first-tier 4 stars, and the rest were first-tier 3 stars, posing no threat to him. This time he similarly did not use the Black Star pistol or the Zhuge crossbow. Unlike the previous battle at the Blood Spring near the Xianlei fruit tree, this battle, while smaller in scale, still caused them some trouble. The little dragon was fine, but Xiao Qi had a scratch on its body, losing several feathers. Su Bei's shirt on his arm was also torn, revealing bloodstains inside. It wasn't a deep wound, just a scrape for him. Now, it was merely a minor injury not worth mentioning. That was exhilarating. This battle was so enjoyable. Su Bei shouted, releasing all the fighting spirit within him, instantly feeling more at ease. In this battle, not only did he gain a large amount of loot, but his martial skill ninefold, Xian Yuan's spear, seemed to have seen the hope of breaking through. If he could engage in another such thrilling battle, he might just achieve a breakthrough. He couldn't help but feel a bit more anticipation for the upcoming battles. Was there a mid-tier, first-tier, 5-star wild hound just now? A viewer finally came to their senses from the previous battle, eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, I saw it too, but it was defeated by Su Bei in less than 3 moves, which means Su Bei's cultivation level has likely reached the late stage of the 5th layer of body refinement, or even its peak. It's truly hard to believe. This conclusion left the global viewers speechless, as it was simply unbelievable. Ding, the 5-star Lord Country's Stellar Empire Iron Star bets 5,000 black iron coins. In the previous battle, Su Bei didn't hold back and fought vigorously. Based on my assessment, his cultivation level should be at the peak of the 5th layer of body refinement. To elevate his cultivation to this level in such a short time is quite rare. The 5-star Lord Country Stellar Empire Iron Star commented again, igniting the live stream's barrage. With the Iron Star's betting and comments, many from the Blue Star and even other Lord nations were given confidence, increasing their bets on Su Bei. After all, the later it gets, the lower the net value. As of now, betting 1 gold coin could only be considered 0.95 gold coins, as the net value had begun to decline due to Su Bei's rising success rate. This Su Bei has transcended from an ordinary person to the peak of the 5th layer of body refinement in such a short time, which can be deemed as a peerless genius. As long as he doesn't fall midway, the future looks promising, and he should pass the first trial with relative ease. The 5-star Lord Country Wind God Empire Jing Wushuang commented. Wow, another big shot from a 5-star Lord Country appeared. The astonishment of Blue Star viewers had yet to end, as a large group of high-level civilization viewers commented, placed bets, and even made donations. It's a pity it's only the first cosmic day. Oh, I can't see the official cultivation ranking. Otherwise, I could clearly know the exact ranking of Blue Star. No. 10,010. However, based on previous admissions to the Cosmic Lord Academy, he should definitely rank within the top 10 billion. The 6-star Lord Country Howren Empire Feng Wuxie commented. Wow, a big shot from a 6-star empire has appeared in Old Bay's live stream. Impressive. Blue Star viewers were completely exhilarated, as this was the first viewer from a 6-star Lord Country. Su Bei no longer felt the initial sense of crisis and naturally paid attention to the barrage from time to time. Although he didn't see comments from 6-star Lord Country viewers, he noticed many Blue Star viewers discussing the matter. Thank you all for your bets. I will do my best to pass the trials and not let your money go to waste. Su Bei saw a series of donations and bets, feeling very pleased, as these were all his current benefactors directly related to the starting capital for his future territory. Feng Wuxia, may I ask how this ranking works? Moreover, my cultivation level is indeed at the peak of the 5th layer of body refinement. I feel like I have nearly exhausted all my resources and energy. Is it truly only within the top 10 billion? Su Bei was finally upfront about his cultivation level to everyone. There was no way. There were many big shots in the live stream with sharp eyes who could see through him. It would be an insult to their intelligence if he kept hiding his cultivation level while asking others questions, so he decided to expose it himself. Haven't the big shots said? He's only within the top 10 billion. Although he's first in Blue Star, well, as far as is known, he is first, but there's no guarantee that some old 6 hasn't hidden his strength. However, no matter how one looks at it, his accomplishments are insignificant in the grand scheme of the trial grounds and shouldn't attract any undue attention. At least not on the first day. I find you quite agreeable, so it's no harm in telling you that the rankings will be announced when the second cosmic day begins. At that time, you will see your most authentic real-time ranking, which cannot be concealed. There is no need to hide your cultivation level, as this is the trial for admission to the Cosmic Lord Academy. The more dazzling your performance, the more attention the Academy will pay to you, and the greater the benefits you will reap in the future. Feng Wuxia truly deserves his reputation as a big shot from the 6-star Lord Nation. He saw through Su Bei's inner thoughts at a single glance upon entering his livestream. Moreover, his words clearly conveyed an important lesson to Su Bei. Knowing how to hide is a good thing, but it must be done with consideration of the place and occasion. This is a trial for admission. The more you stand out, the easier it is to garner the Academy's attention, leading to a greater allocation of resources. Although Su Bai did not fully agree, he experienced a shift in his mindset. Perhaps this is what growth looks like. As for the top 1 billion in ranking, you need not feel disheartened. On the contrary, you should be proud. After all, not all wild civilizations are like your blue star, where the newly entered trial participants lack any cultivation. Some civilizations have their own cultivation legacies, and newcomers might enter at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement, and even in past trials there have been newcomers at the chi refinement stage. Feng Wuxia's words shocked Su by the entire blue star, and even the other wild civilizations watching the live stream. While this situation seems reasonable, no one initially thought of it, or if they did, they were reluctant to believe it, unless that civilization had a cultivation legacy. Isn't this quite unfair? For chi refinement, our ordinary trial participants from Blue Star might not even improve to that level by the end of the first stage. How can we compare? The audience from Blue Star felt despair. Indeed, there can be no absolute fairness anywhere. Who would have thought that the trial space would be like this? The first stage is a survival challenge. Oh, as long as you survive through 10 cosmic days, you will pass. Therefore, we do not need to compare ourselves with those powerful trial participants from the beginning, as advancement does not depend on ranking. Su Bai took this quite well. He had already suspected this when he heard Feng Wuxia mention his ranking being in the top 1 billion. After all, he is at the dual god level and possesses a super divine technique and a 9-star artifact, making breakthroughs as easy as drinking water. It was impossible for his ranking to be so low. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Not to mention the top 1 billion, even reaching 1 trillion. Haha, what an interesting young man. He sees things more clearly than those insignificant ants. You are right. In the first stage, there's no need to worry too much about rankings. Just focus on surviving, as passing the first stage is merely the foundational selection, and only in the second stage do you need to pay attention to how rankings affect you. I've said too much, or I have high hopes for you. Feng Wuxia seemed to have received some warning, immediately stopping his comments. Inside the Beijing Bay, quickly organize this information and send it to other trial participants. This is crucial. Su Bai is right. The most important thing is to strive to survive and pass. Zhang Yong commanded immediately. Chief, when Feng Wuxia mentioned the second stage, he seemed a bit off, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped short. Lu Min, analyzing the dialogue between Feng Wuxia and Su Bai, said seriously, "It seems the Academy prohibits disclosing the content of the second stage, which is understandable. We have restrictions on speech in Blue Star, let alone on this more advanced Dark Dimension Network platform." Zhang Yong was not particularly concerned about this detail. The information received today was already immensely shocking. The most important thing is that a series of big shots are betting on Su Bai, and Su Bai's openly displayed cultivation level has given him greater hope for passing. As long as one person from Huaxia passes and becomes a cosmic lord, then Huaxia can soar along with them, enjoying shared glory. The greatest fear is a complete collapse. On Mist Island, Su Bai clasped his fists towards the live stream, saying, "Thank you, Big Shot Feng Wuxia, for your enlightenment and encouragement." He is a person who understands gratitude. After shifting his gaze away from the barrage of comments, Su Bai began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the corpses into the Beast Tower and the loot into his personal space, then headed to the blood spring, taking out a large iron pot to begin transferring the spring water. 1 pot, 2 pots. After scooping out a total of 28 pots, the spring water finally ran dry. Unable to use the large iron pot any longer, Su Bai generously bestowed the remaining blood spring to Xiao Long and Xiao Qi. "Drink up, and once you finish, break the bottom of the pool for me," Su Bai instructed as he stood up. The two little ones immediately ran over excitedly to drink. Their intelligence is high, knowing that the blood spring is as good as the blood crystals and even easier to absorb. Soon the same scene unfolded again before Su Bai and the others. Having witnessed the power of the formation, there was no need to be as vigilant as before. The only thing Su Bai needed to do was to secretly instruct the Tower Spirit to arrange for the 3 first-stage 5-star Wild Hawks to leave this area, head to the next Blood Spring location, and drive the Wild Hawks there to gather near the Blood Spring. As the mist gradually dispersed, 4 Wild Hawks appeared in the open view. Upon seeing Su Bai, they immediately became frightened and dove into the nearby mist. Su Bai did not pursue them, as they would be easier to manage when gathered together. "Let's go to the next one." Su Bai waved his hand with great momentum. Half an hour later, he captured the 3rd blood spring, activated the 3rd formation eye, and once again acquired a micro-spirit spring. It is worth mentioning that in this battle, his 9-fold Mystic Yuan spear finally broke through to the entry level, achieving the 2nd realm of martial techniques. According to the introduction of the technique, martial arts have 7 realms: beginner, entry, proficient, small success, great success, perfection, and breaking limits. The last realm can only be reached by a very few extraordinary talents. The vast majority of cultivators will never attain it. Once limits are broken, there is no upper limit to the power, and breakthroughs can reach any level depending on the cultivator's insights and foundation. This also means that the cultivator has created a brand new martial technique based on their original martial skills, which must be a more powerful new technique. For the old martial techniques, it's breaking limits, but for the newly created martial techniques, the realm is uncertain, as it still depends on the level of the new technique. This also implies that the higher the level of martial techniques, the more difficult it is to break the limits. Conversely, lower-level martial techniques are easier to reach the breaking limit realm. Another half hour passed, and Subai successfully eliminated all the wild hawks around the last blood spring and retrieved the 3 wild hawks he had previously released back into the beast tower. After finishing all this, he arrived at the blood spring 5 minutes later. Ding, congratulations on successfully activating the No. 4 formation. I successfully opening the central altar. The ultimate guardian beast of Misty Island is awakening. Hurry and slay it to complete the ultimate fortune task. Family, I just received a system notification that the ultimate guardian beast has finally been summoned. I will take you all to take a distant look and see if there's a chance for a sneak attack. Subai did not believe that with his current strength, he could defeat the ultimate guardian beast. After all, according to his previous experience on the wild resource floating island, the strongest wild beast he encountered on Misty Island was a first-tier 5-star peak beast. Thus, this so-called ultimate guardian beast was likely a first-tier 6-star beast, or even higher, while he was merely at the peak of the 5th level of body refinement. However, he had the Black Star and the Juga crossbow. If that didn't work, there was also the 10,000 Beast Tower. He just needed to turn off the live stream for the final step. Little Dragon, Little Chi, you two go back to the floating island first, Subai instructed. When facing the ultimate guardian beast, they would be of no use, and could even become a burden. After sending off the 2 little ones, Subai walked towards the center of Misty Island. Now that the mist had dissipated, the path was clear, but there were still trees and rocks obstructing the view of the central area. On the way, Subai loaded all the arrows for the Juga crossbow and the bullets for the Black Star, carefully applying the essence of the green snake venom to increase their lethality. Damn, Lao Bai, do you really need to be this cautious? Your Black Star is a first-tier mid-grade divine weapon capable of killing first-tier 6-star beasts. The Juga crossbow is even a first-tier high-grade weapon capable of slaying first-tier 9-star beasts, yet you still want to poison it. Some viewers began to look down on Subai's actions. What do you know? This is like a lion using all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Lao Bai is doing nothing wrong. Of course, there were also viewers who agreed with Subai's approach, and even more of them. Being cautious is a good thing. Those who are not cautious either die or are forced to withdraw. Go ask those who have whether they regret not being more careful at the beginning. Could they have persisted longer, or even had a chance to pass the first level? By the way, is this poison really effective against the ultimate guardian beast? Someone raised a doubt. Subai smiled slightly at the barrage and said, although this greened snake venom essence is only a first-tier low-grade poison, it is still effective against first-tier 4 to 6-star beasts. However, the effect will be significantly reduced, and it will only slightly numb first-tier 7-star beasts. But in any case, it can still increase our odds, can't it? While speaking, Subai had already finished applying the poison and loading the arrows. He had also approached the central altar, at least within the range visible to the naked eye, though it still exceeded his divine sense observation range. Otherwise, he could have seen the opponent's information. This wild beast's size is just too big, isn't it? It's more than twice the size of the previous first-tier 5-star mid-grade wild beast. Lao Bai, let's follow the 36 strategies and retreat. We must be cautious and not act impulsively. Some viewers began to worry about Subai upon seeing the size of the ultimate guardian beast. This big guy must have a cultivation level of at least first-tier 6-star, possibly reaching first-tier 7-star. The gap is too great. Lao Bai, you need to make your decision carefully. While it hasn't noticed you yet, it's best to retreat first. Yes, Lao Bai, you have gained quite a few resources before. Hurry back to cultivate. Once your strength increases, you can deal with this big guy later without any rush. We won't make fun of you. The audience urged him, especially those who had invested in and tipped Subai. His life and death were closely related to their interests. Everyone need not worry. This Misty Island is only 5 square kilometers. From my current position to my floating island is just over 1,000 meters. If a sneak attack fails to kill the opponent, I will retreat immediately without delay. It should not be able to catch up with me. If it pursues, I will be behind the protection shield of the floating island and can kill it from a distance. Subai expressed his thoughts and immediately gained everyone's approval. Right, how did I not think of that? A successful sneak attack is best. Even if it fails, leading it to the floating island and using the protection shield to kill it is also a good plan. The crowd suddenly realized. This way, Subai's odds of success increased significantly, and many Subai estimated the distance to the ultimate guardian beast to be about 280 meters. He directly raised the Juga crossbow, activated his divine sense, and instantly the wild beast appeared as if it were within arm's reach. Subai did not hesitate to pull the trigger, shooting 3 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, 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 the arrows sliced through the air, whistling toward the recently awakened ultimate guardian beast carrying the aura of death. Suddenly the guardian beast seemed to sense some threat, turning its head towards Subai's direction with a cold gaze exuding a murderous intent. Its body became solid with energy, and it moved like lightning, dodging 2 arrows with a swift sidestep. The 3rd arrow barely broke through its protective aura, but only struck its thigh. Compared to its enormous size, this arrow posed minimal threat. However, a painful roar erupted from the wild beast's mouth, and it quickly charged towards Subai. So strong, such sharp senses. I hope the green-eyed snake venom works on it, Subai thought to himself, but his hands did not stop. He pulled the trigger again, shooting 3 more arrows at it. Run, Subai shouted, shooting 3 arrows to distract the wild beast before turning and sprinting toward his floating island. Roar. However, while running, Subai felt something was off. Why was the wild beast's roar growing? He did not dare look back until he returned to his floating island, only to find that the wild beast had not followed him. Labai, I have good news for you. It seems that big guy can't stray too far from the central altar. It stopped after chasing for a while just now. A viewer reminded Subai through the barrage. Is it possible that it was poisoned, making its movements slow and fearful of ambush, thus reluctant to pursue? There were also viewers with different opinions. Whether it's due to a distance limit or being poisoned, this is good news. Labai, hurry back to kill it. It dared to chase you, but it's too arrogant. If you don't kill it, how can you quell your resentment? Some were even more excited than Subai. Could there really be a range limit? The ultimate guardian beast can't leave a certain area. Subai, seeing the barrage and recalling everything that had just happened, couldn't help but have doubts. So he asked the island spirit, but unfortunately the answer was unknown. Alright, let's go test its limits again. Saying this, Subai first reloaded 6 poisoned arrows, and then leaped back on a misty island. Along the way his speed was slow, and when he returned to the place where he had previously ambushed, he saw that the wild beast had already returned to the central altar. The altar actually has the ability to heal. Subai saw a faint green light seeping from the altar, landing on the wild beast's thigh, where it had been shot by an arrow. The wound had already begun to slowly heal, and the blood had stopped flowing. As for the arrow, it had long been broken by the wild beast. It was the first original arrow he had lost, and he felt quite distressed about it. This is too outrageous, isn't it? It actually has an automatic healing function. If it can't be killed quickly, wouldn't it be very difficult to defeat? It's too hard. No wonder it's the ultimate BOSS. It even has automatic healing capabilities. The audience's vision darkened as they could no longer see the hope of victory. Subai frowned, feeling quite vexed. It was indeed hard to kill. However, when Subai saw the number of viewers in the live stream, he made up his mind. No matter how difficult it was to kill it, he would do so, and he would live stream the kill. Because the number of viewers had already surpassed 1.5 billion, breaking his personal record again. It was also the latest record for global challengers. If he could successfully kill this giant, he guessed the number of live viewers might set a new high, possibly even exceeding 2 billion. Everyone was still very interested in Subai's challenge against the ultimate guardian beast. Kill. Subai solidified his thoughts, directly raising his Juga crossbow and once again pulling the trigger at the healing wild beast. Swish, swish, swish. The same attack is useless against a strong opponent. However, after 3 arrows this time, Subai shot 3 more arrows in the direction the opponent habitually dodged, and shot 1 more arrow in another direction, totaling 7 arrows. He filled the space where the opponent could maneuver with lethal intent based on their speed and the speed of his arrows. I don't believe you can dodge this time. Subai stared intently at the opponent. Sure enough, as Subai had anticipated, the opponent dodged, and it was towards the direction of the 3 arrows. Puffed. 3 consecutive sounds of arrows hitting flesh rang out, directly hitting 3 arrows. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and Subai did not hear the sound of them hitting flesh, but he saw the arrows embedded in the opponent's body. 1 arrow hit the abdomen, 1 hit the nose, and 1 hit the thigh. Ow! Blood spurted out and waves of pain surged. The wild beast immediately let out a tremendous roar and howled in agony, rolling on the ground and vigorously rubbing against the arrow in its nose, clearly indicating that this arrow had caused it significant harm. After a hard time breaking the arrowhead still remained inside the opponent's body. Blood gushed forth and black smoke was rising from the blood, indicating that the poison from the green-eyed serpent was also taking effect. At the same time, a faint green light also emerged from the altar nearby, transforming into specks that entered its body, healing its injuries. However, this time the speed of treatment was evidently not keeping up with the speed of bleeding. It seems that the healing of this altar also has its limitations, as long as the damage caused exceeds the recovery speed, it will be effective. Understanding this, Su Bai naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip by. He aimed again and shot 3 arrows, emptying the arrows in the Juga crossbow. Swish, 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 the 3 arrows all hit again, but since the opponent was rolling around, it was harder to hit its vital points. However, increasing the poison and causing the opponent to bleed continuously was still a good outcome. After doing all this, it was not over as Su Bai moved closer to the opponent, while quickly and skillfully loading. Seeing that the one who had provoked and ambushed it did not run away this time, but charged forward instead, the wild beast became furious, enduring its pain as it charged towards Su Bai, though its steps were halting, completely losing its previous formidable momentum. As expected of the ultimate boss, even after being hit by so many arrows, it can still move. Then it'll hit you a few more times. With this thought, Su Bai advanced instead of retreating. To increase his hit rate and damage, and to provoke his opponent to leave the altar's position, Su Bai quickly closed the distance to over 100 meters, stopping only when the opponent entered the range of his divine ability. He finally saw the information about this wild beast. Name: Wild Beast, Ultimate Guardian Beast. Level 1st Stage, 6-star limit. Description: the strongest being born from the Luck of Gathering and Islands Wild Beast clan with a return to ancestral bloodline reaching 5, has the potential to break through to the 2nd stage. Under intense stimulation, it can briefly break through to the early 1st stage, 7-star, dramatically increasing its power. You need to be very careful. Damn, it can actually go berserk. Su Bai cursed inwardly, but was glad he had the Eye of Insight skill, allowing him to see all this clearly. Originally, he wanted to get a little closer to cause greater damage, but now it seemed better to be cautious. At this distance, it was just right. Even if the opponent went berserk, he would have time to create distance. There was no time to look at the altar's information anymore, since the wild beast was already charging at him only 120 meters away. Su Bai hurriedly shot all 4 arrows he had just loaded and drew out the Black Star pistol, retreating while shooting. The severely injured wild beast was completely unable to dodge the arrows, and bullets all hit their mark. Finally, just as the opponent charged into the spot where Su Bai had shot, it could no longer run. With a loud crash, it fell heavily to the ground, and in no time a pool of black blood flowed around, killing the surrounding flora, making it look as if it was about to die. Standing 100 meters away, Su Bai had stopped shooting, his eyes fixed on the opponent. As long as he did not hear the system notification sound, he dared not relax for a moment, and his hands quickly loaded arrows and bullets. After finishing all this, Su Bai raised the Juga crossbow again and aimed at the wild beast to shoot. Swish! The wild beast's body on the ground twitched slightly. Damn, human, you don't follow the rules of combat. If the wild beast could speak. Seeing Su Bai continuously keeping his distance while its life was rapidly fading, the wild beast, realizing it was on the verge of death, unleashed its chi and blood fiercely, causing the surrounding flora to rustle. It used its last ounce of strength to charge at Su Bai in a desperate attack. It moved at a speed far beyond Su Bai's imagination. Damn, it's gone berserk. Su Bai had been keeping vigilant against his opponent. Seeing this, he lightly stepped and used the snow without traces technique, jumping onto a nearby large tree and swiftly moving through the branches. The wild beast, in its last breath, bolstered by a surge of momentum, crashed through 7 or 8 large trees before its chi and blood dissipated rapidly. It collapsed to the ground, once more unable to stand up this time. Just as Su Bai was considering whether to shoot a few more arrows, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a 1st stage 6-star limit wild beast, rewarding you with 1,200 points. At the same time, a golden key appeared on its corpse along with 5 50-value silver notes and 5 complete low-grade blood crystals. Generally speaking, the point reward rules for hunting ferocious beasts are as follows. A 1st stage 1-star ferocious beast awards 1 to 5 points. A 1st stage 2-star ferocious beast awards 10 to 20 points. A 1st stage 3-star ferocious beast awards 40 to 60 points. A 1st stage 4-star ferocious beast awards 120 to 200 points. A 1st stage 5-star ferocious beast awards 300 to 500 points. A 1st stage 6-star ferocious beast awards 800 to 1200 points. Matt, it was really difficult to kill. Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most powerful beast he had slain so far, and it was also the hardest one. Just as he relaxed, the system notification sounded again. Ding, congratulations, you have slain the king of the Huang Yao tribe, and you are awarded 1 level 1 radar fragment. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed all the Huang Yao tribe on Mist Island, and you are rewarded with 1 level 1 power module. The rewards for defeating the king were as he had expected. However, he did not expect to receive a power module as well. It seems that the Huang Yao I subdued also count as being killed. Su Bai thought to himself. Indeed, when he hunted the red-tailed chickens before one of them fell into the endless void between two floating islands, and that counted as him killing all the red-tailed chickens. So if he could clear the beasts here, it should be considered a success. Then congratulations, you have completed the ultimate opportunity quest and received the key to the opportunity vault along with 100 points of junior treasure points. Please take the key to the place where the guardian beast awakens to unlock the vault. Junior treasure points. What is that? Is it a form of currency? Subai was confused. And there is a vault at the place where the Huang Yao awakens. Could it be that altar? But now was not the time to think about these things as the live stream was still ongoing. Guys, I finally killed this big. Subai jumped down from the tree trunk and landed steadily on the Huang Yao's head. Looking at the big eyes of the beast that were wide open in death, he felt a bit eerie. He then jumped to the ground and directly stored the corpse into the beast's tower, while the silver notes and blood crystals went into his personal space, leaving him with only a golden key. Damn, forgive my lack of culture. At this moment, only these two words can express my feelings. BOSS, you humans lack martial virtue, shameless. I was pretending to be dead, and you couldn't even come over to check. You even shot arrows at me. Are you even human? Subai remained calm. Today I've seen it all. When the Huang Yao fell, I thought it was finished. If it were me, I might have gone to check, but I didn't expect it was just pretending to be dead, wanting to drag Subai down with it at the last moment. Su Lao Lu, there's really only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. You truly are Lao Lu. This boss must have encountered bad luck for 8 lifetimes to meet you. BOSS, don't I have any face? In the ultimate big boss, I was killed without even touching you, human. By the way, Subai was at least 70 or 80 meters away from this big guy, right? I think it was over 100 meters. The only time I got close was to jump on its head to beat it up. Ahem, I'm now more concerned about the ultimate opportunity. Don't you care? Why are you discussing these trivial matters? After some reminders from others, everyone realized. Yes, Subai, hurry up and open the opportunity vault. Ew, I also want to see what good things are inside. Everyone's hearts suddenly burned with excitement. Ahem, I was quite shocked just now. Oh, I need to rest a bit. In the next livestream, I'll take everyone to see the last floating island. Saying this, Subai pretended not to see the barrage and ignored the fact that the number of viewers had exceeded 2 billion, directly ending the live stream. Damn, I took my pants off and you showed me a black screen. Subai, you can't do this. You will lose friends. Damn, Subai, you've angered the masses. This time no one can protect you because I'm also very angry. A bloodied knife JPG. Even if you want to find an excuse, at least find a better one. Do you think we are blind? Clearly, Subai's sudden end of the live stream had stirred up public outrage, and everyone was criticizing him until they calmed down, and then some began to speak well of him. Everyone don't blame Subai. The opportunity is the most important trump card. Who knows if there will be encounters with other testers later. If good items come out and are coveted by others, it wouldn't be good. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but no one prevents thieves for 1,000 days. I think Subai is doing well like this, and it fits his cautious character. If Subai can clear the instance, it will benefit us as well. His cautious nature means we should be happy about it. Although it's quite unpleasant, I have to say that his approach is correct. I just don't know if he will lose followers next time he streams. Inside the Beijing base. Chief, we have managed to steer public opinion back. After our online army's whitewashing, everyone has changed their attitude towards Subai and can understand his actions now. Lu Min wiped her forehead, which was not sweaty. That's good. This kid really knows how to get us into trouble. It caught me off guard and almost made me pull a muscle. I still don't know what exactly that opportunity vault is and what opportunities can be obtained from it. Zhang Yong nodded slightly, also very curious about the opportunity vault. If it's just some ordinary treasures, Subai will probably inform everyone in the next live stream. He should know that his actions this time weren't very good. But if it's truly a precious treasure, he might keep it a secret. Lu Min analyzed. You have a point. Let's keep an eye on his live stream, we'll see. I believe he will handle this matter well. Zhang Yong nodded. In the center of Mist Island, Subai stood by the altar. Hey, I wonder how many viewers I lost from that last action, but no matter how many I lose, I have to do this. Subai was a bit uneasy, but he remained firm in his choice. Other content could be streamed, but his privacy and trump cards could not be exposed. That was his bottom line, unless it was a matter of life and death, or an unavoidable situation. After coming to this conclusion, Subai turned his attention to the altar. Name key to the opportunity vault door. Level Junior. Description: one of the many doors connecting the vault of the Universe Lord Academy. Using a specific key can unlock the Academy's Junior Vault, which contains a variety of treasures ranging from low-grade to high-grade first-tier items. Is it just a Junior Vault? Subai thought it would be random, unlimited rewards, but that was just a fleeting fantasy. He knew this possibility was minimal considering how many there were on Mist Island. If they were all unlimited, the Academy would suffer a huge loss. Forget it, I won't worry about these things. With Junior Vault is a Junior Vault. Let's see what good things are there. Subai cast aside his chaotic thoughts and decided to use the key to open the vault door. However, suddenly he thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and then instructed, "Island Spirit, start the light." "Yes, Island Master." "Huh. What's going on? Laobai, didn't you say you were scared and needed time to recover? How come you're fine so quickly? That's too fast, isn't it?" A viewer joked. "How can a man say he's fine so quickly? But it really wasn't long, haha." "What do you mean? Did you get the opportunity that fast? Now you're thinking of us, your family," someone said sarcastically. "Laobai, I really have high hopes for you, and am your loyal fan. Your previous actions hurt our hearts. Laobai, if you tell us what opportunity you got, he'll forgive you." Someone wanted to fish in troubled waters and figure out what Subai had obtained. Cough, cough. Subai lightly coughed, then with a calm expression said, "Family, you are wronging me. I was indeed a bit unsettled earlier, afraid of losing face in front of everyone. Now that I'm much better, I've come back to stream again. Do you think we believe that? Unless you haven't obtained the opportunity and are planning to take us to see it together, otherwise it's all fake. To judge a man's worth, one shouldn't just listen to what he says, but rather observe what he does, otherwise he's just a scumbag. Why is there still girl power?" Subai stopped joking and pointed at the altar, saying, "Everyone take a look at this. Do you know what it is?" "What? Huh? Isn't this the altar that just emitted green light to heal the wild beast? Could it be that your opportunity is this thing? What's the use of it?" "To move it back for self-healing. That's one use." Cough, cough. "I don't even know what this is." Subai's comment nearly made everyone fall over. "Damn it, Laobai, you've gone bad. This was too sudden. Ooh, I almost pulled a muscle. I just strained my back, and now another hit. You won't stop until my back is broken, will you? Damn, I've been tricked again. I know everyone is anxious, but please don't rush." Subai reassured, then explained, "Just now the system's prompt indicated that the opportunity is at the place where the guardian beast awakens. Isn't that here? I just took a look and saw a keyhole here that looks like it fits the key in my hand. I estimate that this is the way to unlock it and obtain the opportunity. So, I know everyone likes to see this, so I'm streaming again to watch it together with you. I'm truly treating you all as family. You can't misunderstand me, or I would be too heartbroken. Why does it feel so eerie?" A viewer shivered, goosebumps rising as if they were seeing Subai for the first. "Is it real? You haven't already taken the opportunity and are now showing us an empty shell, or just putting something random in, right? Trying to confuse us." Someone couldn't help but speculate maliciously. "I don't know what happened, but it feels off, though I can't quite put my finger on it." Given Laobai's character, his previous action of closing the live stream was the right way for him. Now that he's streaming again, it's as if he's a different person. "Damn, Laobai, you haven't just been possessed, have you? What a wild theory, impressive. Laobai, if you've been kidnapped, just blink. Although I can't save you, I can light some incense for you and burn some beautiful models, luxury villas and sports cars as a token of my intentions." Subai saw these comments and rolled his eyes. "Thank you very much. Cough, cough. Facts speak louder than words. I'm going to open it now." Subai stopped messing around and directly took out the key to unlock the heavy door that resembled an altar. In the next second, a golden interface appeared before him, displaying countless treasures, just like browsing an online shopping mall on Blue Star. "Ding, you have 100 primary treasure points. Please select the treasures you need from the treasure vault." This scene shocked all the viewers. Countless people began to take screenshots and record videos wanting to document the treasures displayed. Subai was equally stunned, left speechless for a long time. "Are treasure points something like currency? As long as the numbers marked on it are below 100, can I buy them all?" After coming to his senses, Subai pointed at the numbers behind the items on the interface and asked. He wasn't sure if anyone would reply, but it didn't stop him from trying to inquire. "Yes." To his surprise, someone really replied, which made Subai even more excited. "How do I obtain treasure points?" Subai quickly followed up with another question. During the trial period, treasure points can only be earned by completing the ultimate opportunity task. There is no other way. Is it always 100 points? It depends on the strength of the ultimate guardian beast. A first-tier 6-star limit cultivation level is the lowest level guardian beast and can only yield a minimum of 100 primary treasure points. If you challenge a stronger guardian beast, you can earn more treasure points. Do I have to use all the treasure points at once? Can I save them for later? You can, as long as during the trial period you unlock any primary treasure vault, you can use them. If you don't use them up during the trial, you can continue to use them after passing the assessment and entering the academy. However, if you fail, the treasure points will be reset to 0. This explanation was very comprehensive. Damn, so this is what the opportunity looks like, completely different from what I imagined. Everyone also heard the conversation between Subai and that voice, gaining some understanding of the treasure vault and the opportunity. I now believe what Laobai said. His earlier performance didn't seem like someone who already knew. He should also be learning about it for the first time. I just don't understand why he closed the live stream earlier. That action was very strange. They didn't know Subai had the Eye of Insight. It's also Su Bai's own fault. If he had looked at the altar's information first, he might not have closed the live stream. It was his oversight, but no one is perfect who can think of everything from the start. After all, prior to this, he hadn't expected that the so-called opportunity would present itself in such a form. Lao Bai, don't dawdle, hurry up and see what treasures are in the vault. Someone urged impatiently. Lao Bai asked if you can help filter it out, displaying only those below 100 points, or if there's something specific you want, filter it directly. Otherwise, there's too much stuff and you won't be able to find anything, which would be a waste of time. Someone made a very good suggestion. Su Bai saw this comment and immediately accepted it humbly. A consulting was indeed possible. I want defensive equipment or formations needed for upgrading the floating island, as long as it can protect the floating island and meets the upgrade conditions, priced below 100 primary treasure points. Is there any? Su Bai inquired. Yes. Na list then materialized before Su Bai and the others, displaying only 3 items in minor Xuanwu formation tier 2 mid-grade 99 primary treasure points, capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators below the 9th realm of Qi refinement. Minor Xuanwu formation tier 2 low-grade 69 primary treasure points, capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators below the 5th realm of Qi refinement. In minor Xuanwu formation tier 1 high-grade 39 primary treasure points, capable of withstanding attacks from body forging realm cultivators. 5th and 9th realms of Qi refinement. Tier 2 mid-grade. Why not the 4th and 7th realms? And Su Bai scrutinized the data, an unsettling dissonance stirring within him, until suddenly a realization struck. He hastily queried, does the Qi refinement realm truly comprise 12 realms? Indeed. The reply was crisp and unequivocal. Su Bai immediately sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea and communed with the black and white jade disc, glancing at the Qi refinement cultivation manual. Sure enough, the Qi refinement realm did indeed consist of 12 realms. Previously, cultivating through the body forging realm had felt interminably arduous, so he had never bothered to read further. Having confirmed this, he set aside his curiosity and turned his attention to matters far more urgent. Do you stock mithril? What is its price? Su Bai refrained from purchasing any formation yet. He intended to weigh all options carefully. He still possessed an arrow tower, yet crafting tier 1 high-grade arrows required mithril, a resource whose acquisition channels remained unknown to him. Perhaps the coin island held it, but its whereabouts were entirely unclear. 1 primary treasure point exchanges for 1 gene of mithril. It'll take 15 gene. At such a bargain, he purchased it outright. According to the arrow schematics, 1 gene of mithril yielded 100 tier 1 high-grade arrows. 15 gene would thus produce 1,500, more than sufficient. By the time they were exhausted, Su Bai was confident his cultivation would have advanced beyond reliance on the arrow tower. Moreover, he suspected he would likely not exhaust the entire quantity. Mithril was a fundamental forging material. Should surplus remain, it could serve future artifacts, or even be sold for full return on investment. 15 primary treasure points deducted. 15 gene of mithril has been delivered. And no sooner had the words faded than a small lacquered box appeared before Su Bai. He opened it. Its hue matched refined silver, yet shimmered with starlight, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Its density appeared greater than gold's despite its compact volume. 15 gene of mithril occupied no more than the palm of his hand. Old by exchange blood crystals, pills, or cultivation manuals. Those are your true priorities, especially manuals. A tier 2 manual would benefit you most profoundly. Don't exchange blood crystals. You already possess ample reserves. Cultivation manuals form the bedrock of your path. Exchange martial techniques instead. After extensive analysis, I've found manuals drop relatively frequently. Given your current strength, you're unlikely to lack them. But martial techniques are rarer and far more valuable. Exchange weapons. Look at yourself. Was it not the Zhuge repeating crossbow that secured your overwhelming early advantage? Given the formation's pricing, you might afford a tier 2 mid-grade, or even tier 2 high-grade, offensive weapon. Ideally a long-range one. Voices surged around Su Bai, each offering counsel. He observed the stream of suggestions while thoughtfully assessing his own circumstances. He lacked for neither manuals, martial techniques, blood crystals, nor pills, but revealing this would be unwise. Even weapons for now were not urgently needed. After a moment's resolve, he chose a defensive formation instead, enhancing both security and upgrade potential. Though the tier 2 mid-grade formation exceeded his means, he acquired the tier 2 low-grade minor Xuanwu formation, deducting another 69 primary treasure points, leaving him with merely 16. Do you stock tier 1 high-grade arrows for the Zhuge repeating crossbow? After careful deliberation, Su Bai concluded the crossbow remained indispensable at this stage. He originally possessed 30 factory fresh arrows, but 4 had shattered in the recent battle, leaving 26. Repeated combat had also inflicted varying degrees of damage. Without replenishment, the crossbow would soon become unusable. As for arrows looted from the azurite serpent, they'd served their purpose earlier, but were now obsolete, mere Tier 1 low-grade projectiles easily replaceable by his own means. 1 primary treasure point exchanges for 1 quiver, 30 arrows, and, remarkably affordable, they'll take 150. His eyes lit up as he spent another 5 points. With over 100 fresh arrows, his offensive and survival capabilities surged dramatically. N. Do you offer repair agents for defensive artifacts? Or must one seek a spirit forger? A sudden recollection prompted Su Bai to draw forth the Linglong blood jade from his waist sash. He recalled clearly in pristine condition this artifact ranked as a Tier 2 high-grade defensive divine weapon. Restoring it would grant immense early-stage advantage, and crucially help conceal the myriad beast pagoda. 1 drop of Tier 1 mid-grade restoration fluid restores it to Tier 1 mid-grade. 3 drops per primary treasure point. None drop of Tier 1 high-grade restoration fluid restores it to Tier 1 high-grade, at 6 points per drop. Higher-grade fluids exceed your current balance. Sufficient. They'll take 1 drop of Tier 1 high-grade restoration fluid. Su Bai exclaimed, exhilarated. He hadn't imagined such an item existed. Once again awestruck by the treasury's boundless depth, every conceivable need seemed anticipated here, an undeniable testament to the Academy's unfathomable heritage. Only 5 points remain. What shall I acquire next? Su Bai fell silent once more. Do you stock Tier 1 high-grade spirit wood? He suddenly recalled Tier 1 high-grade arrows required mithril crimson-tailed rooster feathers, and apparently Tier 1 high-grade spirit wood. The mist-shrouded Al did host some Tier 1 spirit wood, but aside from the thunder-devouring fruit tree, none surpassed Tier 1 mid-grade. Not a single additional Tier 1 high-grade specimen existed. Preferably suitable for arrowcraft, he added hastily, fearing the vendor might supply alchemical-grade wood, rendering the purchase futile. 1 primary treasure point exchanges for 10 cubic units of Tier 1 high-grade spirit wood. So much. The quantity startled him. Such renewable foundational resources hold minimal value to the Academy. Very well. You truly surpass expectation, Su Bai murmured, speechless. Do you offer tools for harvesting spirit wood? Su Bai inquired. The owl still held spirit wood reserves, albeit only Tier 1 low-grade and mid-grade specimens. Yet their value remained considerable. Harvesting them would yield ample material for arrows, filling the first 2 arrow chambers of his tower. Tier 1 high-grade crystal energy saw absorbs energy from blood crystals to power operation, enabling a single cultivator to effortlessly fell vast swathes of spirit wood below Tier 2. Exchange cost 3 primary treasure points. Alright, give me 1 of those saws and 2 pieces of first-grade superior spiritual wood. Su Bai quickly made his decision, completely exhausting his treasure points. He had not considered saving them for later. If he wanted more treasure points, he could always venture into Misty Island again. At this stage, enhancing his own strength was the most important thing. Ding, you no longer have treasure points. The entrance to the beginner treasure vault is about to disappear. The system's voice resounded again, and then the altar-like gate before him vanished, leaving only a pile of treasures on the ground, all of which he had just exchanged. While Lao Bai has struck it rich this time, he really has. With this batch of supplies, Su Bai's floating island became even safer, and his strength surged significantly. This opportunity treasure vault is truly a great thing. It's just a pity that Misty Island is too dangerous, especially with the guardian beasts, which are all at least first-grade 6-star limit. Other trial takers, even if they knew, could only watch helplessly. They simply couldn't access the treasure vault. Some sighed, knowing that there was a treasure mountain ahead, yet unable to do anything about it was truly frustrating. This is not an opportunity treasure vault, it's clearly a wishing pool. As long as you have enough treasure points, it seems you can obtain whatever you desire. Impressive. Many were immensely shocked by the power of the opportunity treasure vault and the variety of treasures. His Lao Bai actually collected all these supplies. Just the first-grade superior spiritual wood alone is 20 cubic meters. Plus there are those corpses of the wild hawks from before. How large is his spatial storage really? Someone noticed something amiss. I can't speak for other spatial storage, but Su Bai's must be quite large. Don't forget he has hunted down the fierce beasts from 2 entire floating islands, especially on Misty Island, where the high-level wild hawks drop silver coins. With so much money, why wouldn't he upgrade his spatial storage? A learned scholar began to defend Su by needing no explanation from him. Alright, now there's only one last thing to do, which is to collect all the resources from this Misty Island. Su Bai said happily to the live stream. Island Spirit, can you scan this island with radar now? Can it show what resources are available? Su Bai asked. Yes, Island Master. Soon a list of resources from Misty Island appeared before Su Bai and the others. While I didn't expect the resources on this island to be quite abundant, the list displayed 7 types of resources, far more than the first floating island. This was without counting the wild hawk's blood springs and the Xian Lei fruit trees, otherwise there would be a total of 10 types of resources. Upon reaching the edge of Misty Island, Su Bai began to look around, his eyes scanning like radar. This was all for the viewers. In reality, he activated the divine insight, instantly becoming a master cleaner of Misty Island, scanning inch by inch. Not long after starting, Su Bai saw the bullet comments acting as guides. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to waste his divine powers time and could take away all the resources from the island. I'm not boasting, Lao Bai, my eyes are the measure. Just follow my guidance and you absolutely won't miss any good stuff. A viewer was very confident. I'm top-notch at finding differences in games. Oh, I've already seen images of 7 treasures. Trust me, I won't let you miss a single one. Lao Bai, you can rest assured. With us around, there will definitely be no fish slipping through the net. For a moment, the viewers' enthusiasm for participation reached unprecedented heights. Although I'm not in the trial space, participating in the treasure hunt also counts as being half a trial taker, right? Damn, when you're out and about, your identity is really self-created. It just comes out naturally. Lao Bai, isn't that blood ginseng on your right? The appearance of this bullet comment instantly silenced everyone else, as everyone wanted to see if there really was blood ginseng. It is indeed blood ginseng. If you don't look closely, you can easily overlook it. It only has a few leaves visible, making it even more concealed than ginseng. If you're not careful, you might think it's just ordinary grass leaves. Those with sharp eyes had already spotted the blood ginseng. Meanwhile, the viewers with poorer eyesight kept shouting, "Where is it? I can't see it." Su Bai naturally also saw the blood ginseng, even spotting it earlier than everyone else. However, he didn't rush over immediately, allowing the viewers to feel more involved. This was greatly beneficial for fan retention. I see it too. Su Bai quickly looked at the position of the blood ginseng and then ran directly over. Name: blood ginseng. Level: first grade medium. Description: blood ginseng, aged 50 years, is highly beneficial for practitioners at the 4th to 6th levels of the body refinement realm. It can also be used to refine recovery pills for restoring qi and blood rejuvenation pills for healing injuries, and qi and blood pills for assisting cultivation. Blood ginseng is a great item. It can be used directly and also for alchemy. The only pity is that I don't know how to refine pills. Su Bai introduced to the live stream. The location of the blood ginseng was less than 200 meters from his floating island and within the radar scanning range. Even without divine powers, he could still see the specific information, so everyone had no doubts. Lao Bai, isn't the one next to it also blood ginseng? A sharp-eyed viewer reminded. After putting away the freshly harvested blood ginseng, Su Bai stood up, glanced at the ground ahead, smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, there is not just one blood ginseng here, but a patch of blood ginseng. However, judging by the number of leaves, most of them are first-grade inferior. Wow, a patch. Lao Bai, you've struck it rich. Although most are first-grade inferior, they're still valuable. When we get to Gold and Silver Island, we can sell them for money. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed by Su Bai's luck. Su Bai interacted with the viewers while digging out the blood ginseng underground, taking quite some time to cleanly excavate all of them. The haul is quite good. I've got 7 pieces of first-grade medium ginseng and 33 pieces of first-grade inferior ginseng, totaling 40 pieces of blood ginseng. However, this excavation took a lot of time. We need to speed up and not linger here too long, or the cost-effectiveness will be too low. What Su Bai hopes to encounter the most now are military camp islands and ranger islands. If he can recruit some subordinates, he won't have to do such things himself in the future. Damn, he got another one. Lao Bai's point is valid. With his current cultivation and killing efficiency, the time spent on digging ginseng could have yielded greater rewards. However, only one floating island remains unexplored around the anchor, and there are only 3 days left until dark. He probably won't have time to find other floating islands, though anyway he can't go out at night, so it doesn't count as wasted time. Haha. While others remain trapped, Old Bai is no ordinary case. With his overwhelming strength, he can rampage freely even under the cover of night. Once this patch of blood ginseng had been fully excavated, Su Bai's pace accelerated markedly and grew markedly more forceful. Soon after, he unleashed both the Titan Dragon Serpent and the Vermilion Blood Rooster. Faced with spirit trees, Xiao Long needed only to coil his tail around their trunks and yank. Up they came, roots and all. Xiao Qi's beak, sharp and dexterous, effortlessly plucked spirit fruits and medicinal herbs. With these 2 companions assisting, efficiency surged dramatically. After roughly 3.5 hours of labor, every resource discovered on the mist-shrouded isle had been secured. Su Bai surveyed the spirit trees, still bearing tangled root systems, piled upon his floating island, and muttered wryly, "Had I known, I wouldn't have purchased that crystal energy timber saw. Isn't Xiao Long far more effective?" 3 primary treasure points. That's enough to buy 60 cubic meters of top-tier first-rank spirit wood. In Xiaolong. And Master, how can lips at 37 degrees utter such words? Of course, Su Bai had merely voiced an idle quip. He would suffer no loss. The crystal energy timber saw held intrinsic value. Should he choose not to use it himself, he could assign it to future subordinates or sell it outright. Demand for such tools was certain. Alright friends, I'll now organize these spoils and resources. This broadcast ends here. In my next stream, I'll guide you to explore the final floating island. Once that's complete, we'll depart this realm. My next live session will commence shortly, no long wait required. Farewell. With that, Su Bai terminated the live stream. This time he would not cultivate. Merely sorting spoils would consume little time. Island Spirit, activate the floating island. We proceed now to the last and largest one. Su Bai gazed toward the distant floating island, barren and seemingly lifeless upon its surface. Yet barely had the words left his lips when memory stirred. He flicked his palm open. A radar fragment and a propulsion module materialized in his hand. Upgrade both the radar and propulsion system. As he spoke, he cast the two artifacts onto the ground where they swiftly fused into the floating island structure. Understood, Island Lord. Ding. Radar upgrade complete. Scanning radius now extends to 400 meters. Ding. Propulsion upgrade complete. Maximum speed now reaches 40 kilometers per hour. Proceed onward. With a gentle tremor, the floating island resumed flight. Its enhanced propulsion and radar lending it greater swiftness. Su Bai wasted no moment. First, he relocated the generator from the Island Lord's residence to beside the arrow forging workshop, refueled it with diesel, and powered the workshop. Next, he fed materials. Mithril top-tier first-rank spirit wood and tail feathers from crimson-tailed beasts into the workshop's loading bay, activated the production sequence, and watched as the first top-tier first-rank arrow emerged from the output chute. Name: Vermilion Feather Arrow. Rank: top-tier first-rank. In description: a balanced projectile of exceptional stability and moderate lethality, capable of piercing through an opponent's Kiblood aura with ease and inflicting sustained bleeding. Highly effective against ferocious beasts below first-rank 9-star initial realm. Retains notable efficacy even against first-rank 9-star adversaries. Acceptable. Su Bai inspected the arrow, meeting expectations, and turned away from the workshop, leaving it to operate autonomously. Island Spirit, alert me once production concludes, or if any malfunction arises. Su Bai instructed. This arrow forging workshop produced 50 top-tier, first-rank arrows per hour. Among the raw materials he'd supplied, crimson tail feathers were the limiting factor, 856 in total. Theoretically, therefore, it could fabricate exactly 856 arrows, requiring just over 17 hours. Su Bai had no intention of standing guard throughout. Such vigilance would be tedious and wasteful. With the Island Spirit overseeing operations, failure was improbable. Island Spirit, can you deploy this Xuanwu formation array disk? Su Bai possessed no knowledge of formation arts, utterly incapable of activating it himself. Certainly, Master. Simply place the array disk upon the ground. Su Bai complied, setting the disk down. A flash of azure light flared. The disk rotated slowly as four miniature banners soared from its surface, flying toward the floating island's cardinal directions. For luminous threads connected the banners to the disk, weaving rapidly in midair into an impenetrable azure barrier overhead. Then the disk's glow dimmed, and it drifted toward the main gate of the Island Lord's residence, embedding itself seamlessly within the threshold. Island Lord, the formation has been activated. How does this formation perform? Respectfully, the minor Xuanwu formation, second rank lower grade, possesses 4 advantages and 4 corresponding limitations. Elaborate further. Within this brief span, this formation constituted the very foundation of his survival upon the floating island. He could afford no negligence. Advantage 1. It autonomously draws source energy from the trial realm to replenish expended reserves, and even accumulates energy passively during periods of inactivity. Advantage 2. Attacks weaker than second-rank 5-star initial realm cannot breach its defenses, or even penetrate its perimeter. Advantage 3. It activates automatically upon threat detection. No manual initiation required. Should enemies assault, the formation engages, instantly repelling them beyond the boundary. You may thus cultivate undisturbed, assured of safety. Advantage: for so long as the core array disk remains intact, the formation will gradually repair itself, even if shattered. These 4 advantages indeed sound promising. Su Bai nodded approvingly, then asked, and the drawbacks? Drawback 1. Though it absorbs source energy autonomously, the rate is sluggish. During ordinary intensity combat, absorption may precisely offset consumption, sustaining equilibrium. But against numerous foes, expenditure will outpace intake, necessitating your infusion of blood crystals for auxiliary power. The Island Spirit added as an afterthought, Only intact lower-grade blood crystals are suitable, and understood. This drawback was acceptable, and conveniently, he possessed 17 intact lower-grade blood crystals. Each of the 4 Blood Spring Guardian beasts had yielded 1, the final boss 5. The remainder came from first-rank 5-star wilderness hounds. What distinguishes an intact blood crystal from a fragmented one? Why must it be intact? Su Bai had long harbored this question. Intuiting profound utility in intact specimens, he'd preserved them all and used. For cultivation purposes, the difference is negligible. Yet in terms of Ki-blood energy output, intact blood crystals deliver far greater stability, posing virtually no risk to the formation's integrity. Fragmented crystals may still power formations, but carry non-trivial risk of structural damage, thus discouraged except in dire emergencies. The island spirit's explanation was thorough and persuasive. Su Bai's lingering doubts dissolved. And continue, he said. Disadvantage 2, when faced with attacks from Tier 2 5-star and above, the formation is no different from being made of paper. This is inherently a low-grade Tier 2 formation which aligns with my psychological expectations, so there's no issue with that. Su Bai nodded slightly. Disadvantage 3, this belongs to a mountain protection type formation, which is fixed and cannot follow the island master in combat. I originally bought it to upgrade the floating island, so this is within expectations. Su Bai's expression remained unchanged. Disadvantage 4, once the formation is activated, it is one-time use. It must either be maintained continuously, or once the formation is deactivated, the formation plate will self-destruct and cannot be reactivated. This is somewhat unfavorable, but I can reluctantly accept it. Su Bai frowned slightly. Overall, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and he was still optimistic about this formation. After setting up the formation, Su Bai took the exquisite blood jade from his waist and retrieved a drop of high-grade Tier 1 restoration liquid from his personal space. Without hesitation, he directly dripped it onto the jade pendant. As the blood-colored radiance flowed, several small cracks on the blood jade visibly repaired themselves until the light dissipated and the properties of the blood jade changed once again. Name: exquisite blood jade fragment. Level: high-grade Tier 1 introduction. Contains a fragmented defensive formation that can withstand one fatal blow from a Tier 1 9-star extreme beast. Even when facing higher-level beasts, it can weaken a portion of the attack power. If you can become a formation master or invite a formation master to repair it, or obtain a higher-grade restoration liquid, a complete exquisite blood jade is a high-grade Tier 2 treasure. Great! With the exquisite blood jade to protect me, even if I venture into some dangerous places later, I can still broadcast live, without worrying about using the 10,000 Beasts Tower during dangerous moments and being forced to shut down the broadcast, which would raise suspicions. Su Bai happily hung the exquisite blood jade back on his waist, instantly feeling a surge of security. By the way, Tower Spirit, leave the corpse of that Tier 1 6-star extreme savage hawk. Refine everything else. Su Bai recalled something and gave an order. The Tier 1 6-star extreme savage hawk had an enormous body. Although its meat might be somewhat tough, it was still decent meat. In the absence of better meat alternatives, and with the red-tailed chicken already consumed, this was not an unconsidered option. Excess could also be traded on the Money Island later, perhaps fetching a good price. Master, what about the blood spring? Does it need refining? Refine? Su Bai had just begun to speak when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he shook his head, saying, "Let's keep it for now, or it might be useful later." Su Bai thought of trading on Money Island. Without exposing the blood spirit pill, the blood spring would be a good trading product, while he could obtain blood spirit pills simply by hunting savage beasts, which was relatively easier. Yes, master. After arranging these, he arrived at the plaza in front of the island master's residence, where various resources piled high, all obtained from Misty Island. There were 38 pieces of Tier 1 medium-grade spirit with 2 varieties, and 142 pieces of Tier 1 low-grade spirit with also 2 varieties. Su Bai used the 10,000 Beast Tower space to transport them all at once beside the arrow-making workshop, and he also took out the black iron, steel, and feathers from other parts of the red-tailed chicken, which were materials for making Tier 1 medium and low-grade arrows. Once the Tier 1 high-grade red feather arrows were completed, he could continue producing these arrows. In addition to these 4 types of spirit wood and blood ginseng, there were also 2 types of spiritual items. Su Bai looked at the ground where a mountain-like pile of red fist-sized fruits lay, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There were simply too many, over 1,000, enough for him to eat for a year. Name: blood pulp fruit. Level: low-grade Tier 1 introduction, a relatively low-level common spiritual fruit among low-grade Tier 1, which can moderately satiate hunger and provide moisture. During battles or intense training, when consumption is high, eating blood pulp fruit can accelerate blood recovery speed by 50%. Accelerating blood recovery is your only merit. Su Bai directly ignored the phrases about moderate satiety and providing moisture as he had no need for those two functions. With a wave of his hand, he stored over 1,000 blood pulp fruits into his personal space, fearing that if left outside they might spoil, as they were not something that could be consumed in a short time. Then he looked at the last type of spiritual item, a flower that appeared pure white, crystal clear, resembling crystal, yet exuding a faint chill. Name: Ice Crystal Flower. Level: Medium Grade. Tier 1 Introduction: a relatively rare ice attribute spiritual flower with a price far exceeding its level. It can be used in medicine to treat heat toxins, burns, and scalds. Its greatest efficacy is when ground into a powder and applied to scars. It can remove most scars. It can also be applied to the face to make the skin crystal clear and flawless, highly favored by women. As a big man, I have no use for it. I could wait until I go to Money Island to sell it for money. Subai looked at the 117 ice crystal flowers before him, feeling very pleased. These were all money. Besides these, there were also some broken blood crystals, as well as silver coins and points. The former he had all thrown to the little dragon and little red, while for the silver coins a glance at his wallet and points balance made it clear no need to count them himself. Tester ID Blue Star 10010. Name: Su, by Realm Peak of the 5th layer of body refinement. Strength 5,926 kilograms. 7 kilograms. Cultivation method: 9 turns Divine Demon Art, 1st layer of 9 turns. Hunyuan skill: Martial skill, Heavenly Stream, Divine Finger, 1st layer. Breaking Gold Novice 51, 9-fold Mysterious Yuan Spear, 1st layer. Heavy as 1,000 pounds. Entry 1 inch of Star River, 1st layer. Snowy Footprints. Entry 36. Secret skill: Nun Root Bone, Divine Grade. Talent: Divine Ability, Divine Level. Eye of Insight. 40 minutes 30 seconds. 40 minutes 30 seconds. Can perceive everything hidden within a range of 165 meters, identifying all things, and can increase time and distance with cultivation. Wallet: 2017 silver coins, 42,195 bronze coins. Points: 36266. Tier 1 points, 556 mundane points. Island Spirit: help me upgrade my personal space to 100 cubic meters. Seeing the balance in his wallet, Subai waved his hand. This is the power of wealth. Moreover, his current personal space was indeed insufficient, almost full. It requires the consumption of 66,500 bronze coins. Please confirm, Island Master, whether to consume. Yes, Subai replied without hesitation. In the next second, his wallet balance decreased slightly, while his personal space rapidly expanded from 30 cubic meters to 100 cubic meters, stopping at last, instantly freeing up a large area inside. How much does it cost to upgrade further? Subai inquired. Reporting to the Island Master, between 100 cubic meters and 1,000 cubic meters, each upgrade requires an increase of 100 cubic meters, consuming 9,000 bronze coins, which is equivalent to a 10 discount. 90,000 bronze coins, that's 90 silver coins, which is acceptable. Subai nodded slightly. However, he did not plan to continue upgrading for now, as the space was temporarily sufficient after reaching 100 cubic meters. Taking another look at his balance, it had changed to 1989 silver coins and 195 bronze. As Subai pondered whether to take a few first-tier lottery draws, the voice of the Tower Spirit echoed. Master, the refining is complete. You have obtained a total of 118 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, 99 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills, 9 first-tier mid-grade soul pills, and 10 first-tier low-grade soul pills. Give the first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills and first-tier low-grade soul pills to the remaining 4 injured wild hawks for healing. If there aren't enough, provide the incomplete blood crystals. If there are excess, they can be given to the first-tier 5-star wild hawks for cultivation. Subai commanded. The bloodline of the first-tier 5-star wild hawk is relatively higher, making it easier to cultivate into a first-tier 6-star battle pet. He planned to keep it for now, while he decided not to continue cultivating the first-tier 3-star and 4-star ones. Once he reached Money Island, he would directly sell them. Holding on to them was no longer useful. All right, Master, the Tower Spirit replied. With the Tower Spirit's interruption, Subai abandoned the idea of drawing immediately, deciding to save it for the next live broadcast, while he took out a first-tier mid-grade soul pill and swallowed it immediately. I wonder if it can enhance my soul again. Subai felt a bit anxious. For the last time he used a soul pill, it had only increased the duration of his divine ability by 30 seconds. Given the diminishing returns of the first-tier mid-grade soul pill, it was likely to be ineffective this time. Sure enough, after a long while there was no change in the duration of his divine ability. He only felt that his thoughts were exceptionally lively, and his mental state was excellent. Thus, with the principle of not wasting, Subai took out the Xian Iron Heavy Spear and resumed practicing the Xian Yuan 9-fold Spear. Island Master, we have connected to the 3rd floating island. Hearing the prompt from the Island Spirit, Subai concluded his training. Scan the information of this floating island. Subai immediately commanded. He was quite curious about the island before him, even more than the Misty Island, because this floating island appeared utterly barren, lacking any features allowing one to see from one side of the floating island to the other. What kind of resources could such a floating island possess? This was the question in Subai's mind. However, soon the island spirit provided an answer. There were indeed resources. Island Master, here is the resource information map of this floating island for your review. As it spoke, a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying 5 images. Xian, Iron Crystal, Sand, Earth, Origin Fruit, Sandworm, Golden Devourer Worm. Now that the radar has a range of 400 meters, could it be that none of these 5 resources exist within that range? Subai questioned, for the 5 resources provided by the island spirit only had images and names lacking specific information. Updated. The next moment, 3 of the 5 images changed. Name: Crystal Sand. Grade: low grade. Description: also known as the Golden Devourer Worm's rice field, it can enhance the success rate of refining. 100% success for second tier and below, a 30% increase for third tier and below, a 10% increase for fourth tier and below. Ineffective for fourth tier and above. This, after reading the information provided by the radar, Subai gasped in surprise, thinking it was just an ordinary first tier material, only to discover it was such an extraordinary special material. Although he couldn't refine, he could guess that this craft must not be easy. Treasures that could increase the success rate were absolutely invaluable to refiners, worth their weight in gold. If I can capture enough Golden Devourer Worms for farming, wouldn't I be able to continuously obtain Crystal Sand? This is a long-term business. Even in the future, after passing through Crystal Sand, could become a long-term enterprise in my territory, providing an ongoing cash flow for the development of my domain. Subai's mind was indeed quite quick. Moreover, since there are low-grade ones, could there also be mid-grade and high-grade? The more he thought, the more he felt there was operational space within it. By the way, I still need to confirm a key question. Seemingly having thought of something, Subai hurriedly looked at the second image with detailed information. Name: Golden Devourer Worm Larva. Grade: first tier, 2-star, early stage. Description: the larva of the Golden Devourer Worm family feeds on Xian iron and can undergo miraculous reactions within its abdomen, producing crystal sand, a special spiritual object. Good. Now that the food issue was resolved, Subai felt completely at ease. Not to mention that this floating island itself had Xian iron. Even if it didn't, he could draw Xian iron through first-tier lottery. From the probability of the last draw, Xian iron should be a relatively easy first-tier prize to obtain. And he currently had many first-tier points in hand, and would have more in the future, ensuring he would never lack Xian iron. Island Spirit, are there only larvae of Golden Devourer Worms here? Subai asked. Yes, this is just a first-tier wild resource floating island. The larvae of Golden Devourer Worms range from first-tier 2-star early stage to the limit of first-tier 9-star. The young worms correspond to second-tier, and the adult worms correspond to third-tier, making them a relatively powerful insect species. The Island Spirit explained. Young worms. Subai was taken aback, as it was his first time hearing that. Most ferocious beast insect species progress from low to high through larvae, young worms, and adult worms, followed by first transformation, second transformation, and so on until they reach the insect god. The higher the bloodline of the insect species, the fewer transformations are required. Conversely, the lower the bloodline, the more transformations needed to become an insect god, making it increasingly difficult. Upon finishing its explanation, the Island Spirit noticed the fervor in Subai's eyes, and quickly added, moreover, the growth from larva to young worm, and from young worm to adult worm, does not occur automatically. Just by giving them enough time, a large amount of resources is required for them to grow smoothly. Otherwise, the larvae may not even grow into young worms in their lifetime. Subai was not deterred by the Island Spirit's words. Instead, he became even more excited. You mean as long as the Golden Devourer Worm grows into an adult, it can reach the third year, and as long as there are enough resources, it can grow, right? In theory, yes, but the resources required are unimaginable, the Island Spirit said. Subai only heard the first half of the sentence and ignored the latter half. Good, that's great. This made Subai's previous ideas even more operational. Of course, ideas are just ideas. The reality is reality. Right now, exploring and conquering this floating island is the key. After calming down, Subai looked again at the third image. While this one isn't anything to look at, it's just a micro Xian iron mine with only a little over 1,000 kilograms left. It is because of this micro Xian iron mine that the Golden Devourer Worms settled here, allowing crystal sand to be born. Golden Devourer Worms are treasures to me. I can't kill too many. It should be primarily about capturing them. In this case, it won't be suitable for a live broadcast. Thinking of this, Subai decided not to start the live broadcast for now, planning to go live again after capturing the Golden Devourer Worms, particularly when facing the sandworms. Having made his decision, Su Bai wasted no time, stepping forward in a single stride onto the barren, floating island. After walking roughly 100 meters, he stood atop the black iron, or deposit, and drew his pistol, firing a shot straight into the sky. Bang! The thunderous report instantly drew the attention of nearby gold-devouring insects, which surged upward from beneath the ground, bewildered as they probed their surroundings with instinctive caution. Bang! A second gunshot rang out. No longer requiring sensory detection, every emerged insect now fixed its gaze upon Su by this uninvited intruder. A chilling chorus of chittering erupted before they surged toward him like a living tide, encircling him tightly, at first scattered, then coalescing into an impenetrable swarm. Over 100 strong by the time they closed in. The smallest were no larger than an infant's fist, the largest rivaled the clenched fist of a towering man, nearly 1.8 meters tall. Their bodies gleamed with obsidian darkness, yet their mandibles shimmered with a sinister burnished gold, capable of gnawing through black iron, or a testament to both their crushing bite force and razor-edged lethality. This was only the beginning. The island's vast emptiness carried the gunshots far across its expanse, rousing additional swarms from distant burrows, all now converging upon Su Bai with relentless momentum. A bird's-eye view would reveal Su Bai poised on the brink of total submersion within an ocean of chitinous fury. Perfect timing. Su Bai felt no fear, only exhilaration. His impromptu gambit had succeeded beyond expectation. The insect's acute hearing had drawn them irresistibly to the sound. He'd never have captured them one by one while they remained hidden underground. They normally lurked deep beneath the soil. Without voluntary emergence, hunting them individually would have been arduous indeed. Subdue them. With a flick of his wrist, Su Bai summoned the 10,000 Beast Pagoda. A boundless, awe-inspiring pressure radiated from its core, immediately pinning the nearest gold-devouring insects motionless where they stood. Seize them. Zzz. The insects sensed the pagoda's terrifying might and strained desperately against its inexorable pull. Alas, their cultivation levels proved insufficient. The strongest among them barely reached the peak of first-rank 3-star, while the weakest hovered merely at the early stage of first-rank 2-star. In moments, nearly 100 insects vanished into the pagoda's depths. Once inside, they erupted into frenzied agitation, until a crimson flash streaked across the chamber. Under the tower spirit's authority, all fell silent at once. Master, complete submission has been achieved. The tower spirit's voice startled Su Bai. So swiftly. This was far faster than his prior taming of the wasteland mastiff. Mere blinks, not breaths. Insects are inherently more receptive to binding contracts than other ferocious beasts, explained the tower spirit. I see, murmured Su Bai, a newfound delight blooming within him. This was undeniably auspicious news. Zzz. Suddenly, a piercing metallic shriek echoed from afar. Instantly, the remaining gold-devouring insects, previously charging headlong, froze mid-lunge as if receiving a sovereign command. Then those ranked first-rank 2-star early stage to first-rank 3-star peak hastily retreated from Su Bai, while the larger, more formidable specimens regrouped, before surging forward anew in disciplined formation. What is this? Su Bai froze, eyes snapping toward the source of that shrill cry, where silhouetted against the horizon loomed a gold-devouring insect, whose body swelled to the size of a basketball, its brow pulsing faintly with golden light, staring back at him with unnerving focus. Is this the insect's sovereign? To command its kin like a general commanding legions, it's utterly extraordinary. Su Bai stood stunned, yet regretfully the sovereign lay beyond the range of his insight, eye rendering its details invisible. And bridging that distance demanded first overcoming the seething swarm before him. Perfect timing, subdue them. Su Bai hastily swallowed a first-rank mid-grade blood spirit pill, channeling his entire vital essence into the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, its oppressive aura crashing down upon the advancing swarm, locking every insect rigidly to the earth. Not a moment of hesitation dared enter his mind. These newly arrived insects were all ranked first-rank 4-star early stage or higher, over 500 in number, a writhing, suffocating mass. Even the stoutest heart would recoil at such density. Even without such phobia, sweat now glistened across Su Bai's brow, a stark testament to the immense strain taxing his control over the pagoda. Seize them. With a thunderous shout, Su Bai unleashed a suction force vastly more potent than before, the pagoda's maw swallowing each insect whole one by one from the trembling ground. His life force drained rapidly, yet the blood spirit pill sustained him, replenishing his vitality just fast enough to stave off exhaustion. Zzz. Witnessing over 500 of its subjects vanish helplessly into that crimson tower, the insect's sovereign grew frantic. After a brief, decisive pause, it launched itself forward at speeds invisible to the naked eye, aiming squarely to shatter the hovering pagoda. Incredible speed. Subai gasped, but the sovereign's aggressive charge had narrowed the gap between them in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his insight eye to scan its essence. Name Gold-Devouring Insect Sovereign. Rank First Rank 7-star Early Stage. Description: the undisputed monarch of the gold-devouring insects upon this floating island. By rare fortune, it consumed a Terran essence fruit, granting it cultivation far surpassing its kin, intellect rivaling that of a 12 or 13-year-old human child, and overwhelming power capable of effortlessly shattering first-rank high-grade divine weapons and rending standard first-rank high-grade defensive arrays. Binding, it would grant dominion over every gold-devouring insect on the island. HSS, so formidable. Subai drew a sharp, involuntary breath. This was without question the most powerful ferocious beast he had ever encountered. Fortunate I did not initiate a live broadcast. Without the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, victory would be uncertain. But now, Subai resolved to abandon the lesser swarm entirely and focus solely upon the sovereign. At that very instant, the gold-devouring insect sovereign collided with the pagoda. Clang! A deafening reverberation shook the air. The pagoda trembled only slightly, while the sovereign was hurled backward by a colossal counterforce, dazed and disoriented, staggering drunkenly upon impact, its head still reeling from the shock. It had clearly underestimated the Crimson Tower's invincibility. Subdue. Subai advanced several paces, enveloping the sovereign entirely within the pagoda's crushing aura. Instantly, the wobbling sovereign staggered and collapsed face first onto the ground. Yet it was no ordinary beast. True to its first-rank 7-star rank, it slowly rose again, straining against the oppressive weight. If you were first-rank 8-star, escape might yet be possible. Not now. Subai spoke with unwavering confidence and intensified the pressure further. After all, the 10,000 Beast Pagoda enabled him to suppress beasts 3 minor ranks above his own. Subai himself stood at the pinnacle of body-forging realm, 5th layer, theoretically capable of subduing even first-rank 8-star peak beasts, or at minimum first-rank 8-star mid to late stage ones. The sovereign, however, was merely first-rank 7-star early stage. The Insect King emitted a sharp cry, filled with unwillingness. In the next moment, the suppressed and unsuppressed golden-eating insects began to riot. The ones under suppression struggled desperately, even at the risk of being crushed by the terrifying pressure, while those outside the range of the Beast Tower's pressure began to frantically bite at the blood-red barrier enveloping the tower, as if trying to tear through its defenses. All this recklessness was to rescue their king. To be fair, although they could not break the pressure, this action caused Subai's vitality to deplete at an alarming rate, increasing by 60%. Capture. Subai knew that he needed to subdue the Insect King first, then he could proceed calmly with it. However, while it was easy to suppress the Insect King, capturing it into the Beast Tower proved to be quite difficult, and for a moment the man and the insect fell into a stalemate. Subai hurriedly consumed another mid-grade blood spirit pill. The Insect King, sensing Subai's inability to do anything to it, emitted another insect call, but the rhythm was somewhat different from before. Should I use the Juga crossbow against it? Be careful, it shouldn't kill it directly. At most it will be severely injured. Indeed, Subai was already considering using the Juga crossbow. The hesitation stemmed from the fear of accidentally killing it, which would be a great loss since the value of this Insect King was far greater than that of 100 ordinary golden-eating insects. However, just as he hesitated and had not made a decision, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the floating island, a strong wind began to blow, quickly evolving into a tornado, and what was most critical was that within this tornado there seemed to be a creature that resembled a giant dragon. No way. Subai's first thought was a dragon, but he quickly dismissed it, recalling that there was another fierce beast listed among the resources of this floating island. Could it be a sandworm? But it doesn't look like that. Subai was puzzled. The previous gunshots and the large commotion from the battle over there didn't cause any changes, but as soon as the Insect King emitted a special scream, there was a reaction over there. If I say it has nothing to do with the golden-eating insects, Subai definitely wouldn't believe it. Sure enough, when Subai looked back at the golden-eating insects, they appeared extremely excited. It really is related to the Insect King. Subai's expression grew incredibly serious. Now he could only stand in a stalemate with the Insect King. Once its helper arrived, he would likely have to retreat back to the floating island. Even if he could kill that helper, the remaining golden-eating insects would all burrow underground, making it laborious to capture them again. It's now or never, it all depends on your luck. Subai gritted his teeth and pulled out the Juga crossbow, aiming at the golden-eating Insect King before pulling the trigger. He could only ensure that he would aim away from its vital areas, but he could not guarantee that it would survive. Whoosh, an arrow was shot out, and the golden-eating Insect King immediately felt the threat of death, struggling even more violently, its voice growing more urgent. However, the arrow had already reached it, and it hurriedly summoned all its vitality to resist. Yet at the moment it tried to resist the arrow, all the power resisting the beast tower vanished. Whoosh! The golden-eating insect king instantly disappeared from Su Bei's sight, while at the same time the arrow shot into the ground, embedding itself 2/3 of the way in. What? Su Bei was momentarily stunned, wondering what had just happened. Just as he was puzzled, the voice of the tower spirit echoed in his mind, and he suddenly understood. Master, the insect king's resistance vanished in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, I captured it directly into the beast tower. It is currently confined by me, but unlike other golden-eating insects, it has a strong resistance and cannot be subdued quickly. Good job, Su Bei praised. As for the issue of not being able to subdue it in a short time, he was not worried, he had plenty of time. Meanwhile, the system's notification also sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the ruler of the golden-eating insects, rewarding you with a level 1 radar fragment. Defeated. This time they didn't use the term kill. It seems the trial space knows what's going on. Although I didn't earn hunting points, I still received another reward. This was pretty much in line with Su Bei's expectations. He was not very concerned about the points earned through killing, since capturing the insect king was his priority. Seeing the insect king vanish, the surrounding golden-eating insects fell into chaos and disorder, and Su Bei seized this opportunity to rapidly absorb these golden-eating insects into the beast tower. However, in just 2 seconds, he had only absorbed a little over 100 golden-eating insects. The tornado nearby dissipated, revealing a bizarre insect over 40 meters long with no head, but one end had 2 black eyeballs and a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, its eyes darting around Su Bei, as if searching for something. It really is a sandworm. Upon seeing its true form, Su Bei let out a sigh of relief. Although the creature was enormous and its strength formidable, this was a first-tier floating island, so its power was certainly still within the first tier. With the beast tower on his side, even if he couldn't kill it, it couldn't kill him either, as long as it was not a monstrous dragon. Perhaps it had failed to find what it was looking for, or perhaps it realized the insect king was missing. It immediately became enraged, its gaze towards Su Bei filled with murderous intent. Screech! A sound wave erupted from the sandworm's mouth, instantly whipping up a storm of dust. This dust, as if guided, formed a massive tornado that surged towards Su Bei. Along the way, the golden-eating insects seemed to recognize the power of the sandworm and hurriedly avoided the tornado. Those who did not manage to escape were instantly shredded into pieces by the storm. Damn, how monstrous is this? Su Bei was terrified by the tornado's power, feeling immense regret. At least a dozen first-tier 4-star golden-eating insects had been killed by the tornado. The tornado, carrying an apocalyptic, kind of terrifying power, slammed into the beast tower, causing it to shake violently. Su Bei felt a tumult in his internal vitality, which was swiftly drained by a fifth. Though he had only a third of his vitality left, this meant that at his peak, he could only withstand about 15 of the sandworm's attacks. Thinking of this, Su Bei hastily consumed another mid-grade blood spirit pill, while asking in astonishment, "Tower spirit, isn't the beast tower capable of defending against attacks from a whole major realm above me? Then it should be able to withstand the assault of a second-tier 5-star peak fierce beast, right?" Yes, the defense limit of the beast tower is closely related to the master's cultivation level. However, a difference of 1 major realm only represents the extreme state capable of withstanding a single strike. Correspondingly, the smaller the gap in realm between the enemy and the master, the lesser the defense consumption. Conversely, it rises exponentially. The tower spirit explained, "Then what about this big fellow? How can its attack be so strong?" Su Bei, previously, whether facing the wild hawk or the attacks of hundreds of gold-eating insects, the consumption was within a controllable range, far less than that of this strike. "Master, please rest assured. If I am not mistaken, that strike just now was its strongest. It must have mastered a certain secret technique to enhance its attack power, which must have consumed a lot of its energy. For a short period, it should find it difficult to unleash an attack of this level again. Moreover, its cultivation level is definitely not low, judging by its attack intensity. It is at least at the first rank 9 stars. The tower spirit's response left Su Bei even more shocked. First rank 9 stars. Although this is a first-rank floating island, it should only be a novice area. How could such a powerful beast appear here? Master, I don't know about that. I am merely the tower spirit and not familiar with the rules of the trial space. The tower spirit expressed its helplessness. In fact, it wasn't just Su Bei who was shocked. The sandworm was equally astonished, looking at the human before it and the blood-colored tower floating in the air with disbelief. It couldn't understand why its strongest strike had no effect. It was the strongest ruler among the 3 floating islands nearby. How could this be? One was stunned by the enemy's attack strength, while the other was shocked by the enemy's defense, leading to an unusual moment of silence. First rank 9 stars. Can my Juga crossbow kill it? Su Bei was uncertain, This was his only means of potentially killing the sandworm. The beast tower could only defend and could not subdue it since the opponent's cultivation level was far superior. Although the Juga crossbow is a first-rank top-grade divine weapon, and the information indicates it can kill a first-rank 9 stars limit beast, being able to kill it and him being able to kill it are two different concepts. It's like saying a handgun can kill any person in the world with a single shot. That statement isn't wrong. If you are an ordinary person and your opponent stands before you without moving, allowing you to attack, without limit, you would certainly be able to kill them. However, if you are an ordinary person but your opponent is a soldier far superior to you, who can also fight back and dodge, and you can only fire 10 shots, can you guarantee that you will definitely kill them? The answer is no. Perhaps you could hit them, but you cannot guarantee that you would definitely kill them. Unless an arrow strikes the opponent's vital point, given the massive size of the sandworm, even if all 10 arrows hit, it might not necessarily die. This was Su Bei's concern. If the enemy is weaker than him or comparable, he could usually kill them with a single blow. However, when the enemy is far stronger, his hit rate would decrease significantly, especially the likelihood of hitting vital points would drop exponentially. No matter if it works or not, let's try. Even if it only injures it, I must deal with this big fellow on this floating island, as it will affect my subsequent actions and broadcasting. With that thought, Su Bei quickly drew the Juga crossbow, activated the Eye of Insight, held the beast tower in his left hand, and charged towards the sandworm. Seeing this tiny ant daring to attack, the sandworm grew even angrier and swiftly came at him, stirring up sand and dust. Su Bei shot 3 arrows in quick succession, wanting to test the lethality of the Juga crossbow against. However, the sandworm's danger perception was stronger than he had anticipated. A blood-red barrier more than 10 meters wide rapidly appeared before it, surrounded by a powerful shield made of countless pieces of mysterious iron. Indeed, it was mysterious iron. Although it was merely unprocessed, the most primitive form of mysterious iron material, the thickness of these pieces instantly blocked Su Bei's 3 arrows. Damn, this was the first time Su Bei encountered such a troublesome beast. However, he did not give up. Although there was a barrier of mysterious iron, there were gaps between the pieces. Su Bei was unaware of this and aimed directly at the opponent's vital points, which was why his first 3 arrows were blocked. Thus, Su Bei pulled the trigger again, this time angling his arrows very cleverly to avoid the iron blocks, shooting through various gaps. When the arrows struck the blood-red barrier, their tips glowed slightly, piercing through the formidable shield, as if they were iron skewers plunging into solidified lard. Although their speed was slightly reduced, they could not be stopped. Buffed 6 arrows were fired, 3 were dodged, 1 was caught in the sandworm's mouth, but the remaining 2 struck the sandworm. 1 shot into its body, half the arrow embedded within, and the other struck its head just 3 centimeters away from its eye, causing significant damage to the sandworm. Unfortunately, the green-eyed snake poison is nearly ineffective against it. Seeing the sandworm's reaction after being hit, which was merely pain, without any signs of poisoning, Su Bei understood the reason. Retreat. With arrows expended and his hand unable to reload, Su Bei quickly fled towards his floating island, taking advantage of the sandworm's injury. The sandworm, seeing the ant that had injured it attempting to escape, disregarded its pain and let out an angry roar, quickly pursuing after. Despite the sandworm's massive size, it was surprisingly fast. When Su Bei was halfway to his floating island, nearly 200 meters away, the sandworm had already caught up. Stay back. Su Bei quickly halted, turned around, and activated the beast tower for defense while releasing his pressure. Under the immense pressure of the beast tower, the sandworm only paused for a moment before breaking free. It then swung its tail fiercely, crashing down on the blood-red shield of the beast tower. Boom. Su Bei was propelled backward over 20 meters by the force, his internal blood energy dropping again, but fortunately the blood spirit pill was continuously replenishing it. After regaining over 20 meters of distance, Su Bei once again sprinted towards the direction of the floating island without looking back. As the sandworm caught up, he planned to use the beast tower's defense to rebound and retreat 3 times. Su Bei was now only about 40 meters away from his floating island, just 1 more dash, and he would be back. However, this time the sandworm had learned and had rushed to position itself between Su Bei and the floating island, then violently swung its tail down on the beast tower in an attempt to drive Su Bei away. Damn it, Su Bei cursed quietly to himself, focusing all his energy on defense. This time he did not retreat using the force, instead he struggled to push forward. Withstanding the attacks of the sandworm, he slowly advanced towards his floating island. Despite the increased burden on his vitality and the accelerated consumption of his chi and blood, he had no other choice. If he were to be pushed back by the sandworm again, that would truly be the end. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as Subai was about to return to his floating island, the sandworm realized that this tactic was futile and would only increase its own consumption. This time it actually changed strategy, attempting to entangle Subai and the beast tower, aiming to trap Subai in place. As a result, Subai found it impossible to move even an inch. Although the sandworm did not understand why this ant was desperately trying to return to the unseen floating island, it was clear that there must be something worthwhile there, so it could not allow this ant to succeed. Subai was also shocked by the opponent's intelligence. Is this really just a bug? Now you want to trap me? It's too late. Subai snorted coldly. If the opponent had done this from the beginning, he would have been at a disadvantage, especially since he had limited blood spirit pills. If this continued, he might not outlast the sandworm. But now he was only 10 meters away from his floating island. Island Spirit, command the arrow tower to shoot it. Subai shouted towards the floating island, then mobilized all his chi and blood to activate the suppression function of the beast tower. Although it would only suppress the sandworm for a moment before it could break free, that moment was already enough. Whoosh! 10 first-grade superior arrows shot out from the arrow tower, while the sandworm was caught off guard by the sudden suppression of the beast tower, causing its chi and blood to stagnate. Even the chi barrier, which spanned over 10 meters, barely held up for less than a meter as the arrows came flying and freezing the sandworm in place for a moment. In that brief moment, all 10 arrows struck true, instantly turning the sandworm into a pincushion as white blood gushed out, heavily injuring it. At such a short distance, being hit by 10 arrows consecutively, combined with the 2 arrows Subai had shot earlier and the wear from their battle, the sandworm was instantly exhausted, its body swaying slightly as it nearly collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Subai leaped up, using the sandworm's body to propel himself, soaring onto his floating island. The moment he landed, Subai stowed the beast tower and quickly and skillfully began to load arrows. He was not willing to miss this rare opportunity. Meanwhile, Subai finally had time to check the information about his opponent. Name: Sandworm. Level 1st, grade 9 stars, early stage. Description: the absolute ruler of this floating island, a fierce beast born from the Earth origin fruit. Having consumed the Earth origin fruit multiple times, it has attained significant intelligence equivalent to that of an adult human. It is the only friend of the golden devouring worm king and is extremely angered by any harm done to it. Now that it is severely injured by you, there is no chance for reconciliation. Note 1: proficient in sound wave techniques capable of disturbing the opponent's divine soul. In a surprise attack, it can even injure a first-level chi condensation expert, making it a very formidable and troublesome opponent. Note 2: its flesh is delicious and non-toxic, best fried, provided you can accept a creature like a bug, and it is an intelligent life form. Its hide is excellent material for crafting first-grade superior defensive weapons, while its teeth are fine for making first-grade superior offensive weapons. Inside its brain lies a soul pearl, which can enhance divine soul strength, though it requires the removal of impurities, or it can be used to craft second-grade spiritual sense armor. This is the most valuable aspect of the sandworm. Indeed, it is a first-grade 9-star fierce beast. It is truly formidable. The tower spirit had told him before, and he had his suspicions, which were now confirmed. No wonder this guy emerged right after the call of the golden devouring worm king. These two are actually friends, and their intelligence has reached adult levels. No wonder they are so difficult to deal with. Subai almost spat blood. Not only was its cultivation high, but its intelligence was also not low. If it weren't for the many methods he had at his disposal, he would have been in real trouble today. By the way, it seems they all became like this after eating that Earth origin fruit. Could it be that the Earth origin fruit has the effect of awakening fierce beasts? Subai became very curious about the Earth origin fruit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sandworm, seeing that the blood-colored tower atop Subai's head, which resembled a turtle shell, had finally disappeared, and having been severely injured, let its anger cloud its judgment. Instead of seizing this rare opportunity to escape, it charged towards the floating island, seemingly determined to kill Subai. Bang! A golden barrier flickered around the floating island, and the sandworm's attacks had no effect whatsoever, not even a scratch, and instead it was thrown into disarray, further injuring its already wounded body. With blood flowing quickly from its wounds, the injury continued to worsen. The sandworm could sense the aura of death closing in on it. This uncomfortable feeling of rapidly fading life soon calmed it from its rage. Especially upon seeing the Juga crossbow in Subai's hand, although it did not know what it was, it remembered that this ant had previously harmed it with this very thing. Thinking this, it shot Subai a resentful glare before swimming towards the center of the island without any hesitation, though its speed was nowhere near what it had been before. Die! Subai would naturally not miss such an opportunity. Although he had only loaded 6 arrows, he could not afford to be picky now. He quickly pulled the trigger and shot at the sandworm's retreating figure. Whoosh! An arrow was shot out, and the sandworm indeed activated its chi barrier and the iron blocks for defense. With its intelligence, how could it leave its back completely exposed to Subai? It had certainly taken precautions, and Subai had guessed correctly. Now's my chance. Subai had only shot one arrow earlier to provoke it into activating those iron blocks. The subsequent 5 arrows would be different, directly piercing through the gaps in the iron blocks to strike its head. Screech. A mournful cry filled the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. It seemed like it wanted to turn back, but unfortunately it failed this time. Boom. The sandworm's body shook slightly before it crashed to the ground, unable to move again, with only the faint rise and fall of its body proving that it was still alive. Phew, what a monstrous creature. Subai looked at the sandworm, which could finally not rise again, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his 5 arrows had struck its vital points. He had truly exhausted all his means this time. If it weren't for the combined efforts of the arrow tower and the beast tower facilitating his surprise attack, he would have been at a loss for how to deal with this sandworm in the short term. In fact, because of its presence, he had been unable to enter this floating island. He wondered if there were any other sandworms on this floating island. There shouldn't be any more, right? With all that commotion just now, if there were other sandworms, why didn't they appear? Subai silently analyzed in his mind. However, 2 choices lay before him. The first step is to subdue this sandworm, which will undoubtedly provide significant assistance. The second is to kill it, which should yield valuable rewards. Tower Spirit, what do you think should be the choice? This was the first time Subai had asked Tower Spirit this question. However, Tower Spirit's response surprised Subai a bit. In fact, when Subai posed this question, he was already leaning towards subduing it, otherwise he wouldn't have asked, though he still felt some hesitation. Master, the injuries of this sandworm are too severe. It has sustained fatal wounds, and even if captured in the tower, it can only alleviate its injuries. However, to restore it to its original state would take too long and consume too many resources. Overall, it would be a net loss. Tower Spirit's explanation was somewhat unexpected for Subai, yet it made sense. You make a valid point. Subai nodded in agreement, frowning, though he still felt a bit reluctant. However, the next moment a prompt sound rang out, directly making the choice for Subai, relieving him of any indecision. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 9-star early-stage ferocious beast, the sandworm. You are awarded 16000 first-tier points. Wow, so many points. Subai had thought that reaching the first-tier 9 stars would yield high points, but he did not expect it to be this high. And it wasn't over yet. The prompt continued. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed the king of the sandworm tribe, and you are awarded a first-tier radar fragment. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully wiped out the entire sandworm tribe, and you are awarded a first-tier power module. Wait, does one worm count as a whole tribe? Previously, Subai had speculated that there might not be any other sandworms on the island, but it was merely a guess, and now it had been confirmed. There was indeed only one. He never expected that simply killing one would count as annihilating the entire tribe and earn him a grand prize. It was simply a double blessing. No, it was a triple blessing, as the third joy came from the next system prompt. Ding, congratulations, you have completed a hidden mission by successfully killing the strongest ferocious beast in the birth zone. You are awarded a star map for the exclusive trial area of the Eastern District in Blue Star No. 11, which has been synchronized with the floating island's auxiliary intelligence and can be accessed and updated at any time. What is this? A star map. What is that? Subai looked puzzled, but upon recalling the mention of Blue Star No. 11 and the Eastern District in the previous voice, he seemed to have some kind of speculation. Could it be a... After waiting for a while without another prompt sound, Subai summoned the island spirit to ask the doubts in his heart. Master, I have already received the star map, and I have enabled the star map function for you. Is this star map the kind of map I understand? Subai asked again. Yes, Master. The entire Blue Star No. 11 area is divided into a central area and the 4 cardinal directions southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, totaling 9 trial areas. The central area requires certain conditions to enter, and you, along with other trial takers from Blue Star No. 11, are currently distributed across the remaining 8 areas. After introducing the star map, the island spirit added, according to the star map, we are in the Eastern District. Without the star map, the upcoming journey would be aimless, relying solely on your luck. You might find other floating islands quickly, or it may take a long time. However, with the star map, we can proceed with a clear goal. Having obtained the answer he desired, Subai felt even better and smiled, saying, show me the star map. He was somewhat relieved that the sandworm had died in time. Had he truly subdued it, he couldn't guarantee that the hidden mission could have still been completed. Yes, Master. The next moment, a massive virtual projection measuring 3 meters long and 2 meters wide appeared before Subai. On this enormous star map, there were 8 flashing markers, 1 red pentagram, 1 forest marker, 1 desert marker, 1 purple cloud marker, 1 wine jar marker, 1 tent marker, 1 gold coin marker, and 1 dice marker, while the rest of the star map was pitch black with nothing else visible. Is this red pentagram my floating island? Subai asked, pointing at the softly glowing red pentagram on the star map. Yes, master, that is Blue Star Floating Island though. 10,010. The island spirit nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Confirming his location, it was not difficult to guess the 3 markers nearby. That forest marker represents the first resource floating island I explored. The desert marker is the floating island I am currently exploring, and the purple cloud should be the mist island, right? You are indeed, wise master, correct. The island spirit nodded again. After all, the only 3 floating islands near him were these, and there were no other floating islands within visible range. Then what do the wine jar marker, tent marker, gold coin marker, and dice marker represent? Although Subai had some guesses in his heart, he couldn't be certain. The wine jar marker represents the Ranger Island, the tent marker represents the military camp island, the gold coin marker represents the money island, and the dice marker represents the leisure island. These 4 islands are the official floating islands stationed by the Academy to assist trial takers, with only 1 in each region. These are the distributions of the 4 major functional islands in the eastern district of Blue Star. No. 11. The island spirit's explanation resonated with Subai, as it not only informed him of the specific functions of the islands, but also provided additional information he wanted to know, showing that it truly understood Subai better. They seemed to be moving it. Subai's eyes had not left the star map. Although the movement of those 4 islands was very slow with his current cultivation, he could still discern the subtle changes. Master, as I mentioned before, the money island is mobile, but not just the money island. Besides the floating islands of you trial takers, the 4 official functional islands can also move, as well as other floating islands like Pirate Island. The island spirit explained. I see. Subai nodded, slightly accepting this explanation. This area is pitch black. It shouldn't mean that there are no floating islands, but rather that I still need to explore, right? You are correct, master. These 4 islands are all in this direction, and they are quite far away, while the other direction isn't too far. It seems we have reached the edge of the star map. You mentioned the central area earlier. Then is the direction of the 4 functional islands also towards the central area? Yes. What about the opposite direction? Does it lead to other areas, or is there a boundary? Subai's eyes narrowed. There is a boundary. When a trialist's floating island collides with the boundary, they will receive a notification which essentially informs them of the general direction. They just need to keep moving in the opposite direction. The island spirit explained. Subai nodded slightly, gaining a more substantial understanding of the trial space. How long will it take to reach the money island? Subai pointed at the money island and asked, as he had long yearned for that place. Moreover, he had many resources on hand that he could exchange there for what he needed, thus enhancing his strength. The most critical aspect was that the money island was the closest of the 4 functional floating islands to him. The other 3 were much farther away. Approximately 4 days and 17 hours in Blue Star time. If the island master continues to increase, the speed of the floating island this time can be shortened. Subai gasped in astonishment at the island spirit's answer. He hadn't expected the distance to be so vast. To be clear, his floating island's power module had already been upgraded several times, and it could now reach a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. According to the island spirit's time frame, this meant that his floating island was a staggering 4520 kilometers away from the money island, still quite far. However, he currently had 1 power module on hand, and once he cleared the gold-devouring insects on this island, he could obtain another power module. At that point, his speed could increase by half, significantly reducing travel time. Sharpening the tools does not delay the work. That night, under the long dark sky, reducing the exploration of wild floating islands and heading directly to the money island might be a wise choice. After all, on the first cosmic day, there would be no enemies actively attacking him, which meant that the journey was safe. Subai found his mind racing with thoughts. At the same time, he made a decision. By the way, are we trialists randomly distributed? Subai suddenly remembered something and asked. Yes. By calculation, there should be over 100 trialists in the East District. Does that mean some will appear near the Money Island or the other 3 functional islands? Theoretically, it is possible, but even if it is just the East District, it is still vast and boundless. Just over 100 trialists scattered around is hardly significant. Unless one has exceptional luck, even if they are close to the 4 functional islands, they are unlikely to stumble upon them. The island spirit explained, but after finishing it seemed to remember something, and added the Money Island is an exception, as its golden light can be seen from 4 to 500 kilometers away. If there are trialists within that range, they will be able to detect it. Subai nodded slightly, confirming his previous guess. He then instructed, help me open the regional chat channel. He wanted to see if there was any useful information in the regional chat channel. Although he had been in the trial space for a long time during this period, he had either been cultivating, exploring, or live streaming. The times he had truly looked at the regional chat channel were few and far between, mainly because after the first time, he had not found any useful information. After all, he had already gained a significant lead over others, and the Blue Star Area 11 only had 100 trialists. How much useful information could they provide him? Yes, Island Master. Soon a translucent light blue chat box appeared before Subai. Instinctively, he glanced at the number in the upper right corner. 712-1000. The first cosmic day hasn't ended yet, and it's still the safest cosmic day, yet nearly 30% have already been eliminated. No, the first day isn't even over yet. The upcoming long night will be even more grueling. If they haven't stocked enough food and water, they won't be able to hold on, and will have to choose to withdraw. I fear many will drop out during the first long night. Subai felt a bit emotional upon seeing the numbers. Brothers, guess what I've discovered? What? I'm so hungry, can someone send me some food? I'd be willing to adopt him as my godfather. Rebellious son, even if your godfather wants to assist you, he has no way to do so. I don't even know where you are. This may seem like a joke, but it is in fact the truth. Sigh, those ferocious beasts on the floating islands are too brutal. I've only managed to survive a few days by ambushing a low-level fierce beast. Now my meat is about to run out and my water is nearly gone. What should I do? Do I really have to choose to withdraw? But I haven't even obtained a cultivation technique yet. After these few days, especially through the viewers' bullet comments in the live stream, many trialists have become aware of the extreme danger here. Those with self-awareness understand they are merely supporting characters. However, they are unwilling to accept it. They know that they are very unlikely to pass the trial, but since they have managed to enter, they should at least obtain a cultivation technique before withdrawing. This way their lives can be completely transformed. Cough cough, I've discovered a pirate island. Perhaps seeing no one cared about his remarks, which were just complaints as usual, the person directly revealed a shocking piece of news. What is that? A pirate island? Are there really such islands? At first they had also heard that voice mention this type of island. You actually weren't killed by pirates, you're quite lucky. You all forgot it's still the first cosmic day. Those pirates cannot actively attack me. Even if they see me, they can only watch and cannot board my island or approach it. I certainly won't be foolish enough to provoke them. That person still had self-awareness. What is the pirate island like? How many pirates are there, and what is their strength? You're not attacking, but if you get within 100 meters, it should be easy to scan with radar, right? Someone inquired. I did scan, but the information is scarce. It only states that it is a first-tier pirate island rich in pirates and various resources, as well as merits, and then there's nothing more. It's almost the same as saying nothing. Various resources. Is there no specificity? Someone curiously asked. After all, pirates are also humans, and the resources they collect must be readily available. Moreover, they must be vastly different from the wild resource islands. Most importantly, there is likely martial arts weaponry and even pills available on the island which other resource islands cannot compare to. These are incredibly enticing to trialists. No, the person replied helplessly. Is this the key? The key is the merits. What is that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Subei's eyes were equally drawn to this term. Although he didn't know what merits represented here, the people of Blue Star, especially the Chinese, could probably guess something. Someone asked in surprise, even if we obtain merits, what can we use them for? You remember the treasure trove that Subei obtained and the primary treasure points, right? Someone actually mentioned Subei, which left him utterly astonished. Has he become that famous already? Subei was truly oblivious to his own notoriety. To be more precise, he knew he was quite popular on Blue Star, but he was unaware that he was also well known among the challengers. After all, they weren't completely isolated from the world. During the live broadcasts, they could definitely grasp the situations of other challengers through bullet comments. For instance, Subei learned about Luo Feng Wuchang and others through the bullet comments in the live stream. It's the same principle. I never expected that the big shot Subei is in the same region as us, but he seems so aloof, never having spoken in the channel. I don't even know where he is. If I could encounter him, I wonder if he would take me along. Dream on. If he didn't kill you, just absorbing your floating island would be a good enough outcome. You think he would help you? With the live stream ongoing, how could he possibly do such a thing? After all, this isn't a competitive mode where only one person can clear the stage. They can completely cooperate. If he is willing, he could lead everyone to clear the stage together. Then we would all become lords and help each other out. Some people still haven't transitioned from the stable thinking of Blue Star and are a bit unrealistic. Subei shook his head slightly. His principle was, if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. In situations where others do not target him, he would not commit acts of murder or treasure seeking, but he also wouldn't do anything detrimental to his own interests, nor would he help others for nothing. He is no saint. The trial space selects lords. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. The Academy surely does not want to see everyone banding together, otherwise wouldn't they just put everyone together to survive? The reason for the separation is likely to test and hone everyone's individual abilities. Gathering together clearly goes against the Academy's original intent. It can be foreseen that the Academy surely has contingency plans. He cannot guarantee what bad things might happen later. It's just that I got a first-tier high-quality ranged weapon at the start, just good luck. If I had such equipment from the beginning, I would definitely be better than him. Some people were indeed envious of Su by looking down upon him. Subai didn't mind. He wasn't a soft girl currency. How could he be loved by everyone? Has anyone discovered the Money Island? It's been quite some time, and there's still no news. It can't be that it doesn't exist, right? Someone asked. Clearly, it wasn't just Subai searching for the Money Island. Oh, everyone was very interested in it. Could it be that someone found it, but is unwilling to tell everyone? That shouldn't be the case. This is a big deal. Once someone truly finds the Money Island, the viewers on Blue Star will definitely know about it. They would certainly mention it in our live stream's bullet comments. But since we haven't heard anything yet, it indicates that no one has discovered the Money Island. What if the other party isn't live streaming? As this was said, there was a brief pause in the comments. Clearly this scenario is quite likely. After all, human nature is selfish. To be honest, I did see the Money Island. However, according to my island spirit, the Money Island is a full 495 kilometers away from me. At my floating island speed of 10 kilometers per hour, it would take at least 49 hours to get there. I'm currently heading that way. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and the comments began to scroll rapidly. Damn, are you that lucky? As long as you can see it, isn't it far? Just 49 hours, what's that? It's not that simple. Don't forget the Money Island is mobile. If it also moves in the same direction as that guy upstairs, it might quickly disappear from his sight. It could also be moving towards him. In that case, they might meet in a shorter time. So envious. Do you all have enough ferocious beasts killed, or have you gathered enough resources? Has there been a lot of wealth dropped? If not, I advise everyone not to think about the Money Island anymore, because even if you go there, you won't have any money. Damn, that hurts. Shifting his gaze from the regional channel, Subai fell into contemplation. It seems that as time goes by, everyone will soon discover various functional islands, as well as that pirate island. It's a pity that everyone lacks a star map and doesn't know their positions at all. Subai even considered sharing the star map earlier. For him, there would be no loss. But then he thought it might not be useful. Having just a map isn't enough. Coordinates are also needed. Without fixed coordinates, even if they got the star map, it would be useless. Unless they obtain their own exclusive star map, only then can they accurately locate themselves. It was precisely because he understood this that he did not share the star map directly. I won't share it in the channel, but later during the live stream, I can share it with the viewers, especially the country. If the country takes action, they should be able to gather the positional information of other challengers. Through comprehensive big data comparisons, they might be able to create a more detailed and effective map. Having thought of this, Subai had already made a decision. As for whether this more detailed map would affect him once, there would definitely be some impact, but for the first stage, the benefits would absolutely outweigh the drawbacks. Although it could also enhance the strength of other challengers in the Eastern District, it could similarly help Subai save a lot of exploration time and directly locate certain positions, such as Pirate Island and islands like Shirong Island hidden in the darkness. Returning to his senses, Subai refocused his attention on the corpse of the sandworm. He saw a few spoils floating about 30 centimeters above the corpse and hurried over to pick up a golden bill to take a look. Name: Golden Bill. Face value 20. Description: this is a golden bill worth 20 gold coins, highly valuable. The golden bill has face values of 20, 50, 200, 500, and 1000. It has a higher denomination than the copper and silver bills. Subai nodded slightly. This wasn't much. He gathered 3 of them directly into his personal space. At the same time, he also understood the exchange rate among these currencies in the trial space. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, while 1 silver coin equals 1000 copper coins. In other words, 1 gold coin is worth a full 1000 copper coins, which is extremely valuable. After putting away the gold coins, Subai casually picked up a book thinking it was a manual for a technique, only to find it was a martial skill, and a rather special one at that. Name: Soul-Breaking Howl. Level 3rd, rank upper grade. Description: a rare martial skill that combines sound wave techniques with divine sense attacks. It can surpass opponents with weak soul strength, and is comparable to a 4th rank lower grade martial skill. Subai couldn't help but gasp astonished. Just 60 gold coins was already quite a lot, and now I find a special martial skill of 3rd rank upper grade. Am I really this lucky? Subai couldn't hold back a breath of cold air, feeling greatly shocked. Island spirit, is this normal? He questioned, voicing his confusion. It's quite normal. If the island master were at the 9th layer of body refinement and killed the sand bug, he would only receive a maximum of 20 gold coins and a first-rank upper-grade martial skill. However, the island master's current cultivation is only at the peak of 5th layer of body refinement, defeating enemies several minor realms above him, hence the rewards will increase exponentially. The island spirit explained. I see now. Subai replied this answer was indeed in line with his expectations, as he had previously asked a similar question. It seems I've really struck it rich this time. As Subai celebrated, his gaze returned to the loot above the sand bug's corpse. He picked up a wooden box again, feeling its considerable weight. Unable to hold on to it, it crashed to the ground, leaving Subai in shock. How can this be so heavy? His current strength was nearly 6,000 kilograms, which was the universal standard for cultivation. On Blue Star, he could lift at least 20,000 kilograms. This meant that the wooden box before him exceeded 20,000 kilograms, which was simply unbelievable. He hurriedly activated his Eye of Insight to examine it. Name 9 Calamities Mystic Thundergun Case. Level 4th rank, lower grade. Description: contains 9 heavy guns which can be used individually or fused together to create a more powerful weapon. One gun is a first rank lower grade. When 2 guns are combined, they can advance to a first rank middle grade, and so forth. When 9 guns are fused, they become a third rank upper grade. And if the 9 Calamities Mystic Thunder Core within the case is also fused, it can directly transform into a 4th rank lower grade spiritual treasure. While there are actually such magical weapons in this world, this is totally absurd. Subai's eyes widened in disbelief after reading the description, even ignoring the new weapon rank of spiritual treasure. But then he thought again and became excited. Great, with such a treasure, I finally don't have to worry about not having a suitable weapon for a while. He was skilled with guns and had already replaced his black iron heavy gun once. As his cultivation improved, he was about to change weapons again, but with this 9 Calamities Mystic Thunder Gun Case, he might not need to change weapons until reaching the 4th realm. What could be better than this? Open. With a thought, Subai opened the gun case to reveal 9 identical long guns lying quietly inside. Each gun's shaft was marked with numbers from 1 to 9, indicating the order of fusion, and above the 9 long guns was a blue gem sparkling with arcs of thunder, which should be the 9 Calamities Mystic Thunder Core. Without wasting time, Subai directly took out gun No. 1 and gun No. 2, placing them together. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded as the 2 long guns fused seamlessly, their length and appearance barely changing, but their weight significantly increased. Nice. Subai praised, noting that this long gun was nearly a third heavier than the black iron heavy gun, yet it had no effect on him. At this moment, the first rank middle grade black iron heavy gun no longer seemed appealing to him. It felt like an old cow, while the newly combined second Calamity Mystic Thunder Gun was now his favorite. He closed the gun case and placed the second Calamity Mystic Thunder Gun into his spatial pocket alongside the Juga crossbow and the Black Star, all of which were easily accessible weapons. Subai's gaze returned to the sand bug's corpse, where only one type of loot remained, something he was quite. Indeed, it was the lower grade blood crystal. He collected a total of 50 complete lower grade blood crystals and stored them in his spatial pocket with the others. This meant he now had a total of 67 complete lower grade blood crystals, sufficient for personal use or to maintain the small Xuanwu town. Tower Spirit, please refine the sand bug's corpse as well. Subai waved his hand, storing the sand bug's body in the 9th layer of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Master, should I keep the soul pearl inside the sand bug? This time the Tower Spirit unusually did not respond immediately, but instead asked a question. What's the difference? Subai asked curiously. The sand bug's entire soul energy is concentrated in the soul pearl, which is why even after it has been dead for a while, its divine power shows no signs of dissipating. If refined, it can directly condense into a first-rank upper-grade soul pill. If not refined, the soul pearl can be kept for the master to use for trading. The Tower Spirit began to actively consider things for Subai. This was commendable. Do all first-rank 9-star beasts have soul pearls? Subai did not answer, but instead thought of another question, primarily regarding its rarity and value. Not necessarily. Normally, only 4th-rank beasts can condense soul pearls. Below 4th rank, only a few rare beasts can condense them, and the sandbug is one of them. The Tower Spirit explained. Subai understood, pondering. Then let's keep it for now, since there's no need to worry about soul energy dissipating. There's no rush. If he truly needed it later, refining could still be done. He mainly wanted to see the value of this soul pearl. If it was very high, refining it would not be cost-effective. Understood, Master, the Tower Spirit replied. Has the golden-eating bug king submitted yet? Subai asked with concern. Not yet. Its will is stronger than that of the wild hawk, and it will need more time. The Tower Spirit replied helplessly. Got it. Subai nodded slightly. 2 choices lay before him. First, wait for the golden-eating bug king to submit, then have it summon all the golden-eating bugs on the floating island, and he would directly collect them all into the 10,000 Beasts Tower, saving time. Second, he could directly ascend the island and capture these golden-eating bugs one by one without waiting, which could be done immediately. Forget it, sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping firewood. I should wait a bit. If I go up directly to catch them, it would waste too much time. Instead, I might as well use this time to cultivate and improve my own strength. Subai quickly made this wise choice. It's a pity that I promised the audience to explore this floating island together. It seems I will have to break that promise now. Subai felt quite helpless about this. Unexpected events occur at every moment unaffected by Subai's will. All he can do is make choices that are beneficial to himself. Island Spirit start the live broadcast. Subai felt it was already inappropriate to miss the appointment. If he had previously promised the viewers that he would go live soon, and then failed to do so, it would not bode well. Of course, this time he did not plan to take everyone to explore the island, but rather to chat casually and hold a lottery draw. Yes, Island Master. Inside the Beijing base. Absurd. Do you know how important blood crystals are to the testers? To raise such an impudent request at this time, do you wish to make the testers lose trust in us? This is the worst kind of option, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Zhang Yong slammed the table, directly rejecting the suggestions of certain individuals. Chief, I heard that the Sam country has obtained a small piece of low-grade blood crystal from a tester and has begun scientific research on it. If we don't have any, we will fall behind. Subai currently has quite a few blood crystals. We don't need many, just one, and we can pay for it. He should agree, as losing a small piece of flawed blood crystal won't affect his cultivation. The person who had just suggested this was still somewhat reluctant to give up. Chief, judging from Subai's previous transaction with us, he is quite reasonable and patriotic. He has also mentioned that within his capabilities, he can help us with some simple tasks. For other testers, blood crystals are currently the most precious resource, and trading with us could indeed affect their chances of clearing the trials. However, this will not be the case with Subai. Another senior official spoke up. It was evident that many supported this decision, but Zhang Yong had been consistently vetoing it. A portion of others remained silent, only listening quietly. Old Zhang, we originally did not want to do this, but we really cannot fall behind Sam country. This statement left Zhang Yong silent. Let's wait a bit longer. Given Subai's cultivation speed, low-grade blood crystals should soon have little effect on him. At that point, we can bring this matter up again. Zhang Yong finally compromised, but he also had his own insistence. When he saw others wanting to speak, he directly interrupted. All right, it's decided then. It's only a few days that won't create a significant gap. Seeing Zhang Yong say this, what else could the others say? They could only nod and no longer continue discussing the topic. By the way, how is the Dragon team doing now? Zhang Yong shifted the topic. The leader of the Dragon team, Li Yu, had not yet recovered, so the Dragon team was temporarily under their management. A participant responsible for data management glanced at the data on the computer and looked up to respond. During this period, our country has already eliminated 10596 people, among which 2944 have been confirmed dead, and the remaining 7652 have all returned to Blue Star. We have contacted over 7600 of them, with more than 5300 agreeing to join the Dragon team. The remaining 2300 are still considering, and our people are following up with them. Currently, how many sets of martial arts and techniques have we obtained? Zhang Yong asked again. We have 4 sets of upper-grade first-level techniques, 11 sets of middle-grade first-level techniques, 49 sets of lower-grade first-level techniques, and 35 sets of martial arts of various levels. Additionally, based on our tracking of the live streams of the testers, those who have exited should still possess at least 10 sets of techniques and martial arts. They are unwilling to surrender them or trade, and we are still in communication with them. A member of the Dragon team responsible for this matter replied. There's no need to rush on this matter, nor can we force it. We already have so many techniques and martial arts, which is sufficient. If they are really unwilling, then so be it. However, these individuals must be officially registered with us and are not allowed to leave the country. As long as they don't break the law, they are free to do as they wish. Zhang Yong thought for a moment and said, Chief, won't this be problematic? What if the techniques leak abroad or are directly exposed online? After all, the content of the techniques is quite complex. If ordinary citizens lack any relevant knowledge, randomly practicing could lead to issues, especially since they are not testers and do not have the assistance of the Island Spirit. Someone expressed concern. Indeed, many testers initially lamented that the techniques were difficult to practice and could not find the path. Later, they discovered that as long as they inquired with the Island Spirit, it would serve as a very good teacher, assisting them in their cultivation and answering their various questions during the cultivation process. For this reason, all testers who obtain techniques have already begun their cultivation. You don't need to worry about this issue. The cabinet has already held a meeting, and soon basic cultivation knowledge will be disseminated nationwide through official media. Zhang Yong said with a smile. They will have testers who have already exited. These individuals understand some cultivation knowledge. By integrating what these people know with information collected from various live streams about cultivation knowledge, and through artificial intelligence organization, a course on basic cultivation knowledge will be created. That's wonderful. Everyone was very interested in this. Just as they were about to continue discussing the next issue, Zhang Yong's phone vibrated slightly. He glanced at it and immediately stood up excitedly. All right, today's meeting ends here. Subai has started his broadcast. Oh, let's go take a look. So soon. Everyone was shocked. They knew that it was after Subai had finished his previous broadcast that they'd gathered for this meeting. Now the meeting was not even over, and he started broadcasting again. Didn't he say before he finished that it wouldn't be too long? All right, let's not talk about this anymore. At the Sam Country Intelligence Bureau. Jones, didn't you say you would get a piece of blood crystal for the commander? After all the effort to obtain it, why did you give it to the research institute? The commander made that decision himself. Such a significant matter, I couldn't make that call. Jones quickly waved his hand. He could say that the commander felt the low-grade blood crystal was too small. After seeing it, the commander was utterly displeased, not only failing to praise him, but also scolding him harshly. Using it for cultivation would have minimal effect. It was better to give it up to appear selfless. Thus Jonas' efforts turned into the commander's achievements, while Jones himself gained nothing. Oh, he was scolded. Jones was also speechless about this. Oh, working with such a commander was indeed challenging. Have they developed anything useful yet? James asked curiously. He was not as up-to-date on this intelligence as, not yet. That group of scientists only said that the blood crystal contains powerful bioenergy, but it cannot be extracted for use at the moment. Other aspects are still under study. It won't be fast, Jones casually replied without keeping it a secret. At that moment, a subordinate came in to report. Director the Eastern Subai has started his broadcast. Let's go take a look. James quickly stood up. Subai has now become a symbol for all testers in Blue Star, attracting the attention of high officials from various countries, major enterprises, and even ordinary citizens. On Floating Island No. 10010 of Blue Star. Family, we meet again. Welcome to my live stream. Subai spoke his opening remarks with increasing proficiency, completely devoid of the nervousness and awkwardness from his first live broadcast, showcasing a remarkable growth rate. Old Bai, when did you become so fast? You actually started streaming again in such a short time. The audience was astonished. Yeah, although you mentioned before that this time wouldn't take too long with the previous time as a comparison, I thought it would at least take a day, especially since you gained quite a few benefits. Don't you need time to digest? This time Subai's speed in starting the broadcast did indeed exceed most people's expectations. Subai hesitated for a moment, but steeled himself, and said, family, this time, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? What bad news and good news? What's going on here? Some audience members were baffled. Old Bai, when did you learn this? Just tell us what's going on. Let's hear the bad news first. It's better to start with the bitter before the sweet. No, let's start with the good news. Once I hear it, I'll close the live stream and come back later. This way I'll only have good news. While the person upstairs is quite the clever one. Subai looked at the rapidly scrolling barrage of messages in the live stream, and the skyrocketing number of online viewers cleared his throat, and said, I see that most people want to hear the bad news first, so I shall oblige. Ahem, so I previously mentioned that I would take everyone to explore the third floating island, but it seems that won't be possible now. Please look, that floating island has nothing on it, just a deserted island. Subai had the island spirit point the camera at the opposite floating island using a long shot. From a distance it indeed appeared to be completely empty. It was a pity it turned out to be a deserted island, which was unexpected for me. The audience did feel a bit regretful. No wonder Subai started the broadcast so quickly. It turned out there was nothing to explore. I had a suspicion before, but I didn't expect there to really be a deserted island. And then there's the hindsight wisdom. Well, this isn't exactly bad news. Since it's a deserted island, there's nothing to be nostalgic about here. Old Bai, you can start wandering, now searching for the next floating island where resources might appear. Some people were quite calm about it. I feel like something's off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Old Bai, what about the good news? Hurry and tell us. The bad news wasn't as bad as everyone expected, and they were even more curious about what the good news was. The good news is that I plan to do a live stream lottery. Last time on Misty Island, I gained a lot of first-tier points, so I can draw multiple times. Subai didn't keep everyone waiting and directly stated the alternative plan for this live stream. That indeed counts as good news. Old Bai, hurry up. Some were eager with anticipation. Looking forward to it. Old Bai's live stream lottery is always highly anticipated. At this stage, it's only you, Old Bai. Everyone else is doing common tier lotteries and doesn't have that many first-tier points. The lottery here is definitely more exciting and fulfilling. After all, it takes 1,000 first-tier points to conduct a first-tier lottery, which requires defeating quite a few first-tier fierce beasts to obtain, not an easy task. Of course, after such a long time there have been some who have conducted first-tier lotteries, but they were only single draws, and then it ended. Unlike Su Bai, who can conduct multiple draws. Old Bai, hurry and draw. I'm transferring all my good luck for the next year to you. Old Bai, come on. We're at my favorite segment now. Su Bai smiled as he shifted his gaze away from the barrage, and said to the island spirit, I'd like to conduct a first-tier lottery. Do you wish to spend 1,000 first-tier points to conduct a first-tier lottery? Yes. The next moment, a familiar scene appeared before Su Bai and all the viewers in the live stream. 3 wooden boxes with simple carvings appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Su Bai, waiting for his selection. Name: Shin Iron. Passed. The first box contained 50 kilograms of Shin Iron. If it were before, he would have definitely chosen it, but there was a floating island nearby that contained Shin Iron, or so. He didn't have an urgent need for it at the moment. Name: Alchemical Path Heritage, First-Tier Fragment Level, First-Tier Superior. Introduction: one of the core heritages of the Cosmic Lord Academy, the complete heritage contains over 90% of the methods and formulas for refining medicines in the universe. This is a first-tier fragment, and still incomplete, containing 4 formulas and methods specifically for revitalizing pill, healing pill, body refining pill, and vitality pill. I choose this. Su Bai made his selection without any hesitation. Unexpectedly, the first draw of the day yielded such a good item, which made Su Bai very excited. He felt that his luck was quite good today. As for the remaining box, he naturally took a cautious glance at it. It was just a first-tier inferior weapon, which he found completely unappealing. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Alchemical Path Heritage, first-tier fragment. As the notification sound faded, a crystal stone emitting a purple glow appeared before Su Bai, and at the same time a stream of information entered his consciousness, instantly revealing to him how to use this crystal to accept the heritage. It's simple. Just place the heritage crystal on your forehead, and you can accept the heritage within it. However, this crystal can only be used by one person. Once the heritage is received, the crystal will shatter automatically. Family, it seems my luck is quite good. The first box yielded great items. Su Bai briefly explained the content of the Alchemical Path Heritage to the viewers. Of course, he only mentioned that it taught him how to refine pills, and that there were some formulas included, but he certainly wouldn't disclose the specifics of the medicines or the content of the heritage to everyone. Great. With this Alchemical Path Heritage in front of me, even if I later take out pills or rapidly increase my cultivation, I'll have a better excuse. Su Bai was already beaming with joy. Wow, this luck is just unbelievable. The audience was also astonished by the first reward, not expecting such a great item to appear. In many cultivation novels, alchemy is considered the foremost of all arts and a money-making tool. With alchemy skills, Old Bai can earn endless money just by finding a money island without needing to venture out for adventures, and can simply cultivate on the money island. I suddenly realized a brilliant idea. If we go to Money Island, can the trial participants stay there until the assessment ends? Wouldn't that be very safe? Well, that's true, but unfortunately, I don't know where Money Island is. Don't be naive. Such an obvious bug. Will the Cosmic Academy ignore it? It's not their first time organizing such trials for recruitment. That definitely won't work. I estimate there will be time limits and various restrictions for logging into Money Island. That makes sense. That shouldn't be very likely. Old Bai, what pill formulas are there in this alchemical inheritance? Can you tell us? Someone curiously asked. They're all pills for enhancing cultivation, restoring vitality, and healing injuries. Su Bai simply stated this without going into detailed answers according to the audience's questions. Alright, let's continue the lottery. Su Bai didn't delay. This time, there wasn't much valuable stuff. He chose 50 kilograms of mysterious iron. Soon the first 7 rounds of the first-tier lottery passed without anything impressive appearing. Perhaps his expectations were too high. Until the 8th time. Name: Qingmu Medicine Cauldron Level First-Tier Superior. Description: can be used to refine various pills from first-tier inferior to superior, perfect for first-tier alchemists, originating from the Qingmu Empire of the 7-Star Lord Nation. Great. Finally, I can try alchemy myself. Su Bai was in high spirits. Although he had the Beast Tower and didn't lack blood spirit pills and soul pills, which are treasures for cultivation, and he also had a large amount of blood crystals for cultivation, other pills have various effects. They suit not only himself and his battle pets, but will also be suitable for his islanders in the future, and the surplus can be traded for money to develop his floating island. As for the concern about wasting cultivation time, that's not really a problem. After all, cultivation cannot be rushed. The body has limits. Continuous cultivation requires rest through sleep or meditation to recover. Alchemy can also help restore physical fatigue while aiding in better control of one's vital energy circulation, thus serving multiple purposes. Old by you truly are favored by the heavens. First there is the alchemical inheritance, and now a medicine cauldron has appeared. Hurry and try alchemy for us to see. Some audience members urged eagerly. A first-tier superior medicine cauldron, this is fantastic. But I wonder if he has enough spiritual herbs on hand. It's probably doubtful. After all, he has only explored 2 floating islands, and the types of spiritual herbs obtained are limited. Unless he happens to have enough for alchemy, he might have to wait until he goes to Money Island to procure enough spiritual herbs to start alchemy. Side back to square one. Where exactly is Money Island? Subai glanced at the barrage comments, understanding the concerns of the audience, but he didn't say anything and continued with the lottery. The 9th time. Up to the 17th time, perhaps his luck had run out. After drawing 9 times in a row, he didn't get a single item worth his attention, making Subai feel the urge to give up. Of course, this was just Subai's feeling. However, the audience was extremely envious, as these items were valuable to other trial participants. They simply didn't meet Subai's standards. Until the 18th lottery, he drew something good again, which lifted Subai's spirits once more. Name General Cannon Crystal Energy Level 1st Tier Superior Description: a decent crystal energy long-range weapon that extracts the power of vital energy from blood crystals to condense vital energy bullets, delivering fatal strikes to enemies. It has 3 adjustable levels. As long as it hits directly, level 1 can instantly kill 1st Tier 3-star limits, level 2 can instantly kill 1st Tier 6-star limits, and level 3 can instantly kill 1st Tier 9-star limits. The Arrow Tower's attack power was clearly weaker than that of the General Cannon, but the Arrow Tower also had its advantages. In crucial moments, it could shoot multiple. The Arrow Tower's attack power was clearly weaker than that of the General Cannon, but the Arrow Tower also had its advantages. In crucial moments, it could shoot multiple arrows simultaneously, whereas the General Cannon could only fire 1 shell at a time. One is for single target attacks, while the other can do both single and area attacks. The next moment, a half-human tall cannon wrapped in mysterious iron and intricately carved with patterns in secret silver appeared before Subai and the audience. What the hell am I seeing? Is that a cannon? The audience, especially those from Blue Star, widened their eyes in disbelief. How could such a thing appear? This is too outrageous. Why wouldn't it appear? Don't forget, Old By has the Black Star pistol, and someone previously obtained grenades indicating that this is a normal occurrence. Unfortunately, it seems there is only the cannon and no shells. Doesn't that make it a decoration? According to the nature of the trial space, since a cannon was drawn, it is very likely that shells will be drawn in the subsequent lotteries. Didn't Old By previously draw Black Star bullets? That makes sense. I can't argue against that. Subai quickly stepped forward, patted the metallic and menacing General Cannon, and briefly introduced its power to the audience, once again eliciting gasps and envy from everyone. He placed the cannon back at the edge of the floating island on the opposite side of the Arrow Tower, perfectly positioned to defend both sides of the floating island. Let's continue the lottery. Subai had quite a few first-tier points on hand. Keeping them would be a waste, so it was better to exchange them for some. However, he didn't know if his luck had run out again. He needed to accumulate points. After another 17 consecutive lottery draws, he didn't win anything good, leaving Subai feeling a bit black and wanting to spit blood. Just as he was preparing to grit his teeth and continue the lottery, the voice of the tower's spirit echoed in his mind. Master, I have already subdued the king of gold-eating insects. Finally, some good news. Subai appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited inside. The recent gloom had completely vanished. Everyone, it seems my luck has run out. I don't have many first-tier points left. I think I will wait until the next live stream when my luck improves to draw again. Let's leave it at that for today. Also, the timing of the next live stream is currently uncertain. After all, the void is vast, and no one knows when the next valuable floating island will be found. After Subai finished speaking, he closed the live stream and eagerly summoned the king of gold-eating insects. Unlike before, this time the king of gold-eating insects looked at Subai with friendly eyes. It flew onto Subai's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its cool face against Subai's. Come on, let's gather your kin. I will provide you with a better life. Subai gently stroked the insect king's head with his right hand. The king of gold-eating insects obediently nodded. With a single step, Subai leaped back onto the barren floating island. I'm counting on you, Subai said, patting the king of devouring gold insects. The creature immediately understood, flying off Subai's shoulder and producing a rhythmic chirping sound. Soon Subai witnessed swarms of devouring gold insects pouring forth from the entire island like a tide of insects. Gather. Subai quickly summoned the beast tower. This time, not even needing to suppress, he effortlessly absorbed groups of devouring gold insects from the ground, consuming very little vitality. Is that all? Subai glanced around just as he was about to instruct the island spirit to scan with radar. The system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating all members of the Devouring Gold Insect clan. You have received one level 1 power module as a reward. This time it was indeed defeated rather than killed, but fortunately the reward was unaffected, which was sufficient. Master, all the Devouring Gold Insects have been captured, reported the tower spirit, speaking in succession. How many Devouring Gold Insects did we capture in total? Subai asked with concern, having focused solely on capturing the insects without paying attention to the details. To report to the master, there is 1 initial stage 7-star insect king, 4 initial stage 6-star protectors, 18 initial stage 5-star leaders, 452 initial stage 4-star ordinary devouring gold insects, and 1,567 ordinary devouring gold insects of initial stage 3 and 2, totaling 2,042 devouring gold insects. The tower spirit replied earnestly. Protectors and leaders, what are those? Subai asked, looking bewildered. To report to the master, these are the ranks within the Devouring Gold Insect clan. Protectors generally live alongside the Insect King to guard it, while Devouring Gold Insects are numerous, and the Xian iron mines are widely spread, thus requiring the insects to be divided. The leaders are responsible for each Xian iron mine specifically. Are you saying there are 18 Xian iron mines on this floating island? Subai asked in shock. Isn't that a bit too many? This is just the birth zone after all. According to the information provided by the Devouring Gold Insects, that is indeed the case. However, these Xian iron mines are all micro veins and not large, so the reserves may not be substantial. Upon hearing the tower spirit's response, Subai felt not disappointment, but rather excitement. This had exceeded his expectations. Not large is fine as long as there is a lot. It should still add up to a considerable amount. Now the biggest question is how to mine these Xian iron mines. If I want the Devouring Gold Insects to mine them, is it feasible? What if they just don't eat and mine everything out? Subai asked. No problem, it just takes time. How long will it take to mine all the Xian iron? Subai inquired again. After a moment, the tower spirit replied, it will take about 7 hours. Hearing the tower spirit's answer, Subai sighed in relief. This time frame was acceptable, as all of this was the food for the Devouring Gold Insects. Although he had quite a bit of Xian iron on hand from previous lottery wins, it might not be enough to feed so many Devouring Gold Insects. If he didn't prepare a large amount of food in advance while wandering in the void, it was possible that the Devouring Gold Insects might starve, which was something he did not want to see. It's fine, I can wait. Saying this, Subai released all the Devouring Gold Insects, first instructing them to gather all the crystal sand and pile it in one spot for him to collect, then starting an intensive mining operation. You all assist in mining the Xian iron as well. Subai waved his hand, summoning the wild vulture, the little dragon, and the little red. With more people, or rather battle pets, the strength would be greater. It was estimated that they could save about an hour. In short, any time saved was beneficial. After preparing everything, Subai headed straight for the central position of the floating island, which was the lair of the sandworms. His purpose for going there was not just to see what else was left in the lair, which was a secondary task, but mainly to search for the Earth Origin fruit. After all, the information indicated that the Earth Origin fruit and sandworms had a symbiotic relationship, so it was highly likely to be there. In the center of the floating island, a cave entrance with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before Subai's eyes. This entrance was level with the ground and could not be seen from a distance. Only by approaching could one discover it. Subai quickly activated his insight eye to probe the situation inside the cave. Even though he knew there were no sandworms left, being cautious was always wise. Found you, Subai said with a slight smile, jumping directly into the cave. After several twists and turns, he finally stopped in front of a 1.5 meter tall small tree. However, upon seeing the condition of the small tree, Subai's expression turned grave. Name: Earth Origin Fruit Tree. Level: Initial Stage 1. Description: This is a spiritual tree that has lost the nourishment of sandworms and is about to wither. You should quickly pick the Earth Origin fruits from it to prevent their extinction alongside the spiritual tree. Name: Earth Origin Fruit. Level: Initial Stage 1. Description: This fruit can improve constitution, purify the quality of qi and blood, and contains a trace of source power. Consuming this fruit increases the probability of breaking through the qi refinement stage by 10%, with better effects on ferocious beasts, helping them to awaken their intelligence, and serving as a primary material for awakening pills. Indeed, the high intelligence of the king of devouring gold insects and sandworms is due to their consumption of this Earth Origin fruit. Subai nodded slightly. He had suspected this when he first saw the information about the insect king and sandworms, and now it was merely confirmed. However, he had not expected that besides awakening intelligence, the Earth Origin Fruit had strong effects in other areas, especially in increasing the probability of breaking through the Qi refinement stage. Just this aspect alone made the Earth Origin Fruit extremely valuable, even more precious than some second-stage spiritual fruits. What a pity there are only 3 left. Subai still felt a bit greedy. Looking around, he found the habitat of the sandworms, where 4 complete low-grade blood crystals and 7 incomplete blood crystals remained. Since he was here, Subai naturally would not give up. After storing these items in his personal space, he searched around but found no other valuable items. Subai then returned to the Earth Origin Fruit tree, gently reaching out to carefully pick the 3 Earth Origin Fruits and placing them into his personal space to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. The moment the 3 Earth Origin Fruits were picked, the fruit tree began to wither rapidly. Subai dared not delay, quickly uprooting the tree and racing back to his floating island. Arriving by the spiritual spring, he replanted it and watered it with the spring water. Is it not working? Seeing the fruit tree, still withering albeit the rate of decay had slightly slowed due to the nourishment of the spring water, Subai frowned, feeling a pang of regret. All right. It seemed he had thought of something. He flipped his hand, and 3 models of micro-spiritual springs appeared again. He planned to create 3 more micro-spiritual springs to increase the supply of spiritual water. Would this not further slow the withering process? As long as the recovery speed exceeds the withering speed, theoretically, could it be saved? However, just as he took out the model, the voice of the island spirit echoed, "Master of the island, shall we merge these 3 miniature spiritual springs with the spiritual spring on the island? Can they really be merged?" Subai was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Of course, 4 miniature first-grade superior spiritual springs can be merged to promote to a second-grade inferior small spiritual spring. 4 second-grade inferior small spiritual springs can be merged to promote to a medium second-grade medium spiritual spring, and 4 medium second-grade medium spiritual springs can be merged to promote to a large second-grade superior spiritual spring. The island spirit explained. What about the large second-grade superior spiritual spring? Subai was amazed by the ability to merge and upgrade spiritual springs, but was also curious about higher-grade springs. That would require a spiritual vein. The large spiritual spring is already the limit of merging. A spiritual vein. Subai nodded thoughtfully. However, seeing the Earth Origin Fruit tree still slowly withering, Subai immediately chose to merge, feeling a glimmer of hope in his heart. In an instant, a brilliant light filled his vision. Once the light dissipated, the previously 1.5 meters in diameter and merely 2 meters deep spiritual spring had undergone a tremendous transformation, now boasting a diameter of 4 meters and a depth that appeared to be 8 meters. Name: Spiritual Spring, small level, second grade, inferior. Description: according to the Blue Star timekeeping method, it can produce 1 liter of second grade inferior spiritual spring water per hour. The spiritual spring water contains a faint trace of cosmic source power. Continuous consumption can improve physical constitution, heal hidden injuries, enhance root quality, with a certain probability of upgrading root quality. It can also be used to irrigate spiritual plants, accelerating their growth and helping them regain vitality. Island Spirit, can I use this second-grade inferior spiritual spring water to revive this Earth Origin Fruit tree? Subai asked. No, the Island Spirit replied decisively. Why not? This is a second-grade inferior spiritual spring, and the Earth Origin Fruit tree is only a first-grade superior one. Subai pressed on. The Earth Origin Fruit tree is a special spiritual plant living and dying together with sandworms. Is there really no way? Subai genuinely did not want to give up. Although the Earth Origin Fruit was of low grade, its effects were truly extraordinary. If there existed such a spiritual plant, there would even be a chance to form a forest producing a large quantity of Earth Origin fruits, which would become another long-term income source for his territory. There is a way. You need to obtain the soul pearl of the sandworm combined with this second-grade inferior spiritual spring water and nurtured with blood crystals, and perhaps it could be revived. You should have said so earlier, Subai said without a hint of hesitation, quickly taking out the soul pearl along with several pieces of damaged inferior blood crystals. What should I do next? Subai asked. Master, just leave the next steps to me, but the survival probability is only 70%. If it fails, please don't blame me. The Island Spirit gave Subai a heads up in advance. You just do it. If it fails, I absolutely won't blame you, Subai said without hesitation, directly handing the soul pearl and blood crystals to the Island Spirit. How long will it take? It will take 3 hours to see whether it can be revived. All right, if there are any developments, notify me immediately. Subai nodded slightly, leaving this matter to the Island Spirit as he went to handle other affairs. Glancing at the arrow-making workshop that was continuously producing arrows, and at the busy gold-devouring insects and battle pets, Bai felt an inexplicable surge of pride. In less than half a cosmic day, he had accumulated the current foundation from nothing. Who else could do this? The Island Master's mansion needs to be upgraded, but some materials are still lacking. Bai finally looked at his Island Master's mansion. Logically speaking, it was more than enough for one person to live in, but he still wanted to see what the upgraded Island Master's mansion would look like. Island Spirit, I want to perform a mundane level lottery. Bai shouted. Ding, do you want to consume 1,000 mundane level points to perform the lottery? Yes. For Bai, the mundane level lottery had lost its allure. This lottery primarily focused on materials needed for upgrading the Island Master's mansion. If none were available, he would choose resources like food. If useful technological products appeared, he would naturally accept them. After drawing a total of 37 mundane level lotteries, he finally gathered all the materials. In addition, he also obtained quite a bit of diesel lighters, gas tanks, and other strategic reserve resources. Island Spirit, I want to upgrade the Island Master's mansion, Bai hurriedly commanded. Ding, upgrading to a mid-level Island Master's mansion requires 300 cubic meters of wood, 300 cubic meters of stone, 10 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of mysterious iron, 300 pieces of first-grade inferior beast skins, 30 pieces of first-grade medium beast skins, plus 300 copper coins. Please confirm if you wish to upgrade. Confirm. Bai quickly took out all the resources needed for the upgrade and placed them on the bluestone square. Ding, upgrade started. It will take 1 minute. The moment the prompt sounded, the entire Island Master's mansion was enveloped in a white mist obscuring what was happening inside. However, he could hear the sounds of hammering from within, and he was also pushed away by an invisible force to a farther location. The original place of the Island Master's mansion quickly expanded until it reached a certain limit and then stopped growing. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Ding, congratulations, the Island Master's mansion has been upgraded to mid-level. As the prompt finished, the white mist dissipated, revealing an ancient 2-story wooden pavilion before him. In front of the pavilion was a nearly 200 square meter courtyard. In one corner of the yard was the spiritual spring that had previously been placed behind the Island Master's mansion. Next to the spiritual spring grew 2 spiritual trees, namely the Xianlei fruit tree and the Earth Origin fruit tree. The courtyard was paved with bluestone, and above the main gate of the courtyard a gilded plaque bore the 3 large characters of Island Master's mansion. Outside the courtyard was a large training ground covering 500 square meters, spacious enough for dozens of soldiers to train without feeling crowded. Island Spirit, please introduce to me the situation of this mid-level Island Master's mansion. Bai inquired while pushing open the heavy door and stepping into the courtyard. Master, the mid-level Island Master's mansion consists of 2 floors with an indoor area of 300 square meters per floor. The first floor serves as an office area, warehouse, and residences for the Island Master's subordinates, while the second floor is the Island Master's private area, including the Island Master's bedroom, the bedroom of the Island Master's wife and family, and the Island Master's study. The Island Spirit explained. Currently, the arrow-making workshop, dehelling machine generator, and so on have already been installed on the first floor. What is that? The Island Master's wife and family, where do I have those? Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Having none now doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. Once the Master successfully clears the trial and becomes the Lord of the Starry Sky, the floating island will become the core of the future Lord's capital, always following the Master. Therefore, it is best for the Master to upgrade the Island Master's mansion as much as possible during the trial. Otherwise, when he goes to the territory, he will have to build everything step by step, which will consume much more time and resources. The Island Spirit sincerely advised. Thank you, I understand now. Bai's expression grew unusual. Bai surveyed the rooms upstairs and downstairs. The more he looked, the more he grew fond of it. Had he possessed such a residence back on Lanxing, he would have woken from sleep with a grin. By the way, what does a high-tier Island Lord mansion look like? And what are the requirements to upgrade? Bai asked, wanting to be clear about the details. The Island Spirit explained a high-tier Island Lord mansion is an improved rendition of a 5-compound 4-courtyard Sihiyuan, combining the Island Lord's residence with territorial administrative offices. It occupies roughly 300 square meters and is enclosed by a wall capable of stationing troops. Essentially the basic specifications of a feudal lord's manor. The Island Spirit continued to upgrade a mid-tier Island Lord mansion to a high-tier one, requires mundane, with 3,000 cubic meters, stone 5,000 cubic meters, steel 100 tons first-rank spirit, with 300 cubic meters, Xiantai 2,000 kilograms, refined copper 100 kilograms, first-rank mid-grade beast hides 500 pieces, first-rank high-grade beast hides 10 pieces, 10 complete low-grade. Blood crystals 1 first-rank offensive structure 1. First-rank defensive formation at least 1 spirit tree, plus 800 Qingtong coins. Bai drew a sharp breath when he heard that. Such an increase was staggering. Fortunately, he had ample points in hand, and he already owned many of the required structures and the spirit tree. The only thing troubling him was the refined copper. He truly had none. Not a single scrap. Even a single liang he did not possess. After so many draws he had never won any. He wondered whether future draws might yield some. Could refined copper be a second-tier resource? Subai asked aloud what he was thinking. Island Lord refined copper is also a first-rank high-grade resource. If the Island Lord is fortunate, corresponding veins can be found, the Island Spirit answered. That will suffice. Subai nodded slightly, setting the matter of the mansion aside for now. The manor was already vast. He could not hope to occupy it alone, so he had no plans to upgrade in the near term. Stepping out of the mansion and watching everyone bustling about left him feeling idle. All right, continue cultivating. Refusing to squander time, Subai took a first-rank mid-grade blood spirit pill on the Bluestone Plaza before the mansion and began standing in meditation to refine himself. The sandworm's corpse had already been fully refined, producing 3 first-rank high-grade blood spirit pills, though such high-grade pills were not immediately required. The blood spirit pill dissolved in his belly and transmuted swiftly into pure vigor of chi and blood coursing through his body to thicken his life force and fortify his flesh and bones. A sensation Subai knew intimately. 1 first-rank mid-grade blood spirit pill could now sustain roughly 50 minutes and had only increased his strength by 91 kilograms. The effect was not as potent as before, which was understandable. As he took 1 pill after another, time flowed, and Subai's cultivation deepened further until the little dragons returned to the floating island. Master all the Xiantai, or has been fully mined, the tower spirit reported. Good. Subai drew a long breath and slowly concluded his cultivation. He glanced at his strength attribute. Strength 6,556. 9 kilograms. He was not far from the 5th-tier limit of the body tempering realm at 6,600 kilograms. How much Xiantai was mined in total? Subai asked. Reporting to Master a total of 3,000 kilograms of Xiantai. Xiantai? Not Xiantai, or was it refined directly upon extraction? Subai was puzzled. Normally iron or must be processed before becoming steel, would Xiantai not require processing as well? Perhaps it is due to the rules of this trial space. Oh, what is mined here comes out already refined, the tower spirit explained. Curiosity prompted Subai to ask the island spirit further, and he soon received a precise answer. Island Lord, some of the resources here are directly supplied by the Academy. You need not measure everything according to the laws of the natural universe. Understood. Subai nodded and accepted the explanation. This was a convenience, sparing him the trouble of refining materials. By the way, how is the Dun fruit tree? Subai inquired. Island Lord, I did not disturb your cultivation earlier. Congratulations, the spirit tree has been revived. What wonderful news. Double blessings. Subai laughed, his spirits buoyed by the good tidings. He cast one last look at the now bare floating island. The radar scan showed no remaining resources, truly a deserted isle in every sense. It is time to leave. This birth zone had aided him greatly. Though only a few days had passed, they had served as a hinge in his life. In that brief span, he had undergone transformations and grown considerably. Island Spirit, according to the star chart, let us head straight to Jinshin Island. Yes, Island Lord. Upgrade first and increase our speed. Saying so, Subai withdrew 2 radar fragments and 2 power modules. The instant they touched the ground, they fused with the Earth. System tone announced the upgrade. Radar scan radius expanded to 500 meters and propulsion increased to 50 kilometers per hour. Along the way, if you detect other floating islands, record their positions on the star chart and approach to scan their resources. If you find special resources or encounter Pirate Isles, Shirong Isles, or Mist Isles, notify me immediately. Subai instructed. Yes, Island Lord. Depart. Subai gave the order, and the 3 floating isles of the birth zone sped away. Their pace had improved noticeably. All are but passing travelers, Subai told himself, setting aside melancholic reveries. He stored the wild mastiffs, the little dragons, and Shaoqi within the first layer of Wanshou Tower to continue their cultivation. Tower spirit, by what do the Shijin Chong cultivate? Do they require blood crystals, or will Xiantai suffice? Subai asked with concern. Reporting to Master, Xiantai is their food and primary cultivation resource. Providing blood crystals would be superior, of course. However, even though our stock of blood crystals seems plentiful, supplying them freely to the Shijin Chong would barely scratch the surface. The tower spirit added a reminder. Indeed, while Subai possessed hundreds of incomplete low-grade blood crystals, there were 2,000 Shijin Chong in need. Supply could not meet demand. Subai considered and arranged allow 13 first-rank 5-star wild mastiffs Xiaolong and Shaoqi and the Shijin Worm King, with its 4 principal guardians, full access to blood crystals. The remaining Shijin Chong shall cultivate on Xiantai. As for the other wild mastiffs, merely keep them alive. Once a mastiff reaches the early stage of first rank 6 or cease supplying blood crystals, likewise stop, for sure Jinchong Guardians, when they reach the early stage of first rank 7-star. Having given the orders, Su Bai felt the plan settled. In Su Bai's heart, there are only 3 battle pets that he truly wishes to follow him. The Titan Dragon Python, the Crimson Blood Rooster, and the Golden Devouring Insect King. For these 3 resources, such as blood crystals, are generously provided, while other battle pets do not receive the same treatment. Yes, Master, the Tower Spirit acknowledged. Alas, although my resources are considerable among the testers of Blue Star, the number of battle pets also increases consumption. I must quickly obtain more resources. Su Bai glanced at the boundless void, hoping to find the next resource island soon, for it was the only way to replenish his supplies. Having arranged everything, the floating island slowly advanced through the void. Su Bai returned to the Greenstone Square to continue his cultivation as if nothing had changed. After refining another first-tier medium-grade blood spirit pill, Su Bai's strength finally reached the critical point of 6,600 kilograms. He could feel that there was no bottleneck. He believed that if he took 3 first-tier medium-grade blood spirit pills simultaneously, he could break through instantly. However, this time, he did not continue taking the blood spirit pills, but instead took out a first-tier medium-grade Xianlei fruit obtained from the Mist Island. Let me see what effect this Xianlei has on my body. Su Bai bit into the Xianlei fruit. Instantly, the juice transformed into thunder rushing into his body from his mouth, beginning to tear apart his flesh. Hiss, that hurts quite a bit. First came the tearing sensation, followed by the feeling of 1,000 ants biting, and finally a series of tingling sensations. Huff, Su Bai took a deep breath. Unlike the previous turbid energy, this breath contained dark energy and did not smell pleasant. However, once this toxic breath was expelled from his body, he felt an indescribable relief throughout. It seems the circulation of my qi and blood is much smoother now, and the previous tearing injuries caused by relentless cultivation have completely healed. Not only that, it seems my cultivation has directly broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of body refining. Indeed, the Xianlei fruit is a remarkable thing. A look of immense joy appeared on Su Bai's face. Just one Xianlei fruit has completely eliminated all the hidden dangers caused by his rapid cultivation, making him feel extraordinarily clear and solid, as if his entire cultivation was accumulated over a long period, thick and stable, without a hint of superficiality. Island Spirit, what do you think would happen if I took a second Xianlei fruit? Su Bai asked. There would be almost no effect. If it were a first-tier top-grade Xianlei fruit, the effect might be considerable. I suggest that you wait until your cultivation reaches the limit of the 6th level of body refining before consuming the second Xianlei fruit. The effect might be even better then. Upon receiving this answer, Su Bai abandoned the idea of continuing to use the Xianlei fruit. At least for now. Tower Spirit, give 1 first-tier medium-grade Xianlei fruit each to Little Dragon, Little Red, and Little Gold. Su Bai understood the importance of sharing good things, especially since these were his battle pets. Their strength could also enhance his own. Little Gold is the nickname of the Golden Devouring Insect King. He had a total of 13 first-tier medium-grade Xianlei fruits, consumed 1 himself, kept 1 in reserve, and distributed 3 to his 3 battle pets, leaving him with 8. Yes, Master. After distributing the resources, Su Bai resumed his cultivation and continued to wander. In the boundless void apart from his floating island, there was nothing, utter silence. If he did not cultivate, he might develop psychological issues. Time passed slowly. When Su Bai felt tired from cultivation, he practiced martial skills. When he grew tired of that, he rested. He wanted to try alchemy, but unfortunately he did not have all the materials for the 4 types of pill formulas, so he was unable to refine pills for the time being. What Su Bai did not know was that while he was tirelessly cultivating, a major event occurred on Blue Star. Inside the base of Waxia's Jingxing, this Kaka civilization's Castro is amazing. With a body refining realm of the 4th level, he battled a first-tier 5-star latest stage fierce beast, and actually succeeded. Zhang Yong stared at the live broadcast room before him, astonished. They had been studying the tester's live broadcasts, so they naturally knew how difficult it was. After expressing his amazement, Zhang Yong uncertainly asked, "This should be the first live broadcast room of an extraterrestrial civilization tester that we have received on Blue Star, right?" "Not certain, but it is definitely the first one that has been exposed so far," Wang Jie replied, also on. Since the live broadcast room of Blue Star testers could attract viewers from extraterrestrial civilizations, theoretically the live broadcast rooms of other civilizations testers could also attract Blue Star viewers as long as it was promoted through dark web platforms. The person who was promoted this time happened to be a streamer. At first he was somewhat skeptical, but after watching for a while he confirmed that he was indeed watching the live broadcast room of an extraterrestrial tester. He then posted the recording directly online, attracting a massive wave of traffic. Naturally, this also caught the officials' attention and was directly monitored, leading them into the live broadcast room that Zhang Yong and the others were currently watching. However, the number of people who remained silent and did not speak was unknown. Remember to bookmark this in case the other party goes offline and we can't find this live broadcast room. Zhang Yong reminded. This was the first known live broadcast room of an extraterrestrial tester, an important window for them to understand extraterrestrial civilizations and other civilizations. Testers, very significant. Rest assured, Chief, I've already bookmarked it. There was no need for this matter to be reminded. Have we seen any useful information from this Kaka civilization in the live broadcast room? Zhang Yong asked. We have obtained complete recorded videos from the streamer, and since we have been monitoring the live broadcast room, experts have analyzed that this civilization is likely still in a barbaric city-state era. This Castro is a gladiator. Entering the trial space is like a fish in water. He often disregards life and death, fighting fiercely, which is why he has been able to grow so quickly in such a short time, and his combat ability is very strong. Wang Jie relayed what he understood. Zhang Yong glanced at the number of online viewers in Castro's live broadcast room and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the dark web platform mainly promotes battle live broadcasts. This Castro seems to be a quiet person who doesn't understand live broadcasting, but because of his frenzied fighting, his online viewers have actually reached 3 billion, even more than Subei's. This Kaka civilization may be backward, but from their barrage analysis, it seems that the testers of their civilization are quite strong. The number of online viewers is considerable, and their cultivation levels have generally reached the 3rd level of body, refining much higher than the testers of Blue Star. Wang Jie continued. Are they all this fearless? Zhang Yong furrowed his brow. Although the people of Huaxia have a combative nature ingrained in their genes, they have enjoyed decades of peace. Especially among the selected young adults, most belong to a new generation that has not experienced the brutality of war. They need time to adapt to the changing environment in order to awaken their latent combat genes, but time waits for no one, and it remains uncertain how many will pass the assessment. Most are like this. At the same time, their civilization's trialists have a very high mortality rate. 1. The intelligence agency of Sam Country. Director, this is the live stream room of that alien trialist that has already gone viral on the Huaxia side. Secretary Jones quickly placed the tablet in front of Director James. I didn't expect them from Huaxia to get a head start. However, being able to see the situation of the alien trialist in real time is also very important for us. It allows us to better assess where our trialists in Sam Country currently stand. James took the tablet and stared seriously at the live stream. What do you think of this, Castro? James glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream, feeling quite envious. If only it were our trialists from Sam Country, that would be wonderful. This Castro is a battle maniac, very aggressive and reckless. However, his intelligence is limited. He may be an excellent warrior, but he cannot become a leader. I believe he won't go far. Jonas' words surprised James slightly, but he nodded in agreement. Keep an eye on this live stream. Moreover, we have overlooked this issue. I believe there are certainly other viewers on Blue Star who are receiving live streams from other civilizations, but they just haven't made it public or have only shared it within a small circle. Have someone gather intelligence on this. I need to know more about the trialists from other civilizations. James instructed. Understood. By the way, does Huaxia have any movements right now? James asked. None, they are very calm. What about that blood crystal? Have you researched anything useful from it? Hearing this question, Jonas' face turned dark. The blood crystal we obtained is very small. After the experiments, it has already been completely used up. It's a pity we didn't gain anything useful. Those guys still want me to provide them with more blood crystals. Every time Jones thought of this, he felt like spitting blood. Where am I supposed to find that? You can handle this matter. James didn't want to take the blame and directly passed it on to Jones. This Castro is so strong and so violent. Who do you think is stronger, him or Old Bai? Besides the high-ranking officials of various countries, many netizens were also paying attention. After all, this was their first time closely watching an alien, which was quite refreshing. There is no comparison. The last time Old Bai live-streamed, his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 5th stage of body refinement. Now 3 days have passed, and he has sufficient resources. I estimate that he has definitely reached the 6th stage of body refinement. The gap in realms is very hard to bridge. Most people stood on the side of Su Bai. That being said, Old Bai only has the advantage in realm right now. If their realms were the same, I fear Castro would defeat him in just a few moves. This guy's practical combat ability is too strong and full of killing techniques, and he isn't afraid of dying. Truly abnormal. Fortunately, it's just a survival challenge. As long as we clear the level, we don't need to compete with these freaks. Otherwise it would be too difficult. Aren't you guys underestimating Old Bai too much? He has also engaged in close combat before, and the entire process was smooth and highly efficient in hunting. Although this big oaf looks violent, he doesn't have old Bai's agility. Time passes without notice in cultivation, and Su-Bai had no idea about everything happening on Blue Star. He never imagined that everything could be related to him, and he remained immersed in his training. Now is the time. Su-Bai felt that he had reached a certain critical point, and took out a first-grade mid-tier Xian Thunderfruit to consume. That familiar feeling returned, though it was not as intense as the first time. No, I'm still lacking a bit. Gritting his teeth, Su-Bai took out a Guyuan fruit. Indeed, this time it was not the Xian Thunderfruit. From the introduction by the island spirit, he knew that eating two would already be close to the limit, and any more would have little effect. However, this was his first time using the Guyuan fruit, which made him somewhat expectant. Hiss! The Guyuan fruit was completely different from the Xian Thunderfruit. The moment he swallowed it, his entire body felt warm, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, which was quite pleasant. The Guyuan fruit was digested in his stomach, transforming into two streams of warmth. One flowed through his flesh and meridians, repairing various hidden injuries in his body, strengthening his flesh, and expanding his meridians. A surge of warmth rushed to the crown of his head, entering his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness trembled, and under the continuous reinforcement of this energy, his divine sense was enhanced, and even the entire space of his sea of consciousness grew significantly. As time passed, the medicinal power of the Guyuan fruit gradually diminished, while Su-Bai's qi and blood fluctuated. The qi shield shook slightly, and then rapidly expanded until it stopped about 2 meters from his body. The color of the qi shield also gradually faded and solidified, as if Su-Bai were not protected by the qi shield, but truly enveloped by a substantial barrier. Huff! Su-Bai took a deep breath, slowly withdrew from his cultivation, and stood up, unable to suppress his excitement. I've broken through early stage of the 7th stage of body refinement. Who else is there? Indeed, he had broken through once again, directly aided by the Guyuan fruit. Not only had his cultivation realm broken through, but his divine sense had also been enhanced. The most direct benefit, aside from his mind becoming clearer, was the strengthening of his insight eye ability, both in terms of duration and range. This was considered a qualitative transformation. This Guyuan fruit is truly a good thing, but it's a pity it can't be used consecutively. The next time I have to wait until I reach the limit of the 7th stage of body refinement to use it for maximum effect. Su-Bai felt somewhat regretful that the quantity of Guyuan fruits was too small, only 3, otherwise he could have distributed them to his subordinates' battle pets. Island Master, a pirate island has been discovered. The island spirit's voice suddenly interrupted Su-Bai's drifting thoughts. A pirate island? What a coincidence! Su-Bai immediately became interested. Island Master, it wasn't a coincidence. In fact, it was discovered half an hour ago, but at that time you were in a critical moment of breakthrough, so I didn't want to disturb you. Now that you have completed the breakthrough, I dare to report to you. The island spirit explained. You did well. Su-Bai was quite satisfied with this approach. By the way, where is the pirate island? Island Master, it wasn't a coincidence. In fact, it was discovered half an hour over there. The island spirit simply pointed the direction for Su-Bai. Looking ahead, he saw a floating island about 2 kilometers away, which was quite different from the floating islands he had seen before. This one had obvious man-made structures and fluttering flags resembling the descriptions of the pirate island he had seen in the regional channel. Get closer, Su-Bai immediately commanded. Today was still the first cosmic day, and the pirates couldn't attack his floating island. Since that was the case, what was there to fear? Only by getting closer could he truly understand the situation of this pirate island. If it could be conquered, he naturally wouldn't mind taking it down. If not, he would just mark it for later. Along the way, they encountered several resource islands, but the island spirit did not inform Su-Bai simply recording them, as there were no special resources on those islands. It was only during his rest that he learned about them through the extra markers on the star map. Yes, Island Master. During their advance, Su-Bai glanced at the sun, which was nearly sinking below the horizon, and the surrounding space that was dimming slightly. He knew they were about to enter a long night. He looked up again at the countdown above the Island Master's mansion, confirming this point. Countdown: 9 cosmic days, 8 blue star days, 21 hours, 22 minutes, and 49 seconds. Su-Bai calculated in his heart. If day and night were split evenly, they had less than 12 hours before entering the long night. It seems I've been advancing for 3 days now. Su-Bai looked at the star map, seeing the Money Island not too far away, and finally revealed a smile. How much longer until we reach the Money Island? Su-Bai asked. The Money Island was constantly moving and not in a single direction, completely unpredictable, which made it impossible for him to confirm the time of his arrival at the Money Island, as everything was in flux. About 7 to 9 hours. If we work efficiently, we should be able to arrive before it gets completely dark. Subai smiled, slightly curious about what surprises this pirate island would bring him. Open my attribute interface. He silently thought, intending to check the results of his training during this time. Tester ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Realm initial stage of body refinement, realm 7th level. Strength 10946. 8 kilograms. Cultivation method 9 turns divine demon art. First layer of 9 turns Hunyuan skill. Martial techniques Tianxiashi Shunji first layer break, gold novice 99. Jiuzhong, Xian Yuan gun first layer heavy, as 1,000 pounds, entry 49. Ji Qi Xinga, first layer tread snow, without a trace, entry 99. Secret techniques none. Bone quality divine grade. Innate divine ability divine level eye of insight, 55 points 55 points can see through all concealments within a 205 meter range, identifying all things, and can increase time and distance as cultivation improves. Wallet 60 gold coins 195 silver coins 195 bronze coins. Points 16896 first tier points 556 common points. Lord's startup funds 159. 6 black gold coins 83700 gold coins tips 798 black gold coins 418500 gold coins bets 1520 blue gold coins 45. 19 million black gold coins 9537420 gold coins investment 0 advertising 0 merchandise 1470 own 0 share fans 11 for million portable space 100 cubic meters floating island level 1 island masters mansion intermediate area 1000 square meters 1 square kilometer radar range 500 meters 1000 meters speed 50 kilometers per hour 100 kilometers per hour. Attack first tier superior arrow tower first tier superior general cannon 21. Defense second tier inferior small Xuanwu formation 11. Islanders none 30. Resources second tier inferior small spiritual spring Xianlei fruit tree Duyuan fruit tree 32. Not bad, not bad. Subai looked at his relatively splendid attribute interface at this stage and was quite satisfied. These Duyuan fruits are truly powerful. Not only did they enhance my divine sense, but they also helped me break through to the body refinement realm 7th level, and my strength has increased significantly. It's a pity there are only 2 left. Seeing the changes in his strength and divine ability, Subai felt a surge of emotions in his heart. A distance of 2 kilometers was still quite fast for the current speed of the floating island. Subai collected his thoughts, walked up to the arrow tower, and stood at the top, where the view was better, giving him a clear view of the pirate island. Island spirit, no need to get closer for now. Let's circle the island first to take a look. Subai commanded when the floating island was still 300 meters away from the pirate island, wanting to first observe the terrain of this pirate island. Since there were mountains on the island, even standing atop the arrow tower, Subai couldn't see what was on the other side of the mountain, so he could only observe by circling the island. Yes, Island Master. Scan and see if there's any useful information. Subai immediately issued another. The radar could now scan a radius of 500 meters, so scanning the local conditions of the pirate island should be no problem. Yes, Island Master. Island Master, this is a first-tier pirate island. In front of the stronghold, there are 2 arrow towers, each with 2 archers. The archers are all at the peak of the body refinement realm 5th level. Due to our arrival, we attracted their attention, and 32 people have come to the stronghold gate within the scanning range, with the highest cultivation at the late stage of body refinement realm 6th level and the weakest at the early stage of body refinement realm 4th level. The island spirit quickly reported the information it had gathered. Their strength is not weak. Subai said this, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, which meant there would be more benefits to gain. If they were too weak, he wouldn't even consider them. At this moment in the gathering hall of the pirate island, pirates were drinking and eating meat. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a scar running across half of his face, sitting at the table with 2 other burly middle-aged men, one with a single eye gulping down his drink, and the other with a bushy beard, his feet propped up on a stool, tearing into a piece of leg bone, meat glistening with grease. Besides them, there were 8 other tables already filled with men in various attire, cursing loudly and looking quite fierce. The days in this trial space are really comfortable. The days in the academy cell are truly unbearable, the bearded man said while munching on meat. Isn't that right? I hope we can reap big this time. Maybe then we can have a chance to escape the prison disaster. Boss, do you have any plans? The one-eyed dragon asked. The first day isn't even over yet. What plans could I have? Let's eat and drink well first, and tomorrow we'll break out, rob money, grain, and women. The boss said coldly. Those who can enter the trial space as testers must have excellent talent and bone quality. I've never played with such talented women before. Just thinking about it excites me. The pirates were drinking and spewing filthy words, clearly not taking the testers seriously. I heard that those testers even have a live broadcast system, haha. I want to toy with their talents in front of their entire civilization, haha. Just thinking about it is thrilling. You fool, won't they just turn off the live stream? If they dare to shut it down, I'll kill her immediately. Let's see if she complies or not. Just then a soldier without the qualification to join the feast rushed in and reported loudly, "Boss, a tester's floating island has come outside." Has a challenger passed by so soon? The leader was taken aback, then quickly stood up. Let's go outside and take a look. Big brother, what's so interesting about this? It's the first day, and we can't take the initiative to attack. Let's ignore them and continue feasting. The bearded man continued to eat the meat in his hands, showing no intention of getting up. Although we can't take the initiative to attack, who says they can't deliver themselves to us? The one-eyed dragon also stood up, a dangerous glint flashing in his remaining eye. They're not fools, how could they possibly deliver themselves to us? The bearded man remained unmoved. As long as we display enough wealth, they won't be able to resist. If they can endure it, then let's just take a break. We've been here for half a day and haven't seen a challenger yet. It's a good opportunity to see what kind of challengers this civilization has, which will help us with our future actions. The one-eyed dragon said. Second brother makes a valid point. Let's go take a look. The bearded man was momentarily stunned, then nodded, picked up the leg bone in his hand, and stood up, walking outside while gnawing on it. Pirate Island is quite large. However, Su Bei's floating island isn't slow, either, quickly making a loop and returning to the front of the opposite gate. It's about 20 square kilometers in size, larger than the previous 3 floating islands combined. It seems there won't be a shortage of pirates up there. Su Bei frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Island Master, a large number of people have come down from the mountain on the opposite side. The number has exceeded 200, with the strongest among them at the 8th level of body refinement. Additionally, there are 2 at the 7th level and 12 at the 6th level of body refinement. Their strength should not be underestimated, and the Island Master needs to be cautious. The Island Spirit updated the radar scan information in real time. Indeed, they are not weak. Su Bei nodded slightly, but he wasn't scared at all. Previously, he had killed a first-tier 9-star early-stage sandworm with his peak body refinement 5th level cultivation. Although it was achieved through various means, Su Bei was no longer the same Amon from back then. His current cultivation level was body refinement early-stage 7th level. At this moment, in front of the gate on Pirate Island, the scar-faced man's expression was dark, completely devoid of the ease he had when he first came out. The 2 people beside him were in a similar state. Big brother, this challenger is not simple. In just half a day, they have already equipped arrow towers and a general's cannon. These are formidable items. The one-eyed dragon's voice trembled slightly. Clearly, they recognized these 2 items. Su Bei had temporarily moved the general's cannon to the side of the arrow tower. After all, on the first day, he was the only one attacking others, and there was no need to guard both sides. Big brother, we should retreat to the mountain. This is a long-range attack weapon, and we are too close, making us vulnerable. The bearded man hurriedly persuaded, taking a shield from a nearby warrior. Damn it, does this civilization itself have a cultivation system? How could they develop so quickly from the start? The scar-faced man cursed inwardly, feeling that his luck was too bad. Although they knew that some of the civilizations participating in the trial had a native foundation in cultivation, such civilizations were exceedingly rare, and the probability was minuscule. They never expected to encounter one, so it was only natural for their mood to be foul. Of course, they certainly didn't believe that anyone could develop to such a level from nothing in half a day. That surpassed their understanding. Standing on the arrow tower, Su Bei could clearly see the changing expressions on the faces of the people opposite. It seems their strength isn't that formidable, otherwise they wouldn't show such expressions upon seeing my arrow. Su Bei pondered briefly and understood many things. He immediately ordered, Island Spirit, advance at full speed and approach the opposite pirate island. Don't miss the opportunity. Yes, Island Master, the Island Spirit replied, and the floating island started up again, quickly closing in. Not good, he's coming over. Retreat. The scar-faced man saw the floating island of the challenger approaching and decisively made the correct choice. Trying to run. No way. Su Bei naturally wouldn't let them escape. It was hard to gather them together, and if they managed to escape, pursuing them one by one would undoubtedly be more difficult. Fire. Open fire. Set the general's cannon to the 3rd gear of firepower and aim at that 8th level body refinement fellow. Shoot the first-tier superior arrows at the other 2 7th level body refinement individuals and fire the first-tier medium arrows indiscriminately. Every Chinese person is familiar with the principle of capturing the leader first. He understood that this time he had taken the initiative by surprise. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the leaders of Pirate Island wouldn't gather so easily at the edge of the island. They must have thought that the trial had just begun and had let their guard down. Yes, Island Master. With the island spirit assisting in the operation of the attacks, Su-bai found it easy. He just needed to stand in a high place and watch the battle. He had already stored 20 complete low-grade blood crystals in the shell of the general's cannon, which was the maximum capacity. Additionally, the 3 layers of the arrow tower were also stocked with a large number of arrows. After all, during these 3 days the arrow-making workshop had been busy and was basically always in operation. Currently, the arrow tower was stocked with 866 first-tier superior arrows, 428 first-tier medium arrows, and 3,000 first-tier inferior arrows. Whoosh! The arrow tower is a group attack weapon. Instantly, countless arrows were launched from multiple shooting ports of the arrow tower, turning into a rain of arrows heading towards Pirate Island. Boom! The general's cannon let out a violent roar, and a blood-red energy sphere flickered with crimson arcs shooting towards the direction of the gate like lightning. Not good. The scar-faced man felt his hair stand on end and quickly reached out to grab 2 of his subordinates to shield himself. Boom! Although the general's cannon fired a single shot, it arrived first. The 2 subordinates were just pulled in front of him when they were hit by the shell, instantly blown to pieces. The shockwave even shattered the protective barrier the scar-faced man had hastily conjured, sending him flying 7 to 8 meters before landing. The power of this shot was evident. Had it hit the scar-faced man directly, he would have had no chance of survival. Cough! The scar-faced man struggled to rise, leaning on his large knife, but couldn't suppress the blood and spat it out. Though he hadn't been directly killed, he was severely injured. Fortunately for him, due to being blown away, just now the arrows aimed at him had missed and shot into the empty space where he had previously been. Run! The scarred-faced man had only this thought now: if he didn't run, he would surely die. Only by fleeing into the mountains where the towering peaks could shield him could he escape that terrifying firepower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the scarred-faced man narrowly escaped with his life, others were not so fortunate. When the arrows were shot towards the one-eyed dragon, he swung his sword to block, managing to fend off the first wave of arrows, but in the second wave, he was shot full of holes, dying instantly. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the second-in-command of the pirate group, earning 100 merit points multiplied by 3, for a total of 300 points. The burly man with a beard looked rough, but he was actually quite fearful of death, and very clever. He used his shield to block the first round of attacks and retreated behind a large boulder, no longer daring to show his head, and remained unscathed. 100 times 3, Island Spirit, what does this mean? Su-bai questioned his confusion. Reporting to the island master, pirates at the 1st to 3rd levels of body refinement are worth 1 to 3 merit points. Those at the 4th to 6th levels are worth 10 to 30 merit points, and those at the 7th to 9th levels are worth 100 to 300 merit points. The leaders among the pirates have position bonuses. The second-in-command has a coefficient of 3, while the leader has a coefficient of 5. The second-in-command you just killed is the vice leader of this pirate island, the island spirit explained. Then what is the use of merit points? Su-bai asked again. Previously, he had seen someone mention merit points in the regional channel, but since the other party had not obtained any merit points, the island spirit did not provide an answer, only saying the permissions were insufficient. However, now that he had merit points, did that mean his permissions would be upgraded accordingly? Sure enough, Su-bai heard the island spirit's explanation. Reporting to the island master, merit points can be used to promote military ranks at the military island and to exchange for troops, military equipment, etc. Military ranks. What are they? What is their purpose? Su-bai pressed for more information. Military ranks determine how many troops the island master can command. First, you need a military rank, and then based on that rank you can exchange for troops at the military island, not exceeding the limit of soldiers that can be commanded by that rank. What are the military ranks from lowest to highest? The lowest is a corporal, followed by sergeant, squad leader, lieutenant, captain, major, colonel, brigadier general, and general. These are all the military ranks within the trial space, which is different from the external Cosmic Alliance. However, throughout all previous trials, no one has ever reached the rank of general. Even the rank of general, according to recorded history, has only appeared 5 times, and only 2 of those managed to be fully manned during the trial. Those 2 are now renowned overlords within the Cosmic Alliance, the island spirit stated. Is it really that difficult? Su-bai said with some surprise. Of course. A corporal commands 4 soldiers, making a total of 5 people. A sergeant commands 2 corporals, a squad leader commands 5 sergeants, a lieutenant commands 2 squad leaders, a captain commands 5 lieutenants, a major commands 2 captains, a colonel commands 5 majors, a brigadier general commands 2 colonels, a general commands 10 brigadier generals, and a marshal commands 10 generals. So a general could command over 1 million soldiers. Su-bai's eyes widened. No wonder the island spirit said that no one has ever achieved such an accomplishment in previous trials. It was hard to believe. Although he didn't know how long it would take to complete the second and third trials, looking at the time for the first trial, it was clear that it would not be long. To master an elite force of 1,000,000 soldiers in such a short time was a daunting challenge. For him, now let alone a general, even the rank of a brigadier or a captain was an unattainable dream. Far more than 1,000,000. 1,000,000 is just for the soldiers plus various levels of officers, direct subordinate troops, personal guards, and auxiliary troops. There would at least be 2,000,000, and it could even reach 3,000,000. Subai gasped again. This was still too far from him. He didn't even have a single soldier at hand. Subai shook his head helplessly, telling himself not to fantasize about unrealistic things. Only what he could grasp was truly useful to him. With that thought, his gaze returned to Pirate Island. At this moment, after the arrow rain attack from the arrow tower, there were no living people standing in sight. How many people did I just kill, eh? Reporting to the island master, a total of 178 pirates were killed. Were their leader among them? No, only one second in command, and there were also 7 leaders with cultivation at the 6th level of body refinement. Subai could now be fairly certain that the limit-level expert at the 8th level of body refinement was the leader of this pirate island. Another limit-level expert at the 7th level of body refinement was most likely the 3rd in command, while those at the 6th level were leaders, and those at the 5th level were the elite among the pirates, while those at the 4th level were just ordinary pirates. Currently, he had not seen anyone below the 4th level of body refinement, indicating that the strength of this pirate group was actually not weak. How many merit points do I have? Reporting to the island master, a total of 2,700 merit points. Is that a lot or a little? How much can my military rank be upgraded? Subai inquired. Reporting to the island master, 10 merit points are needed to promote to corporal, 100 merit points to promote to sergeant, 1,000 merit points can promote to squad leader, and 3,000 merit points can promote to lieutenant. Therefore, the maximum military rank you can promote to with your current merit points is squad leader. Just to upgrade my military rank requires so many merit points, and I still need to supplement troops and military equipment. How many merit points would that take? No wonder there were 5 who achieved the rank of general, but only 2 managed to be fully manned. That was too difficult, right? Subai didn't know how many merit points were needed to exchange for soldiers and military equipment, but he imagined it wouldn't be small. Moreover, while this seemed to be a trial, the army also required salaries, which would be a significant expense, simply unimaginable. If I can't calculate it, then just forget it. After Subai was shocked, he quickly calmed down and looked at Pirate Island. As far as the eye could see, corpses were strewn about and rivers of blood flowed, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Subai frowned. When he had hunted fierce beasts before, he hadn't felt much, but now after killing so many humans, his stomach churned violently. This was his first time killing, and although he hadn't done it with his own hands, these were the results of his orders. Island spirit, were these pirates all living people? Subai recalled the fear on the faces of those pirates when faced with arrows. They were nothing like game NPCs, far too real. Yes. Perhaps seeing Subai's pale face and his thoughts, the island spirit kindly comforted him. The island master need not pity these people. They have committed heinous crimes that have enraged the heavens and the people. They would either face the death penalty or life imprisonment. Many were seasoned criminals, ruthless pirates. Placing them in the trial space is a test for prospective lords, a test that is closer to reality. By killing them, the island master is also upholding justice. It's rare to hear you speak so well. Do say more in the future. Subai quickly recovered from his low. He was not a saint, it was just that encountering such matters for the first time was a bit disconcerting. Once he adjusted, it would be fine. He believed that in the future, when faced with similar situations a second or third time, he would not be so sentimental. So, Island Master, what do you plan to do next? Currently, the pirates on the island have all hidden away. The arrow towers and the general's cannons either cannot reach them or are obstructed, making direct attacks impossible. The island spirit shifted the topic back to the pirates. Pirates are real human beings. They can think and understand how to seek advantages and avoid harm. Unlike the ferocious beasts encountered before, which only knew to attack blindly, these people would hide and launch ambushes, making it even more challenging to eradicate them. Thinking of this, Subai's expression gradually became serious as he asked the tower spirit in his heart, "Little Dragon, Little Chi, and Little Jean, what level of cultivation are they at now?" Reporting to the master, the Titan Dragon Python is currently at first tier 6-star limit and is experiencing a slight bottleneck. It will take about 30 hours to break through. The Crimson Blood Rooster is at the late stage of first tier 6-star, while the Gold-Eating Worm King is still at the early stage of first tier 7-star. Additionally, 5 out of the 13 Wild Eagles have broken through to the early stage of first tier 6-star. I followed the master's orders and have not provided any more blood crystal resources since they reached first tier 6-star. The tower spirit replied, "Sai still too weak. Subai sighed, but decided to let them come out for actual combat training, otherwise he would end up being their babysitter. Release all the battle pets that have reached first tier 6 star. Yes, master. Soon 8 battle pets appeared on the floating island. Little Jean flew directly onto Subai's shoulder, while the other battle pets lined up waiting for inspection. Little Dragon and Little Cheese stood at the front, giving off the air of a military formation. Let's set off and conquer this pirate island. Leave no one behind. Subai raised the Juga crossbow and issued the order loudly. Roar, Ewo, Gaga, Zizi. The battle pets all emitted high-pitched cries, and then followed Subai as they stepped onto the pirate island. At the 2 arrow towers in front of the pirate island's gate, there were originally 4 archers, but now only their corpses remained, making it impossible to attack. Should we check the corpses? Subai frowned as he looked at the ground covered in bodies. Sometimes not having subordinates was indeed inconvenient. With so many corpses, how long would it take him to check them one by one? Yet if he didn't check, he feared missing out on something valuable. Since they were all real people, no one could guarantee that a certain small soldier did not possess some special opportunity. It seems that a military camp island is inevitable. Subai resolved in his heart that after this trip to Money Island, he would go directly to the military camp island to exchange for a batch of soldiers. First, let's collect the corpses into the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Once we recruit soldiers later, we can let them check the corpses. This is currently the best compromise. It does not waste my time, nor am I afraid of missing out on valuable items. However, as soon as the corpses entered the 10,000 Beasts Tower, the tower spirit's voice came through. Master, should we refine these corpses? What? Can human corpses also be refined? Subai was shocked. This was the 10,000 Beasts Tower. He thought it could only refine ferocious beasts and monsters. Of course it can. The tower spirit replied matter-of-factly. Then refine them. Subai felt only a slight discomfort in his heart before making the decision. It is said that if the 1 billion people of China awakened their spiritual energy, that would mean 1 billion demonic cultivators. Previously he did not think much of it, but now that he considered it, it seemed quite valid. With the 10,000 souls banner in front and the 10,000 beasts tower behind, even if I find it unpleasant and do not consume these blood spirit pills and soul pills, I can still give them to Little Dragon and Little Chi. Just in time, their blood crystals are running low, so this is a pleasant decision. Thinking of this, the remaining discomfort in Subai's heart quickly disappeared. In the gathering hall, Big Brother, that trial taker is too ruthless. What should we do? The bearded man smashed the shield filled with arrows onto the ground and looked expectantly at the scarred face sitting in the main seat, clutching his chest with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The scarred face was already cursing inwardly. Didn't you see I was seriously injured? How would I know what to do? You, on the other hand, are perfectly fine and still come to ask me. Encountering such a freak at the start, he could only consider himself unlucky. However, on the surface, he still needed to calm the crowd. Otherwise, if morale crumbled, it would be difficult to lead the team. Don't worry, he should just be lucky drawing the arrow tower and cannons, but his own strength should not be strong. Otherwise, he would have come to the island directly. We just need to stay here. His arrow tower and cannons won't reach us. We can just wait it out. He won't give up his own development for an island like ours. Once he leaves, we will have great prospects ahead. Big Brother is wise, what you say makes sense. We will stay here and see what he does. The bearded man looked at the scarred face with admiration, then sat down to continue feasting. This glutton only knows how to eat. Why not just eat yourself to death? The scarred face cursed inwardly, but now that he was injured, he needed the third brother to maintain stability in the stronghold and could not erupt. However, the next moment a pirate rushed in and slapped him in the face. Boss, it's bad. That trial taker has landed on the island. What? The scarred face stood up abruptly, not knowing if he had torn his internal injury, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The piece of meat in the bearded man's mouth fell to the ground. Big Brother, what should we do? The bearded man hurriedly asked. How many people did he bring? The scarred face quickly inquired. Just him alone. Huh. The scarred face felt slightly relieved upon hearing that it was just one person, but the next words from his pirate subordinate almost took his breath away. However, he also brought 7 ferocious beasts with him, all of which seemed to have considerable cultivation levels. He did not notice the gold-eating worm king on Subai's shoulder, only seeing the other 7 massive creatures. If you keep speaking while gasping for air, I will definitely kill you. The scarred face kicked the subordinate. Big Brother, what should we do? The bearded man looked at the scarred face again. Let's go retreat into the mountains. The scarred face's eyes darted around, realizing this was their only way out. As for surrendering, he did not want to, he simply could not. Due to their identities, they were merely stepping stones for the trial takers. Only by demonstrating sufficient value and completing the objectives set by the academy could they have a glimmer of hope. If he tried to surrender as soon as he uttered those two words, a thunderbolt would strike down from the heavens, killing him outright. The Academy had not given them that option at all. When they encountered trial takers, there were only three choices: either you die, or I die, or we coexist peacefully, without interfering with each other. Clearly the trial taker who landed did not intend to coexist peacefully, leaving only the option of life and death. Brother is wise. The bearded man's eyes lit up as he picked up his shield and sword, rushing out of the gathering hall faster than the leader and other heads. Damn it! The leader secretly cursed and also left the gathering hall with his sword. Just as they left, Subai slowly ascended the steps, arriving at the front of the gathering hall. He looked up at the shabby peeling plaque and murmured, "Gathering hall. Hee hee, how ironic." With a cold smile, Subai strode into the gathering hall without encountering any obstacles. There wasn't a single pirate in sight. Decisive indeed, knowing when to give up and not dragging things out. Subai couldn't help but admire the talents of this bandit stronghold. They were clear-headed and knew when to advance and retreat, not stubbornly clinging to a fight with him. If it were another trial taker, they might not have time to engage in guerrilla warfare with you here. Unfortunately for you, you encountered me. Even if you escape into the mountains, it won't help you. After all, I'm a man with an advantage. Subai's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of playful expression. Island spirits steer the floating island to patrol around the island, ensuring no pirate approaches within 500 meters of the shore. Once a pirate is detected, feel free to shoot to kill. The edges of Pirate Island were relatively flat with few obstructions, making it very suitable for arrow tower attacks. Yes, Island Master. Little Dragon, Little Red, take the Wild Falcon and uproot this stronghold. Collect everything useful and bring it back home. This stronghold itself had value, whether it was with ironstone or those two arrow towers. Later he planned to enter the mountains to eliminate the bandits. Little Dragon and the others were still somewhat weak. If they encountered ordinary pirates, it would be fine, but if they faced the leader or the third in command, it would be dangerous. Yes, Master. Little Gold, I will conduct a thorough search of the mountains while releasing the gold-devouring worms. Let them stay in place to act as my eyes. Once they detect any pirates, there's no need to attack. Oh, just keep an eye on them and inform me of their location. Subai finally instructed the gold-devouring worm king. Yes, Master. Little Gold responded in his mind. The hunting moment begins. After arranging everything, a dangerous glint flashed in Subai's eyes. He then activated the inside eye and began a comprehensive search of the mountains. If this were a live broadcast, it would surely attract many viewers. Unfortunately, this time, he used many battle pets, which wasn't suitable for streaming. Subai moved swiftly, and the range of his insight eye had increased to 205 meters. In a diameter of 410 meters, there were no secrets left for him. Just after entering the mountains for a short while, the inside eye detected 7 red dots. Subai accelerated and swiftly approached them. Not good, it's that trial taker. Run. One pirate spotted Subai and immediately panicked, trying to escape. What are you running from? It's just one person. Let's kill him together, and the leader will definitely reward us handsome. Some fearless pirates, seeing Subai alone, developed a mindset of seeking fortune within danger and pulled back the pirate who was about to flee. Indeed, they were originally mountain bandits and pirates, ruthless individuals. Right, let's kill him. The previously fleeing pirate froze, a hint of madness in his eyes as he nodded emphatically. Kill. The 7 exchanged glances, and instead of fleeing, they charged at Subai. Come at me. Subai sheathed his Juga crossbow and drew out the 2nd stage Mystic Thunder Gun to meet them. The reason he didn't use the 3rd stage Mystic Thunder Gun was that although his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 7th layer of body refinement, wielding the 3rd stage Mystic Thunder Gun consumed a tremendous amount of energy, allowing him to only sustain it for 1 or 2 minutes before his chi and blood would be depleted, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. The 2nd stage Mystic Thunder Gun was easier to wield for now. Die. Subai aimed at the first 2 elite pirates, charging in and executed a sweeping strike, instantly breaking through their chi barriers and slitting their throats. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing an elite pirate. Reward 20 merit points. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing an elite pirate. Reward 20 merit points. The pirates that charged in behind, armed with shields, saw Subai's prowess and hurriedly used their shields made from iron mixed with spiritual wood to block, fully mobilizing their chi to raise a barrier over a meter wide. Subai didn't care about their fancy tricks and swung his spear ferociously. With a loud bang, the shield shattered instantly, and the spear continued its momentum, smashing through the chi barrier and striking the pirate's chest, sending him flying and crashing into a large tree. The impact broke the tree, and as he fell, the pirate coughed up blood, struggling to rise, but collapsed to the ground after 2 failed attempts, lifeless. Having killed 3 pirates in a row with such overwhelming might, the remaining 4 immediately felt a sense of fear. Run quick. Unfortunately, Subai gave them no chance, as after swiftly killing one, he immediately drew the Juga crossbow and shot at the backs of the 3 fleeing pirates. Fleeing will only hasten your death. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing an elite pirate. Reward 20 merit points. After dealing with the 7, Subai left 1 gold-devouring worm behind and continued forward, occasionally dropping some worms to act as his eyes effectively monitoring all the places he had searched. Inside a cave. Brother, this space is too small, and there's only 1 exit. If that trial taker finds us and seals the cave entrance, we won't have anywhere to escape. We should find another hiding place. The bearded man glanced around the cave. It brought him no sense of safety. Find another place. This small hill is this big. Where else can we go? The scar-faced man snorted coldly and then softened his tone slightly. Now, we can only rely on luck. It's more dangerous outside. This cave is small, and I've blocked the entrance with stones. This is the retreat I found while patrolling the mountains. I've stored plenty of food and water here, enough for us to stay for 2 cosmic days. I don't believe he can search for us for 2 cosmic days. Once he can't find us and gets impatient, he will naturally leave. At that time, it won't be too late for us to come out. After saying this, the scar-faced man ignored the bearded man and sat cross-legged on a mat, beginning to cultivate to heal his injuries. Sigh, this is really frustrating. The bearded man sat down helplessly. He had no other good options. Half an hour later. You are quite good at hiding. Standing on a giant rock over 50 meters away from the cave, Subai glanced in the direction of the cave. In fact, he had discovered this place long ago and had placed a gold-eating worm here to monitor the situation. He just wanted to eliminate the other pirates first before dealing with these 2. Now his eyes were scattered all over the island, and having found no living pirates, he finally returned to this place. It's your turn now. The cave is quite small, not conducive to combat. Furthermore, both of the guys inside are stronger than him, so he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to charge in directly, lest he accidentally stumble into a trap. Come out, I know you are hiding in the cave. The pirates on the mountain have all been eliminated by me, and it's meaningless to keep hiding inside now. Subai shouted towards the cave. Inside the cave, brother, he has found us. The burly man with a beard did not seem as fierce as he looked. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, his voice trembled slightly. The scarred face turned even darker. He never expected the opponent to discover this cave so quickly. He knew that when he first found the cave, he was the only one there and hadn't told anyone else. The 3rd brother only knew when he came in earlier. How could the opponent know? He was puzzled, and moreover, there was no time for him to think. Tester, we have no grievances or enmities. Why must you go to such extremes? If you want resources, I can give you my entire collection as long as you spare us. The voice of the scarred face came through the gaps between the stones blocking the cave. Since the opponent had discovered the cave, pretending not to be inside would be futile. If I kill you, all the resources on this island will be mine. Why would I need you to offer them? Subai scoffed. My collection is well hidden. Without me, it would be difficult for you to find it, and even if you could, it would take a lot of time. I can assure you that the value of my collection far exceeds the lives of my 2 brothers. You won't suffer a loss. The scarred face was also putting everything on the line for his life. What he referred to as the value of his brother's lives was in terms of merit, which Subai naturally understood. This condition sounds quite tempting, but unfortunately you are negotiating with me using something that belongs to me. That seems rather insincere, doesn't it? You must be referring to the cellar beneath the makeshift kitchen, right? There are 3 chests of treasures there which are indeed very valuable, Subai sneered. He had previously asked Xiaolong and the others to relocate, and naturally he had used his divine powers to scan the entire stronghold. It was during that time that he discovered the cellar and treasure chests, which had already been transported to his floating island. Not to mention, one of the chests contained nothing but low-grade blood crystals. Although many were damaged, and it wasn't full, the total amount had already exceeded his entire blood crystal reserve. He speculated that this might be the greatest treasure of this pirate crew. How is that possible? The scarred face immediately fell apart. After a long silence, the scarred face had to accept this reality. When he spoke again, his voice lacked the previous confidence. Although he was making threats, there was a hint of pleading in his tone. My brothers are not weak either. If you really want to fight us to the death, you may not necessarily be our match. Even if you win, you will likely be injured, which will affect your upcoming trial. Why bother? Since you don't want to come out, then don't come out. Subai no longer wasted words with them. He flipped his hand, and a gas canister appeared. With a swift motion, he threw the gas canister towards the cave entrance, then took out a Black Star pistol. Just as the gas canister was about to collide with the stone at the cave's entrance, Subai decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud noise, the bullet shot out, slicing through the air like a shooting star towards the gas canister. Boom! The bullet penetrated the canister, igniting the gas with a spark and instantly causing a violent explosion. The rumbling continued. The stones piled at the cave entrance had long been blown all over the place, and a massive shockwave surged through the entrance and into the cave, amplified by the opening, enhancing its power. The two inside the cave had never expected such an event, instantly caught off guard, and their chi shields only half raised. They were met with the tremendous shockwave. Boom! The bearded man managed to use his shield to block some of it. Although the shield shattered, he remained unharmed, but the same could not be said for the captain, who was already severely injured and was slammed against the wall by the shockwave. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he was further injured. Brother. The bearded man was taken aback and hurried over to support the scarred face. Brother, what do we do now? The bearded man was momentarily at a loss. Let's go out and fight him. Just now the stones at the entrance blocked us. If we are blasted inside the cave, we may not die, but will definitely be seriously injured. Going out gives us a slim chance of survival. The scarred face was decisive, knowing that staying inside was a dead end. All right, let's go out and fight him. The bearded man also steeled himself. Subai naturally heard the commotion inside and jumped down from the giant rock. He did not continue to attack with the gas canister, as he had only drawn 10 canisters and needed to use them at critical moments, not waste them. Hee, I thought you would hide in there for the rest of your lives. Subai coldly laughed as he watched the two men come out, supporting each other and looking rather disheveled. Since you have bullied my two brothers so much, then it's either kill or be killed. The scarred face was resolute as he pushed the bearded man aside and gripped a superior grade Xian iron treasure knife. Brother, it seems his cultivation isn't as high as ours. The bearded man, having sustained no injuries and with stable breath, quickly noticed Subai's condition. Subai did not conceal his aura or abilities, so both of them could naturally sense it. The reason the bearded man noticed first was that the scarred face was already severely injured, causing his aura to be unstable. Third brother, do not be careless. These testers may have some special treasures. We must attack with all our strength to have a chance of survival. You will be the main attacker while I assist you. Seeing Subai remain calm and collected, the scarred face understood that this tester surely had some hidden cards up his sleeve. All right. Saying this, the two brothers launched an attack, both aiming to strike hard. Whoosh whoosh, Subai raised his right hand, which had been behind his back, to the front, and instantly pulled the trigger, catching the opponent off guard.